This young man is the protagonist of our story, Kim Minjun. Somehow, he had been forcibly summoned by the Saintess from another world, who then tasked him with all sorts of arduous and filthy missions in the shadows simply because Minjun was a dark mage. Yet today, having returned the head of the Demon King, the hero finally eliminated the greatest threat and could return to Earth. Inside some grand palace, the Saintess sensed footsteps behind her and turned around. She intended to thank him on behalf of the Empire, but Minjun did not even bother to listen. The only thing he cared about was having her fulfill her final promise. From their conversation, it was clear neither of them liked the other. The Saintess seemed unwilling to let go of her loyal puppy, constantly trying to lure him into staying by dangling various benefits. But Minjun had no interest in any of it. All he wanted was to return home. Everything else was already more than enough. Still, the Saintess refused to give up, putting on a look of regret. "If you stay for the Empire's sake, I promise you will be compensated for every hardship you endured and more," she said. Minjun could no longer stand her feigned expression. It was so obvious she was acting that he called her out immediately. Of course, the Saintess had no reason to admit it. However, when Minjun asked what she would actually give him, she was caught off guard. This relationship was never voluntary. She was the one who had coerced him here, treating him like a slave. She wanted him to remain in the shadows, working as her subordinate, cleaning up the messes she created. In short, Minjun only wanted to know if she would let him go. The Saintess's face might as well have been carved from wood. She kept promising he could have anything he wanted if he stayed. Minjun listed off a long menu of modern foods from Korean fried chicken to boiled pork hocks, foods from home he had been longing for. Here, all they had were some dry, tasteless biscuits barely fit for animals. Her expression fell at his critique, and she insisted she would improve it, but that was hardly Minjun's biggest concern. What he truly needed was a high-spec computer, one with top-tier hardware and access to the fastest internet connection possible. After all, he had not even had a chance to claim his rewards from grinding endless hours in League of Legends back home, so he needed to return as quickly as possible. Eventually, the Saintess had no choice but to yield and agreed to begin the ritual to send him back. Minjun did have many memories here, yet the idea of meeting the Saintess again was absolutely unacceptable. She wore a reluctant expression as she instructed him to stand on the summoning mark carved into the stone pedestal. The moment he did, a circle of violet magical light flared around him. The Saintess would first release the protection of the Holy Spirit. She opened her hands and gazed at the mark. Minjun knew it was called a protection, but in reality, it was merely a magical seal preventing him from fighting her. Now, however, he would be freed from this circle of magic. As she erased the mark, the Saintess still tried to sway his resolve, but it was in vain. Reading her intentions, Minjun asked pointedly if she was not worried at all. Once the magical seal disappeared, could she be killed by his hand? Perhaps inside she was panicked, yet outwardly she remained calm, revealing that she had accepted this possibility from the very moment she began everything. After a while, the Saintess's protective barrier was finally lifted. Minjun could hardly believe how easily she had carried it out. In the silence that followed, the Saintess prepared the next ritual, stripping away all the powers he had gained in Isgard. But what kind of fool would allow themselves to lose such overwhelming abilities? While she babbled about how dangerous it could be, Minjun had already seized control of her with his power. Even at this point, the Saintess still did not understand why. Sure, he might look like a simple-minded gamer, but his mind was sharp. After all the hardships it had taken to acquire this strength, how could he ever give it up? The Saintess had never imagined she would one day be brought down like this, forced to submit to him, and she knew full well what he was scheming. Ordinarily, dark magic could never activate a temporal portal. Yet Minjun decided to be the first to defy that rule. Using his dark magic, he effortlessly opened a time-space portal. Though there was zero chance of persuading her, the Saintess still screamed in protest, insisting that one should never travel through time recklessly. Minjun was well aware of that, and it was precisely why he had practiced it thousands of times. By now, he had reached the pinnacle of dark magic. To him, all magic was fundamentally the same. There was no need to separate it into light and dark. Before leaving, he had a particularly friendly parting gift for the Saintess, a middle finger, delivered with perfect sincerity. Along with it came his farewell, filled with warmth in his own twisted way. It has been fun knowing you, you horrible Saintess. Let us never meet again. If I see you, you are dead. Even at the very last moment, she screamed at him to stop, a gesture utterly meaningless now. In the end, all she could do was watch as Minjun returned to his world, her true feelings laid bare. She was furious. Back in Minjun's modern world residence, a surge of energy flooded the room. He had no idea how much time had passed, but he was finally back in his beloved room. The journey had been exhausting, but as he glanced at his cherished phone, all his fatigue melted away, replaced by sheer joy. Indeed, he could not live without his phone for too long. Minjun could not hide his excitement at finally returning from that hellish ordeal. The notification that his phone could not connect to the network dampened his spirits slightly, but he quickly noticed signs of unrest in his world. A special forces unit was acting with extreme caution, discussing some non-human entity. As they exchanged a few words, a sudden sound put everyone on high alert. They immediately charged toward it, with Inho leading the way. He aimed his gun, but what he saw made him stop in disbelief. There was Minjun, holding his phone, complaining about the internet failing to connect in the neighborhood. He waved his hands and stomped his feet, frustrated that not a single store was open. It was clearly unusual. Two soldiers stared at his back, assuming he was a civilian left behind. Inho shouted for him to come over. Minjun, confused, wondered why military personnel were present in a residential area. He did not think much of it at first, assuming they were running some kind of training exercise. But Inho's shout and what came next immediately shattered that assumption. A monstrous creature charged from behind Minjun, completely oblivious to what was happening. Seeing the wolf hurtling toward him, the protagonist sounded mildly irritated as he growled, "This dumb mutt is not even worth punching." But a second later he seemed to sense something and glanced down at his hand. His dark energy was completely gone. Even without that power, he still seized the wolf's head. Minjun grabbed it decisively and slammed it down so hard the floor cracked. The two soldiers who witnessed it froze, mouths hanging open in disbelief. The wolf lay motionless on the ground now, a spray of dark red plasma trickling from its gaping maw. Minjun looked at it and muttered, "Stupid dog." One of the soldiers stood paralyzed, his face drained of color, pure terror written on him. Minjun sat there, watching the result of what he would done, and spoke up. "You think I am useless just because I can't use magic without my dark energy. Even if I am weaker, it is not to the point that some trash monster like you can beat me." He remembered a scene that made him shake his head. "Sir, please do it one more time." The memory tugged him back to the training in Isgard. His gaze softened for a moment with a wistful sadness, then he wondered aloud, "Why did you show up in this world?" He never received an answer. Quietly, he stood up, startling the two soldiers behind him. Turning his head, he said, "Sorry, sir." One of the soldiers, still shaken, croaked out, "Do not come any closer." The sky overhead was an unblemished, piercing blue. A warning sign for an evacuation zone sat 1 kilometer away. A car sped down the street, and someone inside called, "I do not get why you went so far, kid." Minjun, sitting in the car and wiping the wolf's blood from himself, heard the voice continue. "But you could get arrested for that. The commander told us not to make this worse, so you can go." That was Choi Inho, driving and asking questions. "You really do not know what has been going on these days?" Minjun nodded. "Yeah, I was abroad." He thought to himself, technically, he would been in another world. Minjun quietly realized that this was not the Korea he remembered. What had happened in the last 2 years? The dungeon phenomena started when he was about 7. Monsters had begun spilling out from dungeons into the real world. He remembered soldiers fighting them like this. With the dungeons came awakened superhumans, people with abilities far beyond normal. They joined the newly formed Hunter Corps at the military base and wiped out monsters as soon as they appeared. So before some crazy Saintess summoned him, residential areas in Korea had been relatively safe. After thinking it through, Minjun sighed and guessed at the rest. Wait, could it be? He stared at his phone's no network warning and thought, "Dungeon Fighter Almighty. The server has not completely died, right?" Clinging to that hope, he jabbed at the screen non-stop, sweating from the intensity. "No, after everything I went through to get back here, it can't be like this." He really wanted to play Dungeon Fighter Almighty. He wanted to get back to that damned game. Come on, is the server going to come back up or not? Choi In-ho sat beside him, watching him fidget with the phone, and thought helplessly, the whole world's in chaos, and he acts like he has just come back from abroad suspicious. He had his own convictions quietly settled in his mind, but he did not want to pry. He was certain Minjun had his own private matters. Lost in thought, he was suddenly called out by Minjun, who wore a serious expression as he continued, "Have the civilians been moved to safe zones yet? What about game developers? Do you think they can still work under these conditions, like an actual game company? And the buildings that were destroyed, what about their server storage? What happened to create this damn mess? I mean, this whole chaotic situation?" Choi In-ho, struggling to catch his breath after the rapid-fire questions, replied, "I will tell you what I know. I got an A+ in monster theory and dungeon theory back in college anyway." Minjun raised an eyebrow. "Do they even teach that stuff in university anymore?" He confirmed, "It is hard to find a school that does not." Choi In-ho went on to explain that the deteriorating situation began with strange phenomena appearing in dungeons 2 years ago. Over time, dungeons appeared more frequently and became larger. The biggest problem, however, was the increasing number of enormous monsters emerging from these unusual dungeons. Because of this, the military could no longer control the dungeons, and the worsening situation forced the isolation of some residential areas. Since then, the military has tried various measures to combat them, but we have been short on manpower. Minjun listened in stunned silence, his mind racing with incredulous thoughts. How utterly ridiculous. Hey, wait, what about the game companies? Are they okay? I still want to play Dungeon Fighter Almighty. Choi In-ho, curious, asked, "How old are you now?" Minjun hesitated. I think I am 21. In-ho, speaking in a friendly tone, reminded him, "That means you should enlist immediately. Half your 20s are about to vanish." Minjun's eyes widened in shock. Half. In-ho clarified, 5 years for the Hunter Corps, 3 years for military service. Because the situation has worsened recently, all armed forces now require 5 years of service. It is not just the Hunter Corps. If you are 21, you might already have an enlistment notice. Minjun's face drained of color. 5 years. He felt as if he would fallen into a terrifying void of silence. His expression darkened as he thought to himself, "Wait, this is serious, is not it? I just want to play Dungeon Fighter Almighty after coming back, just to escape and heal." He clenched his teeth, his eyes glowing red as he asked himself, "But I have to enlist for 5 years right now, and I have not even connected to the server yet." Lost in these thoughts, a sudden notification cut through the state-issued messages. Minjun grabbed his phone and read it, horrified. What the hell is this? The notice was from the ex-military division enlistment date, tomorrow. Still bewildered, he wondered, could this be fake? Perfect timing. Choi In-ho, sitting next to him, confirmed matter-of-factly, "It is real." Minjun, still in disbelief, shouted in panic, "Real? What the hell? They are sending me to enlist without even a physical exam, and why the hell is it announced just 1 day before?" He vented furiously, letting his anger out in rapid succession. Choi In-ho tried to explain patiently, "I told you we do not have enough personnel, so you will take your physical right at the training center. And you probably just saw the notice late." He added, "Why did not you check at the PC room near the evacuation base?" After Minjun's parents disappeared, he had spent all his time at home, buried in games. But fate had other plans. He could not make friends. And then he was summoned to Isgard during the summer of his senior year. That, indeed, was a remarkable world humanity had long forgotten. The modern computer screen glowed with sword-fighting games, rendered in stunning 3D graphics. Overwhelmed with joy, Minjun could not help but cry in relief. His beloved arcade was still running. The divine game had not changed a bit. It had been ages since he had last participated in a high-stakes raid. Choi In-ho, equally excited, flopped back in his chair and called out for food. They both thanked the shop owner for keeping the place open in such chaotic times. "Give me a hot dog here," Minjun said. In-ho glanced over in surprise. "Oh, is that a new item?" Meanwhile, the tired shop owner muttered complaints under her breath about how much they were eating. After quickly refueling, the two dove into their game. Minjun rested his chin on his hand, letting out a long sigh as he drifted into thought. "Is this for real?" he murmured. Once he would relieved his frustrations in the game, he began scanning the news online. The top headline was alarming. Monster-related damage had increased 48% compared to last year. Hunters were prioritizing civilian protection, while the government struggled to find strategies against the escalating attacks. Sudden dungeon appearances had forced mass evacuations. The next few lines only spread more panic among the public. Are we really going to die like this? Minjun muttered, his doubts growing. The soldier's words had been accurate. The enlistment date on the military website confirmed it, tomorrow. If he still had all the power from Isgard, Minjun could probably handle all the dungeons alone. Yet for some reason, his body was now completely devoid of mana. The core strength of his dark magic had vanished. Still, he was not about to give in. Minjun could handle the dungeons on his own. He tilted his head back, gazing at the sky, a wild grin spreading across his face. Yeah, these pathetic dungeons, I can handle them all by myself. Fine. Done. Perfect. He smirked with full confidence. Just wait, I will clear them all. The next day, he arrived at the National Defense University. Nonchalantly, he brought a skewer of grilled meat to his mouth, chewing while surveying the crowd around him. Wow, it is crowded. Unlike Minjun's carefree attitude, everyone else was quietly saying goodbye to loved ones, subdued and regretful. Minjun passed through the throng without a care, indifferent to their gloom. A sudden shout rang out, ordering everyone to assemble. All soldiers, report to the lecture hall immediately. Attention, please. As he walked, he pondered idly. The military seemed very different now. Would it be as harsh as Isgard? Once everyone gathered, a loud voice bellowed, "Stand up straight, you all here to play around." Despite the crowded assembly, two drill sergeants barked orders. Want to crawl like worms? Keep your heads up, eyes forward. Follow the person in front, push forward, push hard as if you want to crush them, do it. The recruits stumbled along, confused, while Minjun watched with amusement, his mouth wide open, enjoying the rigid, intense atmosphere. Is that all they have got? He thought, smiling with pride. These assistants are gentle. After the group had settled, Sangsu began to address them. Attention, everyone. Before we start, I am Kim Sangsu of the Korean military. Any hunters who have not registered with the Hunter Corps, raise your hand. Hunter recruits received special treatment. A second-class soldier earned a base salary of 3 million won. Yet the room responded with a chilling silence. Oh, nobody, Sangsu frowned. This is just a formality, do not worry about it. Then a soldier at the back interjected, Corps commander, there is one over there. Sangsu's eyes darted back and forth in search. Who? The soldier shouted into the microphone. The one who raised their hand, stepped forward immediately. Minjun eagerly stepped up and called out, Yes, sir. He stomped the ground with force, cracking the floor beneath him. Then he leapt high into the air, leaving the surrounding soldiers bewildered. The commanding officers looked up in surprise. What the hell is this guy? Yet with a single jump, Minjun landed safely on the stage. Sangsu froze, unable to comprehend what kind of creature this newcomer was. Minjun lifted his head and smiled brightly, introducing himself, Rookie Kim Minjun, I wish to enlist in the Hunter Corps. Mist-shrouded and desolate, the northern region of Isgard stretched out into forgotten canyons. Amidst the undulating mountains, a small cave emerged, barely noticeable. The deeper one ventured inside, the more a column of light pierced the darkness, accompanied by a voice. So what I am saying is. Minjun sat astride a spider, slowly recounting the endless chaos of his work as a dark mage. There is no end to it, he said, and no character is worse than mine, you know. He recalled fragments of past experiences and continued, even though we have insane skills, if we run out of dark energy, it is all worthless. It does not regenerate naturally like the mana of ordinary mages. Mana is always at your side, you just have to gather it. I am telling you, I constantly have to harvest it by defeating monsters infused with dark energy. Obviously, trying to replenish it by using it is never effective. Do you understand? He sighed, arms crossed, reflecting on his bleak circumstances. And because my job is so terrible, I can't find allies. So if I happen to run out of dark energy in a dungeon, death is my only option. Minjun let a wry smile cross his lips. Now here's the question for you. What is the best way for a dark mage to replenish and maintain their dark energy? The cave was silent, the only sound the faint crackle of fire. Minjun sat atop the corpse of a giant spider, the cavern littered with the remains of countless others. He clicked his tongue. No one's answering me. Is it because they are all dead? Suddenly, something sharp stabbed into the rocky floor. Glancing over, he muttered, in moments like this, where I stand the forgotten canyon, dungeon bot, spider lair, it all makes sense. Noticing the approaching spider queen, he smiled helplessly and whispered, why is not the dungeon bot answering me instead? Looking at the grotesque creature, Minjun asked, why are you coming out now? I thought I would die of boredom first. The spider queen scanned the cave, taking in the corpses twisted by poison, scattered everywhere. In anger, it let out a roar that echoed through the cavern. Minjun maintained a calm, indifferent expression. That is your answer. Your breath smells awful, he quipped. Immediately, the spider lunged at him, but Minjun stopped it effortlessly with one hand, shaking his head in exasperation. As expected. His hand pierced through its head while his voice remained steady, the answer is. He tightened his grip, exuding confidence, vanquishing the monster with the full might of Isgard's peak dark magic. Kim Minjun. 645 days before returning to Earth. Back in the present, a hand clad in military uniform set a steaming cup of tea onto the table, the owner's deep voice rumbling, your name is Kim Minjun. Yes, he replied. Sung Yun nodded. Wait here. A team from the Hunter Corps will arrive shortly. Minjun lifted the cup, smiling politely. The commander's personally attending, thank you. Sung Yun took a cautious sip before asking, I see you are quite enthusiastic. Do you have any special reason for joining the Hunter Corps? He paused, then continued, these days, things are quite bad. Many people are returning to the regular military, despite having special abilities. Minjun's eyes lit up. Yes, I run a few operations in the dungeons, he said. The space around them suddenly fell into an unusual silence. After a moment, Sung Yun could not hold back and laughed heartily. You are really something, he said. Minjun mirrored the laugh with mock curiosity. Am I? Sung Yun laughed even harder, unable to stop himself. He teased further, you are quite the funny guy. I won't charge you for smashing up the hall. Minjun took a sip of tea, thinking to himself, stop laughing, old man. I am not joking. In Korea, all dungeons are managed by the military, with their priority squarely on overseeing operations. The conquest of monsters is clearly the responsibility of the Hunter Corps. They were a group of highly skilled individuals, a place where one could advance regardless of their time in service, as long as they proved their abilities. There were no limits. Minjun imagined himself fighting through hordes of monsters. He pondered, if I join the Hunter Corps, I probably won't be allowed into dungeons. Right, I could clear most of them on my own, and I am certain I will encounter monsters with dark energy. If that happens, coupled with my rapid progress. This is purely my imagination, but the reality could be different. He grinned slyly behind his cup of tea. I have no means to restore my lost power. Setting the empty cup down, Minjun drifted into thought. I could reach 10 stars in 5 years. Impossible, yes, but I could clear as many dungeons as possible, letting the Dungeon Corps relax and develop their fourth awakening. He rubbed his chin and let a cunning smile spread across his face. And I will become a highly paid public hero. Perfect plan. At that moment, a knock came from outside. A tall, disciplined man entered, standing upright as he called out, attention, Sergeant Lee Sengho from the Hunter Corps reporting. Sung Yun smiled warmly. Finally, you are here. This is the recruitment we mentioned. Minjun, slightly surprised, could only wonder silently as he observed the conversation. The battalion commander was speaking formally with the sergeant. Sengho raised an eyebrow, addressing him, do you truly have hunter capabilities? His voice was sharp. If you have awakened as a hunter, you should be able to open a status window. Please provide me with all your stats. Minjun pursed his lips, thinking, what the hell is up with this guy? Are all members of the Hunter Corps like this? He extended his hand, resolute. Alright, if they want me to do something in the military, I will do it. Thinking about it, they have status windows in Isgard too. I hardly used mine back then since it only gave numerical values for stats and abilities. I wonder how it works here. He tapped the screen in front of him, calling up his status window with a faint smile. But suddenly, he froze. Sengho's brows furrowed. What is it? Tell me what you see. On the glowing blue screen, a red line of text appeared. Minjun stammered, unable to form words at first, then whispered, "It says there is an error." Sengho ground his teeth. "You? Are you joking with me?" His patience had vanished, his voice turning noticeably cold. Meanwhile, somewhere in Gyeonggi-do, at the Hunter Corps Training Center, the voice of the familiar battalion commander resonated from his office. It has been a while. Sung Yun stood, hands clasped behind his back, offering a small smile. The last time I saw you was in Washian. That is about 10 years ago, right? I did not expect to see you here. He looked at the woman standing formally before him. First, why do not you sit, Hunter Sun Yun-so? Sun Yun-so replied coldly, maintaining her posture. I am not a hunter. Like everyone else enlisted here, I am just a rookie. Her serious demeanor did not waver. I can speak for myself this way, but if you have called me here because of my father, I do not expect any special treatment during my training. Sung Yun let out a gentle laugh. I may have given you the wrong impression. That is a separate issue from speaking about a son in general. His voice carried a teasing undertone. Clearly, you will not receive any special treatment during your training. The Hunter Corps is not an easy organization. Did not your father tell you that? Sun Yun-so lowered her head hesitantly. Seeing her discomfort, Sung Yun's tone turned serious. A rookie of your renown has enlisted, so of course I care about how the training command is conducted here. You will be busy immediately. I want to offer a few words of encouragement beforehand. It has not been easy, choosing to enlist as a normal soldier rather than as an executive. We are always short on people like you in the field. I thank you both as a citizen of this country, as well as a soldier, Sun Yun-so said, clearing her throat. Thank you for the encouragement, Commander. Outwardly composed, but inside she muttered to herself, I am so embarrassed. Sung Yun turned his head toward the small vehicle approaching the building. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Now that I think about it, I received an amusing report today. His voice carried a hint of mystery. You might be meeting a truly interesting comrade. Would you like to go with me to see them? Sun Yun-so blinked, unsure how to respond. And a moment later they were still inside the central building. Minjun looked up, unable to hide his astonishment. Walking along, he thought, oh my god, how much tax money has gone into this place. This facility is not joking around. I wonder if there is a computer lab here. Noticing Minjun's rustic excitement, Sengho lowered his voice with a warning. Do not get too carried away. Recruitment, your admission into the Hunter Corps has not been finalized yet. Minjun frowned, keeping his composure as he walked forward. Because you are a special case, I will personally evaluate you. Without a decision from headquarters, I would not have brought you here or come straight to Yongchang. From behind, Minjun ground his teeth in frustration, unable to respond. Sengho cautioned him, once all tests are complete and you are confirmed as truthful, be ready to enlist immediately into the military police. Minjun muttered to himself, this guy is stingy about everything. Then he asked, all right. What is the test? Sengho tapped a crimson bloodstone before him. Pointing to it, he said, if you manage to move this, even just an inch, you will pass. His gaze sharpened with a piercing intensity. You have 10 minutes. Let us see if you have any real talent as a hunter. The mineral was a bloodstone, a byproduct of the dungeons. Not only was it extremely dense and heavy for its size, it was particularly difficult to move. At this size, it would not budge for any ordinary recruit. Minjun accepted the task, smirking. Is that all? He strode confidently past Sengho. I am glad the test is so simple, Minjun said arrogantly, causing Sengho to furrow his brows in annoyance. Watching the back of Minjun as he approached the bloodstone, Sengho sneered inwardly. There is no way to check someone else's status window. There are always trash trying to exploit the Hunter Corps with mediocre abilities. He crossed his arms, scowling. He jumps 5 meters straight up from the podium, and the status window is glitched. Completely ridiculous. From above, Sung Yun looked down from the balcony, a faint smile forming. That is him. He observed quietly. He has clearly demonstrated incredible physical ability in front of the battalion commander at the rookie training center. Yet his status window is showing an error. I have never seen a case like this as a training commander in the Hunter Corps. I am very curious to see how this recruit will be unique. Minjun reached out and touched the bloodstone, analyzing it in his mind. This is material mined from all over the dungeons of Isgard. Its weight is absurd. He smirked confidently at his reflection in the stone. At this size, I can easily push it. With that thought, Minjun clenched his fist and swung his arm back. Sengho furrowed his brow in curiosity nearby. Above, Sun Yun-so watched his every move intently. Minjun arrogantly thought, who knows, there might even be some dark energy within it. Then he struck the bloodstone with full force. Immediately, deep cracks formed across its surface, and the bloodstone shattered into fragments under Minjun's punch. He smirked smugly. It would be disappointing if nothing happened. Everyone stood agape, mouths wide open. Sengho was dumbfounded, unable to speak. Watching the bloodstone break and smoke rise from it, all he could do was scream inwardly, "Call it a bloodstone." Sengho clenched his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "This is insane," he muttered, staring at Minjun, who was casually inspecting his fist after the punch. Still spotless. Nothing inside. He scoffed. What a freak. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the training grounds. In-hyuk panted heavily, mouth agape, eyes wide with a mix of shock and horror. He was not alone. Everyone in the military strategist battalion was straining, running while gasping for air. Something's not right, he thought. Before enlisting in the Hunter Corps, In-hyuk had already suspected that the training would not be simple. Recruits were expected to engage in real combat immediately after completing the program. For 4 brutal weeks, they would train relentlessly, hauling sandbags from day one and climbing 6,000 steps uphill. And that was not all. Officers constantly pushed them, timing their completion of exercises, something everyone dreaded. The recruits had a nickname for him, Lee Sengho, the Devil Instructor. Running alongside his teammates, In-hyuk tried to motivate himself. With this kind of brutal physical training, you can only improve your stats a little. I guess we all have to endure this because we are new recruits, he mused, but that is just my guess. Suddenly, Minjun, who had been trailing behind, surged forward to the lead, leaving In-hyuk bewildered. What the hell is up with that guy? We are the problem here. Minjun soared up the steps as if gliding, his body feeling impossibly light. If I still had all my mana, I would probably be flying. His legs kept moving in rhythm as his mind wandered. The Hunter Corps' hellish training seems incredible. And compared to those tattered clothes in Isgard, this uniform is exactly my style. Recalling the pristine mess hall with its ample food, Minjun felt like he could cheer right then and there. The food here is truly overwhelming, not just the meals, but now there is a structured schedule. And best of all, after the routine, instead of taking turns on night watch, you actually get free time. The thought of freedom made his legs feel like they were equipped with jet boosters, propelling him faster and faster. They even have a PC room in the facility that rivals outside setups. And as long as you do not sneak out, they won't bother you once your schedule is done. I could use whatever leftover mana I have to slip away if I wanted, he thought with a satisfied smile as the finish line drew near. They give you training, good food, generous pay, and time to play games, he said, head held high, shouting fiercely, the Hunter Corps is the best. In-hyuk groaned. He is already ahead. How is that even possible? Unbelievable. His teammates, exhausted, muttered, I do not know. Do not talk to me. Sengho had been waiting up ahead. The sound of pounding footsteps grew deafening as Minjun approached with an almost supernatural speed, his dark, intense expression startling him. What the hell, Sengho thought, planting his right foot on the final step, exhaling in relief. It is over. Inside, Sengho was more astonished than ever. Kim Minjun grinned as he casually admired the scenery. The view from this height stunning. Sengho calculated quickly, how long? Normally it would take a new recruit about an hour. And yet, he is done already. Then Minjun's gaze paused briefly on him, inspecting carefully, before moving past and glancing around, reminding him of the promised reward. Did you say we would get a pass to leave early if we finished under 30 minutes? I am curious how much time I actually spent completing it. Sengho's face darkened as he pulled out a sheet of paper. Minjun tucked the ticket into a corner of his pocket and opened it, muttering to himself, "Where should I use this?" Sengho smirked, tapping his watch. Has any recruit ever received a pass like this before? Watching Minjun eagerly get ready, he did not bother answering. But high stats and strong physicality are not everything. The most important thing is your ability to react and handle monsters, he said, his eyes glinting with a hint of malice. I will be observing you closely. Kim Minjun. In the barracks, the other members groaned, clutching their backs. If it is like this every day, I am dead. My back. In-hyuk glanced at his stamina display, now increased, and grinned brightly. My stat went up, endurance is up by 1, his nearby teammate cheered along. Congrats. Others playfully compared stats. What was your starting stat? I need to check mine too. Status window. Minjun, however, thought it looked paltry. Did I hear that right? They are happy about gaining just 1 stat point. Recalling his time in Isgard, he remembered how training there had steadily increased his stats every day. What, you want to increase your stats, you idiot? Janelle, sitting nearby, leaned over and asked, you managed to get a pass. Right, when are you going to use it? Minjun shook his head. I am not sure yet. Another teammate teased, I am jealous of you. He explained, I heard the instructor mention earlier. They said no one has ever taken a pass from Sergeant Lee before. In-hyuk approached, curious. Do you exercise regularly? Janelle exclaimed, that is unbelievable. Minjun suspected that these people were joking with him. His time in Isgard had left psychological scars. Back when he was a dark mage, everyone avoided his gaze, thinking it unlucky. Where's the restroom? Seeing his teammates being so friendly gave Minjun a different perspective. Interacting with people here is not as bad as I thought. In-hyuk nudged him. The PC room is open. Are you going? Janelle declined. I do not have the energy to play anymore. Minjun, however, perked up at the mention of a PC. The PC room is open. Why did not you tell me sooner? Within minutes of entering the room, he felt like he had returned to his real world. He calculated, it is 9:00 now, so I can get at least 2 hours of sleep. Back in Isgard, he never had enough rest. Even 1 hour was a luxury. 2 hours was an incredible reward. His hands danced across the keyboard, growing ever more skillful. I will melt away the daily fatigue with these game sessions, he thought. A teammate across from him eyed the screen cautiously. Is he playing League of Legends? People still play that game. Outside, under the blazing sun, Sengho's voice carried sharply. Do not let the gap widen, maintain your pace. If any recruit can't complete 40 kilometers in 2 hours, no breakfast. Understood. All shouted in unison, yes, sir. Satisfied, Minjun sipped water. I hit the maximum level 10 yesterday. Sanghyun, panting beside him, still looked at Minjun, radiant as ever. Kim Minjun, you did not even break a sweat, he waved his hand dismissively. Just a stroll, huh? Minjun raised an eyebrow. But you really played games all night and only slept 2 hours for 4 weeks, are you some kind of monster? Feigning annoyance, he almost knocked the water away. Monster, I was going to share it with my beloved teammates. I guess you do not need any. He hastily held out his hand to offer it. I am just saying, you have extraordinary physical ability, sir, my cherished comrade. All around, the others pleaded like chicks, please, grant us the holy water. Minjun chuckled like a mischievous monkey. You are like little chicks. Their brief amusement was cut short as authoritative footsteps echoed. Mi Cheo's deep voice boomed, all eyes on him. The lieutenant is extremely disappointed in all of you. Even though this is the final training session, your squad is the worst, and the lieutenant is frustrated. Minjun froze. Why is he referring to himself in the third person? The officer continued, if you are deployed after this training, I predict half of you will be dead within a month and a half. Do you think I am lying? His face was fierce, terrifying. With that mindset, do you think you can complete the final stage of training, the custom dungeon training? Wait. What is custom dungeon training? Minjun thought. Usually, a dungeon disappears once all monsters and the bot are defeated, but occasionally, some dungeons persist. In that case, it would become a shifting dungeon, altering its internal structure daily and serving as an excellent training ground. capable of simulating all kinds of dungeon environments. Actual training inside such a shifting dungeon is what they call custom dungeon training. Sanghyeon's face paled. Custom dungeon training. It is infamous. The other teammates panicked. We have to do it now, we are doomed. Mi, noticing their terrified expressions, allowed himself a small smile of satisfaction. They are agitated. Good. They need to maintain this level of tension. It is perfect to control new recruits like they are racing horses. When discipline is required, you must hold the reins tightly. Outwardly, he spoke to reassure them, but inwardly he was thrilled, and when they are stressed, I will comfort them with a carrot. Do not despair if you are clever, it won't be a problem. He added an enticing offer. The person with the highest score will receive a 3-day, 2-night leave pass. Now it is time to excite them, he thought, though the recruits remained sullen. He slammed the table for emphasis. Did you hear me? A 3-day, 2-night leave pass. Do not you want to get out? Does not this excite you? Seeing no reaction, he frowned. What is wrong with these people? Do they want to stay here until they die? Below, only Minjun's eyes shone brightly. Why is he the only one excited? He muttered to himself. Perfect. Tomorrow, everyone will be sent into the dungeon. He watched as the others groaned and complained. What? Why is it so big? Is that a dungeon? The custom dungeon training was about to begin. Sanghyeon's face was drawn. What do they expect us to do in there? Someone nearby pointed. I think. Camp. Suddenly, a vehicle came barreling from behind, knocking 2 people aside. He waved off the dust, staring in surprise. 2 years here. What have we been doing? Amid the noisy crowd, Minjun's attention sharpened. He noticed eyes flickering like sparks, wary and suspicious they were. The specks of light drew nearer until their shapes became clear hunting dogs. Jin jumped back, startled. Monsters. I have never seen them this close before. Minjun sneered, why so afraid? They are basically like Maltese or Chihuahuas. Myung Chul snapped a rebuke, cold and sharp. What is wrong with you rookies? Why are you scared? These are the monsters you will face. The recruits scrambled nervously. You want me to face them? Mi announced plainly. You will form teams of 4 and enter the shifting dungeon. Each team will fight a single hunting dog for an hour, then return here. Before sending them off, he added a reminder, if you get injured, raise your core power. If you are scared, use your head and focus on the fight. Understood. A chorus of yes, sir. Followed, and he urged them on. Sengho shepherded them forward one by one. They were issued the Mid-2 Hunter Core protective armor, mechanical body protection, brutally utilitarian and heavy. Janelle examined it, bewildered. They do not give us anything else besides this. Sanghyeon staggered as if he would been hit. My legs feel like they are about to break. He had not even put it on yet. He needed to see it first. This thing's not comfortable and it does not do anything other than guard your body. It is worth 50 million won. Minjun imagined they would been forged thoroughly. They were outrageously expensive. I can smell their sweat and dedication. What a glorious item. I do not like it. He stepped forward and asked the lieutenant, Sir, quick question, if we beat the pack fast, can we take these suits off? The lieutenant snapped. Who gave you the right to be so arrogant? A recruit turned and recognized the change in Minjun's face, which flipped a full 180 degrees. Is that you, rank 1 rookie Kim Minjun, is it? The lieutenant snapped his fingers. But remember, this is team training. You can't outshine everyone by yourself. We need to see whether our rank 1 rookie fights alongside his teammates. The lieutenant had noticed one thing. During team training, Janelle and Sanghyeon were still fumbling over how to handle the hunting dogs. How are we supposed to deal with hunting dogs with only this? We need a plan. Minjun rubbed his chin and thought for a beat. Simple. I just need to tell them how to beat the hunting dogs, right? With that, he turned to the 2 of them. Hey, listen up, I will present the plan. One of them asked, curious, what is your plan? He explained with relish, the hunting dogs will leap at you to kill you. When they do not be scared, grab their hind legs and snap their spines in half. He flailed his arms to demonstrate. If they are that far away, they will break. And if any survive, meet them head on and tear them apart like you are ripping kimchi. His eyes shone with hope, though the 2 looked unconvinced. Time ran out and Minjun ordered the cages opened. Sengho stepped forward and released them. The starving hunting dogs exploded out, crazed, and flooded the dungeon. Janelle was a little surprised. They went into the dungeon instead of attacking us. He reasoned aloud. They were captured all day and their den just appeared. Why would not they go home? The two eagerly agreed. Makes sense. That is reasonable. They asked Minjun, how do you know their psychology so well? He remembered someone saying to him once, you are a monster, a real monster, please let me go. Because he had done things like that before, he kept his mouth shut, not wanting to make everyone's eyes pop out. Myung Chul pointed sharply, scolding them, are you joking and laughing on this sacred training ground? Do you want to die? The recruits startled and hurriedly denied it. Nothing, sir. Irritated, he issued the order, all right, the lieutenant has decided you four will be the first team to enter. They all straightened up in shock. We are the first team. Sengho led them as they marched in unison toward the dungeon. Minjun encouraged himself silently, it will be fine. If I can shed this heavy, filthy armor, the sooner the better. I will welcome them with open arms. Jin teased, are you sure? Meanwhile, Myung Chul spoke into the comms, guidance team, the training has begun. Be ready to control the situation if anything goes out of hand and the rookies are in danger. The guidance team promptly acknowledged, understood, sir. They watched as Minjun's team stepped forward. Hoon reported, Private Kim Minjun, the rookies have arrived, a single team of 4, no others present. Hojun queried, anything else? Hoon continued observing them. Kim Minjun pays special attention to Minjun. He is the special subject that needs to be monitored. The rookie has shown the most outstanding strength in the first round. Yet, he realized the glowing eyes in the shadows had not been forgotten. His scores over the past 4 weeks have been excellent. But can he stand out in this dungeon? Behind the ice-covered terrain, the hunting dogs streaked forward in a line. Minjun glanced around, thinking, are they ready to come out? They must be hot-headed. Their forms were revealed, yet he felt not a shred of fear. I could end them all by breaking their heads as they pounce, but my teammates have no combat experience. Do they? He reminded himself. They're coming. Sanghyun stared blankly. What is coming? Minjun smirked mysteriously. What do you think? A horde of hungry hunting dogs lunged, mouths wide, bearing sharp fangs. Jin stepped back in fear. Minjun reassured him, do not worry. Our armor is solid. He stepped forward to take the lead. I will go first. Which one of you wants to charge ahead? The dogs, unaware, saw his imposing stance and lunged with full force. One leapt toward Sanghyun, growling, causing him to slip. A dog lunged at Minjun's foot, but he nimbly avoided it. What now? He said, decisively punching a hunting dog squarely in the mouth. It fell backward, groaning, and after thrashing, it was out of the fight. Janelle was not as lucky. A dog bit his arm, and he cried out, someone help me. Its fierce eyes threatened anyone who approached. But Minjun, he kicked it lightly away. The dog slammed into the ice, forcing it to retreat. He instructed his teammates, if they bite you, fight back. They will see you as weak prey if you stay scared. Janelle nodded, understood. Minjun teased, why the formal tone, we are teammates. Flustered, the boy stammered, sorry. Minjun admonished, if that had happened earlier, you two would have been done for. We are outnumbering them, so use it to our advantage, put pressure on them. Inhyuk agreed, right, if you pressure them, they will panic. Keep pushing and wait for them to weaken. Hoon was astonished, watching Minjun single-handedly handle 2 of the dogs with ease. Is he really just a rookie? Hojun pointed. You mean Kim Minjun, he clarified. Usually, rookies' fear paralyzes them. But under Minjun's leadership, they have shaken off their fear. He observed Minjun, calm and unflinching. Could it be that this guy was once a Hunter Corps sergeant who regressed to the day before enlistment? He pondered, stunned. That kind of thing only happens in novels. Hojun praised him, regardless, he is not just solving the problem with his strength, he is leading by encouraging his teammates and working with them. That is why Kim Minjun deserves the highest score. The rest of the team would receive an average score. Seeing that the situation looked promising, the 2 of them stepped forward, well done. You guys, head out this way. Jin blinked in confusion. Are the instructors here? Following Minjun, they cautiously asked. You are secretly giving us points, right? Can I claim my break yet? Minjun quickly covered his mouth and shook his head. You think we would tell you, he said with a sly laugh. You care about the rookies. You are like a giant tsundere. Hojun froze at the remark. The tsundere, with steady steps, stopped before the dungeon. The dungeon doors shook violently, causing the group to halt in their tracks. Hojun stiffened as he watched the gates gradually close. Private Kim Hojun. That is him, someone quickly reminded, turning on the radio to broadcast outside. Hurry. Janelle still had not fully processed the situation. Did something happen, an earthquake? Minjun, calm, answered, it is not an earthquake. This is a shifting dungeon. It is just changing right now. He held his head protectively. So, what is going to happen? Suddenly his eyes widened, and he stammered, wait. The dimming gates were trying to close, and the exit was sealing itself. Jin's eyes went wide with panic. What the hell is happening? Hojun glared back angrily, swearing under his breath, damn it. Minjun furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, I guess it is too late to leave now. Inside, amidst the pitch-black portal and the fierce streams of energy, he realized, this is not good. Nearby, Hojun shouted into the radio, Private Kim Hojun here, the comms are not working. The dungeon is shifting too fast. Someone beside him added, normally, the dungeon's structure won't change again for over a month. Why is it doing this now? Evacuate the rookies to safety first. Inside, cracks began to form in the dungeon. Hojun stood with hands on his hips, surveying the group as the surroundings continued to collapse, and announced, as you can see, an unexpected incident has occurred inside the dungeon. He reassured them, but do not worry. We will wait here for about an hour and observe if the exit opens again. The team murmured anxiously while Hojun sweated nervously. Really, just wait an hour and we can get out, that is fine. I thought we would be trapped here, I was terrified. Hearing this, Minjun could only force a smile and added, I bet those outside are also assessing the situation. The lieutenant will provide an appropriate solution. So all we need to do is stay calm and wait, rather than panic. From behind, Minjun crossed his arms, slightly skeptical. Is that so? His expression hinted at doubt as he thought, the reason they continued training here must be because they were confident this dungeon would not produce any unexpected situations like this. Before them, the dungeon doors were now tightly sealed with chains and a lock. A sudden, alarming situation arose as the dungeon entrance abruptly shut. Hojun rushed forward, catching Minjun's attention. Private Kim Hojun. Minjun noticed the murmuring group and thought, just as I suspected, the trainer has realized the situation might not be going smoothly. Hojun glanced around and muttered, Private Kim Hojun. Are you going to? He quickly stopped himself. Hold off for now, Minjun judged. He realized that while the team was reacting calmly, there might not be any practical guidance for a situation like this. Crossing his arms, he stared at them, lost in thought. If this dungeon becomes a closed dungeon, it might be harder to handle than I expected. But it is only a complex situation, not the worst case. Because I am here. Two others deeper in the cavern whispered to each other, yes, this is the worst case scenario. Hojun looked worried, stroking his chin and muttering, I am sure you have realized the dungeon has become a closed dungeon. Hearing this, Hojun also shouted in alarm. He panicked, speaking non-stop, a closed dungeon, really a closed dungeon. No one warned us about this, damn it. Someone beside him complained, do you have no idea? What were you going to say earlier? Hojun, however, remained calm, looking around. There are two possibilities when a dungeon entrance disappears. First, the dungeon disappears, it will automatically vanish once defeated. His expression grew more serious as he added, and the second case is a closed dungeon. The gate disappears when outsiders step inside. Hojun then considered the tunnels winding through the dungeon. If it is transformed into a closed dungeon while we are inside, that means the gate has sealed and there will certainly be more monsters spawning. The only way out of a closed dungeon is to defeat every single monster within. Panic flitted across Hojun's face as he realized the implication. He looked up and confirmed, right, there is no way to get help from the outside. Back in his head he ran through their current composition. 4 green rookies with no real combat experience and 2 drill instructors. He turned to the team following behind, anxiety in his voice. The 6 of us had to clear this dungeon. Like I thought. Once they were told the reality of the situation they all tensed up. We do not know what monsters have spawned. If we are unlucky, this could be the end for all of us. He stared at his hands, jaw tightening with resolve. But doing nothing won't help. We must keep moving while we still have energy. It would be best if the instructors were properly equipped. He peered ahead as an orc crawled out from a side cavity and fell into thought. At this rate, even a pack of goblins could wipe us out. I would take more than 10 minutes to kill a single one. Then he turned to Janelle. The most feasible, practical action plan is to use the protective armor they were issued. Make the rookies wear those heavy suits and use their defensive presence. He ground his teeth in disgust. Those bulky, stupid suits. He even toyed with the idea of using the rookie as bait for the orc. If we use their defensive capability and send the rookies first, the instructors can finish the monsters off while the rookies hold them. Hojun hesitated as he glanced back. The rookies looked awkward and downcast. He remembered how grueling their training had been. But these kids have trusted us and endured the hard training. As seniors, we can't just use them as meat shields. In the end, he made his decision to lead from the front. My pride won't allow it. Minjun, meanwhile, watched the scene calmly. One rookie in front clenched his teeth and fretted aloud. We are in our final week and now this dungeon malfunctions. Suddenly he seemed to sense something, and his eyes went wide. He stopped and scanned the surroundings, which puzzled Hojun. The boy's sudden alertness snapped him awake. Something wrong, Private Kim Minjun. Then a low growl rolled through the cave and the entire group snapped into panic. Up ahead, Hojun grabbed at his own throat, hands clamping down as his body arched back in pain. The instructor collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, veins bulging. He writhed and fell unconscious. Seeing this, Hojun bolted in a frenzy. Private Kim Hojun, someone called. Minjun reached out, steadying the crowd. Hey, do not run. His gaze was sharp as he murmured, if you run now, you will get the same fate. Both Hojun and the instructor crumpled, foaming, clearly beyond immediate help. Panic screams rose. Instructor, are you okay? Minjun, cool and composed, warned them. Everyone, step back. If you come closer, you will face the same thing. He sat down and watched the foaming bodies, then assessed them. They are not dying, they have fainted. I am not surprised. Then he lifted his head and sniffed the air, a flash of recognition on his face. I think I smell something familiar. Catch it. Immediately, he spun around and hurled the two instructors toward the three rookies behind him. Minjun's expression was resolute as he shouted, do not follow me, just stay near the exit. Janelle caught one of the instructors, worry etched across his face. Where are you going? Stop, it is too dangerous, even the instructors are unconscious. But Minjun ignored the warnings and dashed toward the pitch-dark tunnel ahead. The rookies behind him shouted anxiously, you could die, are you crazy? Come back, Kim Minjun. Minjun ran a short distance, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This is thrilling. I can't believe this actually exists on Earth. He thought of the skull-headed creature that had dispersed energy, knocking the two instructors out. Dark energy is why the instructors fainted. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he surged forward. No wonder even awakened instructors were knocked out. Then he considered the mage who had summoned the troops. Even the Isgard soldiers are covered in special protective layers to shield them from dark energy before facing the monsters. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. It is even more dangerous for ordinary humans. Yet, Minjun considered the analogy of a phone and its charger. For dark mages, this dark energy is like a dead phone getting plugged into a charger. Ahead of him, a massive stream of energy coiled and pulsed. He shouted with excitement, there it is, the surging dark energy. Beneath it, a glowing stone caught his eye. He stepped carefully into the dark tunnel. Minjun stood silently, scanning his surroundings. Too quiet. I do not see any trace of monsters nearby. He hesitated for a moment. Then he looked up and smiled, satisfied. Above, a beast clung to a stone pillar, drooling as it growled at him. Minjun muttered in awe, you think you can hide from a dark mage when you reek of dark energy? His expression brightened, hand to his chin. I did not expect to see you here, Dark Hound. The beast growled, saliva dripping, clearly angry. Minjun reflected on this purple-hued creature. Dark hounds cannot be compared to ordinary dogs just because of their name. They are far more overwhelming than normal hunting dogs. He remembered the first time he would faced it, barely escaping with his life. I think it was about a year after I was summoned to Isgard. I almost died because I would never seen a monster like this on Earth, and I tried to attack it. Now, the creature lunged at Minjun again, but he remained calm. Still. It is good to see a familiar face. Then he grinned, planted his feet firmly, and struck. A punch sent the hound smashing into the wall. Thanks for the meal, he muttered, watching the creature crash, its fangs breaking, dark energy spilling out. He examined the blood on his hands with a critical eye. The smell of blood is still disgusting. The dark energy continued to surge chaotically around him. Minjun extended his hands, calm and focused. The massive dark energy spilled forth after the hound's death. This is why dark hounds are so hard to defeat. Their blood is poisonous. Ordinary human skin would rot on contact. He then absorbed the enormous energy into his body, hand after hand drawing it in. His face lit with excitement as he felt the transformation coursing through him. Of course. It has no effect on a dark mage. Inside, the phone gradually displayed its battery level. The sensation was electrifying after such a long time. He was finally absorbing dark energy again. He estimated he would charged about 5% already. Minjun's expression was firm, hands still drawing in the energy as he thought to himself. Yet he wondered how these dark hounds, usually only found in Isgard, had appeared in a place like this. He considered the possibility that monsters on Earth had somehow absorbed dark energy. Then Minjun recalled Hojun and Hanjun, who had fainted earlier. Judging by how the instructors had reacted, it seemed this was the first time such an event had occurred. Besides, there had been no mention of dark energy or this cursed creature during the monster training at the center, making it unlikely that these dark hounds could travel between dimensions. Reflecting on the moment he had extended his hand to open the dark portal, he realized that such an act could only be performed by someone like him, someone who had reached the pinnacle of dark magic. His thoughts briefly shifted to the Saintess, imagining her praying with hands clasped, or perhaps aided by holy beings. The use of divine power was not a skill anyone could wield. He retracted his hands, gaze sharp and analytical. Am I overthinking this? Could this really be the first time dark hounds have appeared in Korea? Has something like this never happened before? Standing atop a rock ledge, he lowered his gaze toward the dark hound's corpse below. So, where's the body? I need it for my report. Excitement sparked in his eyes as he looked down at the fallen creature. Found it. Nearby, Hojun furrowed his brow, lying on the ground, sweat dotting his face. A call rang out, gradually coaxing him to open his eyes. Instructor. Instructor. Across from him, the hazy faces of 3 rookies stared anxiously, shouting, "Please, wake up." I think his eyes just opened a little. Really, where? Get up, is he okay? Instructor. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and sat up abruptly, causing the group to panic. What? Hojun looked around frantically. Is everyone alright? The person beside him, supporting Han Jun, was equally flustered. I thought they were already dead. Han Jun then awoke as well. Damn it. What the hell happened? He asked urgently. Is anyone hurt? The rookies gasped. We're all okay. But Juncheil's worried face interrupted. Kim Minjun has gone deeper into the dungeon by himself. Alarmed, he shouted, "What?" still clearly bewildered. Inside, the situation was quickly explained to Hojun. Realizing the severity, he grasped Juncheil's shoulders, shaking him. So that bastard actually did that? Juncheil replied hesitantly, "Yes, that is right." Hearing this, Hojun gritted his teeth, a mix of anger and worry surging inside him. How dare he act like that in such a dangerous situation? Even his attitude alone is enough to have him expelled immediately. But do I even have the authority to say that? Instead of protecting the rookies, I passed out myself. He paused, collecting himself. No. I should not waste time overthinking this. I need to go rescue Kim Minjun immediately. Suddenly, a rookie pointed ahead. Instructor, look, Minjun's carrying the dark hound on his back, calmly approaching us. Is everyone okay? Hojun's panic flared. What the hell? That is a dark hound. Han Jun beside him widened his eyes, pointing. Yes, sir, but does not it look different from usual? Minjun calmly tossed the dark hound down in front of them. Take a look at this bastard. Hojun leaned down, inspecting. This thing took us down. The others nodded in agreement, staring at the creature. Junshil's eyes went wide with alarm. What the hell? Kim Minjun actually defeated a monster this big on his own, one of the rookies gasped. Another added in disbelief, if the one we fought was a lightweight, then this must have been a heavyweight class monster. Beside them, Minjun grinned, wiping the sweat from his forehead. I am not going to dwell on it any further, he said lightly. Suddenly, something glimmered ahead, catching his attention. In front of them stood a dungeon gate. The gate it is opened. From behind, Hojun approached, placing a hand on Minjun's shoulder, still stunned. Kim Minjun, did you really take down that dark hound by yourself? Seeing the man's concern, Minjun simply smiled and nodded. Hojun exhaled deeply, his voice steadying. I understand. He turned to the others. Escort the rookies out. I will follow behind. Han Jun raised his head and responded, yes, sir. The three rookies quickly stepped through the gate. Hojun stood there in silence, watching them go. He sighed. Kim Minjun, once you are out, I want you to file a detailed report to the lieutenant. Minjun nodded calmly. The instructor sighed again, closing his eyes as he lifted his cap in weary resignation. Do not forget anything, including how useless your instructors turned out to be. He covered his face with one hand, peeking through a slit between his fingers. After all, we were the ones who got knocked out, and the rookies had to handle everything themselves. We have got no excuse, even if they send us straight to military prison. Then, to Minjun's surprise, Hojun added with a faint smile, still, thanks to you, everyone made it out safely. I appreciate that. Minjun scratched the back of his head, smiling awkwardly as Hojun watched in disbelief. You are making me blush. You know that, the instructor chuckled, lowering his cap back down. As a man, I have got to admit when someone steps up when things go bad. Anyway, we should head back. With that, he turned and walked out of the dungeon gate. Damn it, he muttered to himself, how am I supposed to write a report about the thing that knocked me out cold? Guess it is another sleepless night. Minjun watched his retreating back, his expression faintly amused. He is getting praised during the final week of training, huh, well. I guess it is time I headed out too. Suddenly, a system window blinked into existence before him, startling him. The message read, error fixed. He frowned, confused. What the hell is this, error fixed? What kind of stupid error are we talking about? His eyes narrowed in irritation. This dumb system again, what a joke. The system interface displayed his stats. Kim Minjun. Founder of the Church of Lumi Nuna, my favorite character. Strength, 60. Agility, 60. Endurance, 60. Magic power, 10. Possessed skill, corruption, rank E. Seeing those numbers, he shouted furiously, what the hell, that is it. That is all I have got. Panic crept into his voice. How the hell did that end up in my status window? His thoughts flashed to Lumi. The character from the game, her gentle smile vivid in his mind. The Church of Lumi Nuna. My favorite character. Lumi was a figure from Dungeon Brawler Legends. Back when I reached the peak of dark magic in Isgard, I founded that church as a joke to scare off those lunatics. He grimaced at the memory of his fanatical followers. They were insane, clinging to me like leeches. Lord Min, please rule the world with us, they had begged. What is that? Lumi Nuna is my favorite character. I love that name so much, but Minjun had simply stared at them coolly and refused. That is my type of person. Go bother someone else. Still, it had only attracted more lunatics. He stroked his chin, studying the stats intently. Looks like I have gotten a lot weaker. Worse than I thought. He thought back to his former self, the mighty sorcerer who could open the gate to the dark dimension at will. When I realized all my dark energy had vanished, I figured it must be some kind of punishment for crossing dimensions. The system pulsed again, highlighting another detail. Possessed skill, corruption, rank E. His brows furrowed. Out of all the countless skills I had, only one left, and it is a low rank one. Suspicion creased his face as he muttered, does corruption mean like a stomachache or something? He glanced at the system window, dumbfounded. Damn it. This can't be one of those trash-tier light novels, right? It is so ridiculous I could puke. Folding his arms, Minjun stared at the glowing window with growing frustration. If things keep going like this, I will never be able to achieve anything at all. However, Minjun's gaze remained calm as he thought to himself, I am still the one who reached the pinnacle of dark magic back in Isgard. If I could achieve absolute mastery once before, it does not mean I can't do it again. His thoughts then shifted to the large game company as the sun dipped toward the horizon. Right now, I have a clear goal, to recover my strength as quickly as possible. Because this company makes games, and progress has been delayed by monsters. He exhaled deeply, steadying himself. This can be done, he murmured, finally stepping out of the dungeon with a composed stride. This is nothing compared to the times in Isgard when all I could do was endure. Just wait. The next morning at the game company's training center, chaos reigned throughout the facility. Earlier, Hojun and Han Jun had pointed toward the now closed dungeon gate, turning to Sung Yun with uneasy expressions. The reality was that the dungeon gate had shut during training, and the lieutenant had not issued any clear instructions. The Dark Hound had been taken down, while the instructors had been utterly powerless in the face of the unpredictable series of events. The rookies, who were supposed to have been promoted to private second class and enjoyed temporary reprieve, now had to endure the aftermath. In the locker room, trainees muttered among themselves. We must be cursed. When will this waiting period end? With the insane incidents from last week's training, should not they at least have given us something like a TV to pass the time? This is such a waste. One trainee crossed his arms, skeptical. Did Kim Minjun really take down that Dark Hound by himself? Junchul smiled confidently. It was huge. I thought it was a cow the first time I saw it, not a dog. Some people still doubt him. The chatter continued, filling the locker room. Do not you think Kim Minjun might be promoted to sergeant within the next 2 years? Have not you heard about the Hunter Department's promotion exams? Most of them get stuck as lower-ranking officers, even after years of service. Some hunters are barely promoted beyond private first class. Sad, is not it? Elsewhere in the training center, Minjun stood formally, hands pressed together at the brim of his cap. At attention, Private Second Class Kim Minjun reporting. Across from him, Sung Yun smiled warmly and raised a hand in acknowledgement. At ease, step forward. Li Miang, who was bowing low, looked up in surprise. Sir. Then he too relaxed, smiling politely. You may leave now. Sweat dripped down his face as he returned the salute. Yes, sir. He stepped toward the door, watched by the others. Suddenly, Sung Yun approached with friendly authority. A lieutenant who does not properly inspect a dungeon deserves punishment, right? Minjun blinked, responding formally, Private Second Class Kim Minjun reporting, yes, sir. Sung Yun then approached a chair and rested his hands on it. Let us get straight to the point, he said, calm and composed. Minjun's eyes widened slightly as he listened, unsure. You have been called here because I have a few things to discuss with you, Sung Yun continued, hands clasped together on the table, a faint smile on his face. Since you achieved the highest score, I have a special invitation for you. Would you like to hear it? There was a proverb, a crane among chickens, which implied someone standing out far above the rest. Sung Yun rested his chin in his hands, thinking quietly, this one truly is no ordinary person. I never expected to live long enough to witness something like this. And yet, who would have thought there could be a crane, only revealing itself above average, while the rest look like mere chickens? Sung Yun looked at him with an expectant expression. It would be a national loss to keep a genius like you at a standard rank, especially when we are in urgent need of personnel. Let us see. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. I have heard you want to be promoted as soon as possible, but according to our regulations, private second class are not eligible for promotion exams for another year. However, if you are granted an exception, that is a different story. Slamming his hand on the table, Sung Yun's voice rang with confidence. If you volunteered to join the Hunter Corps in Chirwan, Gangwon Province, I will use my authority as training commander to grant you that exception. His gaze sharpened, unwavering, directed at Minjun. If you go there, you won't have to wait another year. So, what do you say? Silence followed, the weight of the offer hanging between them. Sung Yun forced a smile, sweat beading on his forehead as he waited for the response. Although he wants a promotion, Cherwin might be a bit extreme. I am not sure this exception truly matches his ability. Minjun's eyes shifted elsewhere as he thought. Cherwin. That is the 104th Division of the Invisible Hunter Corps. My teammates always warned me to avoid it at all costs. The weather is freezing, snow falls endlessly and heavily, yet it is never dull because dungeons and monsters appear without warning. It is the most fascinating place in the rear lines. Surprisingly, he felt a surge of excitement. Is not this amazing? As long as I get promoted, it does not matter where I go. It is even an exceptional promotion, something not easily granted. And the countless dungeons. Is not that the perfect condition for me, especially considering my career plans? I want that promotion at any cost. The higher my rank, the greater my operational range. Clearly, the best way to get an exception is to complete dungeon missions. Raising his head, Minjun spoke clearly and decisively, I will go. Sung Yun exhaled in relief at the agreement. All right, then tell me your conditions. He paused, startled by Minjun's resolve. Wait. What? Minjun repeated firmly. I am going to Cherwin. On a sunny morning, vehicles waited in the schoolyard for the soldiers. Junchul ran sadly to the car, shouting through tears, Kim Minjun, you have to call me when you get to the base. Okay. Standing outside, he tried to reassure his friend with a smile. You will contact me, no matter what. His sobs continued uncontrollably. I swear I will. Minjun chuckled softly. Is that all right? Junchul wiped his tears but continued to sob. But you are really going to Cherwin? Why volunteer for a place everyone tries to avoid? Minjun looked up and smiled brightly. You would not understand. You have no idea how crazy my life goals are. Junchul, wide-eyed, asked, what is it? Like reaching max level 100 times? Minjun shook his head slowly. As of yesterday, I have reached max level 30 times. So 100 is nothing. Hearing this, Junchul was horrified. You are truly insane. The vehicle departed amid Junchul's lingering regret. Remember to call me, he called out. Minjun waved goodbye, panting lightly. Finally, the loudest one has left the base. He looked around, muttering, why am I the only one left? Not long after, another vehicle approached at speed and stopped directly in front of Minjun, catching him by surprise. The door opened immediately, and Min Jae stepped out with commanding presence, calling loudly, Kim Minjun, towering and imposing. Min Jae approached, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. Sorry to keep you waiting. The snow slowed me down quite a bit. Minjun opened his mouth in mild disbelief. Private Second Class Kim Minjun reporting. No problem at all, sir. Snow. In what month is it even snowing? Min turned and headed toward the vehicle, issuing orders as he went, we are departing for the Corps. Everyone, get on board. Minjun frowned, puzzled by the unusual behavior. He is showing off too much. Soon, Minjun sat alone in the vehicle, his gear packed behind him. He gazed out, lost in thought. I am truly starting life as a soldier when I reach the base. Crossing his arms, he looked up at the vast sky. No matter how grueling the training is or how often I have to face monsters, that is not the problem. But there is one thing that worries me. Bullying. Memories resurface. Time to summon the Dragon Blade. Minjun shivered as memories of the past flooded back. What if I end up in a situation like those reality shows again? I do not have the patience to deal with that right now. He exhaled, closing his eyes. But I guess I will have to endure it. One misstep against a superior, and I would be thrown into military prison like any ordinary soldier. A building finally came into view, its walls wrapped in frost and snow. The vehicle rolled closer to a sign marking the area. Minjun's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. It really does snow here. Cherwin Hunter Corps, Gangwon Province. Hunter Corps, 104th Division, 2nd Battalion. As they stepped down, Min led the way, Minjun following cautiously behind. They stopped at a door, and Min opened it, shoving Minjun inside with a brief, curt remark, "Rookie, teach him a lesson." The comment drew surprised glances from everyone in the room. A brown-haired and an orange-haired soldier grinned, excitedly approaching the newcomer. "A rookie, huh?" they said, clearly thrilled. "What is your name?" Minjun stammered nervously, his voice low. "Private Second Class Kim Minjun." Hearing that, one of them burst into loud praise. If you are Kim Minjun, then you must be the super soldier everyone's talking about. That bastard even defeated a hellhound with his own hands. The brown-haired one quickly tossed some gear to another person in the room. Hey, open the rookie's stuff. Minjun carefully observed the scene. Are these the two ringleaders of this barracks? They are looking at me like I am a new toy they just discovered. The brown-haired soldier continued, rapid-fire questions spilling out. With scores that high, you could have chosen the rearguard. Why come here? Minjun straightened, serious. I heard the rear lines are the best place to gain real combat experience and the fastest path to promotion. The two stared blankly, then burst into snickers. You are crazy, they began prying into his background. Do you have any sisters? No. What about a girlfriend? I have been single since birth. Bad luck, huh? Well then, show us your talent. Minjun thought for a moment. If I show my abilities, will they just kick me out? He finally decided and held up a finger. I will do a one-handed push-up. The orange-haired one bared his teeth in mock intimidation. One-handed push-up, what kind of talent is that? We could do this dumb stunt all day. The brown-haired soldier quickly intervened, trying to calm the situation. Hold on, do not get mad. Let him show what he can do, Sergeant. Sweat poured down both their faces as Minjun's fingers tensed, veins standing out. He pushed himself into a perfect vertical stance, leaving the two utterly stunned. The orange-haired man turned to the brown-haired one, frozen. Vertical, you can do a vertical push-up. Does anyone in our company even have that strength? That bastard might actually pull it off. 11. 12. 13. He is a sergeant in the making. Just as Minjun was showing off, a stern voice cut through the room. Sengho approached, scowling, clearly irritated by the rookie's antics. Hey, get out of here, both of you. He barked at the brown-haired and orange-haired soldiers. Stop pointing, stop gabbing, and quit messing around. Bad luck for you. That bastard's here. Minjun instinctively turned toward the voice, immediately recognizing the authoritative tone. Right at that moment, Sergeant Lee Sengho, annoyed and impatient, stepped forward, his gaze sharp and commanding, ready to take control of the chaotic scene. Taeguk and the brown-haired soldier tilted their heads back, smirking mockingly. Why are you pretending to be exhausted when all you were sent to do was guide the rookies? You did not even get a break with the kids. How many days off have you had? Damn, you won't even answer us. Sengho clenched his jaw, trying to suppress his irritation. 4 days enough, leave me alone. The two finally walked off, but not without tossing a parting barb. You are a dying party anyway, 4 days is way too much. Eat this, jerk. Sengho glared after them, muttering under his breath, they just keep poking me. But I am not scared of them. Minjun watched silently as they left. Sengho then flopped onto the bed, exhaling, and pulled out his phone, rotating it horizontally to check something. A recorded instruction played. As you can see, the volcanic dungeon maintains extremely high natural temperatures that can cause immediate damage. Minjun glanced around, concerned. Even in this tiny room, the pressure ranks are still high. These are not the 80s anymore. Suddenly, Sengho looked up and barked an order. Dongjin, step forward and respond loudly. B. Acknowledged, Lee Dongjin here. He quickly explained the task. Since he is a rookie under your watch, guide him thoroughly. Dongjin nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. Minjun blinked, puzzled. Is this my superior? He thought. Dongjin cheerfully stepped forward to introduce himself. Hello, I am Lee Dongjin. Let us talk after you have eaten. I just got special permission to go to the PX. Minjun's mind raced. Wait. He can't just go to the PX first. Both of them quickly left the room, Dongjin pointing toward a store. Pick whatever you want to eat. Minjun tilted his head, teasing. Are you sure? I eat a lot, you know. Dongjin chuckled and nodded again. Of course. Do not worry, just choose and enjoy. Minjun thought to himself, he is really kind. After selecting his food, the cashier told him the total, 300,000 won. Did he catch a cold? Minjun muttered as he noted how Jun was shivering, but he himself was excited and cheerful. The sun dipped lower, softening the air. Dongjin kindly gestured to the rookie. Eat freely. Minjun munched on his food and asked Han. Normally we are not allowed here, right? You said he got special permission earlier. He took a sip of water, slightly embarrassed. Privates and lower ranks can only come here on weekends. Besides, you still need to be a private first class or higher to use the gym, and at least a corporal to use the PC room. Minjun nearly choked. Wait, only corporals and above can use the PC room, are you kidding me? Dongjin unconsciously sipped his drink, sighing. You probably think it is unreasonable, but that is not something a private first class like me can change. You just need to get used to it. Minjun immediately stopped eating, raising his voice. There is no way to change it. Dongjin nervously avoided his gaze, trying to recall the rules. You need to get promoted to at least corporal. Maybe sergeant at most. It is not easy either. Minjun's frustration boiled over, crossing his arms and refusing to eat. Sitting here quietly, being restricted from the PC room that is already unbearable. So the only way is to rank up. Dongjin scratched his ear, explaining patiently, above all, it is not easy to become a sergeant in the Hunter Corps. I failed promotion exams many times, so I stayed a private first class for 3 years. Embarrassing, is not it? Minjun's determination rose quickly. It is fine. He can do it next time. I need to get promoted quickly to bring him up with me. He scratched his head, smiling. Thanks for encouraging me. Kwangshik hurried over and hugged Dongjin. Who is this, a rookie and a private first class? Why buy so much food? He stumbled slightly, then invited politely. Sergeant Kim Kwangshik, please join us. Kwangshik chuckled warmly. I won't refuse the invitation. He ate freely, not worrying about anything. Minjun observed quietly, sensing that something unusual had just happened as Kwangshik spoke. He chewed loudly as he spoke, his voice carrying across the room. I am not going to comment on your little chit-chats here, but if you can't do anything in tomorrow's weapons training, both of you are dead meat to me. I won't go easy just because you are rookies. You know how to aim properly, right? Dongjin, scratching his head with enthusiasm, replied, yes, I just explained the weapons training to him. In the end, it is only a bit different from the other types. Kwangshik exhaled heavily, irritation clear in his voice. Really, do I have to do this again? You only care if he does well, do not you? Private Lee Dongjin, he shook his head sadly. No, sir, my apologies. His tone immediately shifted to scolding. Teasing the rookies, how are you still a private while doing so well? Are the other promotion candidates just idiots? Annoyed, Minjun secretly activated a technique under the table. Why is this guy so irritating? I won't hold back anymore. Why do not you just puke out what you just swallowed? Instantly, Kwangshik felt a wave of discomfort surge through his body. He stood up, examining the food in front of him. Dongjin, puzzled and uneasy, asked, what is wrong? Kwangshik inspected the morsels closely. Damn, that is strange. Minjun smirked inwardly. Is he checking the expiration date? Kwangshik, flushed and sweating, eventually walked off, muttering, nothing, you two better get back soon. Dongjin, feeling guilty, called after him, Sergeant Kim Kwangshik. Minjun watched him go, thinking, even a rank E rotten skill can be occasionally useful. Kwangshik clutched his stomach as he ran off to recover. Damn, what is wrong with my stomach? It is not the food, so what is it? Minjun quickly shifted the topic. Private First Class Lee Dongjin, what was the weapons training just now? He remembered with curiosity. The training, right, you are supposed to use a KX-2 with ICM rounds first, right, then we use warheads with much greater power than those. If the ICM rounds at the training center are like a regular horse, mine is like a wild stallion, the recoil is completely different, and the sound is like firing a cannon, Dongjin explained, reassuring the rookie. Since the monsters appear far from here, the damage of the rounds is more important. It will feel strange at first, so be ready for scolding and do not overthink it. Minjun blinked, dumbfounded. A regular horse and a wild stallion. That is a fitting comparison. If I think about it, the long-range weapons I used back in Isgard were like elephants. I would not even call them weapons, so if this is just a wild horse, I would actually be relieved. Minjun grinned mischievously. I can't wait for tomorrow. Dongjin's worry continued. I wonder what is wrong with Sergeant Kim Kwangshik, he does not look well. The next morning, the soldiers quickly slung their backpacks and set off. Gunfire erupted repeatedly, echoing across the training grounds. Everyone trained eagerly and intensely. The targets smoked from repeated hits. Minjun exhaled, blaming himself. Missed a shot, that is terrible. The guard raised a red flag in surprise, target practice complete. 19 hits, 1 miss. Taeguk and the brown-haired soldier were stunned, sweating from disbelief. Other teammates buzzed in astonishment. Did you hear? A private scored 19 hits. Is he some kind of shooting machine? That can't be luck. Can you really fire that accurately by chance? Taeguk and the brown-haired soldier whispered anxiously. My record was 14, which is above average for the team. But that is incredible. From the watchtower, Minchul and Heo Taesok were equally astonished. God. 19 direct hits. I heard he is extremely skilled. Seems like that is accurate. Taeguk and the brown-haired soldier rushed over to question the rookie. How did you do that? Minjun smiled innocently. I just followed the instructions. He immediately laughed it off. Sounds like you guys did not get any guidance. Min Jae suddenly appeared, praising him. Well done, hitting 19 on the first round is excellent. Keep it up. He emphasized with a serious tone. I am really looking forward to seeing you in this afternoon's special weapons training. Minjun blinked, puzzled, thinking to himself, special weapons training. Taeguk immediately chimed in, teasing, the rookies are going to get special weapons training. The brown-haired soldier grinned, joining in on the mockery. Sir, Sergeant Private First Class Kim Minchul. Any comments? Min barked irritably. Put on your helmets, you lazy lot. The other teammates quickly hustled over to the rookies. Minjun, you are really an excellent shooter. If you hit all 20 targets, you could earn a day off. What a shame. Minjun nodded politely. Thank you, everyone. His sleepy, wide-eyed expression gave him an innocent air. But Private First Class Lee Dongjin, what is different about this special weapons training? I have not heard anything about it. Dongjin scratched his head nervously, smiling awkwardly. Sorry, I did not expect you to be so skilled. Usually, new recruits are exempt from special weapons training because it takes a long time to get used to our ICM rounds. I will give you a brief explanation, though you are mostly here to listen. Special weapons training involves a two-person team entering the training facility and eliminating monsters along the path to the destination. They are not extremely dangerous, but you will face moving targets and must be ready to block or dodge their attacks. Dongjin emphasized sternly, one more thing, you have to watch out for the civilian target markers that appear unexpectedly. If you hit even one, it counts as a failure no matter how many monsters you kill. Do not worry too much about facing real monsters. The administration will control the situation, so there is nothing to fear. Minjun's face flushed with excitement. Live monsters, that sounds fun. Everyone then filed into the mess hall, focusing on their meals. Dongjin complimented Minjun while eating. I can't believe you hit 19 targets. You must have been born to be a soldier. He chuckled, holding his chopsticks. Private First Class Lee Dongjin, hitting 13 targets yourself is already an impressive result. Minjun shyly averted his eyes. Well, I have some prior experience, but my technique is not that great. In fact, Sergeant Lee Sengho is the real damage dealer. He hit 17 targets on average, making him the best shooter on the team. Minjun, chewing, thought to himself. If 10 hits is the team average, he is pretty good. But now I have taken the top spot, right? Dongjin confidently extended a finger in approval. Anyway, Minjun, I am sure you will do well in the special weapons training too. He chuckled and nodded. By the way, Lee Dongjin, you mentioned there would be a two-person team. Why are not you joining me? Minjun asked innocently. Dongjin shook his head, flustered. No, the director decides that, so I can't be sure about anything. Minjun tilted his head curiously. Then what are the criteria for signing up? Dongjin paused, recalling, and explained, according to the information, it is done through a tiered lottery. The tiered lottery is designed to pair people randomly. It is called Amidakuji in Japan, or Wukaitu in China. Later, everyone gathered at the training center. Minchul stood at the front, his voice sharp. We will begin training in 5 minutes. All troops, put on your bulletproof vests and wait for orders. Minjun quickly put on his armor along with the others. Kwangshik appeared, hands on his hips. smirking arrogantly. Teaming up with a rookie, I guess I won't need to do much. He continued, giving Minjun a condescending lecture. After all, a sergeant and a private are from two different worlds. Minjun frowned, suspicious. Sergeant Kim Kwangshik, this jerk is on my team. Judging by his expression, he still has not learned any lessons and is acting all cocky. Kwangshik turned back to the rookie. Listen, our team's average completion time is 3 minutes. Your rookie self better keep up. He glared, a threatening smile on his face. Make sure you finish it in 3 minutes, or you will regret it. Minjun stayed silent. Kwangshik pushed further. Why are not you answering? Lost your confidence after that lucky 19 shots, he snorted. Sergeant Kim Kwangshik, what a loser. Minjun forced a smile. No problem. I will do my best. Kwangshik jabbed a finger at him and barked. No results, that is all I care about. If you finish after me, you are done for. From across the field, Minchul shouted, see what the other team can do. Any issues? The other team responded in unison. No, sir. Minchul planted his feet and gave the command. All soldiers report ready. Moongi smiled skeptically. Fire lane 1, ready. Han Young snickered like a trained horse and called, ready, lane 2. Minchul shouted and the teams dropped in. The special weapons training kicked off. 2-person squads descended into a ground-level facility along separate routes. Doors opened and soldiers took ready positions. The task was tactical clear monsters while protecting civilian target markers within a confined area. In practice it had turned into a competition. Finish the course fast and clean, hit the completion switch at the destination before the other team, and your time was recorded on the board. Minjun studied the display. The icons denoted monsters of different sizes. Kwangshik came over to explain, the larger the marker, the more dangerous the monster. You should know that before you start, right? There are 2 monsters on each path, and which one you face is random. You won't know until you step inside. Suddenly a toad-like creature popped up and Moongi flinched. A frog, it lunged, tongue snapping he dodged. Shit. The training board updated with the scenario. Minjun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The monster on lane 1 moved faster, which could expose your pattern, but Han Young on lane 2 cleared a crystal rat without trouble, holstered his weapon and left triumphant. Easy win on to the next stage. But then a toothy grub appeared, waiting. Moongi scrambled and handled the frog with a flashy burst of firepower, then sprinted to the finish and slammed the completion button. The board flashed his completion time. The teammates cheered. 2 minutes, 24 seconds, not bad. Lane 2 ran into a desert-run defensive crawlers. Huh, Moongi teased. Why did you finish late? How are you protecting the nation like that? Han Young panted, annoyed. You lucky bastard. He laughed, magnanimous. Comfort yourself however you want, I still beat you. I will buy PX treats since I won. And you finished late and even hit a civilian, not nearly skilled enough. Han Young shot him a glare. They bickered back and forth. Do not overeat, alright, when did I decide that? Kwangshik, arms crossed, boomed. I guess you two are betting against each other. Minjun's ears perked up. Betting. He immediately volunteered. Why do not we bet on it? Minjun froze for a moment. Did I hear that right? Then he straightened his expression and extended his hand in challenge. No, sir. The loser has to do whatever the winner demands. Kwangshik laughed heartily, triumphant like a man savoring victory. Ha, you think you can pull something off just because you're soldiers like you? Fine, let us bet. If a subordinate wants it, I can't refuse, right? But here's the catch, there is nothing a private can realistically do. So if you lose, you owe me 3 months of your pay. Agreed. Minjun silently assessed him, so he is the type of guy who only wants money. He composed himself and nodded seriously. All right. If I lose, 3 months' salary is yours. Kwangshik grinned approvingly. See, not bad at all. Dongjian, noticing the charged tension between them from a distance, shouted, Minjun. Minchul bellowed his command. Next team, prepare. Any reports before training begins? Both Minjun and Kwangshik responded in unison. No, sir. Minchul's voice rang out again. All right, descend. The ladder dropped swiftly. Minjun stood rigidly, glaring at his opponent with disdain, feeling the cheap provocation radiating off him. I know standing out like this is not wise. I know, but I just can't sit still. His fists clenched tighter as he bristled under the taunt. The display board lit up, fueling everyone's excitement. It is started, did you hear? A sergeant and a private have placed a bet. How can a private beat a sergeant? Forget winning, can he even kill the monsters? I wonder if Sergeant Private First Class Kim Min-chul will end up having to rescue him. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and Dongjin's eyes widened in panic. Everyone staggered and fell to the ground. He and his teammates scanned the surroundings anxiously. What is that, an earthquake? No. The monsters on the board moved, sending shivers down everyone's spines. What the hell is that? Minjun, descending the ladder, immediately felt it himself. The tremor was right near him. His eyes widened in shock. A cyclops was there, leisurely savoring its previous meal, chomping with satisfaction as it had earlier, utterly undisturbed by the chaos it was about to unleash. Minjun froze for a beat, but there was no fear, only a flicker of annoyance. What the hell, what is it eating? A monster. The cyclops chewed the crystal rat with a dull, wet sound and, glaring down at him, the creature sized Minjun up like he was nothing. The cyclops finished its meal and lunged at Minjun with an open maw. Minjun jumped back, evading the strike. He studied the beast mechanically, his mind oddly distracted by other things as if they were more pressing. Fried chicken for dinner, right, finish this fast and I can eat. That is my real target. Do not mess up and accidentally hit a civilian and get disqualified. The cyclops advanced again. Minjun retreated, irritated. Why was this thing being such a pain? It wound its arm high to smash down on him, but when its hand connected with his strike it flared with a fierce pink light and the monster howled. The cyclops screamed in pain, veins standing out on its neck, blood spurting as if from torn pulp. Minjun tightened his grip, energized. Finally some resistance. Now I will finish you. He braced himself to deliver the killing blow, but something strange happened. The cyclops' arm began to knit itself back together. A weird blue glow seeped from its wound, and the combat status flashed across the training board. Voices rose in anxious chatter. What is going on? Is the rookie actually fighting? Is there an accident? Min-chul looked on, sweating with fear. That second monster in lane 2 that is a cyclops, also called a devouring demon. Once it uses energy, its regeneration and attack spike until digestion finishes. He blinked behind his glasses, unsettled. But this is odd, it should not attack unless its life is in danger. And it apparently broke free and got aggressive after eating that other monster. What provoked it? Minjun kept hopping and dodging. He vaulted high in front of the cyclops and taunted it, voice loud, reckless. You dumb brute, easy pickings, but this is supposed to be weapons training. He peppered the creature with strikes aimed at its eye, driving it frantic. The cyclops clutched its face, hissing, briefly dropping its guard. Minjun watched the eye closely and pounced. Its eye regenerates slower, I should end it now. Its eye throbbed as it fought to recover. Minjun sprinted in to finish it, but the cyclops' arm reached out just where he would plan to stand. He glanced over, tense. What the hell, how is it tracking me? Can it see where I am, or does it sense something else, sound or energy? He rolled back, dodging cleanly. The cyclops slammed its fist into the ground, swinging wildly. It froze when something continued to wriggle beneath it. Minjun had managed to stay mobile underneath the chaos. He shoved the monster's hand up and laughed. This fight was getting interesting. No way they would use a brute like this for training. I blinded its eye, but somehow it found my position twice. Is it reacting to my dark energy? At that moment the training hall door slammed open. Min-chul sprinted in, weapon in hand, pale with worry. This is a disaster. How did this happen to a rookie? He berated himself. This is on me. A cyclops that uses energy is not something a private should tackle with just a gun. Kim Minjun, do not die. Hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, Kwangshik, confident, barreled toward the finish line, glancing at his watch with smug satisfaction. Okay, I will finish in about 2.5 minutes. That rookie'll never keep up. Just as I predicted, he will fail. Wonder what I will do with his salary, spend it on my leave. His grin froze when he saw Minjun still in the arena. He shouted, "Why are you still here?" Minjun turned, and with a mocking, triumphant chuckle he slammed his hand down ready for the next move. Kwangshik froze in place, sweat beading on his forehead. Minchul stood silently, taking in the entire scene. He lowered his head to survey the battlefield, stammering, "How? How did he manage to take it down like that?" The fight finally concluded, leaving everyone exhilarated and cheering. Voices erupted across the training ground. "No one's ever completed the special weapons training in under 2 minutes, that rookie is a monster. Did that private really defeat a Cyclops? I thought there'd be a disaster for sure." Dongjin rushed over, worry etched on his face. "Minjun, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere?" Minjun beamed brightly, unconcerned. "Private Lee Dongjin, I am fine. Not a scratch. You all were playing around lightly, huh? How did I beat it? I just followed the method you taught me, like you said." Kwangshik's face darkened in rage. One of the soldiers, quick to jab at him, teased, "So the team did not bet, anyway. The rookie won, right?" Kwangshik immediately slapped the soldier's head, clenching his fists in visible irritation. "Want to die or something? That is not fair at all. Cancel the bet. Cancel the bet," Kwangshik barked, pointing at the rookie. "There is no way I could have finished faster than him. The special weapons training is designed to defeat 2 monsters before reaching the finish. I beat 2, those are the rules." "But the rookie," he emphasized each word. "The rookie," the soldier mumbled faintly. "He only faced 1. Kwangshik gestured angrily toward Dongjin. "See, not fair. If I would faced only 1, I would have finished faster." "Lee Dongjin, why did not you say anything? Was that fair?" Dongjin fidgeted, unsure what to say. "Speak, or do you want to die?" Kwangshik demanded, veins bulging. Minjun felt his irritation spike. "This guy is the worst. Sure, it was surprising, but I did not feel good beating a monster with just my fists. So I planned to let the bet go. And now this is how he acts." Kwangshik pressed on, threatening, "Answer me. Lee Dongjin, you are always begging Private Kim Kwangshik, please, let me go." Minjun blinked, bewildered. Why is he picking on Lee Dongjin instead of me? At that moment, Lee Sengho stepped forward calmly. "Are not you ashamed? The rookie faced higher risks," he said, unflinching, his voice cutting through the tension. "That bastard," Kwangshik muttered under his breath. Lee Sengho continued evenly, "Normally, Cyclops are docile, but once provoked, their danger rises dramatically. You think no one noticed he had it harder than you?" Everyone froze, speechless. "Sergeant Lee Sengho," Kwangshik stammered, immediately silenced. "So, you are trying to assert your rank in front of juniors?" Lee Sengho asked, brow furrowed. "You did it first." Kwangshik flailed, offering a weak excuse. "All right, do not embarrass me in front of the kids." "Just kidding, do not take it so seriously." He raised his eyebrows. "Kidding." Lee Sengho walked off, deliberately brushing past Kwangshik's shoulder. "Everything not going your way is just a joke, you never change." He added with a hint of sarcasm, "Having a higher rank is great." Private Kwangshik, seeing a stubborn senior suddenly behave obediently in front of you must be surprising. Minjun smirked knowingly. "So that is how it is." Kwangshik's face flushed with fury, but he could do nothing. Lee Sengho glanced back, reminding him pointedly. "You want to say something?" Kwangshik waved him off, forcing a laugh. "No, of course not." He tried to provoke further. "Exactly, Kim Kwangshik, do not say another word." Meanwhile, Dongjin and Minjun went out to clean up. Dongjin, ever talkative, spoke up. "So you are saying Sergeant Lee Sengho was promoted 2 ranks at once?" He paused mid-sweep, recounting the past. "Yes, it was a special case. He achieved the highest rank in the advanced exam. But even though he could have been promoted 2 ranks, the special exception no longer applies. They would removed it after a case where a sergeant had been promoted and then caused a disaster inside a dungeon. Sergeant Lee Sengho was one of the last examples." Minjun raised an eyebrow, suspicious. "So there is no way to get a special exception anymore," Dongjin babbled cheerfully on. "There are exceptional cases like if you rescue civilians in an emergency, or if you pull off an outstanding monster hunt. But all of those are pretty subjective. It is best to assume that rule does not exist. No one's been advanced early in ages." Minjun kept sweeping the floor with his broom but his mind wandered. "Subjective, huh? So the commander still has the final say. Even if I do not get promoted, I won't gamble with civilians' lives. Still, this place does feel calm despite monsters popping up daily since the northern military collapse. He sighed, low and annoyed. 2 days as a private is enough. I want to be promoted already. Dongjin grinned, naive and encouraging. You are doing great now. I am sure promotion'll come soon, trust me. He gave a little dramatic sigh. Oh man, I wish a gate would open right now. A blaring announcement cut through them both. The central paw crackled with urgency. Emergency alert. Emergency alert. A significant swarm of mid-tier bats has appeared at the oil depot. All hunters are ordered to assemble at the oil depot immediately and erect defensive shields. Dongjin's face went pale. Again, it is an emergency alert. Minjun, let us go. Minjun's eyes lit up. Really, mid-tier bats, those little monsters about the size of children. Individually, not a huge threat, but they are fast, and they can spit fireballs. If they show up at the oil depot, the whole base could be blown to pieces. 2 gate guards watched the swarm approaching the oil reserve, nervy and uncertain. How many are there? One angled his weapon toward the horizon, but scolded under his breath. Why the hell would they show up here? The other barked back, trying to be practical. Are you crazy? Do not fire near the oil depot. What if they hit it? He lowered his gun, scrambling through worst-case scenarios. What if they set it on fire before the shield goes up? Fear made them both pale. What do we do? One asked, helpless, scratching his head. I do not know why the hell they came here. Minjun stepped forward quietly and offered, I will draw their attention. The 2 soldiers blinked, recognition dawning. Are not you that private from 2nd Battalion? Panic spiked when they saw Minjun head out with no gear. Hey, what are you doing? You are not carrying any equipment. Come back, one of them scoffed, then added, what gear? Who is gonna get it? When the very people who could get him promoted were waiting for him, when a solo private could single-handedly stop an emergency that might blow up the entire camp, how could he refuse the chance? He would sweep up all the XP bonuses too. Why not? Minjun summoned power into his palm with a confident grin. He remembered the way he would battle the Cyclops, tasted the surge of dark energy. Now, mid-tier bats were swarming down, streaming toward the oil depot in a frenzied wave. He stood beneath them, grinning like you would expected, smug as hell. These bastards are reacting to my dark energy, Minjun said, eyes lifted in a kind of telepathic calm. Then you all belong to me. Another squad of soldiers charged out toward the fight. Sengho shouted from the back, move, do not damage the equipment. Suddenly they all froze, clogging the route behind them. The squad commander barked, incredulous, why are you stopping out there? What is going on? He looked like he could not believe his own eyes. Sengho drew his weapon and barked again. What are you doing? Standing there gawking. Set up the defense shields now. Minjun reported calmly. Sergeant Lee. Sengho, sir. The thing is, Private 2nd Class Kim Minjun. As Sengho's shout cut him off. What? Sengho grabbed the moment and ordered. You idiots, one private is drawing their attention, and you are just watching. Move. The men snapped to attention in a chorus of, sir, yes, sir. Meanwhile, Minjun was casually tearing the mid-tier bats apart with his bare hands. He exhaled and wiped sweat from his brow. This is taking forever. I have to rip each one apart by hand. There has got to be something useful, right? From a distance Sengho came running and hollered, Kim Minjun, you idiot, lower your pride and fall back. What do you think you are doing? You do not even have a ballistic vest on. Minjun, already channeling inner power, shrugged and shot back, lower my pride, they are all mine, do not you ever even think that. He spotted Sengho's stun baton glinting in the sergeant's hand and laughed, intrigued. Ooh, that looks fun. Suddenly Sengho went pale and doubled over. He ground his teeth. Damn it, why is my stomach twisting up right now? Minjun pretended to hover in concern. Sergeant Lee. Sengho, sir, are you alright? Do you need help? Sengho clutched his gut and tried to answer, I am fine. Then, through gritted teeth he added, are you sure? Then let me borrow that baton for a sec. Sengho refused, insisting, no, fall back. Minjun grabbed the baton anyway and flashed a self-satisfied grin to his teammates. Do not worry about me. I will be back once I clear them. This is great, an electric fly swatter. He turned back toward the flaming mid-tier bats. Let us go. Each bat he struck convulsed under the current. He happily slaughtered them one after another, not an ounce of fear in him. Sangho craned his neck, watching stunned. Is that kid overpowering the mid-tier bats? The others glanced up to the sky and gasped. A blaze-marked bat swooped through, screaming fire from its maw, an alarming sight. Sangho barked orders at the troops behind him. Fire, open up. I will take responsibility, just shoot. The soldiers scrambled, flustered but obedient. Yes, sir, they raised their guns, but one of them noticed something odd. Minjun had leapt onto the back of a flaming mid-tier bat. Hey, how did he get up there, and just how high did he jump? Before anyone could answer, Minjun slammed down onto the creature's back with a brutal strike. The crowd watched, slack-jawed. That night, people sealed up their defenses and carefully activated the protective barrier. A bluish dome bloomed around the compound. Voices called out urgent checks. Shields active, inspect the cabling. How many bat carcasses do we need to collect? Junsik approached Sangho from a distance and saluted quickly. Sergeant Lee Sangho. He stepped forward and offered a cautious compliment. Nice work. But where did they come from? They did not register on radar. The smell of roasted bats was foul. Who had even cooked them? How many in total? Lee Sangho asked, his voice serious as he reported. 30 in all, sir. Inside, his mind churned with doubts. I have been wondering where the commanding officer is. The mission officer in charge is Captain Song Junsik. The battalion commander just left. Even if he is not skilled in combat, this is not right. Someone responsible for operations is absent during a critical emergency and only shows up after everything is resolved. Sangho frowned, considering further. He is probably just watching the radar from the control center, monitoring the monsters remotely. Junsik cut in abruptly. Anyway, Lee Sangho, you're the one responsible for taking out the bats, right? I will make sure to report this to the battalion commander. Sangho hesitated, then confessed earnestly, it was not me. He froze, awkwardly smiling. What, then who did it? Is there someone else in the battalion who can handle a stun baton as well as you? Sangho narrowed his eyes and clarified the situation. Not all of them were killed by the baton, but all 30 bats were taken down by a single person. Please make sure to report this accurately. Junsik's irritation flared. What, are you joking with me right now? You're saying the same person tore through all these bats? At that moment, Minjun silently stepped forward while Junsik continued scolding. All the officers in charge were off duty. If it was not you, then who? He spoke up, calmly drawing their attention. Hello, sir. I came to return this stun baton. Minjun's face went paler than ever. By the way, was this thing expensive? The next day, Sung Yun met with Minjun in his office, his expression stern as he questioned him. Kim Minjun, be honest, do you want to re-enlist? Minjun answered confidently, without hesitation, no. Sung Yun continued, probing further. Then are you planning to regress? Minjun met his gaze coldly and replied, no. He placed his hands on his knees and glared at the rookie. If that is not the case, then do not act recklessly like yesterday. This time you were lucky, but you are a hunter, you do not know what might happen next time. Minjun remained silent, but in his mind, he judged the statement. It was not luck. I just had to stay put. Sung Yun continued in a lecturing tone. You know, the Hunters Corps is a unique organization. Its scale differs from other military divisions. Even though it is technically a division-level unit, it only has 4 battalions, and even the subordinate battalions have far fewer soldiers than regular army battalions. Minjun's eyes widened in disbelief. So not every awakened individual can enlist, but why are you bringing this up now? Sung Yun lowered his head and gave him a sharp look. Do you think you could have imagined this? Suddenly, he clenched his fists and leaned toward the rookie. In the Hunters Corps, from private all the way up to division commander, everyone is awakened. Of course, not all of them are combat personnel. Among the officers, most handle administrative work, monster research, tactical studies, and weapon development. Minjun unconsciously recalled Junsik from earlier. Sung Yun stood up, glaring down at him. But all of them are awakened, and hunters are not promoted based on time served, they are promoted based on skill and achievements. Minjun let his mouth droop in disappointment, a hint of frustration in his voice. I was called to the battalion commander's office early this morning. I had expected something good. But what is this? Just a training session, that is what you mean. Sung Yun turned to leave, but did not forget to offer a word of praise. Being called to the battalion commander's office first thing in the morning. You must have been expecting something. Right, I have high hopes for you, Kim Minjun. Meanwhile, a black car sped down the road. Inside, the commander of the 104th Division sat with a detached demeanor. The car screeched to a sudden halt, smoke curling from the tires, and the door swung open. The commander stepped out, his face grim, to pay a visit to their battalion. Junbom raised his hand and called out a salute to the entire team. Junsik, Jung'un, and Sung Yun stood at attention, looking utterly intimidated. The commander shook Sung Yun's hand firmly. Sergeant Lee Sung Yun, he said, his gaze sharp as he looked directly at Han. I heard you stayed calm handling the scene yesterday. Good work. Sung Yun did not dare speak hesitantly. He simply thanked him loudly. Thank you, Commander. Minjun quietly observed and assessed, his eyes sharp as if evaluating a target. I wonder what the 2-star standard of the Hunters Corps is like. Suddenly, the commander turned to greet the rookie, extending his hand. You must be Kim Minjun. Minjun quickly saluted and introduced himself loudly. Private Kim Minjun, reporting, sir. He glanced down, noting the strength in the handshake. He is gripping hard. The commander laughed and patted him heavily on the back. Good. Take it easy. Have you identified the location where the portal appeared? Junbom, sitting obediently beside him, reported quietly, yes, sir. We have located it on a hill to the northeast, about 1.2 kilometers from the camp. We are currently controlling the surrounding area and investigating the portal's rank. He extended his hand to delegate the plan. Once verified, report immediately to the division commander's office. Any issues with the radar? Junsik trembled as he reported the situation. The alarm did not go off until the middle unit returned to the Corps to confirm the problem was not equipment related. We are still checking the issue. The commander's face turned serious as he suggested promptly, if it is not the equipment, then it must be the numbers. We will report to the military district and install additional radar. Junsik, flustered, shouted back without daring to meet his gaze, yes, sir. Minjun chuckled to himself. Everyone's terrified. Pretty impressive. The commander instinctively turned toward him and asked, Kim Minjun, yesterday you acted bravely, responding swiftly. But you must also think of yourself and bring your equipment along. Minjun did not dare meet his eyes, shifting his gaze robotically as he replied. Private Kim Minjun accepts responsibility. At this rate, the military could have been wiped out. The commander stood up and approached Minjun. Are you joking, handling 30 of them all by yourself? Minjun stood straight, saluting properly. Yes, sir. The commander clasped his hands behind his back and continued praising him. Had you not reacted so quickly, the fuel depot might have exploded. Very good. Taeho and 2 other soldiers were sweating profusely out of fear. The commander quickly removed a rank insignia from his own uniform. The division commander will present you with a gift. He affixed it to Minjun. Congratulations on your promotion. Normally, this requires several rounds of evaluation, but soldiers who achieve overwhelming results are rewarded. Minjun grinned broadly and saluted with enthusiasm. Private Kim Minjun, thank you, sir. The commander then turned to give an order to Junbom, standing behind him. Battalion commander, this soldier will be granted 3 days and 2 nights off. Understood, sir. Minjun was so shocked he nearly jumped. I did not expect a promotion, he smiled brightly inwardly, excited that he could also rest. Army life just keeps getting more interesting. Afterward, Minjun and Taeho left. Minjun went ahead, leading the newly promoted private. Taeho praised him with a smile. Good job, kid. You have only just arrived and already achieved something impressive. Thanks to you, I even get credit. Minjun nodded gently. Thanks. Taeho quickly changed the topic. First time in the army and already getting time off. What are you planning to do when you are out? He smiled innocently, thinking to himself, me. Minjun quickly ran out, excitement radiating from him. He arrived at the front of an internet cafe, his expression more thrilled than ever. Of course, the internet cafe, he said, a satisfied and self-important grin spreading across his face. Besides, at home, all internet in the controlled area is cut off. I have to make the most of these 3 days and 2 nights. Sejin ran up to the curb, shouting, "Big bro, you are here." Minjun, holding a beer, asked innocently, "You're here again?" Sejin scowled, hands in his jacket pockets. "Big bro, do not mention it. Those lousy soldiers. I did not even go into that cave. I was just collecting some mushrooms around it. They blocked me, but I gave money to the mountain owner, and he approved it. Let us have a drink." Minjun declined politely. "No, I am driving." The hunters entered before it was prohibited. "I heard there is toxic gas on the mountain." Sejin's mind went blank at that. "You will run into trouble if you go in." He raised his voice to warn but still looked anxious. "Just wear a gas mask, and you will be fine." Minjun asked casually, "Where exactly is it?" At that moment, the two realized that Minjun had overheard everything. They froze, staring at each other. Then Minjun took Sejin on his bike toward a remote mountain area. He asked hesitantly, "Can we find it from here?" "Ah, yes. Thank you for bringing me here." Sejin said politely with a bright smile. "Thanks for waiting," he added, placing his hand on the glass and chatting for a moment. "Even if we go further, the army will block the road. We can't proceed. Are you really planning to handle it on the mountain?" Minjun looked up, serious and determined. "Yes, probably by tomorrow, I can go up the mountain." They both glanced at the insignia of a private on his uniform but said nothing. Then Sejin drove off, waving his hand. "Be careful. And if anyone asks, do not tell them we brought you." Minjun laughed loudly. "Do not worry about it." As Sejin's bike disappeared, Minjun looked up at the mountain, shrouded in a pinkish haze. "Leaving the internet cafe behind to head here. That familiar scent. It really is them." Minjun laughed and looked toward the sky. 2 soldiers above were shielding their faces carefully, standing guard. Minjun observed from above. The mountain gate was secured, but the dungeon area remained loosely guarded. "If I stand out too much as a private, it could be a problem." Minjun used his impact absorption skill, which radiated outward and affected the 2 soldiers nearby. They staggered back, holding their stomachs, and muttered to each other, "Why does my stomach suddenly hurt so much? Mine too." "You too," the soldier next to him whispered anxiously. "I will try to hold it in a bit." "Sorry, but I do not think that is going to work. Anyway, no one else is coming here. Go handle it, should only take about 5 minutes." The soldier nodded immediately. "Understood, sir." The cave entrance was deserted. Minjun quickly jumped down and slipped inside, his excitement reaching a peak. Every step he took, he pressed his hands to the ground, feeling the energy around him and marveling, "Why is not there any trace of monsters? But the magical energy is so dense. Well, that works for me." He extended both hands to absorb the surrounding energy, laughing out loud as he devoured as much as he could in the cave. The status window popped up repeatedly, magic power increased by 1 point. Minjun exhaled with relief. It increased. Another notification appeared, absorbed mana has reached the required standard. Corruption enhancement activated, Night Walker. His face flushed with delight. Lucky break. The status window now displayed a comprehensive summary of his character information. He examined it happily. Unbelievable. It even includes a free magic usage skill. A summoned beast in the form of a Night Walker shadow. Its special ability allows it to hide within shadows and assassinate targets. This is actually quite useful. Back in Isgard, maintaining a summoned creature required feeding it an equivalent amount of mana each cycle. Then Minjun spread his legs and shouted, "Appear." One summons worthy of its cost appeared. Night Walker emerged, tiny arms flailing, letting out a furious roar. Minjun stared, dumbfounded. What is this, another spatial transformation punishment, or is it because my mana stat is too low? Either way. This is ridiculous. Where did this scrawny, nearly melting creature come from? Wait. Is it small size because it can hide in shadows? The creature spread its tiny hands, looking up at him and whining, "I am hungry." Afterward, Minjun returned to the training camp, saluting seriously as he reported, "Private Kim Minjun has returned from his leave." Everyone quickly gathered, murmuring and gossiping. Who is this? Is not he the hunter whose lowest-ranking private term ended the fastest? I heard the division commander personally gave him leave and pinned on his new rank. Yes, that is right, he confirmed, then suddenly remembered his friend. Minjun immediately turned to look for Dongjin amid the excitement of everyone around. You are amazing, I recognized it right away, Dongjin exclaimed, stepping forward and presenting a gift. I bought you a bottle of lotion. Here, use it. Dongjin's eyes lit up. For me, you bought all of these, thank you so much. I will use it well. Kwangshik entered from the doorway, hands in his pockets. Just back from overseeing troops abroad, such camaraderie. Touching. He frowned and asked irritably, did you get what I asked for, Maxim? Minjun smiled and casually handed it over. Yes, here it is. Kwangshik's eyes darkened with anger. Meanwhile, Dongjin laughed brightly, teasing, if he keeps leveling up like this, I will have to treat him really well, huh? He nodded in agreement, of course. Taeguk and the brown-haired guy quickly joined the chatter. That is right, the youngest. I just passed the administration office and saw the list of promotion candidates. Your name's on it, was not registration closed before the youngest returned? How can this be? Normally, someone new under a year can't even register themselves. Did the division commander register you? Still, the timing does not match. Taeho looked surprised and delighted. The youngest is taking the promotion exam. Inhyuk smiled faintly. Is that possible? Taeguk proudly added, well, he is a private now, so he is not the youngest anymore. Minjun finally spoke to clarify. Actually, the training battalion commander put forward a proposal for me. He recalled the memory from that day. Sung Yun shouted out his orders with authority. Minjun recounted everything calmly, and the soldiers listened in silence. Taeguk and the brown-haired guy were stunned, sweating nervously. How is this even possible? You came back a whole year early to take the promotion exam, you really are insane. So you were already a private first class, and now you are taking the promotion to corporal. If you pass that, you are officially crazy. Meanwhile, Kwangshik was busy fumbling with something else, not paying attention. Taeguk and the brown-haired guy cheered enthusiastically for the private first class. Anyway, those taking the promotion exam on Saturday will get pre-exam training and main weapon practice tomorrow. So give it your all, everyone, let us hide out for now. They continued joking around happily as if no one else was watching. Private Kim, are not you taking the promotion exam, Private Do? Are you just standing there? Minjun was surprised at their banter. Main weapon training is different from rifle training. The next morning, Taeho began his lecture without pause. Attention, everyone. I will briefly go over the promotion exam for tomorrow. Even those with prior experience do not get distracted, so the first-timers can focus. First, the hunter promotion exam is divided into two main parts, Minjun thought, excitement bubbling inside him. There is the written portion and the practical test. The written test can be passed easily with basic knowledge, easier than a standard driver's license exam. But of course, the real challenge is the practical portion. The practical test assessed proficiency with the main weapon and the ability to handle monsters in combat. Ah, Minjun muttered thoughtfully, striding boldly. I am sure I can pass, but I wonder what perks come with a perfect score. Maybe I should take this seriously. The next day, everyone gathered at the test site. Weapons were fully prepared and ready. Taeho stood with legs wide, shouting loudly, the practical main weapon training begins now, privates and private first classes. Do not pick any other weapons, use swords. Everyone shouted back in unison, loud and clear. He continued issuing orders to the other soldiers. Corporals, take your weapons and practice on your own over there. If anyone is caught slacking or smoking, you are dead with me. From now on, everything taught by the training officers is the basic swordsmanship of the Hunter Corps. To be clear, do not just imitate the forms mechanically. The basic principle of Hunter Corps swordsmanship is to adapt and improvise according to yourself, Taeho shouted, emphasizing each word. Understood, the soldiers responded in unison, voices firm, yes, understood. He slapped his chest for emphasis, basics come first. Watch me and follow. Do not roll your eyes, stay focused. Then Taeho demonstrated and swung the basic sword techniques, finishing with a strike that hit the ground. Minjun grinned with delight. Now I see why main weapon training matters. Memories of past battles flashed in his mind. Using only a rifle to fight monsters was truly foolish. The soldiers all practiced their swordsmanship awkwardly, hesitant and inexperienced. So this is how it is. Minjun, however, mastered the techniques quickly and practiced them with enthusiasm. Swordsmanship in Isgard really was superior. Then he leapt into the air, continuing his practice, leaving the soldiers in shock. But everyone has their own style. Anyway. Taeho shouted for attention. Stop moving, everyone. Kim Minjun, step forward. He obeyed immediately. Private First Class Kim Minjun, yes, sir. As Minjun stepped forward, everyone else tensed. What is he going to do now? He approached Taeho and stopped. Observing the training, he announced seriously, from the training officer's observation, there are many gaps and clumsy movements. Watch how Private First Class Kim Minjun executes them. The others froze, astonished. Whenever Taeho shouted a strike, Minjun executed it perfectly. He parried like a professional swordsman, landed correctly, and absorbed the blows with flawless technique. The soldiers watched, sweating nervously. Afterward, Minjun collapsed against the wall, panting. I am not even an assistant instructor. No snow today. It is too hot. Taeho suddenly appeared behind him. Good work, Kim Minjun. The training officer is very satisfied with you. Go enjoy your meal alone. Minjun looked at the meal packet in hand, thinking, does he always carry this? He sighed and prepared to eat. Dongjin ran over cheerfully. Minjun, he said shyly, I watched your sword demonstration closely. Could you, during your break, show me your stance? Minjun looked at himself in surprise. Me. Dongjin quickly explained, I know today is your first time training too. Your main weapon is a sword, but I am still not satisfied with how I handle monsters. You do not need to feel burdened, but could you help me? Minjun smiled faintly and remained silent for a moment. If you need my help, I have to help. He then ate while observing his teammate, clearly noting the effort he had put into practice. This is true hunter core swordsmanship. The problem is not in the movements. What Private Lee Dongjin lacks is. Minjun's face turned serious. Confidence. I am an expert at correcting that. He recalled a memory from when he was young. He is watching. Then Minjun smiled mischievously. Right, but this is not the time yet. When the time comes, I will help him become a top-tier hunter. On the Saturday of the promotion survey, the soldiers were still leisurely watching television. Some played basketball for fun, while others relaxed with a game of Go. Suddenly, a voice blared over the loudspeaker. This is an announcement from the administrative officer's office. Hunters scheduled for the promotion assessment, please proceed immediately to the military training area. Repeat, all hunters scheduled for the promotion assessment, report to the training area immediately. The announcement startled everyone. Minjun smiled as he heard the repeated message. Hunters scheduled for. Confidence surged within him. It is time to become a non-commissioned officer. Very quickly, everyone assembled at the training ground. Chulman took a deep breath and raised his voice. Is everyone gathered? I am Lieutenant Kim Chulman of the 2nd Company, 2nd Squad. Today I will be your instructor. I expect everyone to listen carefully to my instructions. First, report the rank of each of your team members. The vehicle moved swiftly to the assembly point. Chulman carefully reminded them, act promptly and orderly. Once all the soldiers were aboard, he continued the briefing. As you all know, the promotion survey will take place at Division 105. Now we will proceed to Gapyeong, where the survey will be conducted. You may review your practice questions during the trip. Everyone on the bus wore tense expressions. Minjun overheard 2 soldiers talking behind him. Hey, did you hear? 4th Squad is also coming to the promotion assessment today. What? So today we get to see some girls. The one who spoke first, Donggik, looked visibly excited. I can show them my expert weapon skills. I have been practicing all year just to impress the girls. A soldier nearby agreed, maybe they will even ask for your number. That would be a problem for me. Minjun smiled at their enthusiasm. That is right, give it your best shot. As the bus neared its destination, they enjoyed the sight of a serene, clear stream along the way, easing their nerves. Soon, they arrived at Division 105 in Gapyeong, the division headquarters. 4th Promotion Test, Written Examination Room 7. Inside, all the soldiers sat neatly, taking their tests. After the exam ended, Minho announced irritably, "Everyone passed except for Choi Jungwook from 2nd Company, Division 104. All hunters except Choi Jungwook, please proceed immediately to the practical testing room." He stammered under the teasing laughter of the others. Everyone poked fun at the one who had confidently expected to impress the girls. "Are you naturally stupid, or did you practice just for fun? How could you fail the hunter-written exam, which is easier than getting a driver's license?" "Sorry." Minjun walked on calmly, ignoring their laughter. From the back of the crowd, a familiar figure appeared, Sun Yun-so. She was also taking the test. Cholju cleared his throat to address the room. "Everyone here has worked hard to be present today, including the examiners. Division 105 welcomes you. I am Lieutenant Lee Cholju, and I will oversee the judging for this promotion test. Our goal is not just to find candidates worthy of promotion, but to ensure all 3 divisions are considered fairly. Healthy and fair competition." The soldiers listened to his long-winded speech with some fatigue. "Why do not we just start the test already? I am getting sleepy." He added in conclusion, "Finally, this year's promotion test includes candidates under a special exception. They are Private First Class Kim Minjun from Division 104 and Private Yun-so." Yun-so perked up at this announcement. Cholju continued, leaving Minjun slightly confused. "Although they have been hunters for less than a year, there is still someone else besides me. Everyone present already knew about Division 104. Make no mistake, there should be no misunderstandings." The soldiers immediately started murmuring among themselves. Even Junchul could not help nudging the guy next to him. "I heard the rumor that if you sign up for the front lines with a sky-high score, you get put on the exception list. Back when I enlisted, a few kids got offers like that and all of them turned it down. If it is Division 104, then one of them already made Private First Class. Right, that would be Kim Minjun, would not it?" Sun Yun-so scanned the ranks at once, looking for the person in that rumor. She spotted him by his name tag. Minjun happened to glance her way. Their eyes met for a second and she flushed before looking away. He acted like nothing had happened. Cholju encouraged the troops, "Do your best, everyone. That is all." The next officer stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am squad leader Jung Sangchul. Now we will begin the tests for strength, resilience, and overall fitness. First up, the strength test. Nothing complicated, just push the tester backwards." Their opponent was Jaiho, a big, heavily built man. Minjun's mind drifted back to an all-too-familiar line from his past, "If you can move it, you pass." He sighed as if bored by the predictable format. Why are all these tests the same? It is ridiculous. Sangchul laid down the rules. You each have 1 minute. Scores will be measured on the hour scale. The top score gets a 10-meter bonus. Those called by name will start first. First up, Private Kim Jinhyuk of Division 103, step forward. The named soldier stepped up, brimming with fighting spirit, throwing everything he had into his shoulders against Jaiho. His face flushed crimson with the effort, but Jaiho barely budged. With a casual shove, Jaiho sent him flying backward. Sangchul calmly recorded it, Kim Jinhyuk fail. He reminded them, "I will say it again. Anyone scoring below 40 on this test will be automatically eliminated from the promotion assessment." A chill ran through the room. "We are screwed," people muttered. The next candidates took their turns. Jang Wonho 10 points, eliminated. Lee Miju 20 points, eliminated. Jaiho stood immobile, apparently unmoved while the others gasped out. "Damn. Jong Juna fail." Jang Doan 15 points, eliminated. The board filled with failures like a blunt instrument. "These bastards," someone grumbled. Then the room went quiet with surprise. Sun Yun-so, Division 104 50 points, pass. Cheers and startled whispers rippled. Yun-so stepped down, breathing a little easier, while Jaiho blinked in disbelief. The exam hall buzzed. "Is that Hunter Yun-so? She is legit. No way, that power must be genetic. Her father's the brigade commander or something, right? Damn. Look at that cold stare. I would die if I had to stand that close." She ignored the chatter, turned her face away, and walked off. Minjun watched her and thought, so she is one of the exceptions like me. Sangchul's voice cut through and called the next name. Kim Minjun of Division 104 stepped forward. With a half-jesting flourish he moved up. Private First Class Kim Minjun, stepping forward. He did not hesitate to stand before the tester, remembering the glorious past that sat at the back of his mind. Maybe I should not do the stunt I pulled with Kwangshik. But if I can shove him past 10 meters, maybe I will get bonus points. He planted his feet, focused his weight, eyes bright with unwavering confidence. Jaiho was thrown backward in an instant. The whole testing hall gaped. A thunderous crack echoed through the room, the floor itself fractured, shards scattering proof that this was not some ordinary shove. Jaiho struggled to maintain his stance, and the floor beneath them groaned and sank under the pressure, leaving deep dents in the surface. Both he and Sangchul stared in disbelief at the overwhelming force. Amid the cracking floorboards, Sangchul stammered out the score: Private First Class Kim Minjun 100 points. Sun Yun-so could not hide her surprise as she glanced at Minjun. Even as his back disappeared from view, he continued to capture her attention. Wait, so there is no bonus points? The test pressed on. Private Yu Yunhua 20 points, eliminated. Some soldiers were sweating profusely. Others groaned in pain and frustration. This is brutal. Sangchul cut through the tense air. All right, everyone, quiet down. We will end the strength test here. Next up is the speed test, no breaks in between. Those eliminated will leave the field in an orderly manner under the direction of the examiners behind you. 2 soldiers moved quickly to set up the testing area. A little more. Move left a bit. Whose left side is this? They murmured as they arranged the equipment. Soon, a machine gun was positioned at the center. The soldiers exchanged anxious glances. Are we supposed to dodge bullets now? Sangchul smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, they are just rubber bullets. But trust me, getting hit still hurts. So commit fully, avoid every single one. Minjun's eyes fixed on the test, a hint of excitement in his gaze. This is different. Interesting. Sangchul outlined the rules. The maximum standard for the speed test is 1 minute. Just stay within the left and right boundaries of the net for the full minute. This is a test of speed. If you are confident in your dodging ability, I will acknowledge your agility. The elimination standard is 30 seconds. If you step outside the net before 30 seconds or get seriously injured, you will be disqualified from the promotion exam. Alright, begin. A figure stepped up from behind Minjun and called his name. Minjun, noticing Dongjin's presence, caught him off guard. Seeing his stunned expression, Dongjin smiled. What is with that surprised look? Dongjin's cheerful tone made Minjun smirk. I thought you would be out of the aptitude test. Nope. Besides you, the other privates first class have already passed a promotion test before, so it is rare for them to fail the aptitude portion. The elimination standard is the same as last time. There is one thing though, the promotion points here are higher than before. So getting promoted will be a bit tougher. Dongjin shared some hard-earned advice. Compared to that, Minjun. These rubber bullets basically fly at standard speed, so do not rely on your eyes alone to dodge. The key is predicting their trajectory by closely observing the gun's movement. Minjun nodded quietly. I see. At that moment, a soldier got hit and cried out in pain. The rubber bullet struck his head, and he collapsed, clutching it to keep the syrup-like substance from spilling. Despite the tense situation, Sangchul remained cold and professional. Private Gitae eliminated. Exam personnel, take the injured to the medical room immediately. Minjun watched, pondering the scene. Already eliminated at the first stage. Is the pass rate really this low? Recalling his past experiences, he reassured himself. Even so, this difficulty is still not enough. Another soldier failed shortly after. Private Ji Young eliminated. Sangchul barked sharply. Why are the hunter's abilities so low this time? The soldier's promotion exam happening in the next room has an unimaginably high difficulty level. Yet this is what we are seeing here. How is anyone supposed to get promoted at this rate? The eliminated soldiers shuffled away in confusion as Sangchul turned his attention back to the test. Next up, Private Second Class Sun Yun-so. She stretched and readied herself. The first rubber bullet shot toward her, and the small, tense figure of her male examiners braced anxiously. The timer began, and she nimbly dodged the first shot with precision. The bullets kept coming, one after another, and she moved with a fluid grace, avoiding each one seamlessly. The soldiers could only gape in astonishment. Sangchul nodded in satisfaction. Exactly like that, he said. By the time the last bullets came, Sun Yun-so was visibly fatigued, yet she kept dodging with steady control. Just as the time ran out, Sangchul's voice rang out, Sun Yun-so achieves a perfect score. She returned to her spot, eyes narrowing as she glanced at Minjun. He looked back, bewildered. The soldiers nearby whispered among themselves, clearly intrigued. What is going on, are they dating or something? Minjun muttered to himself, still puzzled by her intense gaze. What is this? What is her deal? At that moment, Sangchul called the next name. Private Second Class Kim Minjun stepped forward. He moved quickly to the front, with Sun Yun-so still watching his back as he advanced. Minjun frowned slightly, meeting her gaze. He could not quite figure out her intentions. Does she have some mood issue, or is she just expecting me to flaunt a perfect score? Well, that'll come later. The gun barrel was already aimed at him, and the first bullet shot forward. He tilted his head and effortlessly dodged it. Sun Yun-so did not blink as she observed him, while Minjun casually slid his hands into his pockets, exuding self-confidence. This body's going to show them the real difference in ability, he thought. The exam hall erupted in whispers. What the? No way, is he really moving forward slowly like that? Another bullet skimmed past his cheek, and he dodged with effortless poise, a teasing grin aimed at Sun Yun-so, who now looked slightly afraid. Sangchul was left speechless by the display. He had been so engrossed in watching that he forgot to stop the timer. More than 10 seconds had passed. Flustered, he finally pressed stop and, mouth agape, exclaimed in disbelief, "Stop firing, Kim Minjun speed test, perfect score." By this time, Minjun had reached the machine gun, his hands still nonchalantly in his pockets. The next morning, Sangchul prepared a new test. Alright, next up. The soldiers now stood at the dungeon entrance. Sangchul cleared his throat and announced, "Thank you for your efforts. Next, we will conduct the endurance test. This is the final test, and it is quite simple. Soldiers, enter the dungeon. Your status windows will appear, confirming your entry. 40-minute time limit. Run in sequence." Sangchul's radio crackled with instructions, "All candidates, start." The test was straightforward, simply run to the checkpoint, have the examiner mark your hand, and return. The only uncertainty was the unknown distance to the checkpoint, which the commander had not disclosed. Minjun calculated his pace. Since it is just the start, I need to manage my speed carefully. He surveyed the soldiers around him. Everyone else was cautious. Too cramped. If I break away and run alone, will I be in anyone's way? Suddenly, a light nudge hit his shoulder. Sun Yun-so surged past him. Her again, what now? She glanced at him, waved, and then sprinted ahead. Minjun's competitive blood boiled. Alright, she wants a race, huh? Let us see about that. Minjun immediately went into combat mode, sprinting forward with such speed that the entire group was left dumbfounded. The other soldiers gawked in disbelief. Huh, whoa, wait. At the front, Sun Yun-so ran with confidence, sure she had pulled ahead of him. Then, a sudden noise near her made her flinch. Minjun had caught up to her before she even realized it, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Nothing special. Huh, he teased, while she blinked in shock. What is that? I am just talking to myself. I have to push myself, just like you do. With that, he surged ahead, putting a long distance between them. Sun Yun-so panted hard, watching him disappear into the distance. Her thoughts drifted back to her first days in the military. Friends had greeted her enthusiastically, "She is here. What is going on?" Already meeting the company captain as soon as she arrived at the training camp. The rumors were true, Sun Yun-so, the general's daughter. And she is incredibly strong. She had been shy at the time, and her friends had chattered around her, so impressive. Really, it is true. Hope you will help us out later. Since she is the daughter of someone important, I thought she would be arrogant. But looking at her, she is not like that at all. Yeah. Someone like her would normally be full of herself. Still, I am a little envious. But she is already completely adapted to life in the military, is not she? She ignored the chatter and focused entirely on her own training. Sun Yun-so remembered the day Minjun had smashed the bloodstone, and a flood of thoughts crossed her mind. "Who is that guy, really?" The next day, during her training session, the squad leader announced, "White team wins." Yun-so raised her flag, her joy briefly overshadowing the sweat streaming down her face, and ran to her teammates to celebrate. The squad leader continued, "Blue team has reclaimed the white team's target. The record stands at 3 minutes and 34 seconds. White team will rest for 10 minutes here. Blue team, gather in front of the instructor. Execute." Yun-so's team received high praise. "Well done, everyone. By the way, 3 minutes 34 seconds is the new training camp record. Rest, but do not leave your positions." Her teammates all cheered. "Amazing. Honestly, we did not do much ourselves. It was all thanks to our classmate, was not it? Come on, everyone, give it up for Yun-so." She blushed slightly but could not hide the fleeting smile of happiness on her face. In the squad's resting room, all the female soldiers were chatting to recover. Suddenly, a blonde-haired girl burst in, visibly irritated. She barked, "The record we set this morning has already been broken in today's afternoon session. Do you know what is even more ridiculous? The new record is 1 minute and 2 seconds. Can you believe it?" The room erupted. "What? Where did that record even come from?" Yun-so barely paid attention until the next words left her frozen. Could it be that Kim Minjun from Squad 4 broke the record all by himself? Her eyes widened at the familiar name. That guy. The blonde scooped a bucket of water and poured it over her roommate. "Did you hear? Kim Minjun from Squad 4 fired 10,000 rounds during the improved ammunition test. New record for the training camp." From then on, Yun-so could not stop repeating that name in her mind throughout the training. Kim Minjun from Squad 4 runs twice as fast as everyone else without breaking a sweat. Even in her dreams, she could not escape him. Yeah, Kim Minjun from Squad 4 even hunted a demon elephant in the dungeon. "Quiet, go to sleep. Wait, hear me out. It is midnight, you know." She thought about Taeho, her father. Always diligent, shoulders broad and strong, always looking back at her before leaving. That image had been etched into her memory since childhood. Her father would always smile and bid her farewell, ruffling her hair as she watched him disappear through the door. Sun Yun-so nurtured a dream deep in her heart. "I will become strong too, just like Dad." The next day, in the company captain's office, 4 weeks of grueling training are behind you. I called you here today because I wanted to speak with the daughter of a former superior. I hope that is all right, Hunter Yun-so. "Yes, thank you for your concern, Captain," she replied politely. The captain smiled warmly as he continued, "Have you decided where you will be assigned after training? With your performance, Hunter Yun-so, you will be given priority placement in one of the top-performing divisions." She remained silent. Naturally, it would be General Sun's Division 107. Yet she chose to steer the conversation elsewhere. "Kim Minjun," she sighed, straightening her posture and gathering her courage. "Where will the rookie, Kim Minjun, be assigned?" Bringing her thoughts back to the present, she realized, "It is not that I want to be here for myself. It is just that childish streak of competitiveness. My momentary anger made me act impulsively, and losing to him unsettled my mood." Minjun's image kept flashing through her mind, his remarkable achievements replaying relentlessly. Yun-so felt her cheeks heat up. Am I jealous? She wondered. Running through her thoughts, she reminded herself, "First, admit it, Sun Yun-so, you want to become stronger, not necessarily the top dog. I am here to grow stronger on my own, without relying on my father's influence. If I encounter someone truly strong, I will strive to be recognized and learn even a single thing from them. Stop being childish, Sun Yun-so." The two of them panted heavily as they neared the finish line. Minjun had already arrived long before, chatting animatedly with the examiners. "That is why I told you to hurry. The record's pretty good already, is not it?" Minjun glanced at Yun-so and held up the confirmation stamp with a grin. "You did really well. I almost dozed off waiting for you." Yun-so's competitive spirit flared, and she shouted, "Hurry with the stamp, please." Once the seal was applied, she stormed off, muttering, "Sorry, I am so annoyed." That expression. Other soldiers soon arrived at the finish line as well, panting and complaining, "I am dead." Yun-so gasped for breath from exhaustion, while Minjun felt completely relaxed. Sangchul announced cheerfully, "Time's up. Private First Class Kim Minjun, 29 minutes, first place." Sun Yun-so, 32 minutes, second place. He continued to praise them. Kim Minjun, that was outstanding. You scored perfect marks in all categories. Private First Class Kim Minjun thanks you, he replied happily. Sangchul turned to the remaining soldiers. All testing stops here. Hunters who passed, after eating for 1 hour, report to the training ground. The soldiers responded in unison, understood. Yes. Acknowledged. Yun-so picked up her shirt from the ground, not forgetting to glance at Minjun. Coincidentally, he looked back at her and even stuck out his tongue teasingly, leaving her flustered. He noticed his friend and quickly moved on. On the way, the two chatted cheerfully. You made it through this test too, huh, how embarrassing. Minjun, Yun-so smiled and exhaled in relief. She realized to herself, in the end, it is only me who got provoked. Well, I lost, so there is nothing to argue about. She looked up, feeling the sunlight on her face, and quickly returned to a serious mindset. Yun-so walked back with the entire squad to rest. At Division 105's base, Practice Center 2, a large mace slammed into the ground, and a group of goblins rushed toward Dongjin. A green goblin bared its teeth hungrily, while a blue one advanced step by step. Dongjin swiftly took down the green goblin, wiping sweat from his brow, his expression showing the strain of continuous combat. The blue goblin pressed forward, and he smoothly spun his sword in hand. Suddenly, another goblin appeared behind him. Panic flickered across his eyes as he found himself caught in a pincer. One goblin swung its mace toward him, but thanks to quick reflexes, he blocked it in time, kicking it away with all his strength. The goblin behind bared its teeth and lunged, relentless. Dongjin twisted his body, narrowly dodging the goblin's mace swing. At the same time, he swung his weapon, sending green goblin gore flying. Yet, the goblin still refused to give up. As he gasped for air, it glared at him with lethal intent. Its comrades had also arrived to lend support. Minjun reflected on the previous encounter, pondering each moment carefully. The second part of the practical exam, also known as the Special Weapon Proficiency Test, is actually simpler than I expected. All I have to do is demonstrate the skills I learned in the Hunter Corps for the examiners. That is it. Once I follow the sequence correctly, the test is done. Strength and agility in individual movements do not even matter. Obviously, I will get full marks. Most candidates had chosen swordsmanship for the exam, and among them, Private First Class Lee Dongjin had scored very high. Minjun remembered Sangchil's praise for Dongjin, but the look on Dongjin's face betrayed some hesitation. Minjun observed him closely. As expected, he struggles in real combat situations. In the final part of the test, known as the monster handling section, lower-ranked privates had to defeat 4 hunting dogs, while top-ranked privates were required to take down 3 goblins using their chosen special weapon. In a real fight, Dongjin had sent the goblin in front of him flying, gore splattering everywhere. The goblin was now on its last legs. Dongjin raised his sword and, with a decisive motion, drove it down. The goblin lay motionless, unable to resist. Sangchul sighed in disappointment. Private First Class Lee Dongjin, you took 7 minutes and 52 seconds to complete the monster handling test. Return to your spot. Dongjin panted heavily in frustration as he shuffled back, still gripping the goblin-slaying sword. Minjun watched him thoughtfully. He had had several opportunities to strike the goblins himself but had hesitated each time. He recalled how Dongjin would sometimes let goblins slip past within reach. Minjun began to speculate, does he not trust his own strength? He watched Dongjin's retreating back, the expression on his face tinged with regret for not performing well. Then Sangchul called out his name, Private First Class Kim Minjun, come to the field and get ready. He stepped forward with complete confidence. Watch closely and learn, he said, adopting a combative stance. Today, I will show you what happens when you let your habits get in the way, and I will prove it as a private. The other soldiers stared at him in disbelief. Even Yun-so and Sangchul were surprised. Minjun had chosen a spiked baseball bat as his weapon. His face radiated utter confidence. Sangchil's worry deepened. I know he scored perfect marks on all previous tests, but choosing a blunt weapon like that, he is going to struggle for sure. Minjun smirked. This is exactly what the test calls for. The doors opened, revealing 3 goblins standing imposingly before him. He looked at them with anticipation. It is just a matter of hitting them. The 3 goblins lunged at once. He tightened his grip on the bat and swung with fluid precision. In an instant, all 3 were split in half, struck before they could even react. Saintess frantically hit the stopwatch. 4 seconds. The field erupted in astonishment. Is there really someone this skilled in Division 104? He scored perfect marks on all the practical tests and he is only a private first class. The soldiers cheered in admiration. Saintess and Yunso beside him were still trying to recover from what they had just witnessed. Minjun glanced up at Yunso. She froze, startled as their eyes met. He gave a victorious smile, then struck a flashy pose, as if to say, "Look at me." Sun Yunso stood there, stunned and skeptical. Who on earth is this guy? As the sun set, the test finally came to an end. Cholman praised the troops. Great work, everyone. Especially Kim Minjun. He stepped forward confidently and saluted the soldier. Corporal Kim Minjun. He slapped Minjun on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Lucky kid, you got promoted so fast you probably forgot your own rank. Keep it up. I was worried since you were the only one in our company to get promoted this time. The company commander was thrilled when he heard the report. He said he would never seen a private first class score a perfect mark on the practical exam. The other soldiers flowed in to congratulate him. Nice work. If you had not passed, the whole squad might have been toast. Is that not a big deal? Do not go bullying us when you are a sergeant someday. Okay, that fast promotion was insane. Minjun accepted the praise with a smile. Yes, sir. I will do my best. The unit moved out. He glanced back at Dongjin, who still looked dazed. Minjun put a hand on his shoulder. Dongjin returned the salute awkwardly. Private First Class Lee Dongjin. Minjun turned away with a sly grin. We will start some special training the moment we get back. Once they climbed aboard the vehicle, the soldiers started chuckling among themselves as if they would just realized something. Outside, Sun Yunso was standing behind the departing truck before anyone noticed. She stared after him without saying a word. A new badge showed on her chest. Minjun watched her and thought to himself, she did really well on the monster handling test. That means she passed the promotion test too. Seated on the truck, Minjun suddenly peered through the window at her puzzled expression. Night was settling in, yet Yunso still stood there watching them prepare to leave. She mentally rehearsed her next move. I should take this chance to apologize for that mess during the aptitude test. But before she could speak, Minjun pressed his face to the glass and mouthed a warning, if you provoke me again, you will regret it. Yunso flinched at the silent threat. When she turned back, the truck rolled away, dust trailing behind it until it vanished from sight. Left alone with a complicated mix of emotions, she muttered under her breath, is he crazy or what? The truck rolled steadily along the road, the inside alive with laughter and chatter. The soldiers could not stop teasing each other. What were you doing just now, Minjun? Are you and Sun Yunso? You know. Together or something? Yeah, during the aptitude test, she was just staring at you the whole time. So, there is something going on, right? Just tell us. Minjun paused for a long moment before answering casually. She was teasing me a little, so I just lowered her fighting spirit a bit. The soldiers fell silent, then clustered around him, pointing and whispering. Teasing, that look she gave you, that was teasing. So, what did you do exactly? Sun Yunso. The most popular girl in the 104th Division. How dare you treat her like that? Is not she supposed to be someone's ideal type, someone like you? Ha, Hanyung's probably your ideal type. From now on, Sun's just trouble. Minjun shook his head to dismiss their assumptions. She is not my ideal type. What, arrogant little brat. Then who is your ideal type? Without hesitation, Minjun replied, Lumi. The group froze at the name. Lumi, who is that? Some K-pop girl or something. Minjun spoke casually, as if explaining the obvious. The top beauty of the League of Legends. You guys do not know Lumi. Hearing this, everyone groaned, losing interest in continuing the conversation. Minjun, unbothered, thought to himself, she is the one I like. Night had fallen by the time they arrived at their familiar barracks. The soldiers dove into their meals without a care, beaming with happiness. Pass me that box, quick. Yep, it is fried chicken all right. The team leader encouraged cheerfully, eat up, everyone. Taeguk and the brown-haired soldier nodded in satisfaction. I have never seen the company commander like this before. Looks like his mood's great. Definitely. The brown-haired soldier gave a thumbs up. Eat well, Minjun. This meal's thanks to you. Appreciate it. Taeguk praised him further, already 3 stripes. Keep this up and you will be a squad leader in no time. Minjun ate calmly, unfazed. Suddenly, the room's door opened. Lee Sang-ho stepped in with an announcement. Team 2, assemble in the lounge immediately. Dongjin and Han Young responded quickly. Yes, sir, understood. What is going on? Hojun quickly explained, I am just back from reporting the squad's celebration to administration. In honor of a team member's perfect score on the promotion exam. Taeguk and the brown-haired soldier noticed what he was holding. Lee Sang-ho, what are you doing, is that? Beer. I thought you said we could drink, right? Sung Yun frowned. This is the promotion reward sent to Kim Minjun by the squad leader. Everyone else, step outside. The soldiers scrambled to find excuses to leave. Taeguk clenched his fists in frustration. That guy knew all along. The moment Kim Minjun transferred in, it was clear he would be in the centipede squad. Night had fallen, the moon casting its glow over the desolate, chilly terrain. Minjun stepped outside, glancing left and right. After ensuring he was alone, he cleared his throat. He summoned dark energy. Appear. The energy materialized, taking form. Night walkers slowly emerged. Minjun smiled as he greeted it. How've you been? He studied the creature. Not long ago, when I first summoned this little guy, I was completely thrown off. It was nothing like I expected. But thanks to it, I came up with a brilliant idea. What I need now is not just a phantom assassin like back in the other world. So it needs a proper role. You are going to take my place. You won't be free. Go gather information. Minjun scanned his surroundings and instructed firmly, all right, that is enough playing. Focus. From now on, you move secretly. When you see anyone with a high-ranking insignia, follow them. Observe any unusual phenomena, then report back immediately. Especially situations suspected of containing demonic energy. Night Walker extended its hand toward Minjun. He understood and reached out, chuckling. Got it, got it. He quickly transferred his power to it. Watching it dash off happily made him uneasy. Hey, be careful. Absolutely do not let anyone spot you. The sight of it running with such excitement unnerved him. If someone sees that kid and the military catches it, things could get chaotic. Suddenly, Lee Sang-ho appeared behind him. What are you doing here? Minjun froze for a moment, then forced a casual smile. Just stepped out for some fresh air. Have not had a beer in a while. Lee Sang-ho looked at him with concern. Can't hold your liquor? Not really, Minjun replied. In his mind, he thought, since a dark mage is not normally affected by alcohol, whether it is poison or liquor, it detoxifies in sequence as I drink, so the body handles it on its own. Returning to the main point, Lee Sang-ho said, congratulations on your promotion, and thanks. But do not get too relaxed. Keep up your performance. Minjun smiled. Yes, I understand. Sung Yun turned to leave, adding a caution, if your tolerance is not weak, do not drink too late. Before the others all pass out. Minjun exhaled. Good thing no one saw. I will need to be more careful next time. Still, the more I watch, the more I see they are serious, proper soldiers. He chuckled to himself. But I do not dislike that quality. Night fully settled over everyone, and the next day approached quickly. Sung Yun praised Minjun again in the room. That kid. A genius, an absolute genius. We were supervising this assessment carefully, but one of them scored perfectly. Jung-un replied politely. Yes, sir. Sergeant Kim Minjun set the record for the Monster Combat Aptitude Test 4 seconds. The praise echoed in his memory. That kid. Choi Jung-wook from the training center has been complimenting you non-stop. What did you do? Exceeded expectations again. Even that last incident at the fuel depot handling the mid-level drop perfectly. Yes, sir. Sergeant Kim Minjun completed it first. Junbom raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Promoted to sergeant in less than a month. Moreover, the promotion process was abnormal. Breaking records at the training center. This kid might not be as ordinary as we thought. It is only a matter of time before rumors reach the military. Then they will start paying attention to Kim Minjun. Jung-un realized, you mean the Special Operations Brigade's squad leader would recognize Sergeant Kim Minjun's level. Junsik confirmed, exactly. We have seen countless hunters, including monsters now considered legends in the Hunter Corps. Who knows, a new monster might emerge within the Corps. The scene shifted to some desert. Minjun was alone here, surrounded by a swarm of monsters. The lizard men eyed him hungrily. The stone golems across from him were not any different. Goblins and orcs charged forward, all baring their teeth fiercely. Minjun grinned and raised his weapon provocatively. Is that all you have got? Cut back to the familiar room. Han Young was drinking an energy drink. The other soldiers were exhausted. Minjun had just finished a leisurely shower. Dongjin beside him adjusted his bedding while groaning, my head. Han Young, pale and worried, called out, Minjun. You okay? He smiled politely. Yes, I am fully alert. Han Young shivered at the calm look on his face. After drinking that much. You are a monster. Minjun's attention shifted outside. Lee Sengho stepped in. Minjun asked, recovered from the hangover. Lee Sengho wiped his sweat slowly. Yeah. With all this sweating, I am fine now. Minjun sized him up, evaluating quietly. As expected, this guy is a true soldier. That body. He and Lee Sengho chatted casually. By the way, have you been to the gym yet? I have not tried it out. No need to worry about it. Use it as much as you want. You are a sergeant now anyway. Yes, I know. Minjun paused, as if he would suddenly remembered something. Sung Yun turned back with a suggestion. Our unit's combat simulator is better. You should give it a try. Minjun's eyes widened. A simulator, his smile gradually shifted to one of delight. A VR room for hunters. And I have only heard about it. Before long, he was standing in front of the room's entrance. He hesitated, not yet stepping inside, but excitement painted his face as he finally pushed the door open. The scene inside stunned him. Minjun approached the door curiously, pressing a button to observe. Let us see. Is this how it works? A status window appeared, prompting him to select the type of monsters, hellhounds, mutant rats, goblins, or orcs. He quickly pressed the last option. The window confirmed, you have selected orcs. Next, he was asked to enter the number of monsters. Excitement surged through him, and his fingers flew over the controls. Make it a lot, make it a lot. The progress bar flashed a warning, maximum number allowed is 30. Minjun pressed continue, slightly disappointed. It has been a while. I wanted to go big. The status window moved to the next step. Please set your weapon. He beamed with excitement. They even have weapons. This is awesome. After finishing, he said, all set. Now Minjun put on the VR headset. The status window declared, battle start. He was teleported into an unfamiliar desert. Minjun darted his eyes around, as excited as a child. The status window counted down, 3, 2, 1. Orcs began to materialize, charging at him ferociously. He could not take his eyes off them. This is amazing, he said, striking one to fly across the sand. Satisfaction lit his face. Feels great. The next 3 orcs fell to a few basic swings. More orcs charged in waves. Minjun laughed maniacally. Feels so real, come at me, all of you. Within moments, the last monster had fallen, dissolving into the system, and the rest vanished. The status window flashed, battle complete. But Minjun was not satisfied. Only 30, too quick. An idea struck him. Rapidly pressing buttons, the status window repeatedly confirmed his choices. You have selected 30 goblins. You have selected 30 orcs. You have selected 30 stone golems. You have selected 30 lizard men. The monsters appeared in sequence. First, the goblins, then the fierce orcs, followed by stone golems. Finally, the lizard men let out a roar. Minjun adjusted his helmet, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Now this is a real monster hunt. He scanned the battlefield, sizing it up, and laughed challengingly. Everyone's here, right? The status window counted down again. 3, 2, 1. The lizardmen charged with weapons, the orcs thundered forward, all converging on him. "Welcome, my little friends," he said, leaping into the fray. Each swing of his weapon immobilized a monster. One by one, they fell before him. Soon, the battlefield was thinning. He methodically dealt with the goblins. The orcs and stone golems were not much better. The clang of weapons echoed non-stop. Finally, the last monster went down with a knockout blow. Minjun looked around to ensure no foe could move. The status window appeared. Battle complete. Simulation complete. He slowly removed the VR headset, returning to the real world. Ecstatic, he muttered, "Crazy. This is the most fun thing after playing League of Legends." Suddenly, the status window displayed, "Weapon skill activation, basic weapon technique." He tapped the screen, surprised. "What is this?" The window provided more details. Basic weapon technique E, significant proficiency increase with basic weapons. Minjun thought to himself, how unexpected. Not bad at all. I did not even plan on gaining a weapon skill, but this is like a gift from the sky. I can't enter dungeons yet, but I can still earn skills this way, perfect. I will come here every day to train a new weapon skill. As he stepped out of the simulator, he immediately noticed a familiar figure nearby. It was Dongjin, standing frozen in place. He spoke up, his voice shaky. What is going on?" He trembled as he pointed at the display board. "Sergeant Kim Minjun. This is." Minjun turned to him, puzzled. What is it?" On the board were the results of his second simulated battle, sequentially eliminated 30 goblins, 30 orcs, 30 stone golems, and 30 lizardmen. Minjun could not take his eyes off it. Minjun was astonished. This was the first time he had seen something like this. The two of them stood frozen, staring at each other without a word. Dongjin finally recovered enough to speak. All of this. Did Sergeant Kim Minjun really take them out alone? He tried to make an excuse. I just had a sudden, bolder idea. Minjun's expression turned serious, and that alone sent a cold sweat down Dongjin's spine. "Private Lee Dongjin, come with me for a moment." "Are we talking in the gym? Is something wrong?" "Wrong, of course not. We are going to train." Dongjin was bewildered as he was ushered along. "Sergeant Kim Minjun. Wait a second. What did you just say? I must be misunderstanding. I am still a little drunk." No worries, no worries. Sweating it out is even better," Minjun replied calmly. The gym door gradually closed behind them. Outside, Kwangshik walked toward the simulation room. He looked up at the display board and froze, staring at the results of Minjun's second simulated battle. At the hunter base, Kwangshik strolled toward the squad's lounge. When he opened the door, he saw 4 soldiers laughing and chatting energetically. Chulman, sitting near the door, quickly stood and bowed. He asked, "Hey, where did everyone go? Where's Kim Minjun?" Private Jin Chulio replied, reporting, "Everyone went to the warehouse to prepare equipment and clear the snow." Sergeant Kim Minjun said he would stay behind in the gym to continue training until work begins. Before Chulman could finish his sentence, he paled. "Damn. I accidentally used honorifics when speaking about Sergeant Kim Minjun again." Kwangshik stared silently at him, which made him even more terrified. "This is bad. Really bad." Kwangshik finally broke the tension. "Tell Kim Minjun that the company commander is looking for him." Upon hearing that, Chulman bolted. "Yes, understood. Better run immediately." Kwangshik then approached 3 soldiers who were chatting. "What is going on here? What are you doing?" Moongi turned and invited him over. "Just got back, want to join us? We are placing bets on how long it will take Kim Minjun to become squad leader." In their hands were betting sheets, how long until Kim Minjun becomes squad leader. The bets read, Jung Hanyang 6 months, Kim Monkey 1 year 6 months, Lee Kiti 8 months, Jo Taewook 1 year 2 months, Kim Jongtae 2 years. "See this is our betting sheet," Moongi said. Kwangshik held the paper. "You guys tempt people to bet every day." Moongi laughed. "Even Hanyang guessed just 6 months. How could one person become squad leader in only 6 months? Nonsense." Hanyang bristled. "It is just a hunch." That guy is not normal. Kwangshik continued staring at the sheet, while Moongi and Hanyang bickered. Finally, Kwangshik slammed his pen down on the paper to quiet them. Hanyang looked at the sheet, stunned. Wow. You really guessed this, once you bet. There is no backing out. 1 month only. This guy's crazy, Hanyang muttered. Kwangshik waved goodbye without further explanation. Hanyang smiled to herself. He is even crazier than I am. Summarizing the betting sheet for Kim Minjun's promotion to squad leader, Hanyang 6 months. Kim Monkey 1 year 6 months. Lee Kidi 8 months. Jo Taewook 1 year 2 months. Kim Jongtae 2 years. Kim Kwangshik 1 month. At the gym, all the equipment was neatly arranged, with warnings posted not to use the bloodstone tools without guidance. Inside, Minjun was working through weight exercises, his muscles bulging clearly through his black shirt. Even after a grueling session with the bloodstone tools, he set them down, still unsatisfied. I have been lifting for days, and I am not seeing any gains. Even that Isgard guy, who looks like a beggar, can do it. The strength of otherworldly warriors increases combat effectiveness by 150%. So even if my power rises, the combat effect should increase too. Is not this what a returning warrior's strength looks like? Even if I get stronger, it is still not satisfying. A familiar blue light suddenly appeared before his eyes, startling him. A status window popped up. Skill reached E-rank power. Combat ability increased to level 5. Overjoyed, he muttered, level up. Looks like a basic skill. But what is this? Can ranks really still improve? At that moment Chulman stepped in and reported, Sergeant Kim Minjun, the company commander, is asking for you. His eyes lit up. Oh, thanks. He looked puzzled at Minjun's humming as he walked away. What is up with everybody today? In no time, Minjun was standing in the administration office. He snapped to attention, reporting, Sergeant Kim Minjun. I was ordered to report to admin. Minchul waved him over with a smile. There is nothing formal, come sit in the consultation room for a bit. He regarded Minjun kindly. How have you been holding up? It has been a week. Good, sir, Minjun said, smiling brightly. Congratulations on your promotion. Since that last incident I have seen how capable you are. Thank you, sir. Minjun handed over a notebook. This is why I called you here. Your performance on the last mission and your perfect scores on the promotion test. The battalion commander wants to acknowledge you. Thank you. Do not expect a grand ceremony. Our Hunter Corps does not do that kind of pomp. But rest assured, everything you have done is on record. Inside the notebook was a commendation for Sergeant Kim Minjun. The citation read that the named soldier received the commendation for setting a positive example during service in the Hunter Corps, signed by Colonel Junbom, commander of the 2nd Battalion, 104th Division. Minjun looked at it with shining eyes. If my achievements are recognized like this and I collect more commendations, could I get a special promotion? He asked eagerly. Minchul gave a wry smile. You want that, huh? It is not so simple. You are probably the fastest soldier ever to earn a commendation. Minchul paused. But are you sure you will keep getting them during your service? Minjun's chest tightened with enthusiasm. If I gather 10 commendations, could I get promoted? Minchul was at a loss for words. A commendation is not a coupon for free fried chicken. He shook his head at Minjun's hopeful tone. A few days later Chulman assembled the squad. Attention! Bring your weapons and stand by for orders. He went on. Today our squad will perform an assault on a dungeon. Just follow your training and no one should be hurt. I trust we can complete this mission safely, he said. Then he revealed the objective. The item they wheeled in made everyone wrinkle their noses. Chulman continued, we are going after a nest of slime creatures known as sewer slimes. You will have to wade through patches of slick, green muck to get in. The team assigned is Squad 2, Sergeant Kim Minjun, Sergeant Jung Hanyang, Private First Class Lee Dongjin, Lieutenant Kim Chulman's team, and Corporal Lee Sengho. Even Lee Sengho grimaced at the smell. This place reeks. The quarry the hunters call sewer slimes live in those caverns. Although this dungeon is not classified as extremely dangerous, the average spawn count tops 200 slimes. Sung Yun signaled to the squad leader. The cavern's narrow interior limited effective gun usage. Both men nodded and assumed their positions. This was a tough dungeon. There is only a single entrance for the squad, so the plan was to funnel the slimes into the choke point. That meant the first entrance belonged to the squad, while the second was the rat's entry point. Chulman nodded. Got it. Prepare the bait. All the soldiers immediately set to work laying traps. Because of the foul stench in the dungeon, everyone had to wear specialized gas masks designed for the Hunter Corps. Private Ju Seonki carried a box over, and Han Young stood close to Minjun, clearly disgusted by the place. This smell is unbearable. The situation made it difficult for the hunters to perform at full capacity. Chulman reached into the box and pulled out the specialized bait for the slime creatures. A ripe banana. Both Minjun and Han Young made sour faces. If they eat only this, the smell should not be too bad, Chulman commented. Meanwhile, the rest of the team quickly placed bait in their designated positions. Suddenly, Seonki noticed something and cautiously approached the source of a strange noise. What he saw made him freeze. The area was littered with bones, scattered across the ground. Seeing the unfamiliar bones, he hurried closer to inspect. Before he could get a proper look, Moongi called out, "They are here." Most of the rat creatures are approaching through the forward entrance. Chulman immediately issued the command, "Full squad, prepare for combat. Move straight to the forward entrance." Everyone assumed their ready positions. Chulman continued to assign roles. Privates, take positions guarding the rear along with the squad vice leader. From behind, Minjun barked, "Positions, move into position." Han Young joked with Moongi, "Loser buys beef noodle soup." "All right," Moongi replied. Chulman intervened gently, "Relax, do not get too worked up." Han Young giggled. Squad leaders joining too, "Right," Chulman just smiled silently. From the opposite side, waves of rats came charging. Chulman shouted sharply, "Hold your positions. Do not rush forward, stay put and engage only as necessary." Minjun stared at the oncoming creatures with excitement. "Can't wait," he muttered. Moongi sliced through a rat cleanly, expression unchanged. Han Young dispatched 3 at once, while Lee Sengho pummeled 2 more. Minjun just watched and smiled. Elsewhere, Jongtae and Taeguk coordinated smoothly, eliminating the rats efficiently. Kwangshik in Squad 3 was performing just as well. 3 rats charged at Minjun, but he did not even flinch. He was evaluating the combat effectiveness of the soldiers. "Everyone's holding up well," he observed. Then he swung his weapon at the first rat. 3 more fell in quick succession. He continued to watch, especially noting 2 soldiers behind handling all the advancing slimes. Minchul drew his sword and with 2 precise spins cleared a cluster of enemies. While Chulman provided support, Minjun dispatched enemies while keeping an eye on both of them, smiling. "Those 2 alone can defend a wide area ranked clearly as not easy to achieve," he noted. His attention shifted elsewhere. Dongjin had efficiently cleared his section as well, eyes steady, a far cry from before. Minjun felt immense satisfaction. This side is starting to show results too. Their training has clearly paid off. Dongjin continued fighting while the teams began coordinating smoothly. "This side needs support, I will assist." Kwangshik suddenly fell silent, sensing something. After finishing off a rat, he stood, and the other soldiers seemed to sense it too. They shouted loudly, "Rats at the rear, rats at the rear." Chulman repeated firmly, "Enemy detected in the rear. Prepare yourselves." Everyone assumed their ready positions. Squad 1 and Squad 4, cover the rear entrance. The privates used their shields to hold the line while gradually falling back. Do not overextend, maintain the formation. Every soldier fought with all their might, taking down the creatures one by one in rapid succession. Taeguk looked around, a note of relief in his voice. "Looks like we are almost done. Fewer slimes now, keep it up." Yet Minjun seemed to sense something different. A streak of purple energy suddenly appeared, catching him off guard. "What is this?" Minjun scanned the area. Due to his gas mask, he recognized it a little late, but it was clear that something was rising from beneath the ground. "They are coming up from below," he shouted. Kwangshik froze, unable to react immediately. A sudden crack generated a powerful shockwave that threw the soldiers off balance. "Move!" Cholman stared in disbelief as a massive 2-meter-tall slime creature emerged the irregular. Its purple eyes glowed intensely, drool dripping from the wide corners of its mouth. Seonki recalled the earlier scene. Could those bones have been its doing? Has it been feeding on the rat creatures here, that size? What is it? He gritted his teeth, staring ahead. Kwangshik sank to the ground in front of the irregular, which slowly advanced toward him. Seonki shivered. Kwangshik, at this rate. Kwangshik was in real danger, unable to move his legs. Minchul dashed forward. Kim Kwangshik, snap out of it, move, shaken, he could only tremble, unable to act. The irregular raised its arm, striking toward Kwangshik. He raised his hands to protect his face, screaming in terror. Dongjin lunged forward with his weapon, slashing at the irregular's arm, but it was quickly deflected. Grabbing Kwangshik by the shoulder, he shouted, "Get out of the way, stand up." The irregular barely reacted to Dongjin's strike. It was like a minor scratch. Dongjin yelled again, "No!" At that moment, Minjun charged in, shield in hand. He leapt into the air, carefully observing the irregular's face, his mind running through a rapid analysis. Those frenzied eyes. That abnormal strength. As expected, this is demonic energy. A blinding blue light descended from above, striking the irregular, creating a pressure that made it difficult for Dongjin and Kwangshik to resist. Minjun gave a thumbs up. Well done. Lee Dongjin smiled and nodded, accepting the praise. The support team behind them arrived. Kim Minjun, it is dangerous, fall back. Only the squad leaders stay with me. Everyone else, hold your positions. The irregular grew more ferocious, striking toward Minjun. A gathering of purple energy formed around the creature, the pressure shaking the cavern walls. A falling rock hit a soldier, rendering him immobile. Minjun dodged each strike with precise, graceful movements. This kid's impressive, he thought as the irregular slashed at him with its claws. Purple light reflected in his eyes. Just in time, I was worried someone might witness this. Blue energy appeared around his feet, striking the irregular painfully. He did not stop there, charging forward with his shield. A surge of blue light targeted the irregular as Minjun flew toward the fallen creature. He activated the blue energy once more, preparing to strike again but paused. The irregular had already been obliterated, showing no signs of life from the previous blow. Minjun smiled, raising his hand. Swirls of purple demonic energy gathered around him, drawn from the defeated irregular. Slowly, the creature's demonic energy was absorbed, leaving nothing behind. The status window popped up. A certain amount of demonic energy has been absorbed. Minjun's expression was one of complete satisfaction. You had some value after all. Well done. Thank you for that. The final battle had ended successfully, and the soldiers were now taking a well-deserved rest, chatting and laughing among themselves. Moongi and Han Young teased each other playfully. Giving up yet? Yes, came the reply. Meanwhile, Cholman was reporting up the chain of command. Yes, it was a type of irregular monster. All squad members have withdrawn from the dungeon. Affirmative. We have confirmed the presence of one creature, and the squad members have subdued it. Requesting specialist support. Han Young approached Minjun. How is it that everything from mosquitoes to monsters, none of it seems normal? He sat down, clearly grateful. Honestly, we would not have survived without you. The moment I saw it, I was frozen with fear. Minjun nodded modestly. No, I am sorry for charging ahead on my own. For what? Anyone could see it was an emergency. If you had not acted quickly, we would have been done for. Kwangshik and Dongjin were almost in serious trouble. Han Young checked on him. Are you really okay? No injuries? Minjun merely smiled and nodded, giving no verbal answer. Cholman also stepped forward to inquire. Really, no injuries? His face was serious, as if gauging whether Minjun was telling the truth. Minjun politely nodded. Yes, I am fine. Han Young scrutinized him curiously. Is he even human? Cholman sighed, patting his hat. When you return to the unit, come see me to talk. Minjun paused briefly, then responded, understood. Watching him leave, Han Young noticed that the squad leader did not look particularly cheerful. Minjun remained silent. On the other side, Minchul continued coordinating with the team. Yes, understood. He then reported to Chulman that none of the escorted team members had suffered serious injuries. Dongjin had finished his checks and was returning to the unit, while Kwangshik had a minor head injury but would be ready to return tomorrow. Chulman let out a sigh of relief, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Minchul then addressed the soldiers, raising his voice. "Attention, Squad 2. Due to the unexpected situation, this dungeon incursion will end here. All personnel, check your gear and prepare to return. Understood." Scene shifts to the administrative office. Chulman handed Minjun a notebook. "Nothing else of concern. I called you here for this report. Summarize how you defeated the monsters." Minjun frowned, thinking. "What should I write? That I used a shield and it did not die, so I had to punch it to death. Who would believe that?" Chulman placed a bottle of water on the desk. He sat and asked again. "I could not see clearly earlier due to the obstruction. Did you really take it down with your fists?" Hearing this, Minjun paused, then laughed wryly. "The creature was too aggressive. I acted instinctively." Chulman then asked seriously, "Minjun, what exactly are your stats?" The answer stunned him. Strength, 65, agility, 60. He could not believe his eyes. "I am a lieutenant, barely averaging 40, and a regular soldier with strength and agility above 60. That is more than twice the average soldier's level." Chulman smiled faintly. "With stats like yours, you could enter the Hunter Officer Academy." "A shame, really." He watched Minjun diligently fill out the report before him. There is also the note that he dropped out of high school, so enrolling in the Officer Academy would be difficult. He asked further, "Minjun, if your goal is a leadership position, why not consider university via competency exam? There are programs where you start as an officer trainee or teaching assistant in the military." Minjun answered bluntly. "I do not like studying. Achieving promotions through merit is enough." Chulman merely smiled. "All right, the decision is yours. I won't force you. If you change your mind, just tell me." "Thank you, I will finish the report. You can go rest. I won't forget your enthusiasm." "Understood. I will take my leave." Sergeant Minjun opened the door, preparing to depart. Chulman stared intently at his hat and spoke up. "Minjun, Sergeant. Kim Minjun. Today you saved the squad members. Honestly, things could have gone much worse. I would not have been able to respond in time." "Thank you." Minjun returned a polite smile. "It was nothing, just doing what is necessary." Chulman smiled back at him. As Minjun stepped out of the office, there was a hint of calculation in his expression. Of course, it is only natural to do what is right. Earn trust and earn merit points as well. Moreover, the scene shifted to Minjun sighing, arms crossed, asking, "So you are asking to train together, huh?" Alongside Private Lee Dongjin, Kwangshik hesitated. But Minjun's sharp tone pressed him. "How did you even know we were training here, and why suddenly want to train with us?" Kwangshik stammered, recalling Dongjin's life-saving maneuver. "It is because of you, Lee Dongjin. Your abilities have improved, and now you are much more capable. Is not that thanks to this training? That is why I thought I should also train this time." Minjun could not suppress a smile. Though his face remained serious, his mind was racing. "Do you think I would agree? Everything has to follow the proper order, after all." Sergeant Kim Kwangshik, initially nervous, gradually steadied himself. He bowed solemnly. "Thank you for saving me. And I apologize, Dongjin, for any awkwardness." "No, why would you apologize?" Sergeant Kim Kwangshik said. "I am sorry for my actions in the past. I do not know if you will accept it, but I genuinely want to train with you. I have my own reasons, aiming for a leadership position." He turned to Minjun. "I understand. Can we train together?" Seeing Minjun remain silent, he cautiously asked again. Minjun replied calmly, "Of course not." Private Lee Dongjin, along with Kwangshik, felt a twinge of disappointment. "All right. Given what I have caused before, it is understandable if it is uncomfortable. But thank you, because of you too, I am still alive." He left, muttering, "I will be going now." Dongjin awkwardly called after him. "Sergeant Kim Kwangshik." Minjun continued, "There is one condition." This immediately caught Kwangshik's attention. He looked puzzled, unsure what Minjun meant. With a sly grin, Minjun said, "From now, for the next 24 hours, if you walk around imitating a pigeon, I might consider it once. Kwangshik's face turned bright red with anger. What did you say? Minjun teasingly pressed on. Kwangshik tried to stifle his rage, attempting to mimic a pigeon's coo, his face twisted in frustration. Meanwhile, Dongjin looked slightly concerned at the sight. Minjun grinned mischievously. One more person, then. Late at night, under a full, bright moon, a cart rolled into the castle. Gladiator pushed something into a room and paused outside the Saintess's chamber. She did not turn to look at him, only speaking, "You have worked hard." Gladiator hesitated, and she finally turned to face him. "Do you have something to say? How long do you intend to keep this up?" The Saintess slowly approached, gliding past him. "Let us see." Her eyes scanned the object Gladiator had just delivered. She bent down, lifting a cover, revealing a cold, sharp purple gaze. Yet her expression remained unchanged. Gladiator addressed her. "Saintess." She did not reply, only raising her hand. Magic illuminated the room, forming a massive magical array. She smiled, a cunning gleam in her eyes. "This is a gift for the one who dared leave here without permission. But no matter what, I am still not satisfied." The scene shifted to the soldiers digging into the ground, complaining. The loudest voice was Taeguk's. "We just came back from the dungeon and already have to dig. Why at the end of the year does it always have to be like this?" Moongi wiped sweat from his brow. "I still think this battlefield is meant to confront monsters. Not sure if it will help, though." "I do not know either," they said, watching as the cart continued moving. Moongi sighed in despair. "Servants indeed. The iron stones have arrived." The soldiers took turns hauling the iron stones, each diligently performing their tasks. Kwangshik heaved a sigh as he lifted a stone. "Servants, that is just what we call ourselves. This stuff, they call it iron stone because you can't really tell if it is rock or metal. It looks simple enough, but it is insanely heavy and solid. That is why they use it to build battlefields. Partly because it is made from a special mineral found only in dungeons. The actual name might be..." Minjun interrupted, "Excuse me, what did you just say?" Kwangshik glanced at the ironstones balanced on each of Minjun's shoulders and shrugged. "Nothing, I did not say anything to you. Some people were just curious, that is all." Minchul's team continued their painstaking transport of supplies. Dongjin's team was struggling a bit, while Minjun appeared relaxed. Minchul then ordered a break. "All right, everyone, 10 minutes rest." He stepped aside to report to Chulman. "Squad leader, earlier when I went to the main division headquarters to collect supplies, I overheard something. A dungeon suspected to be an empty dungeon has appeared in the area connected to our 104th Division." The other soldiers who had been eavesdropping turned pale. They all asked in alarm, "Really, you are not joking, right?" Sergeant Minchul replied seriously, "No, it is true." Some clutched him, whining, "If we go in there again, that'll be our third time, squad leader. Really, it is not a joke, right? We are still investigating, so calm down, you guys." Minjun furrowed his brow, trying to make sense of the situation. Kwangshik, sitting across from him, smiled and explained, "An empty dungeon is a dungeon whose interior is larger than standard. Although the number and types of monsters inside exceed the usual, there are not repeated monsters or extremely dangerous ones. Hunters call it an empty dungeon. It is called empty because the environment is ideal for hunters to gain practical combat experience. In the military, before soldiers enter a corresponding dungeon in real combat, the division conducts training there. That is what is known as the notorious hunter mobility training." Minjun's expression reflected his confusion. "Who have you been talking to all this time?" Kwangshik looked slightly embarrassed, averting his gaze. "Somebody was just curious, that is all." Minjun merely smiled, thinking to himself. "Hunter mobility training, huh, but that is not the training I need right now." He glanced at Minchul, still surrounded by noisy soldiers. "Oh man, they just came back from the dungeon. Sergeant Minchul. We hate training so much, it is such a hassle." Chulman consoled them. "Even so, this is division-level training. It is a chance to earn a lot of accumulation points." Minjun's eyes lit up as he realized. Right. Accumulation points. The front lines are full of point-earning missions. Coming here was definitely a smart move. He glanced down at his own shadow, where Nightwalker appeared, a helpless expression crossing his face. Why am I there? Seeing Nightwalker in front of him looked risky. He used his foot to shield him while observing the noisy Minchol. We do not need accumulation points. And it is the end of the year. Why does it have to be so annoying? He exhaled in relief. Good thing no one saw. Minjun placed a hand on Nightwalker, questioning, "What is this? What is it?" He was stunned as information streamed in. A thought flashed through his mind in exchange between two strangers, requesting aid. Yes, it is an irregular monster, requesting support from the investigation team at the Yongu spawn gate. So the dungeon appeared in a military area, not a civilian residence. But two investigators suddenly went berserk. This unusual phenomenon was recently reported. It might be a dungeon requiring urgent force, which is usually controlled by the military. Hunters in Yongu would withdraw first, prioritizing dungeons in Hamcheon's residential areas. The full advance there is clear. Minjun's eyes widened at the conversation. Then he involuntarily smiled, looking at Nightwalker still in his shadow. Using his foot to shield him, Minjun stood up, feeling a thrill of satisfaction. Anyway, I guess I will have to make use of this leave after all. Morning descended on the city, the sky a clear blue with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily above. Minjun carefully slipped on his socks and dressed meticulously, then reached for the coat lying on the chair and put it on with precise care. Once he was ready, he slowly zipped it up, then leaned slightly forward and asked in a quiet tone, "All set and ready?" On the wall, the framed photo of Li Myong's family of 4 remained neatly hung, a silent witness to the moment. Looking back, Li Myong had smiled warmly, asking with genuine curiosity, "Heading out now? And what is with hauling all that ironstone faster than anyone else at the base? Trying to finish quickly to use your leave, huh?" He could not help but lavish praise afterward. "You are really something. Very impressive." Minjun's eyes sparkled with delight. "Yes, thank you, sir." Yet, Li Myong hesitated for a moment, thoughtful. "This time, you are going to a restricted area. So where did you spend your last leave?" Minjun scratched his head awkwardly. "I was at a net cafe." Hearing this, Li Myong sighed in exasperation and forced a wry smile. "I figured as much." Then, tossing him a key, he casually instructed, "Feel free to stay here if it is not a bother." Seeing Minjun's puzzled expression, Li Myong explained patiently, "It is an apartment my parents bought long ago. They have since moved for work, so it is currently empty. But whenever I take leave, I stay here, so it is always clean." Minjun politely declined, a little embarrassed. "I am fine, really." Li Myong then withdrew a small piece of paper from his coat pocket and sighed quietly. "Fine, my foot," he said gently, handing it over while reminding him thoughtfully. "It is a bit far from your unit, but still in Gangwon province. Better than sleeping at a net cafe." On the paper, neat handwriting spelled out, "Chuncheon City, Gangwon Province, Apartment Building 20. Minjun accepted it, staring at the words, silently thinking, Chuncheon. Not a bad direction at all. Li Myong had to leave shortly afterward. Waving, he cheerfully added, "Even if you do not use it, just take it. Enjoy your leave." Minutes after he departed, Minjun stood silently, clutching the paper in his hand. Li Myong sank back into his chair, exhaling in exhaustion, only to suddenly sit upright, eyes scanning as if searching for something. On the desk lay Minjun's dossier and other essential information. Li Myong lowered his gaze, staring at the files in deep thought. Eventually, he turned and rested his head on the chair, drifting off to sleep. Back in the present, the family photo showed Li Myong looking straight into the camera, smiling brightly. Minjun's gaze lingered on the photo for a long moment, his face buried deep in his collar, betraying no expression. Finally, he smirked, pulling his hood over his head. With resolute steps, he moved forward, opened the door, and muttered under his breath, "Time to go." Outside, the intercity bus terminal buzzed with people waiting for their rides, all busy with their own affairs. On the crowded street, filled with chatter and the blaring of car horns, a figure completely obscured by a hooded coat moved independently from the chaos. Minjun's hands were tucked into his coat pockets, his steps measured and cold, radiating an almost suffocating chill. In his mind, that familiar voice echoed. Dungeon location, abandoned school, Street 00, Yonggu District. Do not approach within a kilometer, just block off the roads. Arriving at the front of the area, he saw the entrance already sealed by soldiers, each holding their weapons with imposing authority. Yet Minjun had already somehow climbed onto the rooftop and was now advancing cautiously, unseen. Finally, as he reached the edge of the building, Minjun leapt down from the height. He landed lightly in a narrow gap between two structures, carefully scanning his surroundings to assess the situation. With deliberate caution, he crept forward and took cover behind a utility pole, his eyes narrowing as he studied the distance ahead. There, directly in front of him, loomed the massive dungeon gate, crackling with sharp arcs of electricity encasing its frame. Minjun murmured under his breath, "So it is this one." Without hesitation, he stepped forward, clutching his hood tightly in his hand. "Which kid is causing trouble this time?" he groaned inwardly, determined to identify which monster had escaped. Thinking this through, he dashed into the dungeon, muttering complaints under his breath. "If it is really dangerous, I will know as soon as it shows itself," he reasoned. A mechanical voice from the system echoed around him. "You have entered the dungeon." Inside, the scene before Minjun was eerily dark and damp. Withered, skeletal branches twisted like they had long since lost life. He moved cautiously, each step thudding against the floor with steady rhythm. "So damp," he noted, surveying the environment. Then, his eyes caught something at his feet, a broken sword, its hilt and a chipped, tarnished blade lying abandoned. Minjun crouched and picked it up. So, a battle happened here, yet, at that moment, an odd feeling surged through him. Frowning, he glanced over his shoulder and called out, "Hey!" but quickly spun around, annoyance flashing in his voice. Whatever's back there has already been revealed. Might as well just jump out. Before him stood a massive creature, growling and groaning, the two of them face to face, the air instantly heavy with tension. A towering, blue-skinned monster stared him down, its eyes glowing a fierce violet, as if hungry to devour him whole. Minjun raised an eyebrow, muttering, "Goblin. Or is that a cyclops?" He cautiously turned, taking in the sheer size of the creature. "How is this thing so big?" He stepped back, tightening his fists and lowering his stance, fully aware that the investigation team must have fought desperately just to survive. At that moment, the cyclops leapt from its position, sending clouds of dust and debris into the air. Baring sharp teeth, it raised its arms, ready to engage. The instant its fist swung toward him, Minjun recoiled, dodging to the side. In a blink, he leapt high, swinging his arm back and then driving a devastating punch forward. The moment his fist connected, a violent burst of light erupted like a thunderstrike, the wind howling sharply and the ground quaking beneath him. Through the swirling smoke, Minjun froze in astonishment. His fist had landed squarely on the Cyclops' razor-sharp jaw, yet its lips twitched with irritation rather than damage. Hastily pulling back, Minjun saw the monster open its mouth in a fierce snarl, but before it could strike, he kicked forcefully at its jaw, shouting, "Bold!" Landing lightly on the ground, he muttered in admiration, "One tough bastard." Supporting himself with his hands, he watched the Cyclops' every movement, testing its endurance. The monster, provoked by his taunt, lunged forward, swinging, but Minjun deftly leapt aside, avoiding the attack. He smirked mockingly, "Careful there." Immediately, the ground beneath the Cyclops began to sink unusually. A system alert announced, "Skill activated. Quagmire." The creature struggled, its massive feet futilely trying to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Minjun lunged forward at lightning speed, ready to press the advantage. He unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, striking the Cyclops squarely in the face with each blow. Minjun could not suppress a mocking laugh as he spoke under his breath, "Tough, huh? Is that all you got?" Just as he reached to strike under the Cyclops' arm, it suddenly snapped its hand shut, halting his punch mid-air against its thick, unyielding elbow. Minjun's eyes went wide in sheer astonishment at the unexpected resistance. He lowered his gaze to study the creature, a faint purple-pink smoke radiating from its massive body, leaving him perplexed. Before he could fully process it, the Cyclops swung its arm violently, hurling him backward in painful flight. Gritting his teeth, it growled, watching Minjun recover and land lightly on his feet. He bent slightly, surveying his now tattered sleeve, torn and unsightly. At that moment, his eyes fell on the broken sword lying nearby. He cautiously approached and picked it up, adjusting his collar with quiet precision. The ones I have dealt with since returning. Their skills were barely that of ants, he muttered. Looking at the Cyclops, he could not help but comment, but you are more like a stag beetle with Y-shaped horns. The Cyclops roared sharply, baring its teeth, and swung forward, sending a surge of brilliant purple light streaking toward Minjun. Its eyes burned with a feral, almost cannibalistic hatred. Yet Minjun spoke calmly, almost taunting, even if you crush me with that massive hand, you are still just an insect. He lowered his head, his voice dark and oppressive. What are you gonna do about it, huh, kid? Without hesitation, he thrust the sword directly into the Cyclops, lamenting dramatically, my new jacket. The Cyclops shrieked in agonized fear, blood spraying upward in vivid arcs. Minjun lifted his leg, delivering a precise kick to the monster's jaw, stripping it of any chance to evade. Clenching his teeth, half his face obscured by his hair, his expression radiated fierce hatred. Once the Cyclops collapsed, Minjun stomped his foot onto its head, a spreading pool of crimson blood soaking the ground beneath. Gripping the Cyclops' glowing purple eye in his hand, he absorbed the strange magical energy it emitted. A system notification appeared, you have absorbed a certain amount of magical energy. Magic Index +1. Minjun's excitement was palpable. Nice, keep it coming. Another alert followed, you have absorbed a certain amount of magical energy, unlocking the Dark Arrow skill, enhancing night movement, and acquiring basic swordsmanship. Minjun could not suppress a laugh of delight. The status window displayed, Kim Minjun Dark Arrow E, Basic Swordsmanship E. He muttered with interest, a ranged attack skill already. Excellent. But how did I get basic swordsmanship? Then he remembered the critical punch he had landed earlier. Was that because of my finishing blow, a real godsend? His curiosity piqued, he approached the remains of the Cyclops and carefully retrieved the sword. It was already wounded before it met me. Licking his lips, he glanced elsewhere while carefully examining the fallen weapon, noticing dark droplets splattering from his cuts. His eyes widened in shock as he focused on what he held. In his palm rested a strange, silver-tipped arrowhead. Not a broken blade. It must have come from a hunter in the investigation team. He felt an odd familiarity with it, as if he would seen it somewhere before. From behind him, guttural roars echoed sharply, startling him. Minjun quickly stood, securing the metallic fragment in his pocket. Perfect timing to test my new skill. His gaze sparkled with excitement and challenge. Come on then, bring it on. The goblins, sensing his provocative stance, ground their teeth in frustration. He boldly raised both hands, concentrating a sphere of glowing purple energy, murmuring, time to test this. His face darkened, eyes alight with exhilaration. An E-rank skill's true power. A fierce beam of energy shot forth from his hands, slicing through the air with precision. It struck the goblins like sharp arrows, piercing them with deadly accuracy, leaving them thrashing helplessly, unable to mount any defense. The scene immediately sent a surge of excitement through Minjun. He flexed his fingers with anticipation and muttered under his breath, the main task is done, but since I am here, I might as well tidy things up a bit before leaving. One of the goblins must have caught wind of his words. The creature's eyes widened in shock, its face contorting in an indescribable hesitation. Minjun, feigning indifference, continued his interrogation. Where are your friends hiding? Outside the city. The dungeon gate loomed ominously within the secured perimeter. Minjun emerged slowly, now with his hat pulled low to conceal his face. His boots pressed firmly against the ground with a confident rhythm, each step radiating satisfaction. He glanced around with a glint of excitement, nodding in approval. Dungeon cleared. Finally, Minjun allowed himself a moment of leisure. Time to go back and play some League of Legends. The squad moved steadily through the forested area, soldiers walking in perfectly straight lines. Their pace quickened, while a few exhausted soldiers at the rear looked pale and worn. Minjun gripped his gun firmly, his expression serious, devoid of any superfluous emotion. He recalled the days of his fulfilling leave the carefree moments playing games at the internet cafe, slurping hot instant noodles while the keyboard clicked beneath his fingers. Returning to the unit brought a lightness to his mood, but the squad's atmosphere now felt somber, as if mourning. Han Young complained miserably, "Minjun, that really was a hollow dungeon. We have been assigned hunter maneuver training for next week," Chulman said, engrossed in studying something. "Each squad will depart from a random starting point and converge at the central assembly of the dungeon." The team climbed hills and traversed the terrain from point to point, exhausted from the grueling movement. Just then, Chulman suddenly lifted his head in alarm. They will encounter monsters charging out unexpectedly, along with sudden breakthrough scenarios, he warned. "All squads, prepare for combat." Hill ahead, everyone drew their sharpened swords, poised for action. "Get ready, monsters incoming." This was a full-scale divisional-level practical training exercise. Spherical black monsters, dark as polished balls, lunged toward them. Their gaping mouths revealed sharp, fang-like teeth, grotesque and menacing. Chulman shouted urgently, "Dark balls, load up and aim." The squad promptly grabbed their firearms. Calling out in unison, "Aim, ready." Minjun crouched, peering through his scope, inwardly noting, "Just as I predicted." Behind his mask, a gleeful smile spread across his face. "This is going to be an incredibly fun training session." The commanding officer gave the order to fire, and immediately, the rifles erupted simultaneously, shattering the tense air like snapping strings. Bullets streaked at lightning speed. The dark balls, unable to react in time, were continuously struck, shattering into fragments. They were forced backward with no room to retaliate. Soldiers maintained steady, tense trigger discipline, filling the surrounding air with the deafening sound of gunfire. Minchul signaled a crucial instruction: dark balls have thick, resilient skin and high elasticity. Melee weapons alone won't subdue them. Engage before they get too close. Everyone focused intensely, not a single word spoken, executing their tasks flawlessly. At that moment, Chulman froze, his eyes straining with tension. He raised his hand to signal a halt. "Cease fire, prepare for close combat." 3 surviving dark balls charged stubbornly forward, and he continued, "Those remaining 3 monsters, if they latch onto anyone and start draining blood, neutralizing them on the spot will be difficult. Stay alert and avoid getting bitten." Minjun's mind raced with concern, so if someone gets bitten, they are out immediately. If too many get injured, the squad's overall score could plummet. As the dark ball charged toward them, the 3 soldiers froze in confusion. Immediately, Minjun dashed from afar, positioning himself between the monsters and his squad. Thinking silently, "No way am I letting that happen." He took long, measured strides, then shouted, "Captain Lee Sengho." With that, he did not hesitate, delivering a precise kick that sent the dark ball soaring into the sky, flipping backward. The surrounding soldiers looked up in awe, mouths agape. The dark ball shot upward like a projectile, a radiant column of energy piercing the blue sky. Every eye followed its trajectory without a blink. Minjun smiled with delight, thinking, "If I stick a dark arrow in each one, it will be easy." The soldiers quickly regained composure, raising their weapons to fire at the dark ball hovering above. Each shot exploded with a thunderous report, tearing through the air as black smoke spread in thick clouds. Minjun moved fluidly from one position to another, sending the dark ball higher and higher with well-timed kicks. Chulman could not help but praise him. "Excellent, the whole squad, focus your fire on the airborne dark ball." Once the battle was over, shards of the dark ball littered the green grass. A strange silence fell over the area. Chulman scanned the surroundings, then instructed, "Everyone, take a 10-minute rest. Check your gear and see if any squad members are injured. After the inspection, each team report back." He then patted Minjun on the shoulder, leaving him momentarily surprised. The nearby soldiers gave Minjun thumbs up in appreciation. Kwangshik and Moongi reflexively exchanged glances and mimicked the gesture, though they turned away awkwardly once they realized they would been seen. Meanwhile, Jongtae and Taeguk slumped next to each other, breathing heavily, their faces pale with fatigue. Taeguk spoke first, "Is not this training harder than the last one? We have already taken so many breaks just fighting." Dark circles marked Jongtae's eyes, sweat pouring down his forehead. He muttered, "Not sure. I heard rumors this is not a hollow dungeon." Taeguk immediately turned, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Jongtae explained calmly, "There used to be a dungeon bot here. The memory flashed vividly, the soldiers frozen in horror, the commander kneeling before a trembling, monstrous creature spewing black, viscous fluid from its mouth. The commander sensed their gazes immediately. As soon as he lifted his head, the soldiers panicked, trembling uncontrollably. The commander bared his teeth in a sinister grin, pointing forward and asking, "Are you ready for training now?" Back in the present, Jongtae's eyes welled with tears. That is why rumors said it was captured and held at the assembly point. I guess the dungeon must have been wrecked. At that moment, Minchul appeared, putting a hand on Jongtae's shoulder and sternly reminding them, "Come on, troublemakers, break's over." Both soldiers, exhausted, lowered their heads and followed obediently. Minjun listened in quietly, thinking, "Du Star from the Hunter Corps is really something else." A few minutes later, the squad continued moving forward. Jongtae and Taeguk staggered along, looking as though they were silently begging for rescue. Suddenly, Cholman stopped dead in his tracks, his face a mask of shock. The soldiers behind him were baffled, unable to grasp what had happened. Minjun's lips twitched as he noticed a large figure sitting cross-legged on the bare ground, sending shivers through the group. A tag hung around the man's neck, injured. It was none other than the commander, grinning mischievously at them. Elsewhere, sunlight filtered gently through the leaves of ancient trees. An old man reclined against a wooden chair, puffing thoughtfully on a pipe. His gaze suddenly lifted, as if he had seen something of interest. Before him stood a towering, muscular figure radiating an oppressive aura. The old man, a master blacksmith, opened his mouth. "You are back already, have not been gone long." He added, causing the young man to bow awkwardly, "Broke it, did you?" Then he reached out and took the sword from him. "Never mind, I understand it is because you were covering for that woman." The blacksmith examined the sword carefully, muttering, "Still. This is a bit serious." The tip of the blade had been chipped slightly. He asked further, "So, you have been hunting magical creatures somewhere?" At the central assembly point of the dungeon, tents had been set up in neat, orderly rows. Inside one of the tents, two men sat across from each other, deep in discussion. One of them spoke up, "I have told you before, there have never been this many monsters at once." The younger man pointed to a tablet as he explained, "What I mean is, we should not let any accidents happen. This officer here is Lieutenant Colonel Jung Chol, commanding the 104th Division's battalion. The other man was Colonel Sung Gyun, in charge of the 104th Division's 1st Battalion." He smiled lightly and replied, "General, it seems you are thinking that the division's average combat capability has been declining." Jung Chol quickly defended himself. "Similarly, I do not think we are placing too much pressure on them." At that moment, someone outside suddenly drew back the curtain. It was Colonel Junbom. All three men greeted each other according to protocol. Junbom asked politely, "Do you know where the general has gone?" As Sung Gyun leaned back, Jung Chol hesitated, uncertain how to answer. Just a few minutes later, a loud shout erupted from the tent, startling everyone inside. "What?" Sung Gyun remained completely calm, even letting out a chuckle. "Now you see what kind of person he is, nobody can stop him." Junbom, wide-eyed, asked cautiously, "Really, but why would he suddenly join this training session, and out of the entire corps? He chose our location." Just then, Jung Chol interjected, "The general." He adjusted the gleaming frame of his glasses with a mysterious expression, letting out only a few words before disappearing. The implication was clear: there is a soldier I want to observe personally. Back in the forested area, the moment the soldiers spotted Seokyeong, they froze in stunned silence. Cholman's excitement from earlier now plummeted like falling into a chasm. There is going to be punishment during this training. Aware that someone would need to transport the injured, Minchul, still anxious, asked, "Platoon leader." He is staring at Seokyeong as if he can't believe his eyes. "But the director told us one person from the division command would participate." Just thinking about it drained the color from Minchul's face. Seokyeong, towering and formidable, moved close, his entire presence radiating an uncanny energy. He grinned wickedly and held up a nameplate, "Injured." Minchul jumped at the sight, instinctively saluting and announcing, reporting, "Sir, I am Lieutenant Kim Cholman." "Understood, sir," murmured the two soldiers behind him nervously. "Can he even lift the stretcher?" Minchul quickly stepped forward and called out firmly, "Sir, we will now transfer you to the stretcher." Seokyung frowned and shook his head, refusing. The soldiers shouted in panic, "Sergeant Kim Minchul!" Suddenly, Seokyung erupted in rage, crushing the fabric handle of the stretcher. "You still do not know how I operate." Once satisfied, he turned away coldly, brushing dust off his hands in disdain. Minjun hesitated, trying to speak. Even so, for the role of the injured in the training program, Seokyung waved him off immediately. "Do not know, not doing it, nothing to worry about. Just keep training." Then, his attention shifted to Minjun, who had been standing quietly behind the commotion. He bared his teeth in a sinister, gleeful grin, radiating a delightfully malevolent energy. Minjun felt the other's piercing gaze and was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. "I get it. This damn training course is going to be interesting," he muttered to himself. Humorous and chaotic situations continued to unfold, of course, with monsters appearing everywhere and the division providing ample equipment. A monkey leapt forward, signaling danger. By then, more recreational elements had been added to the training, making it surprisingly enjoyable. A young soldier panted heavily from exhaustion. Private Lee Byung-jin of the 2nd Platoon, 2nd Company. Before him stood a frog, its slimy skin glistening with water. Byung-jin swiftly swung his sword, and a dazzling stream of blue light shot forward. The slash struck the unsuspecting frog squarely in the abdomen. In the next instant, it toppled backward, blood gushing violently from its wound. Byung-jin's face was drenched in sweat, and his vision began to blur. Staggering from dizziness, he swayed and eventually collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Yet another frog, aggressive and baring its long tongue, lunged forward. Before it could strike, a brutal sword slash cut through its gaping mouth. Minjun's expression darkened, unreadable, as he held his glowing sword. Basic swordsmanship, he thought with satisfaction. Just a basic skill. Maybe it is because my strength increased. Did this training level up this skill? Slowly, he extended his hand toward the panting Byung-jin below. Amid the chaos, with black goo flying through the air from the frogs, Byung-jin's recovery stood out. He stood up steadily, a grateful smile on his face. "Thank you," he said. Minjun paused, observing him closely, while further away others struggled against giant frogs. At that moment, Minjun dashed forward, slicing one in half. He jumped from place to place, assisting everyone in attacking the giant frogs. Seokyung watched the entire scene from a distance, smiling with satisfaction. This training exercise, historically in the Hunter Corps, is rated as the most intense training session ever, he thought. Behind Seokyung, a slimy frog waited to charge, but he casually flicked it into the air. Cholman loudly announced, "We are done here. Line up in order and start resting. Everyone, keep up the effort." He then tilted his head toward Minjun and asked, "All good, bot?" Minjun gave a thumbs up. "All good." Seokyung, however, felt a surge of excitement, his eyes locked on Minjun as he grinned broadly. "You have impressed me, Kim Minjun." Meanwhile, in the northern part of the city, soldiers continued struggling with dark balls. The female fighters persisted, determined to eliminate them all. Yet their stamina was waning, and breathing became labored. From a distance, a dark ball charged aggressively. One girl steadied herself, raising her sword. Sun Yun-so gripped her hilt tightly, eyes fixed intently on the dark ball. At that exact moment, she swung decisively, cutting the dark ball cleanly in half. The dark ball collapsed unconscious onto the ground. The company breathed a collective sigh of relief, faces glistening with sweat. Yun-so smiled, proud of her accomplishment. As expected of Private Sun Yun-so. "You did really well." But just then, the dark ball suddenly revived, opening its mouth filled with sharp teeth toward her. Unaware of the immediate danger, she continued to acknowledge her efforts. Sensing a threat behind her, she widened her eyes and turned her head. In that instant, her helmet was struck from above, and she collapsed painfully onto the hard ground. At that moment, Sun Yun-so sprang forward to rescue her teammate, moving so fast that the hair tie on her head flew off. The girl who had fallen turned around in panic, watching her comrade's actions. Sun Yun-so had already reached the edge of a cliff, firmly blocking the monster's snapping jaws with her sword. But in the very next instant, she lost her footing and teetered in midair. As the evening approached, the sky turned a brilliant orange, and the sun began to set. The team sat together, laughing and chatting. Minchol and Minchol Ji were pointing and discussing something below when Seokyung suddenly appeared and remarked, "All members of the company made it this far without any serious injuries." He grinned and added, "Even the company commander did well." Cholman looked puzzled, unsure of Seokyung's intention. Why suddenly praise us, he thought. Then his gaze shifted to the noisy group behind Seokyung. Minjun was meticulously instructing the members on proper weapon handling, guiding them with care. He smiled lightly. "It is all thanks to them," he said. Seokyung approached, patting him on the shoulder. "And also due to your own skill." Seokyung ground his teeth as a reminder. "Make sure you guide me properly until the end of this training course." Cholman hesitated, then nodded. "Yes, sir." Seokyung then turned to Minchol, who was lost in thought beside him, and grabbed him by the collar, shouting, "Still can't keep your composure, there is a long way ahead of you." "Were you only trying to give the kids a bit of help?" Minchol panted, answering cautiously, "I am sorry, sir." From a distance, Nam Inhyuk quietly called out, "Hey, Corporal Lee Sungwoo." Sungwoo responded in a low voice. "Yes," Nam Inhyuk continued, "for the second part of the training exercise." "Can I ask you something?" Sungwoo interrupted without hesitation. "No. Do not ask." Ignoring the warning, he pointed. "What is that over there?" In front of them was a massive, gaping pit with a glaring warning sign. Sungwoo pushed his glasses up and said simply, "That is a pit." Cholman placed his hands on his hips, giving the order, "All right, let us move. Everyone, back to position." Nam Inhyuk stepped closer to confirm. "You are saying that is a pit?" Sungwoo nodded. "Yes, a pit. Definitely a pit." Suddenly, Sungwoo turned and asked directly, "You do not know about dungeon pits, did you sleep through that lesson?" Pushing his glasses up mysteriously, he continued, "Although the details about dungeons have not been fully revealed yet." He explained further, "The prevailing theory is that a dungeon is a phenomenon where a gate connects this space to another dimension." His eyes brightened as he added, "So it is essentially an infinite link to another boundless space." Both of them moved forward as he elaborated, "Even within dungeons, there are defined boundaries, the endpoints of the spatial connection. But sometimes the link is suddenly severed at an unexpected point." Sungwoo concluded with a smile, "And that is what a dungeon pit is." Nam Inhyuk asked, intrigued, "What happens if we cross that boundary or jump into a dungeon pit?" Sungwoo lowered his head and smiled deeply. "I do not know for sure. But I have heard that a person would immediately be transported to another dimension." At that very moment, sudden screams erupted ahead. "Huh, what is going on?" Cholman calmly approached and asked, "What is happening?" But when he saw the scene before him, both he and Minjun were wide-eyed with shock. "What?" he murmured, raising an eyebrow and recalling to himself, "This person is." On the ground lay Sun Yun-so, unconscious. Her eyes were tightly shut, her face pale. Moments later, she raised her hand to drink the last bit of water from her bottle. Cholman glanced briefly before reporting over the radio, while Seokyung pressed his lips together, observing the situation. Turning to address the others, he said, "I have reported the situation to the 4th Battalion, so do not worry. You just rest for now." Sun Yun-so hesitated, speaking up, "Could I ask you to check if my teammates are all right?" Cholman smiled warmly, his voice soothing her worry. "They are fine. But they are concerned about you. They mentioned pausing the training and preparing to start a search operation. But since we already reported your situation, they will probably continue the exercise." Hearing this, Sun Yun-so exhaled a relieved breath. "Thank you. That puts me at ease." Yet, as she prepared to stand, she froze for a moment. Her foot had been carefully bandaged, and she furrowed her brow, unsure of what to do. Minjun kindly reminded her, "You can't train with that foot. For a hunter, knowing how to care for yourself is just as important as improving combat ability." Cholman nodded in agreement beside her. "That is right. We have contacted the 4th Battalion, so the rescue team will arrive soon. I know this is disappointing, but as for the training..." Sun Yun-so tensed up at the words, then sagged with disappointment as she realized her condition. From behind, Seokyung's voice cut through, startling her. "How's she doing?" Sun Yun-so pressed her lips together, fear and questions flooding her mind. Brigadier General Du Seokyung. Why is he here? Where is this? I thought this was just company-level training. Cholman turned to report, no serious injuries, but we suspect a fracture in the left ankle. I think it will be very difficult for her to continue training, Seokyung remarked, nodding and clicking his tongue. Is that so? The training program is almost over. What a pity. Young lady, what happened? Hearing him call her directly, Sun Yun-so panicked. Private Sun Yun-so, sir. While fighting the monsters, I fell from a rock and lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was here. Seokyung furrowed his brow, his voice stern. You fell near the dungeon boundary, or maybe it was a dungeon pit. In any case, I am glad you were found quickly. At that moment, he suddenly froze, his gaze serious. Wait. Your name is? Sun Yun-so quickly answered. Private Sun Yun-so, sir. Seokyung's expression shifted as he pieced together her identity. Sun Yun-so. Sun Yun-so of the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, daughter of Sun Taeho. Her words faltered in response to his attention. Yes, sir. Without another word, Seokyung stepped forward and placed the wounded identification tag on her. Then, amid the puzzled looks of everyone around, he glanced about, looking toward Jongtae and Taeguk, giving a short grunt, before turning to two other young men and clicking his tongue in disapproval. However, upon noticing Minjun instructing his teammates, Seokyung suddenly exclaimed, Hey, Corporal Kim Minjun. Minjun quickly stepped forward. Seeing him, Sun Yun-so instinctively covered her face, blushing deeply. Is that Kim Minjun? Seokyung then issued a direct command, causing her face to pale. Corporal Kim Minjun, you will carry her from now on. Minjun's eyes widened in confusion. I must have misheard. His bewildered expression prompted Seokyung to raise his voice. You will carry this wounded soldier, do you understand? Minjun glanced at the girl sitting on the ground. Sun Yun-so continued to hide her face, and he hesitated internally. Behind him, Minchul could not hold back and tried to intervene. That is Sun Yun-so. Calm down. Do not you see her performance score? Do not punish her. Minjun finally understood and nodded with a clear smile. Yes, sir. A tall figure then appeared, blocking her view. He bent down in front of Sun Yun-so, instructing, get on. She was so embarrassed it turned into indignation. I refuse. Minjun's expression turned serious. Your only alternative is to skip the training, in which case you will immediately lose all your training points. Sun Yun-so paused, considering this, caught between reluctance and necessity. He continued, so, what are you going to do? At last, she lowered her head, swallowing nervously, her eyes shut tight as if enduring some inner struggle. Sun Yun-so's cheeks flushed a bright crimson, like ripe tomatoes, and her lips moved slightly, unable to form words. Slowly, she inched forward, crawling toward him. I am sorry to trouble you, she whispered. Han Young, witnessing this, could not help but be astonished. Kim Minjun actually got her to do it. He is strong enough to carry her, is not he? Moongi teased from the side. That guy's definitely not weak. After a moment, Sun Yun-so finally settled onto his back. Cholman stepped in to give instructions. Follow us along with the deputy. If you get tired, report immediately. Minjun glanced back with a sly grin. It is fine, he murmured to himself, calculating inwardly. Carrying her should earn me extra points. Cholman shook his head. I think you might have misunderstood my meaning. Minjun cast a sidelong glance behind him. Sun Yun-so sat upright, keeping her distance, and noticing his gaze, she pressed her lips together and turned her head away. Minjun's spirits lifted even higher. I have to get full performance points. Seokyung stood silently at a distance, observing the two as they began moving away. Minchul-ji, nearby, reported in a low voice, special treatment for being the daughter of a battalion commander from another unit. I think that is what they are talking about. Seokyung's voice remained calm but firm. There is no rule against helping a wounded soldier. Besides, this is part of the training program. Minchul-ji nodded, slightly embarrassed. Understood. As the young man remained quiet, Seokyung added, and you still do not realize, do you? He furrowed his brows, tense. Finally, he concluded with a pointed remark, Sun Taeho. That bastard is not simple. At this moment, Sun Yun-so was so tense that sweat poured down her face. The soldiers ahead continued marching as if nothing had happened. She glanced sideways, exhausted, her body leaning lightly against Minjun. Seo-kyung walked alongside them, a faint smirk tugging at his lips, as if meticulously observing every move. Sun Yun-so inwardly sighed, this is troublesome. She clung to Minjun's shoulder, her voice soft but firm, if anything happens, let me know immediately. I can walk on my own. Minjun responded calmly, it is fine. You are even lighter than a rock. His words immediately left her puzzled. A rock, he muttered under his breath, yeah, a rock. Something like that would put your weight at about 50 kilograms. Hearing this, Sun Yun-so cut him off, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. Wait. I will stay quiet, so please do not say anything more. With that, an unusually quiet tension fell over the group. She spoke again, softer this time, because you helped me, I will make sure to repay you later. Minjun, completely satisfied, let a sly grin spread across his face. Alright, I am looking forward to it, he muttered internally, better make it worth my points. Then, teasingly, he added, even if you are lighter than a rock or weigh around 50 kilograms. Sun Yun-so hastily struck his shoulder repeatedly, shouting, please, just stop. Behind them, both Minchul and Seo-kyung exchanged glances, and their faces instantly flushed with embarrassment. Night had fallen by then, the sky a deep black, dotted with twinkling stars. The soldiers were exhausted, their bodies drenched in sweat, barely able to move. Taeguk muttered in despair, hope no monsters suddenly appear, while Jongtae groaned, this really is hell. They shuddered at the memory of Seo-kyung, who had intensified the training from normal to near torture levels. Calling me, Chulman turned and reminded everyone, about 2 kilometers left. Do not let your guard down. Stay focused until the very end. He urged the 2 lead soldiers to relay the message down the line. Lee Sung-woo muttered tiredly, while Lee Kiti exclaimed with relief, we are almost there. Suddenly, the 2 froze, startled. Kiti urgently shouted, report. Squad leader, there are monsters in the sky. Chulman quickly ordered his troops, flying monsters ahead, prepare your weapons. They are airborne creatures, the monsters dove wildly, their eyes glowing with malice. Chulman clenched his teeth, tense. I can't believe these dark birds appeared out of nowhere. The dark birds swirled chaotically in the air. Seo-kyung observed from a distance, thinking to himself, we made it this far with a real injured soldier. Yet luck is still on our side. These dark birds are small, about the size of parrots. But their teeth and claws are sharp enough to tear flesh. A demon hunter won't die from creatures like these. Still, these are serious opponents for now, he muttered, narrowing his eyes with difficulty. They cling like leeches, even if you ignore them. The darkness made visibility nearly impossible. The birds swooped down repeatedly, teasing the soldiers, making it impossible to strike them. Minchul, watching from behind, could not help but exclaim, this is a serious problem. Seo-kyung added, from the perspective of someone injured and supervising, this weak response could easily become a failure for our troops. The darkness and exhaustion are no excuses. Even though they are giving their all, there is no way they can harm the dark birds. Minjun watched everyone struggling and muttered to himself, because we are demon hunters. Even if everyone is still in good shape. He bit his lip, worry creasing his face. It does not necessarily change anything. In fact, the team being split up might be the very thing weakening us. The black birds skillfully dodged the soldiers' successive swings. Determined, Minjun resolved, right now, all we can do is trust the squad leader and wait for his orders. A fresh wound had appeared on Chulman's left cheek. Destruction factor. Destruction factor. On the other side, the corner of Minjun's mouth twitched with irritation. He was so angry that he seemed to be steaming, damn it. Without another word, he dashed forward, causing Sun Yun-so to panic, wait. Hunter Kim Minjun, where are you going? Minjun knelt in front of Chulman and pleaded, squad leader, please give me a chance. Chulman's shock made him shout, what do you mean? Are you talking to me while carrying an injured person on your back? Minjun's eyes burned with determination as he spoke firmly. Everyone has reached their limit. They can't hold out any longer. I can do this. Chulman was momentarily stunned by Minjun's confidence. So, "What is your plan?" Minjun quickly stood up, leaned close, and whispered in his ear. The revelation left both Chulman and Sun Yun-so stunned. "What, did you just say that?" she exclaimed, realizing how extreme his plan was, hastily covering her mouth. Chulman, meanwhile, fell silent, trying to collect his thoughts, but eventually nodded in agreement. He punched Minjun in the chest with a mix of warning and encouragement. "Fine. If it does not work, you are on your own. Just this once." Minjun smiled and replied, "Understood." Sun Yun-so, still panicked, muttered to herself, "Does he even understand the situation, these two?" Meanwhile, the black birds were growing more frenzied, their dark smoke trails weaving a chaotic mess through the air. The soldiers looked up, bewildered, unsure where to begin. Chulman shouted orders, "Bring the injured here immediately," but Minjun completely ignored that idea. He yelled, "We do not have time for that. Now is the moment." Squad leader, Minchol gritted his teeth, frustrated by Minjun's boldness, but ultimately had no choice but to comply. "Move behind Hunter Kim Minjun and prepare your firepower." Seokyung watched the scene in disbelief. "What, firepower, is he planning to hit them with rifles?" Minjun adjusted his weapon and, with a serious expression, reminded Sun Yun-so, "Sit still and hold on tight." Once ready, he smirked with confidence, thinking to himself, "I can't leave an injured person behind." Sun Yun-so closed her eyes, bracing herself, and hugged Minjun tightly, silently wondering, "This bastard. What is he planning?" Minjun's eyes glinted, radiating a burning intensity. For a dark magic hunter stalking in the shadows, these black birds are still flying madly below, he thought, tilting his head to line up his shot. This will be as easy as a rookie hunter's training exercise. "Die, you monsters," he muttered. Once his aim locked on the nearest black bird, Minjun pulled the trigger with force. A faint dark energy spread from his finger, merging with his shadow arrow skill. The bullet fired into the air, the gunshot tearing through the sky like a lightning strike. Minjun thought to himself, "I can hide this skill in a long-range rifle and fire it." The bullet shot forward, carrying a powerful column of force. It aimed directly at a black bird hovering in midair, slicing through it cleanly, splitting it in two with ease. Sun Yun-so, sitting behind him, widened her eyes in astonishment. "It hit," she whispered, her mouth agape in disbelief. "How is this possible?" Minjun's gaze blazed with unwavering confidence. "It is nearly impossible to dodge my bullets infused with dark energy. No one could even see them in this darkness. Using the shadow arrow skill is the best option." With that, he continued pulling the trigger, unleashing a flurry of bullets. The frenzied black birds dove forward recklessly, only to be wiped out instantly. Explosions echoed across the night sky with each successive shot. The soldiers gaped in shock, unable to believe their eyes. "What the hell?" they muttered. Watching wave after wave of black birds plummet to the ground, they could not help but admire Minjun silently. "He is incredible." Minjun smirked confidently as he reloaded, raising his rifle as if to proclaim, "I have taken them all down, everyone." The soldiers could only acknowledge silently, "He is showing off a bit too much." After the battle, everyone regrouped at the barracks gate. They stood in formation, faces still marked by fatigue, sweat dripping from Chulman and the other soldiers from exhaustion. They trudged step by step toward the barracks. The soldiers guarding the gate carefully checked everyone as they approached. Once cleared, each person entered in turn. Exhausted sighs filled the air. Finally, it is over. The guards continued their meticulous checks, and after a moment, the commanding voice announced, "2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Squad all cleared." Relief and a spark of excitement swept through the team. Minjun's eyes gleamed with joy. "All cleared," he thought triumphantly. The guards then called in the medical team to attend to the injured. Chulman's face softened with gratitude, "Everyone has worked hard. Thank you for enduring until the end, making sure no one was left behind." The company echoed together, "Well done." Then Minchul approached, exuding authority and decisiveness. "Excellent. No sign of fatigue at all. Everyone, move to the temporary barracks and rest. Let us go." The team immediately proceeded to rest, leaving only Chulman behind, watching in surprise. Before him, Minjun carried Sun Yun-so toward the medical personnel. Chulman could not help but silently admire the act. That is quite an accomplishment. He stepped forward, calling out with genuine respect, Kim Minjun. Chulman looked at him with admiration. You worked the hardest. Always leading the charge without fear of danger. Minjun smiled slightly and replied politely, Corporal Kim Minjun. Thank you. I mean it. Nothing to be shy about. At that moment, Sun Yun-so's voice rang out, tinged with embarrassment. Can you put me down now? She spoke apologetically. I am sorry for causing trouble for the squad, and thank you. Chulman smiled, reassuring her politely. We safely completed the training together. Do not worry about it at all. Then Seokyung appeared suddenly, shouting with enthusiasm. Well done. A triumphant smile spread across his face. Finally, the entire squad has completed training safely. Before anyone could react, he rushed forward to embrace Minjun warmly. Minjun quickly stepped back, evading the hug decisively, but Seokyung turned again, moving toward him with open, warm arms. Chulman could only let out a helpless chuckle at the sight. Seokyung reached over, ruffling Minjun's hair affectionately as he praised, It is all thanks to you. Minjun awkwardly tried to dodge as much as he could, replying stiffly, Yes, sir. Just then, a sharp voice called out, Lieutenant Yang. Seokyung turned, his expression instantly hardening. Minjun noticed and blinked in surprise. Huh, he muttered. At that moment, Colonel Yu Jaihee strode toward them with commanding presence. She passed by Seokyung like a gust of wind, her aura so powerful that everyone unconsciously straightened up. Minjun sensed the tension thickening in the air and whispered under his breath, What is going on? Jaihee marched directly toward Sun Yun-so, her tone calm but firm. Private First Class, where are you injured? Confronted by her piercing gaze and authoritative tone. Sun Yun-so froze for a second before forcing herself to respond steadily. Private First Class Sun Yun-so, no major injuries, just my left ankle. Jaihee's expression remained composed yet unyielding. Falling into a dungeon pit and walking away with only that you are lucky. Get her treated immediately. The medics nodded without hesitation. Yes, madam. Jaihee stood tall, radiating authority as her eyes swept across the area. Her gaze eventually fixed on Seokyung. So, she asked in a measured tone, what did you think of the training exercise, Lieutenant? Then, unexpectedly, her stern face softened into a warm, open smile. May I ask you a few questions? Seokyung avoided her eyes, playing coy. Right now, Jaihee gave a polite, slightly strained smile and nodded. Yes, right now. He crossed his arms, feigning stubbornness. Does it have to be now? Her awkward smile tightened further. Yes, it does now. The next day, the sky was a brilliant blue, sunlight pouring over the base. Minjun sat alone in the canteen, enjoying a hearty meal piled high on his tray. The air was quiet except for the clatter of utensils and the hum of the ceiling fan. Just then, the chef emerged from the kitchen, carrying a tray of food as he walked toward Minjun with a broad smile. Hunter Kim Minjun, how about some fried chicken? He said cheerfully. Minjun's eyes lit up the instant he saw the plate. His expression turned into one of delighted craving, though he asked politely, is it all right if I eat alone? Of course, the chef replied without hesitation. Everyone's still asleep, they probably won't be eating yet. Minjun accepted the tray eagerly, grinning from ear to ear. You went through the trouble of making it, so I will make sure not to waste any. Thanks. He tore into the food with unrestrained enthusiasm. The chef stood nearby, chatting casually. Hunter Kim Minjun, 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, right, I heard that company's the top division. Minjun did not seem particularly interested, replying offhandedly between bites, is that so? The chef nodded. That is right. I overheard some of the officers talking during dinner earlier, the chef continued. The company commander praised you a lot, said you performed remarkably well. They said you handled all those flying monsters by yourself last night. Is that true? Minjun nodded while chewing. Yeah, that is right. The chef whistled in amazement. You took those down at night, that is incredible. I heard this mobile hunter training is brutal, 70% of the division failed. He looked at Minjun with open admiration, while Minjun himself trembled slightly in bliss, thinking, Dear God. This flavor. He continued devouring the fried chicken, completely lost in the heavenly taste. Meanwhile, outside the barracks hallway, Junbom and two soldiers were patrolling. Curious, Junbom glanced through a nearby window and noticed how unusually quiet the training grounds were. He frowned thoughtfully. It is awfully quiet around the company, is not it? Jung-eun, walking beside him, explained in a serious tone, yes, sir. According to yesterday's orders, this morning's a rest period. Most of the soldiers are still asleep. Junbom nodded with a soft smile. Makes sense, they have earned a good breakfast. The three continued walking. Junbom's expression relaxed into one of quiet satisfaction. Everyone's worked hard this training cycle. The division commander was quite impressed. Captain Kim Chi-woo, commander of the 1st Company, walked alongside him, his face full of excitement. I heard the division commander personally came to observe 2nd Battalion's 2nd Company training. Our division commander may not have the most intimidating presence, he added enthusiastically, but he is definitely cool. At that remark, both Junbom and Jung-eun's faces darkened instantly. Chi-woo froze, his confidence evaporating. Did I say something wrong? Then came the sharp, commanding voice of Yu Jae-hee herself. It is not because of him. But thanks to what happened yesterday, the 4th Battalion commander completely lost it. Chi-woo's face turned pale as a sheet, trembling under the weight of her tone. What kind of person is the 4th Battalion commander anyway? Yesterday she said that directly to the division commander, someone asked. Junbom frowned, his tone turning firm. She was not wrong. Leaving one's position without reporting it, how could I possibly defend him for that? He paused, his voice faltering slightly before continuing, this time with steel in his tone. Besides, Junbom said sharply, I am terrified of the 4th Battalion's company commander myself. Still, this time, we have Kim Minjun to thank. His performance was overwhelming. That is right, he was even praised in front of the division commander. The corners of his lips lifted ever so slightly, revealing a faint smile. I am looking forward to the upcoming monthly meeting. Scene Transition Division 104 Headquarters. The office door closed with a soft click, leaving the room silent and still. Seo-kyung sat at his desk, poring over a report with a perplexed, slightly bewildered look. Beside him, Jae-hee calmly sipped her tea, her demeanor as serene as ever. When he finally finished reading, Seo-kyung exhaled deeply, a serious expression settling over his face. He turned toward Jae-hee. The current dungeon deployment schedule should be sufficient. How's Private First Class Sun doing? Setting her cup gently on the table, Jae-hee replied with quiet composure, fortunately, no fractures. Her recovery is going well, she should finish treatment by tomorrow and return to duty. That drew a surprised murmur from Seo-kyung. She is just like her father. At that moment, the phone rang sharply, breaking the silence. Seo-kyung snatched up the receiver. Hello, this is LT. Call. Yang speaking. A bold, raspy voice answered on the other end. Bearded old man. Seo-kyung's eyebrows twitched, and he growled through gritted teeth. What? Who the hell is this? The voice on the line responded in a low, gravelly tone, calm but mocking. It is me, old beard. Seo-kyung glanced at the unknown number flashing on the phone screen, his suspicion rising. The voice continued, already forgotten my voice. Seo-kyung clenched his jaw, fury flickering across his face. You bastard, he barked. Beside him, Jae-hee glanced over, intrigued by the exchange. Then, the voice on the phone spoke again, still steady and dark. Could it be? You are. Yes, Seo-kyung interrupted decisively, his tone resolute. It is me. Do Seo-kyung. The mysterious caller finally revealed himself. It was Major General Sun Tae-ho, commander of the 107th Division. His tone turned sharp, brimming with challenge. Let us have a match, Seo-kyung. You and me. Seo-kyung remained on the line, his tone laced with suspicion and confusion. You. Could it be you? He asked, incredulous. Jae-hee sat silently beside him, listening closely as the situation unfolded. On the other end, Taeho's voice came through calm and composed. Yeah, it is me, he said, then added sharply, Hey, do Seo-kyung, we need to talk, you bastard. In contrast to Taeho's calm demeanor, Seo-kyung erupted in frustration. What the hell, Sun Tae-ho? Why are you suddenly calling me, and what did you just call me? Old beard, Taeho replied with infuriating ease, his tone teasing. Well, you do have a beard, do not you? Forget it, let us settle this with a fight. Where should we meet? Seo-kyung let out a long, exasperated sigh. You old man. Are you doing this because your daughter got hurt? Jae-hee stayed silent, quietly observing the heated exchange. Taeho's voice hardened, dripping with challenge. Are not you a soldier too, a commander, no less? His tone rose with each word, fierce and unyielding. That is exactly why I need someone to spar with. Enough talking, just name the place. Seo-kyung shot back, irritation thick in his voice. Stop acting like a child. I am sorry your daughter got injured, but training accidents happen. What do you expect me to do about it? Taeho chuckled darkly, his words cutting. What would a lonely old man like you know? That insult made Seo-kyung slam his hand on the desk. You son of a, where the hell are you? Speak up, Daejeon, is not it? Fine, stay right there and wait for me. His face flushed red with anger, his voice low and thunderous. For the record, I am not married because I do not want to be, you hear me? Hello. Hello. Jae-hee stepped in softly, her tone calm. He hung up, sir. Seo-kyung stared at the phone, smoke practically coming out of his ears, his glare sharp enough to burn a hole through the screen. Do you have son Taeho's number? He barked. Call him back right now. Jae-hee simply sighed, clearly resigned to the absurdity of the situation. She spoke gently, trying to ease him down. Please, calm yourself, Commander. Honestly, I can understand why Major General Sun is upset. Seo-kyung whipped his head toward her, incredulous. What, now you are taking his side? Do not tell me you were the one who told him about his daughter's injury. Keeping her composure, Jae-hee patiently explained, because the patient had to be transferred elsewhere, the hospital naturally had to notify her guardian. He learned that his daughter was injured during training but was not evacuated immediately because she would been approved to complete the program. That is all they said. Hearing this, Seo-kyung's rage deflated like a punctured balloon. I see. He muttered, his tone softening. Seeing that he would calm down, Jae-hee continued, even if there is no need to apologize, we do need to give him an explanation. Besides, did not you want to show him the capability of the 2nd Company, 2nd Battalion, and their strength firsthand? After a brief silence, Seo-kyung nodded slowly, realizing the truth. You are right. That is exactly what I wanted. I witnessed how efficiently they handled the wounded, he added quietly. There has clearly been a misunderstanding. I will explain everything myself. He reached out his hand, signaling for Jae-hee to hand him the phone. But she shook her head firmly. I will put it on speaker, she said decisively. Sitting back down, she began dialing Taeho's number. Seo-kyung sat opposite her, visibly irritated but waiting as the call connected. The line clicked and Taeho's commanding voice immediately filled the room. What is this about, Colonel Yu? Are you with that bearded old fool right now? Jae-hee replied evenly, this is Colonel Yu Jae-hee, sir. It has been a long time since we last spoke. I am calling on behalf of the division commander. His phone is not functioning properly, she added. Taking a deep breath, Seo-kyung forced himself to sound composed. Fine. I admit, I was too flustered earlier to explain properly. It was an unforeseen situation. At the time, I was supervising the company's training exercise. His tone betrayed his irritation and pride, but beneath it was the grudging restraint of a man trying against every instinct to stay professional. Jae-hee was momentarily taken aback when she heard Seo-kyung let out a long, weary sigh. His tone grew somber and sincere as he admitted, no, I was wrong. I do not have a daughter myself, but I still can't accept how your daughter was treated. Because of my decision, I ended up stifling her growth and potential. I officially apologize for what happened. Hearing that, Jae-hee could not help but smile softly, touched by his rare humility. Taeho, however, sounded utterly bewildered on the other end of the line. What the hell are you talking about? He blurted. The room fell silent for a few seconds, Seo-kyung and Jae-hee exchanging a wordless glance before Taeho spoke again, his tone hardening. You sound pretty tense over there. Relax a little. Now, that boy, the one who carried my daughter on his back, what is his name? The question caught Seo-kyung off guard. What? He murmured. Taeho's voice suddenly turned sharp and scathing. How could you let some random kid, one who is not even part of the rescue unit, carry my daughter? I would not even do that myself. You would better compensate me somehow. Now tell me, what is that kid's name? Panicking, Jae-hee snatched the phone and abruptly ended the call while Taeho was still fuming. He is still on fire. You would better spit it out fast, she said nervously. The dial tone echoed in the room, and even she looked rattled by the tense silence that followed. Her face stiffened as she turned towards Seo-kyung. Commander. She began cautiously. But before she could finish, Seo-kyung shot to his feet, his expression tight with alarm and embarrassment. Prepare the car, he ordered, his hand trembling as it gripped the armrest of the sofa. Sir, please calm down. Jae-hee tried to intervene, but he cut her off, his voice sharp with urgency. Right now. His knuckles whitened as he clenched his fist. Where are you planning to go? She asked, still startled. Seo-kyung's face flushed red with anger as he ground out between his teeth. You're canceling all your plans too. We are heading to Daejeon immediately. Jae-hee swallowed hard, pressing her lips together in exasperation. Unbelievable. These idiots, she muttered under her breath. Meanwhile, after a hearty meal, Minjun strolled back to his room in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune. His mood was bright. He was practically glowing with satisfaction. But as he passed by the water purifier, a shadow flickered nearby. The familiar figure of the night walker appeared. Sensing something behind him, Minjun froze mid-step, then turned sharply. The night walker waved excitedly upon seeing him, but Minjun's expression immediately soured with irritation. You again, he muttered with a groan. Before he could say more, someone stepped out from a nearby room, and without hesitation, Minjun grabbed the night walker by the head and slammed it against the wall to shut it up. Then, glancing around to make sure no one was watching, he slipped out to the back courtyard. Once the area was clear, he gestured for the night walker to appear again. What is it? He asked flatly. Did not I tell you to be careful and not draw attention? His scolding left the creature frozen for several seconds, too stunned to respond. Finally, it waved its hands wildly, pointing in multiple directions as if trying to warn him of something urgent. Minjun sighed, rubbing his temple. Yeah, I know there is no one nearby. But do you realize you are being a pain in the ass right now? The night walker drooped in dejection, its entire demeanor radiating gloom. Seeing that pitiful look only made Minjun more annoyed. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a small magic crystal, and tossed it at the creature. The night walker's eyes widened in delight. Eat, Minjun ordered curtly. As the creature devoured the crystal, Minjun leaned forward, resting his chin on his hand. So, what is the issue this time? Make it quick. The night walker did not speak, it simply extended its hand toward him. Minjun hesitated, then pressed his own index finger against the creature's. A flood of images rushed through his mind, a sudden attack at a construction site on Washian Road. What the, a monster attack, they were ambushed, he muttered. TCH, Washian again, he clicked his tongue in frustration, then glanced back at the Nightwalker. By the way, have you been there already? What did you see? The creature nodded vigorously in response. Stealth ability Nightwalker class, it indicated. Good, Minjun said with a smirk, tossing it another crystal. Then take another one. Then he stood up, stroking his chin with a confident smirk. Now. What excuse should I use to sneak out this time? Cut to the dormitory. As Minjun walked down the hallway, he mulled things over in his head. Taking a personal day for something like this might be a bit much, he thought. It would be such a waste to burn through one of my official leave days just for a suspicious situation. Feeling a bit gloomy, he opened the door to his room and sighed. If only the command center would give us a day off as a bonus, he muttered. The moment he stepped in, his squad mates erupted in excitement. Hey, he is here. Huh, what is going on now? Minjun asked, caught off guard. Cholman approached with a broad smile. Congratulations, Kim Minjun. You have been selected as the top soldier of the entire division in this round of combat training. Thanks, Minjun replied, still blinking in surprise. They also said there'll be a reward this time, Cholman continued, grinning. You always collect rewards like discount coupons or something. Huh, anyway, because of your performance, the entire platoon gets a vacation. At that, Minjun's eyes lit up with delight. Can I use my vacation tomorrow? He asked without hesitation. Chulman blinked in surprise. That is kind of sudden. Something going on? Minjun laughed awkwardly. No, nothing serious. I just want to use it tomorrow. Seeing the younger man's firm tone, Chulman could only smile wryly and shrug. All right, I will see what I can do. Minjun's face broke into a grin, and he leapt with excitement. Thank you, squad leader. The next morning came before he knew it. Dragging his tired body, Minjun made his way to Washian, but what greeted him there was not chaos or destruction. The entire area had been neatly cleaned up, people moving briskly to clear the remaining debris. When they saw him arrive, several of them froze, whispering in disbelief. What the? It is all done already. Why are there so many hunters here? Minjun muttered, stunned. As people exchanged curious glances, he clenched his teeth and hissed under his breath, You damned Nightwalker. Spit my mana back out. Damn it. Just then, a familiar voice called out in surprise. Hunter Kim Minjun, it was Sun Yun-so. In the outskirts of Washian, where the residential area lay, the cleanup operation was still in full swing. Moongi groaned as she scrubbed at the rubble. When are we ever going to finish this? Standing nearby, Hun sighed. Our company's overall performance dropped during the hunter mobility drills. The captain's furious. You would better pick up the pace. Moongi braced her hands on her back, grumbling, I am dead tired. Why did monsters have to pour out of a gate right after training ended? Hun, ever the patient one, kept working while reminding her gently, at least we were not part of the strike team. Just be glad we are handling the aftermath near the residential zone. Still the scene of an attack, so watch your mouth, alright. As the pink-haired girl continued muttering complaints, the black-haired woman beside her glanced over her shoulder. She spotted Sun Yun-so working quietly but diligently, her movements careful yet steady. Approaching her, the black-haired woman asked kindly, Private Sun, are you feeling better, not overexerting yourself, I hope? Yun-so shook her head firmly. Private Sun is fine, madam. The woman smiled approvingly. Impressive recovery. Still, take it easy just in case. Yun-so blinked, slightly startled by the woman's warmth, but replied politely, Thank you for your concern. Just then, faint whispers drifted through the air. Who is that hunter, the guy over there? The black-haired woman frowned. What? She muttered, turning around only to see everyone staring. There, walking straight into the cleanup zone, was Minjun. Wait, he is from our division. Which company? Someone asked in disbelief. Yun-so's eyes widened as well. Hunter Kim Minjun, she said softly. When Minjun spotted her, his face twisted in shock. What the hell? Why is she here? Without thinking, he started walking toward her. Yun-so froze, staring as he approached, while murmurs rippled through the others behind her. What is going on? Someone whispered. Who is that guy? Sun Yun-so fixed him with a stern look. Hunter Kim Minjun, what are you doing here? I thought only our company was assigned to relief duty. Without missing a beat, Minjun replied casually, I am on leave. That offhand tone made Yun-so's face flush with irritation. Watch your attitude when you answer me, she snapped. Sensing his words did not line up with the situation, she pressed on, her voice sharp. You are not lying, are you? Who wears a uniform and shows up at an active site while on leave, are you? Deserting your post. To prove his point, Minjun pulled out a folded document and handed it to her. Yun-so read it over, then blinked in surprise. You really are on leave, unbelievable. Minjun chuckled dryly. Why do not you ever trust people, he said, taking the paper back. Yun-so ignored the jab and continued. Then explain this, why would you come here while you are supposed to be on break? Do not you realize this is a restricted zone? Minjun scratched the back of his head, stumbling over his words. It is not like that. I can't exactly say I came here to eat mana residue. He forced a grin. I had business in Hongqian and came by. I heard there was an emergency, so I thought I could help. Just then, Minjun felt something, an unfamiliar surge of power. A rift began to open before them, twisting and expanding with tremendous force. His expression shifted instantly, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. The gate, someone shouted. Yun-so spun around just as chaos erupted behind her. Moongi, pale and trembling, screamed while running, "What the hell? We just cleared one gate, and another one spawns. You have gotta be kidding me." The black-haired woman barked orders while retreating, "Fall back and report to the squad leader. Everyone, regroup at the leader's position." Yunso froze, her mind momentarily blank from the shock, before instinct kicked in and she turned to run. Still, she did not forget to shout over her shoulder, "Hunter Kim Minjun, get out of here now." But Minjun did not listen. Instead, he stepped closer to the gate, his eyes gleaming with reckless confidence. "So, what now?" he murmured to himself. He turned back to Yunso and said calmly, "If monsters start pouring out, I will hold them off as long as I can." "What?" she gasped, horrified. "That is insane. You do not even know what could come out of there. Get away from it." Her pleas fell on deaf ears. Minjun's gaze stayed locked on the swirling rift. "Looks like the strike team already pulled out of this sector," he muttered. Then, in a firm tone, he urged her again, "If monsters emerge, everyone here will be in danger. You need to move. If it gets too dangerous, I will retreat right away," he added, his voice steady. "Just lend me some equipment and go." Yunso's heart clenched. She could feel the unease rising inside her, but before she could argue, Minjun spoke again, softly this time, "Your leg has not fully healed yet." Then, without waiting for a response, he started walking straight toward the shimmering gate. "So get back," he said over his shoulder. "I will hold them off." Yunso bit her lip, torn between duty and instinct. Finally, she reached into her pouch, pulled out a combat knife, and pressed it into his hand. "If you are in danger," she said firmly, meeting his eyes, "you run. Immediately. I will be back with reinforcements as fast as I can." The spatial gate continued to expand before Minjun's eyes. He took a cautious step closer. Among the monsters that inhabited dungeons, some preferred to stay within their own territory. When a gate like this opened, if such creatures were present, they would not leave it. A dark, oppressive energy spread through the entire street, but there were also monsters that did not share that behavior. Especially those that moved in packs. From within the rift emerged a massive red boar, its bristles glowing faintly under the distortion of the gate. It snorted heavily, baring its tusks. Minjun smirked with disdain. "Oh, it is just one of you." Moments later, a whole herd of red boars thundered out of the gate, their heavy hooves shaking the asphalt. The leader charged straight at him, grunting in rage. Minjun covered his nose with one hand, voice dripping with mockery. "Red boars, huh?" Seeing them rush toward him, he waved tauntingly. "You must have had too much mana for breakfast, look how lively you are." Without hesitation, he grabbed his weapon and dashed toward the stampede. His movements were sharp, precise, his body flowed like water as he unleashed his dark arrow skill. Bolts of shadow energy streaked through the air, striking the beasts and causing their charge to falter. But their thick hides absorbed most of the damage. Minjun scoffed. "So, dark arrow still is not strong enough to pierce those hides, huh?" He bent his knees and sprang upward in a sudden burst of strength, soaring over the charging horde. The boars crashed into each other in confusion as he landed lightly behind them. "They are big and mean, but aside from tough skin, what else do they have?" he sneered, swinging his weapon in another flurry of attacks. Deep cuts appeared all over the creatures' bodies, yet they refused to fall. Blood dripped down their scarred flesh, but they still snorted and pawed the ground. Minjun tilted his head, muttering almost in admiration. "I will give it to you, you have got thick skin. But what about what is underneath?" He then activated his midnight corruption technique. A nauseating, rancid stench filled the air as dark energy spread like smoke. The red boars howled in agony, mana flaring wildly from their mouths. Minjun only smirked. "What is wrong? Not to your taste." The leader staggered forward, trembling violently, then tried to lunge one last time. Minjun sidestepped effortlessly, the beast's massive tusks missing him by inches. He extended his hand, siphoning the mana pouring from their bodies. "Ah, thanks for the meal. Now let us sharpen this blade." The herd's cries faded into hoarse wheezing as their mana drained away. Their eyes dulled, their flesh turned dark and lifeless, and finally, they collapsed with one final, piercing scream. The system chime echoed in Minjun's mind, "You have absorbed a certain amount of mana." Mana stat increased by 1. He approached the still glimmering gate, a cocky smile curling on his lips. Come on now. Do not tell me that is all you have got. Who is next? Just then, a shout came from behind. Hunter Kim Minjun, his face twitched in irritation at the interruption. Great, just when things were getting good. A soldier ran up to him, grabbing his shoulders. Private First Class Kim Minjun, right. Before he could answer, a young lieutenant named Yi rushed over, eyes full of worry. Are you okay? You are not hurt anywhere, are you? Minjun straightened his posture and replied solemnly, Private First Class Kim Minjun, unharmed. Yi circled him anxiously, double-checking for injuries. Seriously now, when a gate appears, you are supposed to retreat and report immediately. Why did not you fall back? Minjun rubbed the back of his neck, feigning sheepishness. I was not sure what would come out, so I tried to hold it off long enough for everyone else to escape. At that, Sun Yun-so and the others could not help but laugh, their faces flushing. Oh, for crying out loud. Who even is that hunter? One of them muttered in disbelief. Minjun flushed with embarrassment, shouting at the crowd, shut up already, you guys ruined the whole damn moment. Yi, clearly unconvinced, pressed him further. All right then, what exactly were you doing here? Which unit are you from? With a huff, Minjun fished a folded paper from his pocket and handed it to her. Private First Class Kim Minjun, 2nd Platoon, 2nd Company. Yi unfolded it, scanning the details. Her brow furrowed slightly before she muttered in mild disbelief. You are on leave, today's your day off. She looked back up at him, puzzled. Then what are you even doing out here? Is your house nearby or something? Minjun answered without hesitation, voice calm and matter-of-fact. I had some business in Hongqian. I heard a gate had been destroyed, so I came to see if I could help. Hearing that, Yi frowned, torn between frustration and reluctant approval. After a moment of contemplation, she finally sighed and turned away. Fine. Since there are no casualties, handle the monsters that showed up and clean up the scene. We will be pulling out. The assault team and the investigation unit will arrive soon to secure the area. As soon as she said that, the nearby soldiers crowded around Minjun, buzzing with excitement and admiration. You really took down 5 red boars all by yourself. And with just a standard issue sword, seriously. This hunter guy is insane. Yi and Sun Yun-so stood a few steps behind, watching the commotion with exasperated sighs. Meanwhile, Minjun's face twisted into a look of weary annoyance. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, rubbing his temple. My head's pounding already from all these fangirls. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, night had fallen. The barracks were quiet, the kind of stillness that seemed to make every small sound echo. Suddenly, Chulmin's startled voice broke the silence. Wait, did you just say Kim Minjun? His expression twisted in disbelief as he shook his head rapidly. No way, that can't be right. You mean Private First Class Kim Minjun from 2nd Platoon, 2nd Company? Yes, came the voice on the other end of the line. He is on leave right now, but... Chulmin slammed his hand on the table, unable to contain his agitation. Did you just say Washian, Gongwon Province? You mean he is handling red boars alone, and now he is helping with civilian relief efforts? Yeah, Yi confirmed calmly from the other side of the call. She was reporting the situation to Minchol. The gate's been contained for now, and the nearby civilian homes are being sanitized. Private First Class Kim Minjun volunteered to help out. Honestly, this is the first time I have seen a case like this. Hun, who had been eavesdropping, leaned in with interest. That hunter guy, they said he is on leave, right? At that, Moongi's eyes lit up, filled with admiration. So he helped us during his leave, oh my god. Hun crossed his arms, looking impressed. How the hell did he take on those red boars with just a standard sword? That is insane. If one of those things charged you, it would be like getting hit by a damn truck. Meanwhile, Minjun himself was muttering under his breath, annoyance written all over his face. Damn red boars. Such a pain. Guess I will just have to suck it up and make myself look good before heading out. Just then, Sun Yun-so suddenly appeared, calling out sharply, Hunter Kim Minjun. Startled, Minjun jumped. Holy crap, you scared the hell out of me. He composed himself, wiping a bit of water from his face. Almost spit it right in your face there. He straightened up and gestured politely. Could you please step aside for a moment? His tone left Sun Yun-so briefly stunned. Gathering her courage, she spoke up. Could we talk for a bit? The night in Washian was serene, bathed in pale moonlight. The cool air carried a gentle stillness as Minjun and Sun Yun-so stood facing each other in silence. Finally, Minjun broke it. So, what did you want to talk about? Sun Yun-so tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied softly, her mind drifting back to that lingering memory she could not quite let go of. She met his eyes and asked bluntly, "You were the one swearing at me by the window, were not you?" Minjun froze for a moment, completely thrown off. What the hell is she talking about? Then it hit him, he suddenly remembered the incident she was referring to. Oh, that, he said, scratching his head. That was not swearing. I told you if you kept picking a fight, you would get left behind. Wait, yeah, I guess that does sound like badmouthing. Sun Yun-so sighed deeply, brows furrowed in mild frustration. Her demeanor turned awkwardly reserved. I admit it. That day, I was the one who picked the fight. My apologies late, but I am sorry. Minjun slumped a little, rubbing his forehead. Man, this is exhausting. Still, Sun Yun-so's eyes held genuine remorse as she looked at him. Will you accept my apology? Minjun waved a hand dismissively. There is nothing to apologize for, really. Let us just forget about it. Okay, if that is all, I will take my leave. But Sun Yun-so called out, stopping him. There is something I have been curious about. A private first class once passed the promotion exam with a perfect score, something that has only happened once. Do you know who that was? Minjun blinked, dumbfounded. Wait. You mean me? She shook her head and waved her hand, speaking with a mysterious tone. No, aside from Hunter Kim Minjun, there used to be only one person. But now, there are two. Her words piqued his curiosity even more, and Minjun could not hold back any longer. Who is that person? He asked bluntly. Sun Yun-so stammered, my fa no. She quickly corrected herself. The division commander. Minjun blinked in confusion. Huh, is that so? With a proud smile, Sun Yun-so began explaining. My father is the only person who ever rose from the rank of an ordinary soldier to become an officer. I wanted to be like him, so I enlisted as a soldier too. Minjun's eyes widened in admiration, his lips forming an impressed grin. Her father's a senior who actually achieved his dream, that is worth paying attention to. He tilted his head upward, staring blankly at the sky for a few seconds as if pondering deeply. But when the realization struck, his face froze in shock. Wait, hold on. The first gate appeared and the Hunter Corps was formed when I was 3 years old. So the division commander re-enlisted as a soldier after that, after awakening as a hunter. Do not tell me he fulfilled every veteran's lifelong dream. She shook her head firmly. No, that is not it. She went on softly. Actually, my father told me that when he was young, he had a weak body and poor eyesight, among other health problems, so he was exempted from military service. But Minjun finished the thought for her, nodding as understanding dawned on him. After awakening, his physical condition improved, so he volunteered to serve. Sun Yun-so confirmed with conviction. That is right. He always tells me he is thankful that his awakening allowed him to protect my mother and me. Minjun sighed and smiled with genuine admiration. Seeing your expression now makes me want to meet him even more. Sun Yun-so nodded and smiled softly, her tone gentle. If the two of you ever get the chance to meet, my father would be thrilled to meet Hunter Kim Minjun. He has a special fondness for strong soldiers. Scene transition, the 107th Division headquarters in Daejeon, inside the division's specialized hunter gymnasium. On the basketball court, someone walked in and said teasingly, I thought you would chicken out right away. What took you so long? Got scared. It was Colonel Lee Sangjin, his face slick with sweat as he tried to act tough. My division is not as idle as yours, you know. Scared? What is that? Is it food or something? Jaihee, who was also present, groaned with visible exhaustion. The echo of a fierce basketball match filled the gym. You are a busy man, yet you came all the way here. And why did not you tell me the boy's name? Kim Minjun, was it? Seokyung, his face bruised and beaten, scowled irritably. What? How the hell do you know that name? Taeho growled back with a challenging glare. You think I would not find out if you did not tell me? Seokyung's irritation spiked, and he lunged forward, shouting angrily. You are such a damn brat, so what are you planning to do? Huh, Taeho snapped right back. Why so worried, you better do your part properly then. With his face swollen and lips split, Taeho clenched his fists and swung. Seokyung, equally fired up, charged in to counterattack. From the sidelines, Lee Sangjin clutched his head in exasperation. This is not a joke anymore. If this keeps up, nobody's going to be able to stop those two. Jaehee finally rushed in, using sheer force to pull the two men apart before they could trade any more blows. Time's up 5 minutes. That is enough sparring, she barked. The match ended with both Seokyung and Taeho covered in bruises, glaring daggers at each other like sworn enemies. Taeho walked over with a smirk, sneering, still alive, huh, old hat. Seokyung glared back coldly. Feeling better now, you lunatic, Taeho chuckled dryly. We have not even started, and you are already venting like this. Seokyung, still fuming, muttered, you damn petty old man. The moonlight that night shone bright over a silent sky, untouched by wind. Seokyung sat on a wooden bench, staring up as if lost in thought. Taeho sat beside him, eyes also turned skyward. Jaehee approached and reported the latest updates from Washian. Captain of the 3rd Company reports that the Red Boar Gate has been cleared. Sir. Seokyung nodded approvingly. The 3rd Company captain's done well. You have worked hard too. After delivering the report, Jaehee stood at attention, saluted, and immediately departed. Only Seokyung and Taeho remained, sitting on the bench, letting the night breeze wash over them while heavy thoughts weighed on their minds. After a while, Taeho finally spoke up in a calm, measured tone. All right, then. What is the real reason you came here? There is something going on, is not there? Seokyung, still simmering with anger, shot Taeho a sharp, piercing glance. After a moment of silent stubbornness, Seokyung seemed to sigh in exasperation. I was planning to promote that Kim Minjun to sergeant as a special case. Hearing this, Taeho's anger flared once more. You came here just to boast about supporting the guy who laid a hand on my daughter. Seokyung's expression hardened, his voice sharp. Laid a hand, you should be thanking him for helping your daughter, not complaining. After a brief argument, the two settled back into silence, as if nothing had happened. Taeho exhaled deeply, still grumbling. Has that kid even been a sergeant long? The private got special treatment, too. What exactly were you thinking? Seokyung, however, remained resolute. For now, I am planning to see if I can push him up to an officer. Taeho's tension eased slightly, and he leaned back into the night breeze. That'll definitely attract attention. Deep down, he felt a firm certainty rising within him. Gu Hakchal. Will he just sit quietly? If that kid earned the recognition of someone like him, jealousy is inevitable. Seokyung ground his teeth, annoyance clear, and issued a firm directive. That is why I am telling you now, you should side with me in the future. Taeho shook his head violently. I can't just blindly follow what you say. I need to see it for myself before making a decision. The two men sat quietly, exchanging their thoughts and intentions beneath the full moon. Surely your meeting does not have some other hidden agenda, right? Meanwhile, in Washian, Minjun walked along when he noticed something strange. Could it be? Before him, something mysterious slowly began to materialize. A shadowy figure gradually took shape, stepping fully into view. The figure broke into a self-satisfied smile. Found you. Nearby, the last bus of the day was ferrying soldiers back to the barracks. One by one, they lined up neatly to board. Moongi, sticking her head out of the window, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Kim Minjun, for everything today. You really worked hard. She even cheerfully added, next time we meet, let us go eat together. My number is. Before she could finish, a black-haired girl hurriedly covered Moongi's mouth. You have done enough. Sun Yun-so, watching Minjun from the bus window, gave him a gentle, affectionate smile. As the vehicle pulled away, Minjun stood there, eyes following it. After a moment, he sighed and began walking back to the barracks. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Night Walker stood alone on the sidewalk, wearing an expression of extreme sorrow. Minjun froze, unsure how to respond. Night Walker remained glum but extended its hand toward him. In Minjun's mind, it was clear what the creature wanted. How do I remove this magical energy? Everything's in chaos. Upon hearing this, Nightwalker's face went pale with astonishment. It raised its hands repeatedly, signaling something urgently. Minjun frowned, puzzled. What is it? What is happening? A flicker of mystical energy flashed in its eyes, as if trying to summon a vision or event for Minjun to witness. The sky above darkened ominously, and he muttered to himself, a powerful magical entity is manifesting. Is not this supposed to happen only at dungeon gates? Could it be that reaching rank C has increased my perception abilities? A sly, almost sinister grin tugged at Minjun's lips. So this is your specialty, huh? Not assassination. He chuckled, then firmly asked, then. Where exactly is this place? Nightwalker silently led him deeper into the forest, the darkness thick and absolute, shrouding everything around them. As soon as they arrived, Minjun tossed a sphere of magical energy toward him and casually asked, is this it? At that moment, a mysterious power began to manifest right before Minjun's eyes. It grew stronger and wilder by the second, until it formed a swirling black void connecting two places, like some sort of spatial gate. Minjun instinctively took a step back, a twinge of fear creeping into him. Could it be? The shadowy figure gradually became visible through the aura of mysterious energy. Its form was both enigmatic and vaguely familiar, tugging at Minjun's memory. The figure spoke, excitement threading its voice, found you. Minjun's face twisted in apprehension, bracing himself to see where this presence might hail from. Then, to his astonishment, it was Li Banggu, appearing in spirit right before him. Before Minjun could even process the emotional reunion, Li Banggu's face was smeared with tears and snot, and he ran toward Minjun like an overjoyed child. Oh, my old friend! Startled by the sudden outburst, Minjun shouted angrily, you crazy fool. But Li Banggu had not gotten far before tripping and falling. Feeling a mix of exasperation and concern, Minjun walked over to check if any part of his friend's body had been injured. Placing a firm hand on Li Banggu's shoulder, he scolded him seriously, I told you to forget me. Why are you here? Li Banggu looked up at him, his expression pitiful and sorrowful. Seeing this, Minjun could only sigh, resigned, and sit on the ground beside him. Memories from the past flickered through his mind, the time he found Li Banggu lying motionless on the ground, a massive and ferocious beast advancing toward him, seemingly intent on devouring him. Li Banggu's strength at that moment was feeble, entirely incapable of fending off such a monstrous creature. Then, as if awakened by some invisible signal, a mysterious power began to surge within him, and a stranger stepped forward to aid Li Banggu. It was Minjun, bearing a sphere of magical energy. What? What are you doing here? Li Banggu's eyes widened, frozen in shock. Minjun stared at him, bewildered, and asked, who are you? Seeing Minjun appear before him left Li Banggu speechless. Minjun himself was momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched across his face. What? Everyone else? Are they all dead? He sat down gently beside Li Banggu and pressed further. But why are you here? He asked again, still trying to make sense of the situation. Li Banggu's gaze stayed fixed on him, and Minjun could not help but feel surprised. Then, Li Banggu spoke clearly, are you Manold? Minjun blinked, caught off guard. You can speak, but how do you know me? Li Banggu could not hold back the tears anymore, his eyes streaming as he looked pitifully at Minjun. Minjun's face contorted in astonishment. The hope of the dark mage. So you really are Manold. You are a dark mage too. Standing, he surveyed Li Banggu's frail state and shook his head. A mage. Weak as a snail. Are you even okay? Li Banggu remained silent, so Minjun turned and waved dismissively. Hope, forget about it. Do not speak nonsense. If you can't handle it, you should not be in this dungeon. As Minjun started to walk away, he suddenly stopped, puzzled, and glanced back. By the way, what is your name? Li Banggu shook his head, his expression pitiful. I do not have a name. Minjun's eyes widened in stunned disbelief, and a sly, knowing smile curved his lips. Really, not even a name? Fine. I will give you one. He patted Li Banggu on the shoulder firmly. From now on, your name will be. Back in the present, Minjun grabbed Li Banggu's shoulders, shaking him firmly. Li Banggu, are you even conscious? How on earth can you manipulate space like this? Li Bonggu's face turned pale and drawn, clearly overwhelmed. Manold left us a message and then vanished. The congregation is on the brink of collapse. Why did you abandon us? Li Bonggu explained, his voice trembling. Hearing this, Minjun's anger flared. I said I would come back, why did you crawl all the way here? He could not contain his frustration, pushing Li Bonggu away sharply. This is insane. Li Bonggu lay on the ground, crying pitifully, his voice trembling with despair. At least, you should have brought me along as Min's right hand. Minjun froze, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Right hand? What the hell are you talking about? His face turned serious, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Li Bonggu like a detective interrogating a suspect. Then, he channeled his magical energy toward Li Bonggu, probing gently but firmly. But why are you begging like this? Li Bonggu bowed his head, absorbing the energy Minjun was transmitting. Thank you, Lord Min. You have saved my life again. This favor, even if I die. Minjun could not stand the emotional display and pressed straight to the point. Alright, enough. Tell me exactly how you got here, every single detail. Nothing left out. Li Bonggu began recounting the story meticulously, everything. It was a miracle born from my faith in Manold. My only wish was to support and be near him. After hearing the full account, Minjun could only shake his head in disbelief. Ridiculous. Yet Li Bonggu nodded solemnly. It is true. Minjun pressed further, trying to unravel the whole matter. You are telling me you can manipulate space, be honest. Did a saintly maiden send you here? Li Bonggu continued earnestly, our followers obey no one but Lord Manold. This angered Minjun, who shouted sharply, cut it out, just tell me what do you want. Li Bonggu then recalled something even more shocking. After Manold left, I followed the saintly maiden. There were rumors. Again. Minjun raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Rumors, about what? Li Bonggu took a deep breath and recalled the events carefully. It started one day, a shadowy figure began appearing suddenly in a palace. Every night, strange sounds echoed through the sanctuary. Hearing the strange sounds, I resolved to follow quietly. I saw a faint light behind a curtain. Rumor had it that they were imprisoning a large number of monsters. Li Bonggu cautiously opened the door, observing carefully, and immediately discovered traces of captured creatures. The rumor said none had ever been taken out of the sanctuary. A horrifying scene confronted me: bones, flesh, even small scraps. How could so many monsters be handled without leaving any trace? Returning to the present, Li Bonggu replied calmly, but just as I predicted. Lord Manold was here. Hearing this, Minjun's anger flared uncontrollably. Damn it. Are you serious? We would never lie to you, Lord. Minjun stared at him, disbelief mixed with frustration. Damn. Really? He rummaged through his inner jacket pocket, pulling out an item. Here. Do you recognize this? Li Bonggu looked at it carefully and replied calmly. Judging by the pattern, it seems to be a fragment of a sword from the sanctuary guard. You mean the sword the captain used, right? Hearing this, Minjun's sense of regret surged anew. Right. Those bastards. Yet he still kept a wary expression. But what about the portal that brought you here? Did you somehow stumble into it while wandering through a void? Li Bonggu gave a forced laugh. I am not sure. The answer deflated Minjun's mood entirely. This guy. He is not right in the head, he muttered, staring intently at the object in his hand. After a pause, Minjun asked with curiosity tinged by concern, but what exactly is their goal here? 1,224 days before Kim Minjun returned to Earth according to Isgard time, on the cliff ahead, the saintly maiden stood in a flowing white robe, exuding an aura of grace and authority as the evening sunlight cast a golden glow. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly interrupted by a voice from behind. What is going on? Startled, she turned to see Minjun approaching. Rarely seen so reflective, she gently brushed her golden hair back, the soft sunset light playing across the castle behind her. It is nice to step out and feel the breeze once in a while, is not it? She said lightly. Minjun's expression twisted, his lips trembling, eyebrows knitted in silent anger. He ground his teeth and demanded, causing the saintly maiden to shyly step aside, embarrassed. You. The one who disappears for days on end, occasionally showing up like this. Huh, she asked, her eyes soft with melancholy, her voice barely above a whisper. I am sorry, I did not think it through. I cannot leave the sanctuary, so. Before she could finish, Minjun rolled his eyes in frustration and cut her off. Anyway, why did you call me here? He asked. Ah. She feigned innocence, offering an explanation. I heard that many of your companions were seriously injured in the Farkas dungeon. Is not that related to Lumi Nuna, my favorite character? Minjun's expression immediately darkened. His eyes widened to reveal dark circles of fatigue, his lips sagging, hands waving violently as if to reject the suggestion outright. There are no companions, no theories, nothing like that. Those fools followed me on their own. They were attacked by the Black Hounds. Know when they were attacked by Farkas. They were treated afterwards, so they are not dead, she said, unable to suppress a laugh at his reaction. I understand, she added lightly. So that is why you call them Black Hounds, is that what people in Minold's homeland call them? Hearing this, Minjun stepped slowly toward her, his figure merging with the golden dusk that bathed the landscape. Standing silently on the cliff, he spoke in a low, serious tone, recounting events while she remained quiet. There is nothing like that on Earth. In sea, they are called hounds, so I call the Farkas creatures Black Hounds. That is all, he continued, his gaze dark and purposeful. By the way, even if I try to reason it out, I still do not understand. I need to ask you something, Minjun said, suspicion and long-held doubts weighing in his voice. Are the monsters appearing on both Earth and Isgard truly unrelated? At this, the saintly maiden paused, eyes widening in surprise, before speaking slowly. Yes. Recalling the times those monsters went on frenzied rampages against the people. Her voice fell, as if echoing from distant memory. As I said before, the gates and those monsters began appearing in Isgard several hundred years ago. If there is any connection between your homeland and Minold's, it is that both are experiencing the same phenomenon. Under the blazing golden sunset, she turned to him, her eyes soft but carrying a depth of unspoken feeling. Your doubts are understandable, but the monster you saw in your homeland. It is here. And more importantly, Minold came here through a spatial gate. Facing Minjun's scrutinizing gaze, she merely smiled faintly, her calm tone suggesting nothing could disturb her composure. However, traveling between dimensions is not so easy. It requires extensive preparation and time just to summon Minold. Now, if you wish to return to Earth, you will also need careful preparation and the right timing. After hearing everything, Minjun glanced at her, his eyes cautious and probing. Finally, he muttered softly, fine. Until everything is settled, and you send me home. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving her silent gaze following him quietly from the cliff. His voice rang out steady and commanding, I won't be asking anything more. The saintly maiden bowed her head slightly, half of her face hidden in the shadow of the fading light, a confident smile playing across her lips. Meanwhile, in the present on Mount Inch, Washian district, darkness had fully enveloped the vast hillside. Minjun, clad in his soldier's uniform, stroked his chin thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. I never trusted the saintly maiden's words from the start, so I investigated quietly on my own. Indeed, Isgard has been troubled for a long time because of these spatial gates. I also know that even for the saintly maiden, traveling through space within a dungeon is not easy, though not impossible. Memories of the strange occurrences in recent days made him furrow his brow, his gaze deepening with introspection. But why now? Why use so much divine power to send each monster here? Images of the saintly maiden alongside the 5 sacred relics flashed through his mind. He placed his hands on his hips, stepping back from his chin, and murmured to himself, suspicious, could she be using the sacred relics? Doing all this just to lure me here? Lost in thought, he suddenly froze, eyes widening in shock as though witnessing something unbelievable. Before him knelt Li Bonggu, one knee on the ground, his expression solemn and resolute, leaving Minjun momentarily speechless. I, Li Bonggu, vow to follow and serve Lord Minold until death. Please, accept me, he declared. Minjun let out a long sigh, a mix of exasperation and weariness in his voice. This fanatic. I really can't send him back right now. Fine, then first, change how you address me. My name is Kim Minjun, not Minold. Overjoyed, Lee Bonggu looked up and exclaimed, "Thank you. Thank you so much, Lord Kim Minjun. Until my life ends even if I die." Before he could finish, Minjun interrupted impatiently, "Not Manold, Kim Minjun. Forget it. Can you use your camouflage skill?" Lee Bonggu's excitement flared as he replied loudly, "Of course, sir. Thanks to the wondrous magic of Lord Kim Minjun, I am now filled with power," he boasted. Minjun frowned slightly, irritation evident in his eyes, and quickly countered, "Do not exaggerate. I did not give you much. I barely have anything myself." Ignoring Minjun's annoyance, Lee Bonggu beamed brightly, eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Yes, I apologize. Right now, I can only transform into a small animal." Minjun chuckled. "For you, that is more than enough." He placed his hands on his hips and signaled seriously, "Perhaps you should transform into that crow over there. Can you do that?" Lee Bonggu turned his gaze toward the jet black crow perched nearby, his eyes momentarily sharpening in alertness. Calmly, he spoke in a low, steady voice. At the same time, a mysterious black smoke began to swirl around him. "If that is the command of my master." In an instant, Lee Bonggu transformed into a black crow, his eyes glowing a fierce red, as if his soul had been swallowed by darkness. Minjun watched with satisfaction, snapping his fingers in approval. The black crow stretched its wings, calling out in response to its master's command. "Good. From now on, you will accompany Nightwalker." From the shadowy darkness, Nightwalker slowly emerged, its eyes burning like twin flames that pierced through the night, radiating a chilling, threatening aura. Its small legs stepped cautiously toward the two of them. Nightwalker bared its teeth, eyes gleaming with disdain as it faced Lee Bonggu, who stared back without a hint of submission. Seeing the two lock eyes, muscles tensing as if ready to clash, Minjun rolled his eyes, clicking his tongue. All right, settle down." In response, the crow flapped its wings rapidly, letting out several caws of protest. Minjun frowned, his voice rising in exasperation. "Speak human language, you idiot." "Yes, sir," Lee Bonggu replied, his tone cold as he issued a warning to Nightwalker, asserting his position as Lord Kim Minjun's right hand. "Let me clarify the hierarchy between us." Before he could finish, Minjun cut him off with a sly grin, his voice firm. "No, there is no need for that. Just cooperate quietly, and it will be fine." Lee Bonggu and Nightwalker stared at each other tensely, as if the slightest provocation could ignite a duel over a reason no one could understand. After a long moment, both reluctantly extended a symbolic gesture of cooperation, though their expressions betrayed sheer disdain. Seeing this, Minjun chuckled and said, "You should ask Nightwalker what you are supposed to do. Nightwalker, if Bong tries anything dangerous or draws attention, you have to stop him immediately," he reminded both of them seriously. Lee Bonggu drooped his head in frustration, while Nightwalker raised a claw in salute, looking both solemn and comically stiff. Safety first, right? Watching their amusing postures, Minjun let out a quiet sigh and softly added, "All right, now go." Following the command, Lee Bonggu spread his wings and took off into the sky, while Nightwalker silently sank into the ground, vanishing as if dissolving into the shadows. In Lee Bonggu's eyes glimmered a sharp, cold light, like a slender blade slicing through the silent night. Under the bright moonlit sky, Minjun rested his hands on his hips, tilting his head to watch Lee Bonggu soar upward. The figure gradually merged with the deep, silver-tinted sky. Once both had disappeared from view, Minjun stood alone among the trees, exhaling slowly, his breath mingling with the cold night air and the damp scent of decaying leaves. Moonlight illuminated him as his reflective voice echoed softly through the dark forest. Calmly, blending with the rustling leaves, "I will eat plenty of black bean noodles first, then get some sleep." Now, where to go? A few days later, under a radiant sunset, a red brick building stood peacefully amidst the quiet surroundings, though the tranquility was soon shattered by the booming voice of Kwangshik. Hearing the noise, everyone in the room immediately froze, all turning toward the door with curious, scrutinizing expressions. Sengho ignored them, turning his back to remove his jacket. Han Young smirked mischievously, "Finally losing your mind, huh?" Moongi clicked his tongue in exasperation. A while ago, he was imitating pigeons, wandering around. Now what is he up to? Jung Tae suddenly perked up, excited to ask. What is going on? Taeguk smiled, curiosity lacing his voice. But what are you doing? Raising an eyebrow, lips curling into a sly grin. He spoke as if ready to drop a bombshell. The quarterly company achievement board is right in front of the administration room. Hearing this, Lee Sungwoo hurriedly lifted his glasses to see. Meanwhile, Ki Tae and Sungwoo nodded sleepily. Jung Tae raised an eyebrow, asking quietly, he is first again. This quarter had lots of dungeon training, and he stands there with that inscrutable look, buttoning his uniform. Sengho closed his eyes, listening quietly to the astonished voice of the narrator nearby. That is truly a performance scoring machine, Kwangshik whispered, shielding his mouth, murmuring, Sergeant Lee Sengho scored 75 points. Taeguk glanced toward the corner of the room and exclaimed loudly, what, again at the top, he might even top the entire battalion. Jung Tae paled, mumbling, I just wanted over 50 points. If I got punished with no leave, I would be dead. As they chatted animatedly, Kwangshik suddenly leaned in, clearing his throat, this. He covered his mouth, eyes widening with secrecy, whispering as if the air itself might hear, Sergeant Lee Sengho actually came in second. Hearing this, the other's eyes widened, and one burst into laughter, really, that is great news. Meanwhile, another reacted in disbelief, our company has someone scoring higher than 75, who is that? Just as everyone buzzed with chatter, Minjun suddenly stepped in, raising his hand and calling out, reporting, Corporal Kim Minjun has returned from leave. Seeing him smile and greet everyone, both remained skeptical but spoke up. Is that true? He nodded firmly to confirm, yes, Kim Minjun scored first, with 99 points. The words barely left his mouth before both of them widened their eyes in shock, mouths agape as if they could swallow a whole egg, shouting in unison, 99 points. At that moment, Chulman stepped in, raising his hand with a smile, was dinner good? The second company will get some rest now. Then he spun around toward Minjun, waving his arms wildly, his voice booming as if he wanted everyone 3 streets over to hear. Did you enjoy your leave, Kim Minjun? Minjun laughed heartily and replied, Corporal Kim Minjun. Yes, thank you very much. Chulman also shouted in approval, good, good. Look, Kim Minjun. The sight of such camaraderie left everyone in the room stunned, their mouths agape. Even Sengho froze to listen. Minjun said nothing, instead lifting his shoulder epaulets for all to see. Moongi was so shocked that he stammered. Squad leader, do not tell me. Ki Tae hesitated, continuing, Kim Minjun got a special promotion again. Finally, Taeguk could not contain himself, his jaw dropping, twice in such a short time. Seeing everyone's incredulous expressions, Chulman smiled faintly and explained, I received a special letter from division headquarters stating that he was selected as the division's top hunter for the recent training session. And they also recognized his contributions while supporting the district dungeon during his leave. Remembering all Minjun had accomplished, Chulman's voice grew more serious. This is a special order from the division commander. Congratulations to you. Meanwhile, Minjun grinned broadly, silently calling out to his eccentric brother. He quickly removed the old epaulette from his chest and affixed the new one. Everyone in the room stood and applauded Minjun. What is he doing in Washian now? Amid the celebration, in a corner, Hanyung's eyes widened, mouth slightly agape, his expression frozen in astonishment as if his brain had paused for a few seconds. After a moment of stunned silence, he slowly pulled a slip of paper from his jacket, showing all the names of those who had bet a month's wages on when Kim Minjun would become a corporal. Han Young could not help but laugh in astonishment. Oh my god. At this moment, Kwangshik approached, draping a hand over his shoulder with a cheerful grin. Thanks, I will put it to good use. Han Young pointed at the paper, lips curling into a triumphant smile, eyes sparkling. You guessed it right. I admit you have a talent for guessing. But the next instant, the paper in their hands was snatched away with such speed that they could only stand there, dumbfounded, as if they had just lost their wallet in the market. Everyone turned to look at Minjun, the central figure in the bet, holding the paper in his hand. He furrowed his brows and glared at them sharply, silencing everyone instantly. His cold voice cut through the air like a blade. Kwangshik, you know I am a corporal now, right? Stammering, sweat pouring like a shower, Kwangshik muttered. Corporal Kim Minjun. Minjun's voice thundered over him, making the entire room freeze. Yes, that is right. He glanced around the room, a threatening smirk tugging at his lips, his deep voice carrying weight. Did you do something interesting while I was gone? You won, right? Startled, Kwangshik replied hastily. Yes, I won the bet. Minjun chuckled softly, tilting his head with a calm yet chilling tone. But how much? Did you earn a lot? Facing his piercing gaze and half-smile, Kwangshik froze, sweat streaming down his face, mouth agape, eyes trembling like he was about to cry. Yet he managed a self-satisfied smile, his warm, resonant voice carrying subtle meaning. Well done. Minjun stood proudly in his formal uniform, his expression radiating a quiet satisfaction. Meanwhile, he and Han Young were standing at attention, looking slightly tense. Kwangshik, on the other hand, was red-faced, veins bulging, almost as if he was about to combust. Gritting out each word, Corporal Kim Minjun, I will give you 30%. How does that sound? Minjun did not answer directly, instead cleverly playing along. What are you talking about? Anyone watching would think you were doing it for the money. No, everyone's just saying you did well. Keep going, he reluctantly conceded, adding, then 40%. Minjun calmly stood to the side, observing him struggle with the weight, and reminded him about the prior conversation. You are not doing this for money, right? You all make bets using me without feeling an ounce of guilt, he questioned sharply. Do I look like a joke to you? Kwangshik looked close to tears, sweat streaming down his face. But Minjun was not finished. He pressed down on the bar with a finger, increasing the load, making Kwangshik yelp in pain. Exhausted and dazed, Kwangshik only felt relief when Minjun finally lifted the weight gently. Immediately after, Kwangshik fainted outright, mouth open and drooling, completely vulnerable. The other two froze in fear. Kwangshik, how can you even lift that with one hand? Minjun feigned diligence. Giving a justifiable reason, I am only training you this way to help you improve. Do not get the wrong idea. He looked at the two others, seemingly ready to continue. Next. Han Young waved his hands nervously. I am fine. Sergeant Kim Minjun Moongi also refused earnestly. Yes, we will train ourselves. Minjun feigned regret, sighing dramatically. Oh, that is too bad. The two of them seized the moment to quietly retreat, saying, thanks for the reminder. We will take our leave now. But just as they turned to go, Minjun repeated, too bad, really too bad. He pressed his lips together, turning to them with a smooth yet terrifying villainous smile. I do not think you really have the right to refuse. Right, they immediately shivered, their faces pale as if the apocalypse had arrived. Thus began a series of screams echoing throughout the office. After a period of this special training, both were exhausted to the point of vomiting across the floor. Minjun lowered his gaze on them thoughtfully. Luckily, this is timely. I have a small task I want you to help with. Before he could finish, Moongi and Han Young eagerly chimed in. Just tell us what you need, as long as it is not training. Minjun's expression turned serious as he made his request. Privates and below are forbidden from using the simulation room. The statement left them scratching their heads in confusion. Ignoring whether they understood, he continued to list. Privates and below cannot use the crafting room, privates and below cannot use the PC room, privates and below cannot use phones. Forbidden. Moongi and Han Young slowly stood, clearly finding the rules absurd. Amazing that such unreasonable rules still exist today. Then their expressions shifted quickly to excitement. These must be eliminated immediately. No betting on who will win, Minjun warned sharply. Do not go overboard. They straightened their attitudes and answered in unison, yes, sir. He concluded, I will try to persuade the sergeants. I hope you two can manage it. Han Young put on a serious face. Do not worry, Sergeant Kim Minjun. Can we leave now? Moongi also confirmed earnestly. You can trust us, can we go now? Minjun, finding the scene slightly amusing, finally waved them off. Receiving the signal, both hurriedly slipped away. Quick, Kwangshik, having regained consciousness, weakly shuffled toward the door, only to be called back. Corporal Kim Kwangshik. His face turned pale, as if he had heard the voice of a demon, and he trembled in fear as he stammered, yes, Corporal Kim Kwangshik. Minjun casually relayed the new information. I am sure the squad leader already told you, right? due to the rearrangement of teams, you have been assigned to Squad 2. He added warmly, let us train together from now on. The scene shifted to the snake mine, a monster resembling a serpent. Unlike normal snakes that slither above ground, these creatures operated primarily underground. They were not venomous, but they had a dangerous trait: they exploded upon death. Therefore, before killing one, its tail, essentially the fuse, had to be removed. The snake mines hissed painfully, tongues flicking, each raspy sound chilling the spine. This procedure was necessary to prevent chain explosions. Soldiers clad in protective armor tackled each creature individually, advancing into the thick underbrush, unaware of a pair of twin tails lurking behind. For this reason, the dungeon's snake mines served as a standard for testing attacks by inexperienced personnel, providing valuable learning opportunities. One soldier, momentarily careless, nearly got struck by a snake mine. At the critical instant, his pupils froze in shock. The creature had been firmly grasped by a strong hand at the tail. He glanced at Minjun's satchel, which was overflowing with serpent corpses. I have caught plenty in Isgard, but just one of these is enough for this mission. Relieved from the tense situation, everyone exhaled and exchanged smiles. Cholman ordered the squad to disband and rest. Everyone, take 10 minutes off. The soldiers dispersed to nearby trees, some wandering around. Cholman and Minjun took the opportunity to confer on combat techniques and training routines. Meanwhile, Minjun stood aside, reviewing the system. Quietly, he assessed, good. On the screen, a skill-enhancing agility had been activated, increasing the agility stat by 5 points. Minjun accepted the reward cheerfully, if only there were career-specific skills, but this works too. Truly, every dungeon is a treasure trove. Suddenly, Lee Bonggu's voice rang out urgently. Manold. Ah no, Kim Minjun. Sir, Kim Minjun, what is going on? He reported detecting a concentration of dark energy. I sense a significant amount of demonic energy. Reflexively, Minjun turned, scanning the surroundings, then leaned close to the screen, excited. Good, where exactly are you? From the other end, the scenery was unfamiliar. I am at. Lee Bonggu perched on a power line, replying, Incheon. Upon learning the location, Minjun could not hide his reaction. A few days later, during the weekend in Incheon, Minjun changed into casual clothes, donning a black hat and coat, observing the house ahead. He called out to Lee Bonggu, who was flying toward him. What is the situation? The report was concise. Per your instructions, sir, I am observing without taking action. Since I cannot sense the monster's aura, I believe it may be a result of the dungeon's collapse. Minjun inquired further to gauge how many were inside. Lee Bonggu responded professionally, as of yesterday, there was no one, but now I confirm there is one person inside. He hesitated, adding, if only you had come yesterday. But Minjun shot him a sharp glare. Do you think soldiers can freely come and go? Too bad. The Hunter Corps does not have a stationed area. Here, stationed area refers to zones the Corps must protect or areas accessible to individuals during military duty. Minjun pulled his black mask into place, ready to act. What we are doing may seem like an illegal intrusion, but in reality, it is to clear dangerous elements from inside the house. Lee Bonggu followed closely, replying earnestly, yes, sir, that is correct. Minjun warned, but do not get caught. Lee Bonggu nodded obediently, understood. Minjun placed his sneakered foot on the windowsill. Lee Bonggu entered first, shielding him as he slipped through the frame. They crept along the wall into the living room. Suddenly, Minjun paused, as if he had noticed something. His gaze fixed on an object on a shelf in the corner. Carefully, he approached. I can sense the demonic energy clearly, but it is not harmful to the body. He reached out to touch it. Feels like it has been refined. Then a female voice cut through the moment, stop. Minjun immediately glanced over his shoulder, cautious. To his surprise, it was Sun Yun-so, silently standing there in ambush. Rewinding to a few minutes earlier, outside the quiet red brick house, the night lay heavy and still. Sun Yun-so sat on her bed, scrolling through her phone. The screen showed a chat with her mother. Mom, are you on your way home after the late movie with Dad? Have you eaten dinner? I just ate. But why a late-night movie, Mom? I do not know either. Dad bought the tickets in advance. Sun Yun-so typed back happily. Dad is so sweet. Another message from her mother popped up. How's your day off alone? She began typing a reply. It is fine. I will be heading down to the dragon shrine tomorrow morning. Suddenly, Sun Yun-so looked up from her screen, alert to a sound. She cautiously opened her bedroom door, peeking around the edge. Then, step by step, she descended the stairs, only to freeze in shock at what she saw. A dark figure stood in the living room. What? A burglar, she exclaimed. Quickly, she adopted a serious tone. Warning, stay where you are. Her courage came from her military training, allowing her to confront the intruder directly. In this day and age, are thieves really this bold? Who are you? State your identity and purpose immediately. Minjun tilted his head slightly, taking in the scene. Upon seeing who it was, he could not hide his surprise. Oh. This girl. The coincidence left him almost in disbelief. What the? The room, occupied by two people, fell into an eerie silence. No one spoke, wary of making a misstep. Even Lee Bonggu, hiding in a corner, was caught off guard upon seeing her. The house we broke into to find items containing demonic energy from the dungeon. It is actually Sun's house. How is that possible? Lee Bonggu muttered, only to receive a sharp glare from Minjun. Realizing his misstep, he stammered, trying to explain, I did not know it was her place. I thought it was Inumshiki's house at first. Minjun composed himself, tracing the sequence in his mind. I see. If it is the captain's house, it makes sense that dungeon items would be scattered there. But why is she here today? He tensed slightly, hands trembling, just like in Washion. What the hell is going on? Sensing something unusual, Sun Yun-so shouted a warning. Freeze, hands up. I warned you. Minjun paid no heed, sliding his hands into his jacket pockets. He was not about to turn back now that he had come this far. Sun Yun-so's frustration flared. I said stop. She swung a kick at his head, but he bent slightly and easily avoided it. Not listening. She followed with two powerful punches from behind, both missing their mark entirely. To Sun Yun-so, it felt like a slap in the face. Veins stood out on her forehead as her anger spiked. She raised her leg high, aiming to strike down hard. For the first time, Minjun showed a flicker of surprise, but quickly shifted to serious evaluation, studying her fighting stance. She is actually pretty skilled. At this rate, she will level up to sergeant soon enough. His gaze moved to her hand, poised to strike his neck, but with a simple lift of his own hand, he could effortlessly block it. Looking her directly in the eyes, Minjun felt absolute confidence. Compared to me, this is nothing. Sun Yun-so froze, stunned, as her hand was suddenly grabbed and brought down. Minjun used both hands to envelop hers, neutralizing her attack entirely. Sun Yun-so struggled angrily, trying to pull her hand free, her voice sharp with accusation. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to play with me? Though she spoke boldly, deep down she already understood that this confrontation was far from ordinary. This guy was no regular person. Silently, she evaluated his masterful techniques. It was clear he was a pseudo-awakened. Once again, Minjun easily evaded the sweeping kick she threw. He stepped back, keeping a measured distance, his gaze flicking toward the faint glow nearby. The black stone in the glass container sat undisturbed atop the cabinet. Suddenly, he decided to move straight toward it. Sun Yun-so raised her hands into a defensive stance, but it was too late to block. Her anticipated attack never arrived. Instead, Minjun's eyes were faster. He seized the glass container and swiftly disappeared. Sun Yun-so stared in disbelief at his retreating figure along the wall. She ran forward, calling out, "Wait, that is," but he and Lee Bonggu leapt over the fence and vanished. Clenching her fists, she muttered, irritated that he had not even fought back. Opening her hand, she found a small folded note. Curiosity piqued, she unfolded it, revealing a brief message. "I am just borrowing the jar." Her face burned red with fury. "That bastard," she seethed, shouting after the two figures racing through the night streets, "You damn idiots." Later, in a nearby bag, Minjun held the glass jar up, examining it carefully. After a moment, curiosity overtook him. This contains far more demonic energy than ordinary monsters. But if a level 2 hunter can keep it at home, it probably does not affect humans too much. The furry belly of the Nightwalker shivered as he continued rambling to himself. Just my thoughts. Could this be a crystallized monster shard? He placed his hands on his hips, watching the two trembling subordinates. What do you mean? They asked, quivering in fear. Sorry, they whispered. Minjun, still curious about the object in his hands, continued. I know about crystallized shards, but why would a monster's crystallized shard be filled with demonic energy? His curiosity was genuine. I have never seen anything like this in Isgard. A crystallized monster shard is a mineral occasionally found in a monster's body. Its size varies according to the monster's age and threat level. They usually contain mana, and the amount of mana corresponds to the crystal's size. Minjun levitated the glass jar with his magical energy, contemplating its value among the loot one could collect from monsters. Suddenly, a pinkish glow intensified across his face. He looked down at the black crystal, ignoring the shattered glass jar. But I have never heard of a crystallized monster shard containing demonic energy. Clenching his hands, he crushed the crystal. When he opened them, the dark pink aura erupted like volcanic smoke through his fingers. Surrounded by the thick, oppressive energy, he wondered aloud, why does something like this even exist in the world? The system continuously pinged notifications. A certain amount of demonic energy has been absorbed. Demonic energy stat increased by 1. Observing the remaining crystal fragments in his hand, he seemed to reach a decision. If I do not want to be tricked by the Holy Maiden's masterpiece, there is no time for idle thoughts. The system delivered another alert. Sensory anomaly skill developed. Demonic energy point skill developed. Minjun's excitement spiked. 2 skills developed at once. The notification displayed detailed information about Kim Minjun himself. Rapidly, he manipulated the interface. Excellent, this is exactly what I needed. My skills have increased significantly, especially this one. He tapped to check the properties of the demonic energy point skill. Feeling the change within himself, he noted, as my demonic energy stat rises, the energy inside me grows darker and harder to control. Even though I must be careful, I worry it could affect those around me. Perfect. This is exactly what I need. He reached out toward Li Bonggu and the bewildered Night Walker, combining his hand with the newly acquired demonic hand skill. Instantly putting it to use, Minjun activated it on Li Bonggu, demonic hand skill. In an instant, Li Bonggu was compelled to fly right into his grasp. Not bad, Minjun mused, examining Li Bonggu as if studying an experiment. But it can only grasp something this heavy. Still, there must be some use. Let us see how it goes. He released him shortly after, issuing a serious order. I have a mission for both of you. With information on dungeons suspected of containing demonic energy, go there and retrieve the items with demonic energy for me. Both responded with solemn compliance, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, Minjun tossed 2 black and pink spheres toward them. The 2 scrambled for them, unwilling to yield, but when Minjun glanced back, they were suddenly cooperative, acting almost affectionate toward one another. A mischievous smile spread across his face. Li Bonggu, have you tried Korean food yet? A short while later, at a hot soup restaurant called Ariari, a steaming meal was laid out before them. Li Bonggu returned to his human form, tears and snot streaking his face. His exaggerated expression left both Minjun and the restaurant owner momentarily frozen. Shoveling food into his mouth, he continuously praised it. Oh my God, this is so delicious. Mr. Kim Minjun. Minjun scolded. Frustrated, whether you are crying or eating, just do one thing at a time. Li Bonggu obediently complied. Yes, I will eat slowly. Despite his stern words, a hint of amusement softened Minjun's expression. In Isgard, they probably eat those strange cookies all the time. I get it, he murmured. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Curious, he checked the screen. Seeing a message interface, he muttered, there is a rule that lower-ranking soldiers are not allowed to use phones. It was the group chat of 2nd Squad, Team 26. Inside, the chat was lively, everyone egging each other on. Wanna go somewhere? Sergeant Kim Minjun, please answer. Lee Sengho has left the chat. Kwang Zich invited Lee Sengho. Sergeant Kim Minjun, done with the crazy training schedule yet? Next week, Minjun sighed. Chatting all night, huh? Suddenly, Kwang Shik's account pinged with a message: the guerrilla training officer of the Hunter Corps has been caught. For a Hunter Corps made up of awakened individuals, entering a military training zone for guerrilla exercises was extremely significant. The soldiers repeatedly performed jumps, then dropped to the ground, pressing their feet down, all under the watchful eyes of the trainers. Every face showed agony except Minjun, who smiled brightly. The unit soon moved to the third training area, a bridge crossing exercise. Minjun's enjoyment was evident, even walking the rope bridge with his hands free, the lower part only a single rope. Next came mountain climbing training, where Minjun demonstrated with full energy, his eyes covered by protective goggles. The head trainer, fully hooded in protective gear, awkwardly explained, given the diverse expressions of the second squad members, he just directs them to sing the national anthem loudly up to the fourth verse. Serving the army, we train as hard as possible. Sounds of feedback echoed from inside the room, very different from normal drills. Yet this guerrilla training for hunters was indeed a nightmare for the newcomers. None of the new soldiers could fully adapt to the conditions. Taeguk's eyes glistened with tears. Jung Tae fared no better, tears streaming down his face. The cause, a single box of fried rice before them. Both stared at it, hesitant to eat. Taeguk scooped a spoonful, marveling, can't believe we are getting this at the end of the year. Jung Tae slumped, overthinking, does this mean the corps commander is holding a grudge? Did we mess up somehow? Ignoring Minjun devouring his food like a warship opposite them. Taeguk reassured him, we have not even met him yet. How could we have done anything wrong? Amid the challenges of managing meals and sleep during field exercises, Taeguk noticed Jung Tae was not eating and asked, not eating? His pale, dejected companion replied, if I eat too much. Remembering the nightmarish toilets, he groaned, realizing he would have to face them. Night fell, and the military base became eerily silent. Seo Jungwoon and Junsik stopped by the resting area of the 2nd Battalion soldiers. Choi In-ho quickly rose to greet them, reporting, at ease, sir. 2nd Battalion is currently reorganizing itself. Seeing this, he leaned back on his hips and told the others to relax, you have all had a long, grueling day of training. The night mission will include night watch duty and is expected to add several new training exercises, so tonight the entire battalion should rest fully. Just as it seemed the briefing was over, Seo Jungwoon snorted and added, and one more thing, what could be considered the main purpose of this guerrilla training for hunters. He inhaled deeply and then projected his voice, we will win every single battle in the trench fight tomorrow. Indeed, the highlight was the trench combat exercise. The rules of the trench fight were simple. On a clear day, soldiers from different squads would gather to cheer for their teammates. Each combatant would face an opponent individually. If a soldier could push all opponents outside the four-sided trench arena or neutralize them except for their own teammate still in the trench, they were declared the winner. At that moment, one soldier wore a contemptuous smile toward his opponent. With both hands, he effortlessly lifted the other soldier and threw him out of the arena. The others were quickly cleared in the same manner, falling on top of each other outside the trench. The victor looked down at those defeated. The referee then shouted, end. The referee raised a hand and announced clearly, Squad 1, Team 1, 1st Company of 2nd Regiment wins the third match of the round of 16. Weapons were forbidden, making it a test of raw strength. Punching was also prohibited. Yet for the guerrilla training camp of awakened hunters from the 4 companies of the 104th Division, the trench battle held special significance. From a distance, the company captains watched. Junbom furrowed his brow and remarked, that guy really stands out. Last year, the winning squad was his as well, right? Sung Gyun turned with a smile, yes. Back then Choi Sungwoo was just average. Now he is a squad leader. Hearing this, Junbom's expression darkened further as he grumbled, this morning. There were only 10 squads in the qualifiers, and he alone crushed 9 of them. What is his stat level, really? Just then, Jung Chul adjusted his glasses and joined the conversation. I heard recently that squad leader Choi Sungwoo passed the corporal promotion exam. Then he dropped a surprising detail. Company commander, the 1st company has actually postponed the promotion. Junbom immediately asked, what are you saying? He quickly turned to scold Sung Gyun, is what the 3rd company commander said true? Did you know beforehand and act accordingly? If he became a corporal, He would not even be allowed in the trench fight. Sung Gyun flustered, denying it. No, I did not know. The sudden training by the division commander, how could I have known? Jung Chul sat calmly, listening as Sung Gyun continued his explanation. Besides, who would expect guerrilla training in this weather? Especially since this was supposed to be an opportunity to compare combat ability between companies. He then turned to scold Jung Chul. Where did you get that ridiculous conspiracy theory? Jung Chul replied, I just heard something. Junbom quickly cut him off. Why are you stirring trouble with the third company commander? What is wrong with you? Ji Hai stayed silent, not participating in the childish back and forth. Back at the arena, the referee announced, next, Squad 4, Team 4, 4th Company of the 4th Regiment. The pride battle among company captains. She pouted, full of irritation, thinking to herself that in the 4th Company, the advancing squad had survived the qualifiers. Ji Hai looked at the female team entering the arena and thought, only one. Squads with lower achievements will have to increase their training intensity. Meanwhile, Sung Woo's team was laughing, mocking their opponents, when his gaze suddenly fell on Minjun. Sung Woo smirked and asked teasingly, You are Hunter Kim Minjun from the 2nd Company, right? Minjun responded politely, yes. Is that a problem? Sung Woo maintained a broad, amused smile as he continued. It is just interesting to see all the famous names here. I heard you were promoted to rookie squad leader in such a short time. The teammate next to Minjun chuckled, while Minjun himself remained composed and said casually, That is right, thank you. Seeing that Sung Woo did not recognize him properly, Minjun aroused a look of contempt from the other. Sung Woo sneered, looking down on him, What is this? I was expecting something impressive from the rumors. But you look so dull. Hearing that, both Han Young and Kwangshik frowned, trading glances as they prepared to question Sung Woo together. Hey, uncle, what are you saying? Suddenly, Sung Woo's shoulder was grabbed, each of his shoulders seized tightly by a firm hand. His face hardened, and with a voice full of menace he warned, Stop those thoughts running in your heads immediately. The hands on each of them pressed down so hard that veins bulged. Kwangshik and Han Young shared the same thought. This strength made it impossible to move. After asserting his dominance, Sung Woo smirked and said, All right, that is your apology. Save the rest for later. Then he left with his team, laughing at Minjun's squad as they went. Han Young, fuming, yelled, What is up with those guys? Kwangshik was equally displeased. Squad leader Kim Minjun, can you just let that slide? Minjun raised a finger nonchalantly and replied, It is fine, really, it is fine. Hearing that, Kwangshik's anger surged. Fine, what do you mean it is fine? I am going to go back and but his fury quickly cooled, his face shifting from red to pale. Minjun, already flushed with his own irritation, simply said again, It is fine. He trembled slightly as he added, Anyway, we will see them again when we head up there. Under the blazing sun with not a hint of wind, everyone had to give their all in the competition. Beneath the makeshift tent, two girls, one with pink hair, the other with black, stood with their arms crossed, frowning. Company 4, Battalion 4, Platoon 4, Squad 4, the girl with pink hair, Private Chong Mari, muttered to herself. She sighed in frustration, What is this even? We are already exhausted. And now we have to clash with person after person. This is so annoying. Private Haiju beside her nodded in agreement. Exactly. Su Yong keeps comparing the performance between squads. If you are not up to par, you get scolded. Are they trying to pick the king of gorillas this way? Mari spun around to face her, determination flashing in her eyes. Our squad just needs to get through the preliminaries. Glancing at Ji Hai sitting in the stands along with the others, Mary's heart skipped a beat. If we fail, the battalion commander will be furious. Jung Chul covered his mouth, whispering to someone nearby, Where do you get such nonsense from? I just heard it from someone, came the quiet reply. Mary's mouth formed an O in surprise, her mind whirling. What do we do? What if he really gets angry? Setbyul appeared behind them, speaking loudly and carelessly. What is there to worry about? A training officer announced, projecting his voice over the field. Next up, Company 4, Battalion 4, Platoon 4, Squad 4. Before he could finish, Mari, Haiju, Setbyul, and Yunso leapt to their feet, advancing into the competition. Mari smiled confidently, As long as we win, we will take the title of Gorilla King, that is all that matters. Moments later, Mari screamed loudly, sprinting to dodge an advancing soldier. Meanwhile, Haiju's face tensed as she engaged in a one-on-one struggle with Jung Tae. From a distance, Jae-eun helped Naeun break free from Judo's grip. Veins protruded on his forehead, and his body trembled slightly as he struggled against the two girls. A large hand clutched Judo's neck. He furrowed his brows, glancing back to assess the situation. Setbyul, expending hardly any effort, used one hand to fling Judo aside, freeing Jae-eun and Naeun. He gritted his teeth in annoyance, casting a sharp glance at her. Setbyul was not done yet. She leapt forward to strike Judo again, driving her head into his stomach with full force. The light in Judo's eyes dimmed as saliva spurted from his mouth. He fell forward, headfirst to the ground, utterly defeated by Setbyul's effortless takedown, unable to struggle at all. She brushed the dust off her hands and glanced back at the chase. Mari shouted with unrestrained excitement, "Stop chasing, Jin!" Taeguk clicked his tongue, frustrated. Too hard to catch. Just as his hand was a few centimeters from touching her shoulder, a glimmer of hope shone in Junshil's eyes. "Got her. You think I am a chicken, but I am actually a grain of rice." Mary's eyes sharpened, her expression serious as she gripped his wrist. Using only one hand, she executed an incredibly powerful throw. Junshil's body was lifted into the air and hurled backward. Setbyul watched the scene and exhaled, satisfied. Mari smirked arrogantly from above, looking down at Junshil, lying unconscious on the ground. Her lips curved with self-satisfaction. "I told you, stop chasing me." Mari then turned her attention to Haiju, still grappling with Jung Tae behind them. She focused all her strength, pushing him backward with a single hand. Sweat streamed down Jung Tae's face, and his lips twitched as he glanced at his left hand. The blue-haired soldier, noticing the subtle signal, rushed in quickly to support Jung Tae. He spoke with self-satisfaction, not yet noticing a hand gripping the collar of his uniform. Standing so casually at the side, the green-haired soldier's body was suddenly lifted, his head pointing toward the ground before he could even comprehend what was happening. Yunso had thrown him several meters away with a single, precise motion. She lifted her face, a triumphant smile spreading across her lips. Haiju, energized by Yunso's intervention, squeezed Jung Tae's hand even tighter. "Thanks, Yunso," she shouted, her excitement mounting with every move. Haiju pushed Jung Tae backward with all her strength. He was utterly shocked by the sheer power she exerted. Mari stood to the side, grinning with satisfaction, her teeth flashing in the sunlight as she watched her teammates. From a distance, two soldiers sneered, clicking their tongues derisively, scanning the scene with mocking eyes. "4 people and you could not take down a single member of the opposing squad. I did not expect much from the start, but this level of weakness is genuinely surprising," one taunted. Jung Tae and Junshil struggled to stand, still hearing the mocking voice. "You always let us carry everything, that is not right. Watch closely from your spot." The two bent slightly, preparing to engage, the voice dripping with disdain. "And what is Choi Sungwoo supposed to be?" They grinned mockingly and charged at the girls' squad. "Spring this year is different, watch this," one shouted. Setbyul refused to back down. She moved with the speed of lightning, single-handedly countering both bulky soldiers. One of them casually reached out to grab her muscular arm. "What?" his companion scoffed. "Just her alone." But the two large soldiers' smug expressions faded quickly. Setbyul, like a demon, lifted both of them off the ground, leaving their feet dangling. The soldiers, gripped by fear, struggled frantically. What kind of strength is this? Wait. Their bodies trembled in a place no one could see. Setbyul's lips curled into a sly smirk. "Who said I was alone?" she said, enunciating each word. Behind her, the other girls rushed to assist. Together, they pushed the two taunting soldiers from behind, hurling them back. Their eyes rolled white, bodies going limp like overcooked noodles as they fell backward. The girls stood victorious, smiling in satisfaction. The officer, seeing the soldiers piled up unconscious, raised his hand and announced, "Round of 16, Company 4, Battalion 4, Platoon 4, Squad 4 victory." Setbyul casually brushed off her hands, while the other girls behind her laughed brightly, as if celebrating a festival. From inside the makeshift tent, Minjun observed everything, noticing the radiant smiles of the young girls. He silently assessed, they are very cohesive, and their physical strength is quite impressive. Han Young spoke first. That squad's abilities can't be underestimated. Kwang Shik smirked. They will face Choi Sungwoo in the quarterfinals. If this keeps up, Choi Sungwoo will be defeated, someone angrily argued. Of course not, Minjun countered. Choi Sungwoo has to make it to the finals to face us. Only then can we show him who we really are. He furrowed his brow. Is that so? Kwang Shik asked, his voice low, curiosity evident. But are we sure we will make it to the finals? Han Young replied confidently, with Sergeant Lee Sengho and Sergeant Kim Minjun here, losing is not an option. As they left the competition field, Mary's attention was drawn to the noise in Minjun's tent. Naturally, the first thing that caught her eye was him. Flustered but smiling brightly, she called out, "Hunter Kim Minjun." The other girls looked on in confusion at Mary's actions, while Kwang Shik and Han Young exchanged puzzled glances. Scratching his head and blushing, Minjun muttered, "Is she?" Greeting us, he pointed to himself with a self-satisfied grin. Clearly, she is looking at me. Across the way, Mari waved warmly, her smile radiant. Minjun glanced helplessly at his friend. Han Young spoke seriously. Thinking back, I am still not ready to train anyone yet. Kwang Shik nodded in agreement. Exactly. When I am ready, I can overlook Choi Sungwoo. He displayed a clear infatuation, grinning. Right, forget training for now. From here on, I will support Company 4. He happily followed along with the decision. Minjun cast a sidelong glance at the two of them, sighing in exasperation, completely at a loss. Up in the observation stand, the atmosphere was entirely different. Jung Chul furrowed his brows, his disappointment clear. Adjusting his glasses, he muttered, I really had confidence in that squad. Well, it seems that is that. Sung Gyun beside him squinted with a mischievous grin, commenting, I would say that was a perfect match, would not you? He turned to Ji Hai and asked, is not that right, Captain of Company 4? Jung Chul's face flushed red with anger. Lips tightly pressed together. The officiating officer raised her voice to announce, Round of 16, Match 5, Squad 2, Platoon 2, Battalion 2, Company 1, Squad 3, Platoon 1, Division 4, please take the field. Her eyes widened with excitement as she focused on the arena. Within the lineup, Ji Hai's gaze locked on Minjun. Memories of him flashed vividly through her mind. Kim Minjun. Han Young, brimming with anticipation, leaned toward Minjun. Sergeant Kim Minjun, did you hear? If we take first place this time, we get leave privileges. Minjun twisted his mouth in mild displeasure. But I do not want to go out with you all. Han Young's sly grin widened. So you do not need first place, huh? Minjun froze at her question, then spun his face away, a confident smirk creeping onto his lips. I will go out but on my own terms. On the outdoor arena, everyone had lined up neatly in two opposing rows. The opposing team stood stiffly, silent and disciplined. Across from them, Kwang Shik led his own line, brow furrowed, eyes fixed on the opponents. Sengho clenched his fists, raised them high, and shouted, prepare yourselves, the match will begin at the whistle. No sooner had he finished than the opposing team charged like lightning at Minjun's squad. Sengho and Han Young reacted immediately, rushing to intercept the attackers. Sengho, alone, wrapped his arms around the waists of two opponents and effortlessly pushed them backward, leaving them stunned. Meanwhile, Kwang Shik and his teammates surged forward, blocking and countering the opposing team. He and Dongjin ran up, wrapping around the opponents to halt their advance. Kwang Shik's eyebrows rose as he bared his teeth in a condescending grin. What is this? He scoffed. He easily hoisted one of them off the ground, elated, shouting, this guy's so light. In the distance, Dongjin mirrored Kwang Shik's movements. He glanced up and noticed something. Everyone instinctively turned to look. There, a tall man appeared, his gaze fixed on Sengho, who was still grappling with two opponents. The man's blue hair framed a tightly clenched jaw, his brows furrowed in irritation. Being stared down, he lifted his head defiantly to meet Minjun's eyes. From the starting line, Minjun stepped into the middle of the field, smiling brightly as he blocked their paths. Lowering his gaze slightly, he contemplated thoughtfully, "Good. Should I try this?" At that moment, the blue-haired man surged toward him. Minjun's smile widened with amusement. He raised a hand, summoning his dark energy, aware that he had not fully mastered it yet. Shadows and power rapidly gathered around the man's legs, causing them to wobble. Realizing something was wrong, the man jumped in shock, glancing down at the shifting ground. One of his legs was lifted unexpectedly, throwing him off balance. Minjun seized the opportunity, wrapping his other hand around the man's head. Satisfied, he pressed down firmly, using his strength to destabilize him. The man slumped to the ground, struggling to maintain his posture, and looked up at Minjun standing over him. No one else could see the dark energy at work. The man quickly regained his composure, teeth gritting, veins bulging with anger. Without a hint of fear, he raised both hands and charged at Minjun. Once again, Minjun discreetly manipulated his dark power, pulling the man off balance. Caught completely off guard, the blue-haired man fell forward forcefully onto the ground. Seeing the strange situation, his face paled, and he lifted his head in confusion. Minjun smirked triumphantly, wiggling his fingers slightly, thinking, "Damn, if anyone notices this, I am in big trouble." The man regained his composure, slipping into a defensive stance. He stared straight ahead, silently thinking, "All right, let us play around a bit." Unexpectedly, Minjun surged forward, catching him off guard. The man instinctively thrust his hands out to grab, but Minjun nimbly sidestepped. Then, moving behind him, Minjun wrapped his arms around the man's waist, leaving him baffled as he glanced back. The man fell backward, and with Minjun holding him at the waist, he was effortlessly flung high into the air. Minjun tilted his head back, holding the position for a moment, a sly grin spreading across his face. Outside, the sky was a brilliant blue, and the training station stood firmly in place. After Minjun's group had finished their match against the opposing team, they were given a brief rest. "As expected, we advanced to the semifinals with ease," someone remarked. Everyone else lowered their heads in silence. Minjun cast a hesitant glance around, but Kwangshik's brows furrowed darkly, his face pale with irritation. Just as Kwangshik and Han Young had anticipated, Han Young silently ground his teeth, his expression twisted. "Squad 4, Battalion 4 won't make it to the semifinals," he muttered. Sengho then spoke up, scanning the area. "The final round begins. 3 teams enter the arena." On the stairs, heavy footsteps announced the arrival of Sungwoo and his team, faces radiating arrogance and triumph. Minjun's squad had already emerged onto the field and spotted Sungwoo's group not far away. Curious, Han Young peered over. "Is that guy a fighter?" he asked. Kwangshik, approaching from behind, followed his gaze. "I heard he practiced martial arts all through middle school and stopped only after awakening." Han Young tilted his head, analyzing the movements. "Judging by the way he moves, he must be a skilled warrior," he said, eyes fixed. "I also heard he swept through national-level competitions." The two of them continued to stare intently at Sungwoo's group. Slightly taken aback, he muttered, "Really, if that is true?" Han Young's expression darkened with frustration, teeth gritted as he scowled. "You are saying that even though he is so skilled, he still relies on underhanded tactics?" As soon as he spoke, both of them burned with anger, eyes fixed on Sungwoo's group. Sengho exhaled deeply, resting a hand on their shoulders to calm them. Minjun remained silent, following the others. The reason for the duo's fury was clear. It stemmed from Sungwoo's quarterfinal match. They recalled how he had casually brought his hand to his lips and exhaled softly. Sungwoo had stood proudly before his teammates, hands on hips, exuding confidence not merely because his squad had won, but also because of how the match had unfolded. In the distance, Setbyul lay trembling on the ground, struggling to resist. She was covered in grime, trying to rise unsteadily. Seeing Setbyul's condition, Sungwoo immediately ceased his actions. She did not charge him again. The final result had been an absolute 5-0, but the disparity was so overwhelming that Sungwoo had simply toppled Setbyul. No one in her team had been eliminated for leaving the arena. After a while, she lay still on the arena floor, completely immobile. Sungwoo, on the other hand, relaxed, massaging his arm as he returned to his teammates. Recalling the scene, Minjun fell silent, bowing his head slightly. This is not a sports event, it is combat training, he thought, turning his gaze to one side. It is not Choi Sung-woo's fault that he defeated his opponents while adhering to the minimum rule of not harming his own team. At Setbule's camp, everyone was in chaos, the commotion stemming from the weakness of her squad. She, alone, had draped a white cloth over her face, leaning back in her chair, exhausted and unable to respond. Kwangshik could no longer contain himself and shouted loudly, challenging, "It is time we taught these bastards a lesson." Minjun glanced at him, then let out a quiet sigh, muttering, "The road ahead is still long." Images kept flashing in his mind, the self-satisfied, bright smile of Sung-woo appearing over and over. A hint of amusement tugged at Minjun's lips, and he smiled faintly to himself, thinking, if I do not like something, I just destroy it. Why get all riled up over it? And so, the match began. Sung-woo's team lined up in formation, while Minjun's team stood neatly opposite them. Han Young furrowed his brow and spoke, dripping with sarcasm, "You planning to handle all of them by yourself again?" Sung-woo's lips curved into a slight, mocking smile. He lifted his chin arrogantly, voice laced with ridicule, "Sergeant Lee Sengho is a renowned rival of mine, so I can't afford to be careless. But who am I that you feel the need to ask such a pointless question?" Provoked, Han Young tensed, ready to charge forward. Sengho quickly raised a hand to hold him back. "If it is just a one-on-one fight, do you really think you could beat me?" Kwangshik's anger flared, his head heating up. Sung-woo's attention shifted suddenly. He bared his teeth and looked around, voice loud and teasing, "I have been wondering if I were to utterly defeat your girlfriend, would you show a more interesting expression, or are you just going to stand there and watch?" Everyone froze in shock. Minjun's team, puzzled, exchanged glances. "What are you talking about, girlfriend?" Sung-woo turned toward Setbule's group and continued. "Is not that pink-haired girl in Battalion 4 your girlfriend?" The group froze at his gaze, startled. "What the hell?" Sung-woo pressed on, she was waving and cheering so happily. Kwangshik's face darkened with anger at the remark, voice sharp as he shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" She was not waving at Sergeant Kim Minjun. "I mean, that is not the case. I do not believe it." Han Young, who had been silent until now, peeked out and chimed in loudly, "Exactly. Sergeant Kim Minjun already said he is not interested in anyone but Miss Lux." After this, the air grew thick with an awkward silence. Then, unexpectedly, Sung-woo's laugh echoed through the tense space. He could no longer contain himself, throwing an arm around a teammate as he burst out laughing. "What, Miss Lux is an NPC in that game? You are actually dating her?" His mocking voice carried across the field. Han Young looked on, stunned and fearful, so this guy really is an idiot. Others on the team began to edge away, warily observing Minjun. Sung-woo, oblivious to the tension he was causing, doubled over in glee, laughing loudly. "I have only heard stories until now, but this is the first time I have seen it for myself, dating an NPC in a game, truly unimaginable." He then raised his voice, commanding the match. "Both teams, prepare, the match will begin at the sound of the whistle." Struggling to suppress his laughter, Sung-woo wiped the corners of his eyes and added, "I will go easy on you. I should return you to Miss Lux in one piece, should not I?" The whistle blared across the field, signaling the start of the match. Sung-woo planted his feet, arms out in a confident stance, calling out, "Come on, kids." His team responded immediately, charging forward as one. Yet Minjun remained rooted in place, expression dark and unreadable. Excited like a beast, Sung-woo leapt at him, shouting, "Still asleep, huh?" His massive hand shot toward Minjun, who remained motionless. Sung-woo pressed closer, closing the distance. Suddenly, Minjun slammed his head forward with brutal force, striking Sung-woo squarely in the face. Everyone froze, stunned by what Minjun had just done. Sung-woo staggered, clutching his face in pain and stumbling backward with a groan. A bright red welt quickly bloomed on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, Sung-woo muttered an explanation, "I just slipped, that is all. Just let it go." His expression hardened. He shrugged towards Sengho as if to claim innocence, then turned his head to look up at the stands where the higher-ups were seated. Worry creased Sung-woo's face. He gave a small, nervous nod, and Sengho turned back to the group, raising a hand to warn, "Everyone, be careful, avoid unnecessary collisions. Reminder, striking an opponent is prohibited." With that he tightened his cap and walked off. Sungwoo's face remained stormy, flushed with anger. He ground his teeth and hissed under his breath. "You little bastard, cute move you pulled back there. Do not expect any mercy from me. You are done for." He spoke low, but Minjun seemed to hear. Minjun's face darkened instantly. He shot back, "Cute, huh?" After a moment, Sungwoo lifted his head and shouted, "Continue the match." Minjun's mood dipped. His voice shifted, low and measured, "From now on, you will get to see even more cute things." Sungwoo did not catch the words clearly and only blinked in confusion. "What?" he scoffed loudly, mocking, "What is this? Just hiding, huh?" But he did not even finish the sentence before his eyes went wide with horror. In the next instant, with blinding speed, Minjun's arm charged with invisible force struck in front of Han Young. Han Young braced against the pressure Minjun unleashed and clenched his teeth, helpless. Then Minjun casually launched Han Young and another soldier, sending them flying. The thrown maniacally wailed, "Why me?" as they tumbled away. Watching Minjun dart around and fling people left and right, Sungwoo gaped, bewildered and loudly puzzled. Why are you tossing your own teammates?" Despite the commotion, Minjun kept going, flinging everyone who came within range. Kwangshik was not spared. He was sent soaring, lips pressed tight, silent in humiliation. Next it was Sengho. Minjun clenched his fist into a ball of force and charged straight at him. Sungwoo raised his hand to block, snarling, "You bastard." The two collided with brutal speed. Someone nearby was slammed flying. Sungwoo watched the scene in stunned fear, thinking to himself, "What the hell is this? Is this guy malfunctioning?" He tried to resist Minjun's strength. Sengho was overwhelmed. He squinted one eye and let out a strained sound. But he could not hold him off for long. He too was thrown. Sweat dotted Sungwoo's face. He was terrified and muttered, "This guy." Minjun, a frightening presence, spun around on his heel. Sungwoo stared at his strange expression and wondered, what the hell is he doing? Above, Sung Gyun leapt to his feet and snapped at Junbom. "What the hell is he doing? Stop this match now." Junbom blinked, looked up baffled, and replied loudly, "What are you saying? He has not broken any rules. Why should we stop the match?" He kept pressing, demanding an answer. "Even so, are you saying it is acceptable to eliminate your own teammates?" Junbom's words trailed off. He faltered, at a loss for how to respond. He twisted in his seat, one hand bracing the chair, staring anxiously down at the field thinking, "I can't justify this." Sung Gyun was not finished. He pointed toward the distance and demanded, "Who is going to take responsibility if someone gets hurt?" Ji-hai could no longer stand it. She glanced over and said sharply, "The referees will handle it." She reminded everyone of what had happened earlier when Sungwoo had faced Setbule's team. "It is just like the previous matches." Hearing Ji-hai say that, Sung Gyun froze, unable to utter another word. Once that matter was settled, she let out a soft sigh, turning her head slightly inward. Then, suddenly, Ji-hai spun back, her gaze darting toward the arena. Below, Minjun and Sungwoo were locked in combat, neither willing to give an inch. Sungwoo, now feeling the strain, gritted his teeth as he clutched Minjun, thinking to himself, "What is wrong with this guy? He is trying to make it one-on-one. He wants to fight me hand to hand." His fingers tightened instinctively around Minjun's belt. He refused to back down, confident in his own strength, so naive. "You are mistaken, Kwang. I have to admit you are strong." Even as sweat soaked his face, Sungwoo managed a slight, confident smile, analyzing the situation. Fighting was not just about brute strength. With one foot, he swept toward Minjun, gripping tightly with both hands and lifting him with triumph. Fighting is about skill. Suddenly, Minjun's body did not move a single millimeter. No matter how Sungwoo tried to kick him away, he could not budge him. Instead, Minjun gently lifted Sungwoo over his head, sending him thrashing in terror. Then, with all his force, Minjun slammed him down violently onto the ground. Sungwoo's body hit the floor with a sickening thud. He gasped in pain but could not even scream. Minjun stood there imperiously, commanding, "Get up, you bastard." Sungwoo lay on the ground, wincing, analyzing his own skill. He slowly rose, wiping his chin, thinking, "This guy is not someone to underestimate." Sungwoo stared directly into Minjun's murderous gaze and icy white eyes, acknowledging, he is tough to shake off. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could finish, Minjun lunged forward. Wait. Fine, this time I will let it slide. Once more, he wrapped his arms around Sungwoo's waist and hurled him across the arena. Sungwoo hit the hard floor with a painful thud, tears streaming uncontrollably. Minjun did not relent. He hoisted him again, shouting, "Who gave?" and then bellowed, "Are you surrendering?" Sungwoo panicked, struggling frantically. "Wait, I surrender, just put me down," but Minjun ignored his protests. His presence radiated deadly intent as he spoke again, mentioning a certain Miss Lux. Sungwoo, sweating profusely, felt a pang of unease. Then Minjun toppled backward with Sungwoo in his arms, proclaiming loudly, "She is not just a character in a game." Outside the arena, Dongjin, Han Young, and even Kwangshik gawked, mouths agape, unable to find words as they watched the match. Haiju looked equally stunned, while Mari blushed and covered her face, eyes sparkling as she glanced at Yunso. Yunso herself was speechless, tilting her head in astonishment. Meanwhile, Sungwoo had been battered repeatedly, foam already forming at the corners of his mouth. Minjun's gaze was serious as he looked down from above, declaring firmly, "And she is my favorite character." Sungwoo's eyes rolled back, utterly unresponsive, lost in bewilderment. Unrelenting, Minjun stated. "What?" He stood there imperiously, his presence commanding. Sengho blew the whistle and raised his hand to announce. "The match is over. Battalion 2, Company 2, Platoon 2, Squad 2 victors." Sengho stepped out of the arena, walking slowly. Minjun paused mid-step, eyes wide in astonishment. Everyone squinted at him, and a hush fell over the arena. Minjun awkwardly scratched the back of his head, hesitant. "Everyone, I apologize for my thoughtless actions." Before he could finish, the four teammates approached, laughing with glee. Kwangshik could not stop praising Sergeant Kim Minjun. "That was incredible. He did not even break a sweat." He clenched his fists, grinning endlessly. "There has never been such a colossal margin in the history of the tournament. I can't believe you publicly humiliated Choi Sungwoo in a hand-to-hand match like that," Han Young added, giving a thumbs up. "It is amazing seeing him left completely alone and utterly destroyed. So that is why you took out all of us. If you would warned us, we could have worked together," someone joked. Amid the laughter and playful chatter, Minjun remained silent, thinking wryly to himself, "They are really enjoying this. Well, winning is fun enough, and there is nothing wrong with that." Suddenly, behind everyone, the solemn figure of Sengho appeared. Arms crossed, his voice was firm and heavy as he spoke, "No matter the reason, a fighting style that endangers your teammates is completely unjustifiable." Irritated, Sengho lowered his hands, fixing Minjun with a sharp gaze, silently demanding an explanation. "Truly disappointing, Kim Minjun." With that, he turned and walked away. Minjun watched Sengho's retreating figure, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. This could get tricky. Yet he continued walking forward confidently, without a second glance. After a moment, Sengho exhaled deeply, a weary sigh escaping him. He bowed his head slightly, a small, almost nostalgic smile forming as he recalled Minjun's triumphant, almost reckless display of power. "If I let my guard down, even I could be overshadowed by my successor." Raising one brow, determination etched across his features, Sengho resolved, "Next time, I won't be fooled." "Not again, Kim Minjun." Beneath the clear blue sky, all the soldiers stood at attention, lined up neatly behind the fluttering flag. Above them, Ji Hai leaned slightly from the podium as she addressed the crowd. Soon after, she lifted a gold medal and placed it around Minjun's neck. Dongjin, standing at the front, raised his hand to his forehead in salute, and the soldiers behind him followed suit. Meanwhile, at the large green tent within the military camp, someone pulled back the canvas flap, prompting a voice from inside, "Getting ready to depart. Where are you heading?" Moongi, irritated, stepped quickly outside and replied, "To use the restroom." He lowered his head slightly, muttering through gritted teeth as he walked, "Lately, our hunter squads have been on guerrilla marches. When will we finally reach the main legion?" Not far away, a small, clear voice rang out, "Hey, Hunter." Moongi's attention was immediately captured. As he turned his head, he froze, cheeks flushing red. Yunso stood with her hands gently clasped behind her back, looking effortlessly beautiful as she smiled softly in his direction. The days passed quickly, and soon snowflakes began drifting steadily through the air. After a short, intense tournament, the 104th Division's training program finally concluded. Suddenly, Kwangshik's slightly hesitant voice broke the silence, so we need to handle this very carefully. Han Young, exhaling in the frigid air with visible puffs of breath, spoke up. Exactly. No matter how extreme the results, I think we can make a strong impression with this. Dongjin, standing beside him and looking slightly worried, hesitated before adding, but if the sergeant finds out. Before he could finish, Kwangshik cut him off reassuringly. Relax. Do not be afraid. Once we lure them to the rendezvous point, what can even the sergeant do? It is easier than asking for permission anyway. Han Young chuckled quietly, glancing toward Chulman, whose role was the most important. You can handle it, right, kid? Chulman could only stammer in silence, offering no reply. The four of them settled into the snowy courtyard, huddled close together. They whispered continuously, plotting and strategizing. Even as the pain from training began to fade, some were already scheming. Sitting up straight, one of them shouted, "You know we do not have much time, right? The closer, the better." Beside him, another raised a finger in agreement, signaling concurrence. Right. The rendezvous point is the most important. But where should we go? Dongjin peeked out shyly, his cheeks tinged red. The eastern limit of Gyeonggi-do province is as far as we can go. Beyond that, it will take too long. Hearing this, Kwangshik laughed heartily, pointing at Dongjin. Good. Li Dongjin, I like you already. Great suggestion. Suddenly, the phone he was holding in his hand vibrated lightly. The four of them, intrigued, huddled closer, their eyes fixed on the screen. Kwangshik raised his hand and tapped the display, exclaiming with excitement, "Let us start." On the screen were the ongoing messages between him and Yunso, their conversation lively and uninterrupted. Then, Yunso's last message to Kwangshik appeared. By the way, could you give me Kim Minjun's number? Both of them froze, staring blankly at the text. Han Young, a bit puzzled, tried to brush it off nervously. Hey. If we do this, we are going to get caught for dating without permission. Kwangshik, unsure of how to respond, turned to the others. Should I tell her I do not have his number? A voice nearby disagreed. Would not that be kind of weird? Dongjin, sitting close by, chimed in curiously. We are obviously going together, but asking for his private number like that. That is strange. Hearing their remarks, Kwangshik's face immediately paled, his complexion turning a purplish shade. Suddenly, Han Young stood abruptly and looked down at him, saying, "Who knows, this is crazy. I am out. I am scared. You decide for yourself. We have nothing to do with this." With that, he turned and walked far away from the group, his voice calling back over his shoulder, "Come on, guys, this has nothing to do with us." The others followed Han Young, leaving Kwangshik behind. Panic-stricken, Kwangshik scrambled to his feet, stammering as he called out, "Hey." He looked toward the departing group, his voice serious. Even the sergeant might want to join in. Yet they do not care at all, leaving me behind like this. Alone outside in the snow, he muttered bitterly, "You guys." Meanwhile, inside the silent corridor, the doors of the rooms tightly closed. Minjun wearily opened a door and stepped inside. Before him, the status window appeared immediately. He moved closer, placing a hand on his hip, thinking, time to review the results of this training, right? The status window was filled with countless notifications. One of them read, "Kim Minjun, Miss Lux is my favorite character." A satisfied smile spread across his face as he recalled his fight with Sungwoo, silently thanking him. "Thanks, Choi Sungwoo." Minjun's mood brightened like never before. He hummed happily to himself as he prepared to lift weights, thinking, once my stats hit 60, it will be hard to increase them further. He lay down on the gym bench, lifting the barbell, calculating silently, but my agility has improved by 1 point. At the thought, his face flushed strangely, and a confident smile spread across his lips, and my strength went up by 5 points because of leveling up a skill. Minjun quickly regained his focus and began lifting again. Just then, a hurried voice called out repeatedly, "Sir Kim Minjun, Sir Kim Minjun." Annoyed, Minjun paused his exercise and set the barbell back in place. Sitting upright, he looked up and asked, what is it?" The voice hesitated, seemingly embarrassed, before Lee Bonggu finally revealed his purpose for calling Minjun. "Could I buy a bowl of rice cake soup?" Minjun, irritated by the trivial request, clenched his jaw and veins bulging, growled, "Why are you asking me that? I already gave you money to buy your own food." Hearing this, Lee Bonggu replied cheerfully, "Thank you, Sir Kim Minjun." Frustrated, Minjun grabbed a handful of his hair at the crown of his head, groaning, "Seriously? How can you be this happy about something so small? This is so annoying." At that moment, Lee Bonggu hesitated once more. He was clearly struggling to contain a frightening anger. His voice finally rang out again, "I have just detected a strange source of energy." Hearing this, Minjun's own anger began to subside slightly. He remained silent, listening carefully as Lee Bonggu continued. "I suppose I should have mentioned this earlier, right?" Minjun, feeling exasperated and unwilling to argue further, replied, "Regardless. This strange energy. What exactly is it?" "Dark energy." Lee Bonggu flinched, his expression darkening with seriousness as he answered, "It is not dark energy. But it is some kind of rare energy. Something I have never seen before in Isgard." After saying that, he suddenly went quiet. Minjun looked up at him, puzzled. "What is wrong? Why did you just stop talking?" Lee Bonggu, seemingly unconcerned with Minjun's words, hurried off. "My rice cake soup has arrived. Can I finish eating and then continue explaining?" Once again, Minjun's irritation flared uncontrollably, and he muttered curses under his breath, "Damn it." The surrounding space emptied, leaving only Minjun, whose previous cheerful mood had now been replaced by simmering anger. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification. Confused, he unlocked it and saw a message from Yunso. "Hello, I am Sun Yunso. This is Hunter Kim Minjun's number, right?" Looking at the text, his face registered a mixture of bewilderment and incredulity. Gritting his teeth, Minjun exhaled wearily, mumbling in mild frustration, "What is going on today? What are these messages? How did she get my number?" He raised the phone, fumbling for the buttons. "Forget it. Where's the block button?" Suddenly, Kwangshik burst through the door from outside, shouting urgently, "Sergeant Kim Minjun, please do not." Minjun raised an eyebrow, glancing down at him with disdain, silently wondering, "Why him?" Kwangshik quickly rushed forward, kneeling at his feet, pleading earnestly, "You just got a message from Hunter Yunso, right?" His face looked completely innocent. Clinging desperately to Minjun's legs, Kwangshik continued his entreaty without pause, "This chance won't come again. Please, even if it is not for me, think of our team, think of your comrades. You want to be a leader, right? Sergeant Kim Minjun, then it is only natural to care about the morale of your soldiers," Kwangshik added. Minjun furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions as he asked, "What are you talking about all of a sudden?" Only then did Minjun realize what was happening. Leaning back slightly, he called out, "Wait. You gave her my number." Kwangshik, still holding onto Minjun's arm, confirmed without hesitation, "Exactly." He continued to beg, squeezing tighter, analyzing the situation rapidly as he spoke. "I just want to go on one date. Please, be generous and understand me. Everyone is risking themselves in the military, should not we allow ourselves a little bit of enjoyment?" Minjun, already angry, felt his irritation intensify, his mind growing heavy as he clenched his teeth to hold back. Finally, Minjun relented to Kwangshik's pleading. Curious, he lowered his gaze and asked, "But what exactly are you talking about?" Kwangshik, still bewildered, looked up, answering instinctively, "What, have not you heard? What did Sun Yunso say?" Minjun's face darkened with fury as he raised his phone, his tone dripping with menace. "What?" Kwangshik stammered, terrified, unable to find words. That is." He bared his teeth in a strange, almost demonic expression, his face contorted as if on the verge of exploding. Furrowing his brows, he finally said, This is the gym." Hearing that, he could only press his lips together, his face pale and lips turning bluish, silently listening as Minjun's threat cut through the air. "You better explain yourself properly." At last, the day of the arranged meeting had arrived. The clear blue sky shone down over the bustling amusement back below. It was the following Sunday. Across the colorful tiles, disciplined footsteps echoed with authority. Everyone was dressed in military attire, making their presence felt. Minjun led the group with a serious expression, while Han Young glanced around excitedly, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "Thanks, Sergeant Kim Minjun. I did not expect we would actually come here," he said. Kwangshik clenched his fists, his voice firm as he countered, "Those traitors do not deserve the favor you have shown. I endured so much to make this day possible." Suddenly, someone walking ahead turned back, their presence causing an uneasy silence. Minjun frowned slightly, his voice sharp and cautionary. "Do you think we came here for you? We are only here because Chulman wanted to come." Dongjin stepped closer, draping an arm around Chulman's shoulders with a bright smile. "Then let us thank our youngest member." Han Young eagerly joined in, his face flushed as he grinned mischievously. "Exactly. By the way, I did not know Sergeant Lee Sengho agreed to come too." "See, even the sergeant is a man of principle," Kwangshik added, but without waiting for a response, he turned his back on the group and muttered, "Rather than spending the whole day with those in your group." Sengho, calmly ignoring the two pouting figures in the distance, remarked, "This is much better." Setting that aside, Han Young quickly regained his composure. He raised a hand to his forehead, scanning the surroundings as he muttered, "Where's the rest of the 4th Battalion?" After a moment of searching, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise, and his face flushed crimson. In the distance, Yun So and several other girls were laughing and chatting, quickly catching Han Young's attention. Delighted, he shouted toward them, "There they are, at the ticket booth, right." His voice gradually trailed off, and the group fell silent, staring in awe at the people ahead. Minjun followed their gaze, his eyes widening in stunned surprise. Yun So appeared visibly embarrassed at that moment. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind Yun So. Taeho, towering and imposing, stood silently, observing the group below. Han Young hesitated slightly, concern flickering in his voice. "What is that? A gangster?" Kwangshik, standing beside him, clenched his fists, itching to step forward. "What? A gangster? How dare he?" Sengho stepped forward, placing himself between the group and the approaching figure. "Wait, everyone, pay attention." He raised a hand in a respectful salute. From afar, Taeho returned the gesture with a calm, gentle motion. "Loyal." Dongjin suddenly realized who Taeho was, his mouth opening in astonishment. His next words caused everyone nearby to stiffen and step back in surprise. "That is the commander of the 107th Division. I have seen him on TV," Yun So added, blushing as she hurriedly grabbed his hand, whispering, "Pa. Dad, I thought you were just going to take me to the entrance." "Dad, hurry. Wait, go back." Taeho smiled warmly at his daughter, reassuring her, "I just wanted to meet your teammates. I will be leaving shortly." Still uncertain, Yun So stammered awkwardly, "But." Taeho gently separated from her and approached Minjun, waving for him to come forward. Receiving the signal, Minjun froze, bewildered. Taeho's expression turned serious, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on Minjun. Step by step, Taeho closed the distance until he stood directly in front of Minjun. His face radiated authority and controlled anger, his lips curling slightly as he raised an eyebrow. "You are Kim Minjun." At the amusement back, in front of a charming pink building, Mary's eyes sparkled with excitement as she took everything in. She turned quickly, her voice urging, "No time to waste, let us start playing." Then, grabbing the arm of another soldier, she pulled them along. "Hurry up." Everyone's attention was drawn to her firm grip, which caused Han Young and the other soldiers to flush with embarrassment. A nearby girl sighed in exasperation, "I told you not to use that line again." Seeing this, Han Young turned and called out, "Let us move quickly too," while Kwangshik chimed in, "We have got the plan mapped out, so just trust us." Naeun, standing with the other girls, responded with enthusiasm, "Thank you, guys," and the group quickly moved off, laughing and chatting happily as they went. Meanwhile, only Setbyul and Sengho remained, exchanging awkward glances. She muttered to herself, "This really is not my type," and Sengho, eyes closed, nodded in agreement, "I can relate to that." Setbyul gave a confirming nod. "Right," he explained further, "on weekends, I prefer spending my time alone, quietly training." Finding a kindred spirit, Setbyul beamed with joy, relieved that at least one person thought the same, even if the other's thoughts were unknown. Soon, they all enjoyed thrill rides together, excitement evident on everyone's faces. Sengho, however, maintained a cold, stoic expression. At one game booth, as the girls tried on bunny ear headbands, the soldiers watched with enamored eyes. Next, they all tried the roller coaster, the rush of adrenaline thrilling everyone. Unexpectedly, Setbyul and Sengho chose to arm wrestle, testing their strength against each other. At another game stall, the vendor called out, 10,000 won for 10 shots. Inside, Kwangshik expertly aimed a gun, one eye closed for precision. But in the end, all he won was a small stuffed tomato bear, the consolation prize. Seeing Kwangshik's disappointed face, Han Young teased, "What, you are a soldier, and that is all you get? Watch me." The two girls nearby looked on with admiration, clearly impressed by his skill. Naeun also complimented him, "Perfect stance." Yet the results were laughable. He won nothing more than a consolation prize, no better than Kwangshik. Now it was Kwangshik's turn to tease, reminding Han Young, "Remember, if you are rank B, you pay up." "You are rank B." Han Young pouted, "That gun is weird." Meanwhile, Minjun remained silent, captivated by something else. His attention was drawn to the dazzling items on display at the booths. The most striking of all was a Lumi Nunat keychain. Upon spotting it, his eyes lit up as if filled with stars. Inside, he quietly rejoiced, having found the limited edition 1-year anniversary League of Legends keychain. A legendary item, here of all places. Determined, Minjun stepped up to try his hand at the game. He gripped the gun with resolve. The prize would be his. Each trigger pull beeped as he fired, though the outcome remained uncertain. Observing the shopkeeper's startled expression, Minjun calmly lowered the gun. The vendor reminded him, "You still have one shot left," but Minjun, satisfied with achieving his goal, declined, "No need to witness this." Daejeon, watching nearby, asked in curiosity, "Did he hit the target with that shot?" Naeun quickly responded, though a hint of doubt lingered in her voice. "Yeah, but why did not he take that last shot?" Meanwhile, Mari remained silent, quietly observing Minjun with admiration. The shopkeeper handed Minjun his prize, "Here's second place," and he eagerly accepted it with both hands, saying, "Thank you." The reward, a keychain he had spotted earlier, was now resting in his palm. The three female soldiers shared a common curiosity. "What is that?" Ignoring the puzzled glances around him, Minjun was overflowing with happiness. "Guys, coming here was definitely the right decision," he said. Kwangshik and Han Young could only chuckle awkwardly. Soon after, Kwangshik led everyone onward, when suddenly Sun Yun-so appeared behind Minjun, calling out, "Hunter Kim Minjun." Without hesitation, she got straight to the point. "What did you just talk about privately with my father?" Minjun immediately understood and replied, "Oh, that." He recalled the scene in the parking lot, standing with Sun Yun-so's father, Taeho, who had bowed slightly. "I apologize for interrupting your leisure time to bring you here." Minjun held no grudges over it. He simply asked, "No problem, sir." "Was there something you needed to discuss with me privately?" Taeho said nothing, his face tightening as he observed him, then placed a hand firmly on Minjun's shoulder. The grip was strong, veins standing out, yet contrary to expectations, Minjun remained still, merely observing without reacting. The tension between them escalated. Suddenly, Taeho released his grip, softening his expression with a gentle smile. He praised, "It seems you have trained very well. My apologies for the earlier abruptness." Minjun bowed respectfully, "Thank you." Seeing this attitude, Taeho's smile grew even gentler. Then Taeho retrieved something from his car, speaking as he approached, "Since my daughter is indebted to you as well." He extended a small black box with a business card on top toward Minjun. "Here, take this." Minjun, still uncertain, asked, "This is?" Taeho explained immediately, "It is an item from the dungeon, a supply distributed to the army's generals. I am giving it to you." While the military's appraisal ability was not perfectly accurate, the item could randomly enhance one's abilities. Inside was a metal ring-like object. Minjun inwardly delighted, thinking, "What a stroke of luck," yet outwardly, he maintained a composed demeanor. "Thank you, sir." Before departing, Taeho reminded him, "I am giving this to you as encouragement to train regularly and continue developing yourself. Use it well, and do not tell anyone about this." He glanced at Minjun, adding, "If you ever come to Daejeon, call me, we will have a meal together." Then, in an instant, Taeho's expression hardened, veins protruding as he issued a threat, "If you ever tease my daughter, I will kill you." With that, he got into his car and drove away, witnessed by Minjun. Holding the gift, Minjun responded confidently to himself, "That won't happen." Returning to the present, Minjun turned to Sun Yun-so. Nothing happened. Surprised, she confirmed, "Really, my father did not do anything wrong." Minjun remained calm, "Truly, nothing at all." He then produced the business card and held it before her. "He just said that if I come to Daejeon, he would treat me to a meal." Looking at the card, she wondered, "But why would my father treat you?" Minjun guessed. "Probably because he is concerned that his daughter owes me a favor." Hearing this, Sun Yun-so recalled the time Minjun saved her, blushing with embarrassment. She murmured, "Anyway, I am sorry I did not get to meet my father with you." Minjun raised the card in front of her, relieving her from any sense of indebtedness. He held up the card teasingly, "I will be eating something expensive then." From a distance, everyone burst into laughter and cheer. Suddenly, Kwangshik stepped closer, curiosity written all over his face. "Hey, Hunter," he scratched his face awkwardly, his words stumbling out. "Why did you invite us? Are we going out together? Would it be rude if I asked this?" Seeing his hesitant attitude, Mari smiled gently, gesturing as she explained. "The last hidden dungeon battle, our squad really got thoroughly beaten by Hunter Choi Sungwoo. But Hunter Kim Minjun got his revenge for us, so we had to invite him to a meal." Hearing this, Setbyul stepped up, draping her arm over Mary's shoulder in agreement. "That is right. We are treating to lunch, so eat to your heart's content." Then they walked ahead, leaving the 4 male soldiers trailing behind with glum, disappointed faces. Kwangshik confessed bluntly, "We did not really do anything at the time." Han Young spread his hands in exasperation. "So now they called all of us just to meet squad leader Kim Minjun. Are we just an excuse?" Kwangshik pressed his lips together and continued, "Besides, it is revenge for Lumi Nuna." Meanwhile, in Daejeon, a single footstep struck the ground. It was Lee Bong-ji-yu appearing in his sleek black coat. He observed 2 soldiers below, one pointing at something on a tablet. It turned out to be Colonel Lee Sangjin of the 107th Division, Company 3. He gasped, "What, a 100-kilogram magic stone?" A nearby female soldier nodded in confirmation. "Yes, a magic stone was discovered inside the cavern-type dungeon wall, weighing 100 kilogram." After hearing this, Lee Sangjin turned back to scrutinize the dungeon. A strange smile crept onto his face as he muttered, 1 kilogram, huh?" By evening, the amusement back had gradually returned to a quiet, subdued state. Mary's group had now gathered in front of the gate. She extended both hands and waved brightly, "Comrades, that was such a fun trip." Setbyul, standing beside her, saluted in military style, "Everyone, travel safely home." Kwangshik blushed and laughed aloud. "We had a great time too, let us do it again next time." Before he could finish, Choi Jungwook exuberantly declared, "Next time, we will treat you to a meal." Kwangshik, slightly annoyed, shouted, "Go somewhere else, I will pay," yet Choi Jungwook deliberately interjected, "Then I will treat you to dinner." Minjun, standing nearby, seemed so accustomed to the chaos that he did not react at all. With that, they said their temporary goodbyes, and Minjun's group began moving some distance away. Suddenly, the sharp voice of Lee Bong-ji-yu rang out, carrying urgency, "Squad leader Kim Minjun, Squad leader Kim Minjun. There is trouble." Minjun frowned, "What now? If this is another false alarm, you are dead." Lee Bong-gu's keen eyes lit up as he tilted his head toward the dungeon below. Right now, the atmosphere in the dungeon is highly unusual. Upon hearing this, Minjun immediately reacted. "What, is not the dungeon still under investigation? I have already registered to take leave to come to Daejeon tomorrow." "How?" Below, a soldier signaled the convoy to stop. Lee Bong-ji-yu looked down from above as they struggled to carry something resembling a cannon down, saying, "Yes, it is just being monitored for now." He continued relaying what they observed, but soon they all became overwhelmingly busy. While Lee Dongjin laughed with delight, Minjun ground his teeth, "Damn it, until I arrive, make sure to report the situation in detail whenever necessary." The next afternoon, traffic flowed normally. Minjun stood by the roadside, expression blank, unable to resist furrowing his brow. What a mess. Meanwhile, a soldier quietly pushed a magic stone cart out of the dungeon. After moving it a distance, another soldier began pushing the cart back in. Minjun reached into the pocket of his uniform and took out a card bearing the Hunter Team emblem. He stared at the card for a few seconds, muttering to himself, "So this is it. This is what is letting me get a look inside that dungeon. But surely it is not allowed, right? Then, something in Minjun's vision caught his attention, and he froze in surprise. Li Bongjiu, in the form of a plump little pigeon, opened its beak and spoke, "Yes, sir." "Kim Minjun, you have worked hard." Minjun felt a flicker of concern, unsure how to respond. Proudly displaying his vigilance, Li Bongjiu continued, "Until Kim Minjun arrived, I kept watch over the dungeon without letting my eyes leave it for even a moment." Minjun sighed softly, "All right. So it is the 100 kilograms magic stone," Li Bongjiu responded in a commanding tone. "That is what I heard. I do not know exactly how big it is, but they said it is rather large." Minjun murmured under his breath, "Something emerging from a dungeon in Isgard. Something that is 100 times rarer than that." Li Bongjiu flinched. 100, that meant the thing really. Minjun confirmed calmly, "It has to be a tremendous source of energy." Even on a global scale, forces were searching for it to enhance the power of their weapons. At that moment, the dungeon's entrance began to tremble, even radiating energy that grew stronger by the second. Minjun sensed it immediately. Li Bongjiu flapped his wings anxiously and called out, "The different energy I mentioned before, yes, that is it, the source of energy I could not comprehend." Though he could not sense a monster inside the dungeon as powerful as this energy, Minjun furrowed his brow. "Yes. Even you probably do not understand. I have only seen it once myself." Li Bongjiu asked, "You know this energy?" Minjun gritted his teeth with determination. Without hesitation, he dashed forward at incredible speed. He ran straight to the dungeon entrance, where suddenly dozens of long, writhing tentacles shot out from within. Li Sangjin, witnessing the sight, panicked and shouted, "What is that?" All the soldiers immediately jumped back and fled from the gate. "Magic stone or whatever it is, just leave it behind and run," another soldier screamed, unable to hold back. "There are still squad members inside, they have not escaped yet." Seeing the chaos, Li Sangjin tried to intervene. "Do not go in, just evacuate. That kid inside is too dangerous, follow orders." Minjun leapt over the barricade, thinking to himself, "This energy has to be disguised within the dungeon." A soldier rushed to stop him. "Who are you? This is too dangerous, step back." Minjun ran past him but made sure to identify himself clearly. "I am squad leader Kim Minjun of the 104th Division. Company 2, 2nd Platoon. I will reopen the dungeon from the inside by attacking the bot there. Please report this to the 104th Division." The soldier's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Reopen it from the inside to attack the bot? What are you saying? You can't." Minjun ignored the shocked expressions and continued sprinting toward the dungeon. Li Sangjin turned his head, eyes wide. "What? Who is this kid?" But Minjun paid no attention, leaping straight into the dungeon. In no time, his figure vanished, and the sparse tentacles thickened into a dense mass. Watching the dungeon entrance gradually get blocked, Li Sangjin muttered, panic creeping into his voice, "No. The entrance is truly sealed now." His face drained of color as he thought, "Oh no. This is over." The silence around them made the machine voice sound even colder. "You have entered the dungeon." Minjun's eyes suddenly locked onto something. Before him stood a group of soldiers, their faces frozen in sheer astonishment, and scattered around them were fragments of magic stones littered across the ground. First, there were 3 second-class soldiers, followed by 2 first-class. Minjun's expression darkened slightly, his tone serious. "Are all the squad members here?" Dae Seong, a little flustered, replied, "Yes." "But who are you?" Minjun cast a quick glance around and answered calmly, "I am squad leader Kim Minjun of the 104th Division. I happened to be passing through." Dae Seong blinked in surprise. "Huh," Minjun continued, "the situation is not favorable. Explanations can wait anyone injured." The soldiers exchanged incredulous glances, but Minjun pressed on, "Everyone, check your equipment and physical condition." One by one, they took out the few items they had and placed them on the ground. Minjun bent down, scrutinizing the gear, his disbelief evident. "This is all you brought into the dungeon," Seong-won quickly explained. "We are the transport squad, so our armaments are minimal. The investigation and defense teams have already withdrawn." Minjun pondered silently. Just the transport squad inside the dungeon, was that really enough? Something felt off. After a moment, he finally spoke, deliberately slow. Everyone, bring all the equipment you have. His voice lowered, cold and firm. I do not know if you have realized yet. His gaze swept over the sparse weapons on the ground. You are about to step into a disguised dungeon. Sung Yun's eyes widened. What? Minjun tilted his head slightly. This is not a common situation. Simply put. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Consider that this dungeon itself is a gigantic monster. The squad collectively gasped, alarmed. What? Minjun remained calm, continuing his explanation. This dungeon lures people with valuable items, then swallows them whole. He glanced down at the chipped magic stones scattered across the ground. The bait this time. Is that? While anxiety flared among the soldiers, Minjun smiled reassuringly. No need to panic. His smile widened as he added, I will take responsibility and lead everyone out of this damned place. Excited, the soldiers shouted, Really, you know how to get us out? Minjun extended his hand, Everyone must follow my plan. He pointed out the path with a mix of determination and enthusiasm. From now on, we will capture the monsters and take them to the dungeon's core. Dae Seong blinked in disbelief. Monsters? I thought we only needed to catch a single dungeon-type monster. Minjun said nothing at first, then dropped a single, startling line, Yes. It has already begun. Before their eyes, the monsters appeared like a mass of sludge and mud, and the soldiers could not suppress their shock. What is that? Minjun vanished quietly from view, then reappeared directly in front of the creatures, swinging a punch that shattered the muddy monstrosities. Grinning, he called back, First, stay behind me. Jung-un trembled as she whispered to Dae Seong, Private Dae Seong. If that is really squad leader Kim Minjun of the 104th Division, then. He murmured in awe. Yes. Dae Seong hesitated before continuing, He is the one recently mentioned in the hunter community. Meanwhile, Minjun ruthlessly kicked and struck each creature in rapid succession. Dae Seong, still in disbelief, added, In the shortest time in hunter history, he has reached the rank of squad leader. He concluded with utmost respect, The monsters of the hunter corps are no match for him. Lee Sangjin jumped when he heard Taeho yell, Hey, Lee Sangjin, he stammered, Why yes, sir. Taeho snarled, You idiot, and grabbed Lee Dongjin by the collar with a rough, furious shove. You bastard, he thundered. What the hell do you think you are doing? Lee Sangjin fumbled for words, flustered, I was just retrieving the mana stones we found inside the dungeon. Taeho's anger snapped into full-blown rage. He barked, practically spitting, Who told you to go investigate that dungeon on your own? Who gave you the authority to deploy troops without a proper strike team in front? You sent people into an unexplored dungeon. Lee Sangjin scrambled to explain. We scoped it for 2 weeks and it was cleared. I did that to secure the mana stones, sir, he added, but the more he explained, the angrier Taeho grew. 2 weeks of investigation and you still do not have an expert's final verdict, and you go and send soldiers in without my permission. Taeho grabbed Lee Dongjin by the collar with his other hand and shouted. Are you trying to brag about creating a dangerous situation just to get credit? He shoved Lee Dongjin half furious, half incredulous and snapped, I do not care about results. You better prepare to strip off that uniform. Taeho spun, his gaze fixed on the sealed dungeon gate. His voice went icy as he pointed at Lee Sangjin, If a single person is injured, even one, I will hold you responsible. I will see you thrown in jail. He did not know that inside the dungeon it was Minjun doing the real work, putting the mud creatures through hell. Taeho only added, So you would better pray everyone gets out safe. The mud monsters were thick and brutal, but slowly they were cleared away. Minjun ground his teeth and let out a sharp, annoyed snort. Hey, he snapped, frowning. I told you to let me handle them, why do you keep jumping in? Seong-won blinked, bewildered, We were trying to help you. His naive earnestness made Minjun sigh. Earlier he had been watching the quivering, gooey heap on the floor and thought it through. I told you we would bypass these things and push for the dungeon's core. Remember, he said, turning to the fresh recruits. Do you recall? He began to explain more precisely. This dungeon is generated by the monster so it can swallow prey moving inside it. That prey is us. More importantly, as they drew closer to the dungeon's center, the creatures would appear everywhere in far greater numbers. So Minjun raised his voice, Conserve your stamina for that point. If you get injured here, we will be in real trouble later. But the newcomers only sounded more fired up. We can do it. He smiled inwardly. Good, just as expected. But I say this because I actually care about you guys, he went on, softening his tone before the sly grin returned. I do not even know who you are, but if you all make it out. His grin widened. Conspiratorial. I will be raking in a pile of experience points right here. That smile grew smug. In his head all those experience points would be his. So protect yourselves. After finishing his chuckle, Minjun's expression turned serious as he pointed toward the dark depths of the dungeon. Let us move forward, he ordered. The rookies, sensing his intent, brightened immediately, raising their weapons with enthusiasm. Let us go. Minjun stepped forward through the slick, squelching mud, and as he lifted his head, the group saw another cluster of mud monsters looming ahead. Their expressions seemed puzzled, as if they could not understand how Minjun's team had even made it this far. Dae Seong and the others hesitated slightly. The mud monsters were far denser than before. Minjun cast a quick glance at them. Those with lower strength stats would already be exhausted just from being inside the dungeon. If he had asked them to fight earlier, some would not have even made it this far. He curled his lips into a small smile. Almost there. Just smash that rock, and we will be done. Keep it up. The mud monsters gaped in response, seemingly uncomprehending. Minjun added, your job is to stay safe. His brows furrowed seriously as he reminded them, no matter what, do not get hurt or die. Then, softening again as if nothing had happened, he continued lightly. Not for glory, well, I mean, for everyone's safety. Fall back and focus on defense. I will handle this quickly. The rookies hesitated briefly but responded with enthusiasm. Yes, sir. Minjun allowed himself a subtle, satisfied smile before springing forward. The mud monsters surged, but a single swipe from him destroyed one instantly. Better keep my skills under wraps here, can't have anyone noticing, he thought to himself, executing moves that were far more precise than they appeared. The mud creatures were shredded with ease. Minjun leapt high into the air, preparing to stomp down, and the creatures, incapable of resisting, were flattened completely. His grin widened with exhilaration. A few remaining mud monsters, however, still charged, showing no fear. One lunged to grab Minjun's arm and bit down, but a single swing turned it to mush. The others watched their companion dissolve, stunned. Minjun bared his teeth in a near-crazed grin, excitement radiating from his eyes. Come on, come at me. Experience points. The ruby resting on a stone pedestal suddenly glowed, dark auras seeping from it. Minjun froze. Something about it felt poisonous. He spun around, shouting, everyone, fall back. The rookies froze in shock as the poisonous energy erupted. But it was not enough to faze him. I am immune to poison, so I will be fine. But the others? Whether they survive depends on how strong the toxin is. He gritted his teeth. There was no time to worry. He needed to clear the dungeon first. Suddenly, something flashed from inside his chest pocket. A blinding light emitted from an item he carried. The artifact reacted to the dark energy, unlocking its hidden potential. Minjun's eyes widened in surprise as the bracelet in his pocket began to glow. He recalled Taeho's words, it is an item from a dungeon. Normally, only generals could use it, but you will have it. The army's evaluation is not 100% accurate, but it is supposed to boost your stats by a random percentage. He thought, I wanted to wait until a tough time to increase my stats, but maybe there is a hidden power here. Suddenly, the system screen popped up, copying bracelet. His expression brightened instantly. An item like this at a time like this, I am lucky. The bracelet radiated dark energy. Perfect. Black energy streams poured down from above, condensing into a demonic sword. Minjun calmly held it in one hand. The rookies gawked, eyes wide, as he swung it onto his shoulder, flashing an arrogant, triumphant grin. Minjun held deep emotions toward the sword in his hands. I remember there is the perfect skill for a situation like this. The unique ability of the Dark Knight. The monster I will recall. Defeating it back then was impossibly difficult. With that thought, he suddenly lifted the demonic sword high. Exorcise, summon demonic sword. A faint smirk curved his lips. Taste this, all of you. Without another word, he swung down. The strike carried immense force, and the mud monsters quivered in terror. Their faces contorted in fear as they were sucked into a deadly vortex. The beautifully still ruby on the pedestal trembled, its glossy surface gradually fracturing. The orb exploded, its energy pulled into a spiraling whirlwind. The demonic sword in Minjun's hands began to vanish, leaving only empty air where it had been. A faint, satisfied smile touched his lips. Then Li Bonggu's voice rang out urgently. "Lord Kim Minjun, there is trouble. The soldiers outside are attaching something to the dungeon gate." A soldier's voice rang loud and clear. "Mana bomb installed. Only essential personnel remain. Everyone else, evacuate immediately," Li Bongjiu shouted anxiously. "A bomb? They say they have installed a mana bomb." As Minjun silently approached the pedestal, the messenger continued to call out, but Minjun merely bowed his head, surveying the broken remnants, and said softly, "Do not worry." Conveniently, he smashed the remaining half of the orb. "We will be out shortly." The mana bomb was now fully installed. A soldier reported in a high voice, "Mana bomb installation complete." He glanced at Taeho, quietly calling out, "Division Commander." The soldier seemed ready to press the detonation, yet he hesitated, holding it in his hands. Taeho's eyes narrowed in contemplation. It would be ideal to open the gate with this. But another thought gnawed at him. It could trigger an unusual reaction from the dungeon. Our only hope is... Taeho suddenly recalled the earlier report from his soldiers and had momentarily lost his composure, shouting, "What?" Kim Minjun of the 104th Division, the soldier, slightly unsettled, nodded. "Yes, confirmed. He is currently inside the dungeon." Taeho barked even louder. "How on earth did he get in there? Why is not he on patrol?" The soldier hesitated before answering. While on patrol, he ran to the gate as soon as the situation was confirmed. Taeho's voice dropped as he asked, "Have you contacted the 104th Division yet?" The soldier quickly replied, "Yes. The commander of 2nd Company, where Kim Minjun serves, is on the way." Taeho said nothing, only turning to gaze at the eerily silent dungeon entrance. His voice was heavy. "I understand." Kim Minjun was inside. The unnerving calm of the dungeon gnawed at Taeho's mind. That was also why the mana bomb had been placed at the entrance. His gaze returned to the detonation switch, brows furrowed in thought. Just then, a soldier hurried up. "All forces have been evacuated to safety." Taeho's voice softened slightly. "Good." He looked again at the switch in his hand. "They have spent 4 hours inside the dungeon with no equipment. I want to place my hopes on Kim Minjun, but there is no more time to wait." Suddenly, the dungeon trembled violently, as if some immense power from deep within was surging outward. The entrance, once sealed tight, began to show signs of breaking. A soldier shouted, "Division Commander, the gate is." Taeho cut him off sharply. Issuing urgent orders, "Prepare the medics for survivors and alert all forces to be ready." Without hesitation, he lunged toward the dungeon and grabbed the small fissure that had appeared. In the critical moment, the medical team had already rushed in. A female medic ran forward to report, "Medical team ready." Taeho's voice rang out, commanding, "Stand by." At that moment, 2 massive tentacles tore away, revealing 3 figures emerging from the dungeon's depths. Dae Seong stepped out first, followed slowly by Sengho and Seong-won. The moment Taeho saw them, his face lit up with relief. "You kids," he stepped forward, grasping Dae Seong's shoulders firmly and called out, "Everyone all right? Any injuries?" Dae Seong immediately brightened. "Division Commander, we are all safe." The group, their faces glowing with excitement, added in unison, "And the dungeon? We have conquered it." Minjun emerged from the dungeon, supporting himself with an air of pride and arrogance. The medical corps began to split up, helping the new recruits onto vehicles. Catching sight of Taeho standing there, Minjun did not hesitate. He raised his hand and saluted with impeccable composure. Taeho's lips curved into a small smile in return, and without a word, he lifted his hand to acknowledge the salute. That evening, at the 107th Division headquarters, Taeho relaxed in his chair while listening to Minjun's report. After hearing everything, he nodded in understanding. "I see." He glanced at Minjun. "So you were on leave?" Minjun gave a light nod. "Yes, sir." Taeho then asked, "And why are you in Daejeon?" Minjun's eyes sparkled as he replied confidently, I came to see you, sir. You mentioned you would treat me to a meal. Taeho raised an eyebrow, surprised. So your leave was just for this? Then, his gaze sharpened, as if searching for a flaw in Minjun's words. So the moment you arrived, you saw the gate, and when the incident occurred, you decided to jump right in. Minjun felt a pang of unease. Something seemed off, but he had no other choice. Still, he played along. Yes, that is correct, sir. The moment I saw the abnormal gate, my body acted on its own before I could think, Taeho said, frowning slightly. Minjun thought the situation was lost, but Taeho suddenly threw back his head and laughed loudly. The more I look at you, the stranger you seem. Now I understand why Du Seokyung praised you so highly. Minjun forced a small smile. Already over, Taeho, evidently satisfied, continued. Completing a dungeon without any casualties, that is the best part. I appreciate that, Minjun replied with a grin. Thank you, sir. Taeho hesitated for a moment, his tone reflective, and a brief silence hung between them, causing Minjun to pause. Finally, Taeho said, "You are remarkable." He began to explain, "You always go to unusual places. Today was no different. I suspect the hunter headquarters may have taken notice of you." Minjun frowned slightly. "Is that not good?" Taeho noticed the silence but continued, "If it causes you trouble, do not hesitate to tell me. Whatever happens, the 104th Division and I will support you." Understand? Minjun's eyes lit up as he responded eagerly, "Thank you, sir. If anything happens, I will let you know." Taeho sighed, a bit regretful. "I won't be treating you to a meal today because I am busy, but if you have any questions, come see me. If it is within my power, I will help. Consider it thanks for saving my soldiers." Minjun's eyes instantly shone like headlights. "Could I level up?" But before he could finish, Taeho cut him off firmly. "No, that is not up to me." Minjun pouted slightly but glanced elsewhere, hiding his disappointment. Then Minjun felt a surge of surprise. He realized immediately, the object held pure magical energy. No mistake. "I can't believe I only just noticed." Taeho glanced at him, smiling lightly. "What, you want it? Do you know what it is?" Minjun feigned innocence, his eyes sparkling. "This is the first time I have seen this stone. I am not sure what it is, but I would like to add it to my collection." Taeho gave a wry smile. "Strange hobby, is not it?" After a moment of consideration, Taeho added, "It came from a dungeon, so it can't leave here." He cleared his throat. "There was a theft at my place, so this is all I have left. If I catch that bastard." After a pause, Taeho lifted it and handed it to Minjun, his expression slightly reluctant but giving it nonetheless. "Take it." Not knowing exactly what it was, but seeing it posed no threat, Minjun eagerly took it. "Thank you, sir." Taeho smiled faintly. "Like Yunso, I somehow got caught up with him. For some reason, I do not dislike it." Just as Minjun examined the magical stone, Taeho asked suddenly, "By the way, what is your relationship with my daughter?" Minjun responded firmly, "We are teammates, nothing more, nothing less, sir." The answer seemed to please Taeho so much that he could not help but let out a small, amused smile. "You are on leave, right? I have taken up too much of your time. You may go now." Then, casually, he added, "Could you ask your battalion commander to come here?" Minjun nodded solemnly. "Yes, understood, sir." With the week's orders delivered and the night already deep, Minjun quietly left the headquarters, carrying the beautiful mana stone with him. Lee Bong-ji-yu, who had been waiting, suddenly perked up. "Master Kim Minjun, this is amazing. What kind of fish is this?" He frowned and scolded, "Shut up and eat. Do you want to wake up the whole neighborhood?" Still fuming, he even crushed the mana stone in frustration. "That kid." Then he noted, "You have absorbed enough mana. Your mana has increased by 1. He pondered aloud, "Already at the limit, perhaps it is less effective than my own mana zone. Since your mana is sufficient, you have unlocked the whip mana skill." Upon hearing this, Minjun's face lit up with excitement. "Perfect, with this, I can really go all out." Somewhere in Gyeonggi, at the Hunter Corps headquarters, a shout erupted from a meeting room. "Hey, son Taeho," Changmo bellowed without restraint. "What were you thinking letting an accident like this happen?" Taeho winced. "I apologize, sir." But Changmo only shouted louder. The 107th Division will come to deal with this soon, you would better get ready. The situation drove him almost to madness. Your luck just ran out after this, he yelled, adding, I will strip that uniform right off you too. Changmo's expression grew increasingly grim as he ordered the boy, Li Sangjin, to report to headquarters tomorrow. Understood, Taeho glanced at him. Yes, sir. Just then, the meeting room door swung open. Changmo immediately stood and saluted. Sir, Ji Yu Hak Chul stepped in, advising calmly, Lieutenant General Kim, do not be too harsh. His voice measured, he added, we could hear you yelling all the way out there. Changmo did not argue. I will restrain myself, sir. Ji Yu Hak Chul slowly took his seat. Good. I have received the report. Changmo's expression, already sour, darkened further. Here we go again. Ji Yu Hak Chul finally spoke, a forced smile on his face. It is Kim Minjun again, is not it? The golden vehicle roared out of the base like a bullet from a cannon. In no time, it reached its destination, the tires screeching sharply against the asphalt. Junbom leapt out, his face twisted with irritation. His anger seemed to consume every thought, so much so that he forgot even the simplest routine, closing the car door. Fueled by his rage, he stormed straight toward the command office. With his high-ranking status, he did not bother with pleasantries and shoved the door open. Chulman, startled by the sudden intrusion, blurted out, Greetings, sir, but Junbom had no mood to acknowledge it. He looked around the room, confused. What is going on? Where is everyone? Chulman hesitated, unsure how to respond. His stammering only confirmed Junbom's suspicions. So this is exactly what I thought. He is the target, is not he? At that moment, Chulman had nothing left to hide. Yes, sir. Yes. The confirmation matched Junbom's predictions so perfectly that he sank into a chair, exhausted. Idiots, he muttered, clutching his head and grinding out each word through gritted teeth. They took advantage of me being away. Chulman could do nothing but gape, listening to every ragged breath. Even an hour later, his own expression remained unchanged, frozen in shock. Yet the person whose expressions Chulman had been observing all this time had changed. Now, a shadow of inscrutable depth appeared on the face before him. These were none other than Hunter Special Task Force Sergeant Yu Taewon and Sergeant Minsu. Chulman finally surrendered to the silent, intense stare, straightened his posture, folded his hands, and spoke, I understand what you want to say. He paused briefly, gathering courage, then continued, however, this is still in progress. You came early this morning and requested to meet our soldiers, those who only returned from their day off yesterday. His words were logically flawless, ready to spill from his lips, but Yu Taewon's extended hand cut him off. Do you know who ordered us here, just this once? Taewon said, the weight of authority pressing down on Chulman's shoulders, making him even more flustered. But both our battalion and company commanders are absent right now. This goes against protocol. Taewon laughed lightly, unfazed, while his teammate produced something from his uniform pocket. He raised an eyebrow, questioning Chulman, do you need an official order? We can have it right here. Minsu moved with seamless coordination, quickly opening a device in his hands. Chulman froze, terrified, his mouth agape. What seemed like a request was laced with an unmistakable threat. We will leave after a brief discussion, Yu Taewon repeated, curling his lip in a faint smirk. Kim Minjun, please come forward. Moments later, sounds stirred outside, and the office door slowly opened. Finally, the long-awaited individual stepped in. Hello, Sergeant Kim Minjun. Sir, I heard you were looking for. His words trailed off under the piercing gaze of six eyes fixed upon him. Flustered, Minjun's attention was caught by the familiar skull emblem on Minsu's uniform. His expression briefly froze in surprise. That symbol did not belong to the Special Task Force under the Hunter Corps command, did it? Chulman stood and called out to his subordinate, Minjun, come here. These two are but someone beat him to it. So you are Kim Minjun, huh? The man stepped forward eagerly, grabbing Minjun's hand. I am Yu Taewon from the Hunter Corps Special Task Force. Minjun responded loudly and formally, Sergeant Kim Minjun, sir. Taewon's expression had completely changed from the icy demeanor from earlier, now breaking into a bright, spring-like smile. You saved countless hunters by risking yourself to jump into the fake dungeon in Daejeon a few days ago, right? Incredible. Sit down, we should have a chat. Minjun smiled back, relaxed and straightforward. Thank you, sir. Without wasting words, Yu Taewon got straight to the point. The Hunter Corps Special Task Force needs people like you. Minjun maintained a polite smile, though thoughts were already forming in his head. Recruitment, huh? Just as he had guessed, Taewon began to praise his organization. We are not like ordinary hunters. We are a unit for special cases, high-risk dungeons, VIP protection, overseas missions, and so on. Yet, his passionate introduction barely registered with Minjun's mind. None of that mattered. His eyes sparkled as they betrayed his real thought. As long as I get a big promotion, that is enough. Chulman shot a glance of slight envy at the man beside him. Meanwhile, Taewon's long-winded speech reached its critical point, and when dealing with rogue hunters outside the army, combat capability is absolutely essential. He straightened in his seat, pride radiating from his posture. Your performance has caught the headquarters' attention, so I am here to offer you what you deserve, a special promotion. The 4 words made Minjun's excitement bubble up. He repeated them eagerly, special promotion, though it caused Min-soo to sigh in weary resignation. Taewon, however, was thoroughly pleased with the reaction. He smoothly added more incentives. That is right, Lieutenant Kim Minjun. Our unit does not accept ordinary soldiers, so if you volunteered to join the Hunter Corps Special Task Force, headquarters will promote you to sergeant immediately. At that moment, Min-soo interjected, above all, the Special Task Force offers more opportunities for advancement than a regular unit, since you will be regularly assigned missions to accumulate military merit. All of these words amounted to nothing but benefit with no downside. Minjun smiled, already making a silent decision that there was no reason to refuse. Just then, a bell rang, interrupting the congenial atmosphere in the room. Taewon quickly reached out to silence it, then politely said, "Sorry, this strange device." Successfully catching Minjun's attention, he studied the device on the table, at once familiar yet alien, growing more perplexed the longer he looked, unable to identify its true nature. Finally, he spoke up, "Is this a phone?" Min-soo glanced at the direction of his hand, surprised. "Ah, this is." Then he pulled out a similar device from his pocket, pride shining in his eyes. "It is a special task force device. It is not a phone, but a secure communication device. After all, many things can't be made public," came the explanation, which seemed to open something inside Minjun. He stammered out each word. "May I use the internet and a computer if I want?" This question seemed novel to the 2 special task force members, leaving them momentarily stunned. Taewon regained composure and cleared his throat. "Security is paramount in our unit, so using the internet and personal devices is prohibited in the barracks. We also recommend you refrain from using them during your leave." Min-soo added gently, reassuring the prospective teammate, "It is just a minor inconvenience compared to our missions. This is a great opportunity to serve the country, and you will have many perks in return, so do not worry." In short, no personal device use. Minjun pouted in mild dissatisfaction. Chulman could not help but inwardly gloat. These people were stepping all over him, yet Yu Taewon seemed oblivious, calmly extending a business card. "We do not offer this to just anyone, so consider carefully." Before he could finish, Minjun cut him off coolly, "I will stay." Those words hit the 2 people facing him like a bomb, leaving them gaping in shock. "What?" Yu Taewon furrowed his brow and asked again. "Why?" Minjun's calm, measured voice echoed through the command office. "If I join the special task force." A few seconds later, Min-soo's shout shattered the tense silence. "Did you just say what I think you said?" His face flushed crimson as he jumped to his feet. "What? You are throwing away a chance like this for a game? The lieutenant had to hold a meeting because of you, and now you refuse because of a dungeon fighter game. Are you joking?" Min-soo asked in a lowered tone, but the seriousness in his eyes betrayed him. "I am not joking. This game is my life. There is no negotiation." Yu Taewon stared at Minjun, trying to gauge whether he was being truthful. Then he stood and said simply, "I understand. So this is your biggest problem. In that case, we will leave." Upon hearing this, Chulman rushed forward to see them off. "Oh, you are leaving already, the door's always open." At this point, Minsu could only stomp off, grumbling under his breath, while laughter rang out from Minjun, full of triumph. Of course, he could not contain his irritation entirely and turned back to deliver a scathing remark. I am sure your talent has been blown far out of proportion compared to your actual skill. You are using that ridiculous excuse because you are scared others will find out once you join the team. Without this opportunity, someone like you would never pass the entry exam. Understand? Minjun's patience snapped. His eyebrows knitted together, and his voice turned icy. How can you be so certain? Chulman, just about to see the officers off, was suddenly stopped. Pale-faced, he groaned. Minjun, what now? Minsu, questioned in return, grew even angrier. What? Repeat that. Minjun did not back down and faced him directly. I do not know what entry exam you are talking about, but how can you be sure I would fail it? Under Minjun's piercing gaze, Minsu slowly stepped closer, a smug smile spreading across his face. Then the air of authority descended over the office, accompanied by 4 decisive words. Want to prove it? Chulman, sensing the situation was about to escalate, hurried forward to intervene. Kim Minjun, stop. Sergeant, what are you trying to do here? Minjun asked, just as a firm hand pressed down on his shoulder. Turning, he met Yu Taewon's mischievous grin. Taewon bared his teeth, his tone laced with intimidation. Mind if we borrow the training hall for a bit? Soon, the 4 of them were in the training room, each with different emotions, some folded arms waiting for the spectacle, others worried for their friend. Minsu gripped his weapon tightly and called out, the entry exam is a free-form match against a veteran special task force member. If you think you can't handle it, speak up now. Minjun, unshaken, stared straight at his opponent. I have no intention of joining the special task force. He paused briefly, then added his own condition, so if I pass this exam, you will apologize for what you said. For Minsu, this was nothing short of an insult. He glanced down at Minjun's weapon with cold fury. How dare you step out here with that ridiculous weapon and speak to me like that? I will fix your attitude. At that moment, Yu Taewon checked his watch and loudly announced the rules. We will fight 3 rounds, 3 minutes prep time. Both combatants tightened their grip on their weapons, assuming stances familiar to them. As the signal sounded, Minsu surged forward with astonishing speed, catching Minjun slightly off guard. Luckily, Minjun quickly dropped to a crouch, protecting his head. Before he could fully recover, Minsu pulled back his weapon in a swift arc. A sharp whistling sound cut through the air as Minjun, like a paper doll, was flung backward several meters. He flew past Chulman, crashing onto the mat with a heavy thud. Exactly as Minsu had predicted, a satisfied smile spread across his face. On the other side, Chulman's heart raced at the sight before him. Minjun lay sprawled on the ground, silent, yet upon closer inspection, a strange, wide smile had formed on his face. That inexplicable grin left Chulman momentarily stunned. His mind flashed back to moments before the match, when he had called for his friend. Confused, he asked, "What are you planning to do?" Minjun replied nonchalantly, with a textbook-perfect line, "Of course, I plan to win." The certainty in his voice left Chulman speechless, unable to utter another word. He stared intently at the person in front of him, a torrent of thoughts racing through his mind. Right, if it is him, there is a chance I could win. But that is exactly what worries me. Minjun rubbed his chin in contemplation for a long moment before finally speaking. If I win. Only then did he begin to consider the consequences around him. Would this cause any problems? Chulman did not answer immediately. Instead, he cast a brief, troubled glance toward the 2 members of the Hunter Special Task Force. Well, this unit is rather prideful, so. His expression darkened with each word. If their pride gets hurt, I am fairly concerned about how they might react. The outlook did not seem promising, and even Minjun fell silent to plan his next move. Then, with a sudden, almost incomprehensible radiance spreading across his handsome face, he said, then. His grin hinted at something mischievous. I will take at least 1 hit. Back in real time, Yu Taewon loudly announced the outcome. Defeated, Minsu cracked his shoulders in satisfaction and turned away. Yu Taewon, having completed his role as referee, leaned back, offering Chulman some advice. We will conclude this training match here. Take him to the med bay immediately. But to Chulman, the words sounded like a weak joke. Across the room, Yu Taewon, still maintaining his authoritative evaluation, remarked, "You were overconfident after dodging the first strike, but by special task force standards he did not get to finish." In that instant, a scene unfolded that made his eyes widen in disbelief. The person who had seemed flattened on the ground suddenly sat upright, leaving everyone stunned. Minjun's smile radiated defiance. "Not done yet." His words forced Min-soo to pivot sharply, unable to believe the result. "Unbelievable." That hit him squarely, Min-soo muttered through gritted teeth, the sound of his jaw creaking in frustration. How is he even possible? Yu Taewon was the first to regain his composure. Hesitant for a moment, he asked, "Do you want to continue the match? It is training weapons, but if you misuse them and get hurt, it will be a problem for us." Minjun's grin widened with excitement. "No problem. Please, continue." Min-soo stomped forward, each step heavy with frustration. "You are stubborn to the point of idiocy." His face flushed red, veins bulging across his neck. "That is not bravery, it is foolishness. I will make you regret that," he growled. But Minjun remained unafraid, tightening his grip on his weapon. "Is that so?" he said with a teasing smile. Swiftly, he deployed his demonic magic skill. The mana became invisible, imperceptible, and non-intrusive to the surroundings, able to be turned on or off at will, and the E-grade magic whip condensed mana into its shape. This maneuver was like a slap to Min-soo's face. "Arrogant brat," Min-soo roared, charging forward immediately. His speed left only an afterimage of his swinging arm, but to Minjun, it was as slow as a turtle. Calmly, he parried every attack. The outcome was completely beyond Min-soo's expectations. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes as he retreated slightly, seemingly formulating another plan, then surged toward Minjun again. But Minjun's magic whip moved even faster, wrapping around Min-soo's sharp blade. A harsh clash echoed across the training hall, and shock flitted across Min-soo's eyes. Minjun had successfully seized his weapon. The black blade flew into the air, leaving Yu Taewon and the others wide-eyed in astonishment. Minjun did not have time to savor the victory. He skillfully redirected the whip, which seemed almost alive, striking at his opponent relentlessly. Min-soo ground his teeth and let out a sharp hiss, but his arrogance refused to leave his face. "Hits like that, do not think you will leave a scratch on me." Suddenly, a suspicious cracking sound came from Min-soo's wrist joint. Even he did not realize what was happening. "What the?" he yelped, trembling, the noise sharp and piercing. The sight left Yu Taewon dumbfounded. Min-soo collapsed to his knees like an explosion in slow motion. One strike was all it took for Sergeant Min-soo to fall. Suddenly, the whip sliced through the air, cutting Yu Taewon's thoughts short. On the other side, Minjun continued to swing it relentlessly, the black cord twisting and snapping through the air like a living serpent. A mischievous, almost sinister gleam spread across his face, sending a chill through the two men watching. Min-soo could not hide his fear and shouted, wait a second." But the whip had no mercy, especially when its wielder had no intention of holding back. A violent strike landed squarely on him. Min-soo let out a cry, ouch, his strength drained, he collapsed to his knees, coughing harshly. The scene only served to heighten Minjun's excitement. Yes, this was an unstoppable strike. It was evident that while the special task force members were skilled, the weapon itself seemed to respond to its master's emotions. First time feeling a whip infused with mana, how does it feel? Exhilarating, is not it? Minjun recalled a vivid memory. Even that sturdy orc warrior had been felled by a single strike from this weapon. The black cord moved faster and faster, its friction against the floor sending shivers down the spine, a sound like the approach of death itself, making Min-soo tremble with fear. At this moment, Minjun's smile had completely transformed into something demonic, as if a fiend had risen from the depths of hell. "Do not get cocky just because you managed to hit us once," he warned. The man facing him could only gape in shock. Yu Taewon rushed forward, hands outstretched, to stop him. "Enough, that is enough." But his words did not even reach Minjun. The whip's impact struck again with a deafening crack, carving a hole in the floor between Min-soo's legs. Terrified, Min-soo foamed at the mouth and collapsed. Yu Taewon hurried to his comrade's side, lifting him gently while thoughts raced through his mind. A man who had faced down a horde of orcs without blinking, Now seeing an ally rendered unconscious by a training whip, was it really that powerful? Resolutely, Yu Taewon made his decision. No, this man could not be allowed to leave. His expression darkened as he emphasized each word. The mistakes of subordinates are the responsibility of their superiors. Can I apologize on his behalf? Minjun scratched his face sheepishly. Well, maybe I did pour a little too much mana into that whip. A flicker of guilt crept in. Across the room, Minsu sat slumped against the wall, recovering slowly. Minjun's tone soon grew serious. No, it is not like that. I acted inappropriately for my position, and I sincerely apologize. Yu Taewon frowned, scrutinizing him, then once again handed over his business card. If you change your mind, contact me. Of course. Chulman, delighted, guided his comrades toward the door. Oh, you are leaving. If you are in a hurry, you could stop by our medical unit. Yu Taewon remained calm and unflustered. No worries. Sorry for the inconvenience today. Minjun watched them leave in silence, then brightly raised his own card. A good ending, is not it? Back in the command office, laughter and excitement erupted. Junbom commented cheerfully, refreshing, indeed. Then he looked up, inquiring, and our private Kim Minjun? Chulman responded steadily. He has returned to his duties and is currently in personal training. Junbom gave a satisfied thumbs up. I will report that he declined the Special Task Force's offer. Today, I will personally speak with the division commander about this. He will surely be pleased with Minjun's performance. Junbom paused, stroking his chin as if recalling something. But after today, even if he refuses their invitation, his reputation has already spread within the Special Task Force. They won't let Kim Minjun go so easily. Chulman's concern crept in. Then should not we do something to ensure the environment here is suitable for Minjun to stay? Junbom's response was unexpectedly confident. Do not worry about that, the division commander has already intervened. A radiant smile returned to his face, leaving one question lingering in the training room. What kind of proposal would the division commander make? Meanwhile, Private Kim Minjun, oblivious to the unfolding events outside, tilted his head, focused solely on the weapon in his hands, waiting for the next move. Seokyung laughed heartily, hands planted firmly on his thighs, exuding confidence. Just as expected from Kim Minjun. Well done. I was worried that those arrogant hunters would be furious. Even if I promised all sorts of perks, if Kim Minjun decided to join the STF hunters over there, there'd be nothing I could do to stop him. But after what just happened, I am finally at ease, Sung Yun said, smiling brightly with satisfaction. That is right. It is time we show them what we are made of. With that, Seokyung moved toward the phone. Yes, I agree. I need to express myself properly. He picked up the receiver. This is me. Do we have what I requested? He grinned confidently. Good. Send all related data here immediately. At the training center, everyone gathered with Minjun. Standing alongside Sengho, Minjun drew the attention of all the soldiers rushing over. The two white patches on his shoulders made everyone stare in surprise. Kwangshik froze, dumbfounded. What is going on? What is happening? Sengho crossed his arms and announced, from today onward, the commander of Squad 2, 2nd Company, will be Sergeant Kim Minjun. Let us treat each other respectfully, Han Young asked cautiously. Sergeant Lee Sengho, were you promoted? Sengho responded coldly, no. But I will be taking on a new role as a senior sergeant. I already have enough points for a promotion, so I am handing over my current position to Sergeant Kim Minjun. Surely no one has any objections. Kwangshik and the soldiers cheered enthusiastically. Of course not, who else could possibly take the position besides Sergeant Kim Minjun? From the back, Dongjin raised his hand. Sergeant Kim Minjun, may I ask you something? Minjun nodded. Go ahead. Dongjin's voice carried a mixture of curiosity and concern. I heard someone in the 104th Regiment single-handedly cleared a mutated dungeon not long ago. That was you, right, Sergeant Kim Minjun? You were supposed to be on leave at the time. Kwangshik, barely waiting for the answer, jumped in excitedly. Really, the whole hunter community has been buzzing about that incident. Minjun exhaled and admitted, yes, that was me. I was in Daejeon when it happened. Han Young froze, embarrassed and flustered. Unbelievable. So that is how it was, Dongjin murmured, glancing anxiously around. That is amazing. Were you hurt anywhere? Minjun held up both hands to show he was fine. Kwangshik quickly approached, impolite with his curiosity. Does this have anything to do with you becoming the squad commander? Did you receive any reward? He blocked the soldiers and stammered, well. Taking the chance to tease. What is going on? A few days later, in the Goblin Colony dungeon, soldiers are supposed to be fighting goblins, not gossiping, Kwangshik scolded. Was there really an offer for him to serve as a scout for the STF hunters for a short period? Han Young nodded. Yes, that is true. And he refused outright, even defeating a senior sergeant in a competitive duel. While killing goblins, Kwangshik questioned his comrades. I mean, these stories barely sound believable. Who would believe them besides our own army? Anyway, the division commander appointed Sergeant Kim Minjun as our squad commander and even promised to help him become an officer within a year if he accumulated enough points. Han Young replied matter-of-factly, yeah. Sergeant Lee Sengho also agreed. Do you know how he feels about those STF hunters? Suddenly, a loud roar interrupted their conversation. A massive goblin stepped forward, its sharp fangs bared. This goblin was much larger than the others, striding toward the two of them, shouting so loudly that saliva sprayed through the air. Han Young and Kwangshik exchanged glances but said nothing, both frozen as they watched the goblin charge forward. From behind the two soldiers, the magical whip shot out, striking the goblin squarely in the eyes. The creature dropped its weapon, clutching its face in agony, screaming loudly. The whip continued to lash out decisively, forcing the goblin into a relentless cascade of wails, leaving Han Young and Kwangshik completely dumbfounded. Then Minjun stepped forward, fully revealing himself. He held the magical whip confidently, letting it sway in the wind as he assumed a ready stance, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. Kwangshik exclaimed in surprise, "Is that the personal equipment given to the sergeant by the division commander? It is incredible." Han Young nodded, scrutinizing it carefully. Exactly. Even the regimental commander does not have personal gear like that. It is a true privilege. Minjun, exhilarated, swung the whip at the goblin, attacking with such precision and power that the creature was quickly overwhelmed and eliminated. Kwangshik frowned in confusion. But why a whip? Han Young quickly explained. Even though the division commander could have provided any weapon while observing the training, this was Sergeant Kim Minjun's choice. Having such privileges explains why the sergeant refused to serve as an STF hunter. It is rare for a sergeant to possess personal equipment, requiring a dozen official approvals just to make it happen. Meanwhile, Minjun was completely absorbed in excitement and fascination. The whip felt perfect, solid in his grip, well balanced, every aspect flawless. This is on a completely different level from ordinary weapons. Plus, with this mana stone, I do not even need to channel demonic energy to enhance its power. He continued to swing the whip in a fluid, continuous attack. Other soldiers quickly turned their attention to Minjun, who smiled inwardly with satisfaction. A promotion within a year, with a comrade like this, I could achieve it even faster. Later, on Saturday in Cherwin, the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted before him as Minjun sat upright, composed and unflinching. Sun Yun-so timidly asked, "Can we start eating?" Minjun sighed wearily. "Why are you asking me that?" Then he turned serious, as a father might. "Why are you having dinner with me?" The waiter approached, instead of her leaving, and cheerfully added, "Enjoy your meal." Sun Yun-so blushed, smiling shyly. "Thank you." She then proceeded to eat heartily. Minjun crossed his arms, eyes fixed on her, and she immediately stopped herself from putting food into her mouth. "Are not you eating? I am serving, so." Minjun cut her off sharply. "That is not the point. How did you even know I was off today and that I would come to Cherwin, let alone this restaurant?" He suddenly remembered that scoundrel Kim Kwangshik. Sun Yun-so averted her gaze. It was not purely a coincidence. Minjun's expression darkened with anger. She sighed and confessed, "Sorry, I asked him to do it." "Do not be mad at him." Minjun's veins bulged with rage. "That is my decision. Besides, is not this situation already strange?" Sun Yun-so looked puzzled. "What do you mean? Did you ask something?" He leaned forward, bluntly asking, "Do you like me?" Her face immediately flushed, and she denied vehemently. "That is impossible." Why are you suddenly speaking to me so casually? Minjun folded his arms, fixing her with a teasing, frog-like stare. Why not? You could speak to me like this too. We are about the same age, right? She was too flustered to reply coherently. That is true. But it is not like I like you or anything. Do not get the wrong idea. Minjun pressed further. Then why come here to eat with me? I am guessing you asked for time off when that tattletale told you I was out today. Sun Yun-so stammered, trying to find an excuse. Yes, but there is another reason. He seized on the gap in her explanation. What reason? She turned her face, deliberately changing the subject. The sealed dungeon at the training center. Minjun immediately perked up. What? Sun Yun-so began to explain further. The Red Boar Gate at the Community Welfare Support Center in Washian, and the pseudo-mutated dungeon not long ago. He frowned, suspicion creeping in. What are you talking about? She rubbed at her flushed face. Seems like wherever you go, something always happens. Just curious, wondering if anything would happen this time, Minjun said. Inside, Sun Yun-so wrestled with embarrassment and surprise. It felt strange to finally voice the question that had been nagging her. Silence fell between them, thick and awkward. She looked down at him, and suddenly Minjun broke into a bright, genuine smile. His hand trembled as he lifted his glass, his words courteous and light. Do not call me a walking disaster. Okay. Seriously. His confusion was almost comical. Had she noticed something? They kept talking, barely touching their food. Minjun's gaze flicked to the insignia on her uniform. So you got promoted to corporal. Sun Yun-so admitted shyly, I passed the promotion test last week. He beamed with pride. Quick promotion, well deserved. Are Yun-so's famous now? She pouted like a spoiled child. Are you teasing me? You are already a sergeant. Hey, why are you speaking informally to me? Minjun, still chewing, asked without thinking, can't you drop the honorifics? She scowled and clenched her fist. Do you think I can't? He shrugged. Good, do it then. But Minjun's mind was elsewhere. The image of the gate kept nagging at him, making him uneasy. I heard a gate might open here. Where is it? Damn, this timing's terrible. He set his jaw. I will be right back. I need to use the restroom. Sun Yun-so nodded nervously. Minjun stood and swept his gaze across the back, muttering, it should be right here. Night Walker, who had been hiding on the bench, popped out and peered up at him. Good job, did not expect you to finish so fast. I can sense mana here. He tossed the creature a reward, then grumbled, where's Lee Dongjin? Why has not he shown up? He looked up and froze. A blue gate crackled with electricity, hovering in the air. Minjun studied it closely. Good thing there is nobody nearby. The electric arcs condensed into a massive portal before him. Why would a gate show up in the middle of the city? So many people live here. Do not you monsters have any conscience? He rolled up his sleeve and moved closer. I need to destroy this fast, for people's safety and for my promotion. Before he could act, something large stepped out. It crawled through the portal. Minjun leaned in, curious and alert. Something's coming through, he muttered, phone already in hand as disaster alerts popped across the screen. He braced himself. If it is too strong, I will have to draw its attention away from civilians. The military's probably aware of the gate by now, just need to buy time. A claw emerged from the portal. Gradually, the blind devil pulled its massive form through and bellowed like a welcome to the world. Minjun steadied himself and assessed the creature. Okay then. The blind devil raised an arm to strike. Minjun dodged nimbly. Just one monster, with that much mana, it has got to be strong. That arm looks dangerous. He leapt backward in a blur and prepared his counter. The status window blinked up, dark arrow skill E. In the blind devil's hand, a huge mace materialized and hurtled straight at him. Minjun blinked in disbelief as the weapon screamed toward his position. The blind devil laughed with glee, roaring as if it had defeated its opponent, only to find that Minjun had skillfully restrained its weapon. As the dust cleared, the image of him dodging the creature's attacks with professional precision was revealed. Minjun glared at it. Where did you learn moves like that? The blind devil snapped its mouth shut, then cleverly pulled its weapon back, startling Minjun. Its other arm shot toward him immediately, and Minjun nimbly dodged to the side. Now he seemed to be dancing in midair, toying with the blind devil. Seizing the moment, Minjun surged forward and struck the creature hard in the face. It tumbled to the ground, and he landed lightly beside it. He turned to observe. Is that not enough to take it down? The blind devil staggered to its feet, its twisted mouth gnashing, and Minjun stepped back, planning his next move. Then one more strike, Sun Yun-so suddenly yelled. Minjun turned in surprise. Why are you here? Before she could respond, the blind devil hurled its weapon toward her. The projectile flew dangerously close, but Minjun quickly grabbed the chain attached to the arm. What do you think you are doing? The blind devil shrieked, its rage spilling out. From a safe distance, Sun Yun-so shouted in concern. What are you doing here without a weapon? Did you run away from dinner just to get here? Minjun snapped, frowning. How did you know to come? Sun Yun-so gripped a warning sign tightly. I saw the emergency gate alert and came straight away. With that, she threw it toward the blind devil. Minjun's eyes lit up as the sign soared through the air. Smiling as if he had anticipated it, he leapt after it. Using the sign as a weapon, he infused it with his internal energy and swung it overhead. The status window appeared, Magic Whip Skill E. Think you can handle this? Minjun struck the blind devil squarely on the head. It crashed to the ground, groaning, dust billowing into the air. Sun Yun-so reached out reflexively, while Minjun quickly absorbed the creature. Coughing and wide-eyed, she said, I never imagined you were already a true hunter. She approached innocently, still awed. Facing such dangerous monsters, you handled it all by yourself, she asked. Minjun tilted his head, smiling nonchalantly. Well, I could have used a little help. Inwardly, he felt slightly irritated. If she had not shown up, he could have dealt with the monster even faster. Sun Yun-so moved closer to observe the supply devil. This gate seems unusual, does not it? A monster that can throw blades and even has chains. Strange for it to appear alone. Maybe it is abnormal. We need to discuss this later. Suddenly, another creature emerged from the gate's shadow. Sun Yun-so froze, terrified, while Minjun's eyes widened. A whole swarm of blind devils poured out, roaring violently. She recoiled in fear. 5 of them, Minjun, we need to retreat and regroup with the Hunter Corps once they arrive. He turned to her, smiling, and commanded, good call. You retreat first and regroup with the Hunter Corps. What, and you are going to face them alone? Are you crazy? The blind devils bellowed in succession as if taunting him. Minjun grinned, thrilled. Bring it on. Sun Yun-so froze. What? He shifted back, ready to strike, then lunged forward like a missile toward the swarm, screaming a battle cry. Meanwhile, in a place where 2 moons hung in the sky, a hooded stranger moved deep into the forest. The figure stopped after a while, standing before a massive boulder, chanting in an unfamiliar language. The stone split open to reveal a staircase, and the stranger descended quickly into a hidden underground chamber. Without hesitation, they walked to the far end, where countless fireflies glimmered. The figure paused, clasped their hands, and continued chanting. Slowly, the hood was removed, revealing a stunning red-haired girl. She looked around, her voice firm, wait for me. A helicopter was approaching the waters near Nagasaki's deserted island. On the barren shore, 2 tall, muscular men stood silently, gazing into the distance. The helicopter hovered directly above them, its rotors churning the air. Seokyung stepped out of the helicopter with a stern expression, exuding authority and presence. His eyes scanned the deserted island carefully, taking in every detail. The other man approached him, extending his hand in greeting. Thank you for coming. I am Endo Masaru from the Japan Hunter Association. Seokyung returned the handshake and offered a friendly smile. I am Major General Seokyung from the Korean Hunter Unit. Your Korean is very impressive, Seokyung complimented. Masaru smiled warmly. Thank you, he replied. He gestured politely toward a path behind him. This way, please. Seokyung followed Masaru, and they entered a temporary command area where Seokyung calmly began reviewing reports. After scanning the documents, Seokyung nodded appreciatively. The plan seems flawless. Everything is very thorough despite the limited preparation time. Masaru responded with a modest smile. It is thanks to your team providing us skilled soldiers. I truly appreciate it again. Seo-kyung set down his glass and spoke seriously, his tone measured. I imagine the Japan Hunter Association is concerned about the increasing frequency of abnormal dungeons. This particular dungeon appearing on a remote island makes detection extremely difficult, and it is clearly a challenging one, even as an abnormal dungeon. However, Seo-kyung's expression suddenly grew serious, almost cold. But I do not believe you proposed involving foreign forces simply because of a shortage of manpower. What is your true objective? Masaru frowned and fell silent for a moment, his gaze fixed intently on Seo-kyung. He recalled the details carefully before speaking. As you know, Japan is facing the increasing emergence of dungeons while balancing hunter associations, the nobility, government authorities, and independently operated guild systems. Our numbers are not currently at a disadvantage, but the frequency of abnormal dungeons has surged dramatically in recent years. We have recognized the need for a more organized hunter education system. Seo-kyung listened intently, his expression calm but focused. Masaru's tone was measured, firm. To be direct, we are very interested in the training system of the Korean Hunter Corps. We hope this cooperation can establish a close connection between our forces. Seo-kyung stroked his chin and smiled subtly. So that is why General Ji Hak-chul sent me here. He even included him on the deployment list. He wants to make a strong impression. Is that right? Masaru held a dossier and nodded appreciatively. This hunter is remarkable. To achieve this level of evaluation despite recently joining. Impressive indeed. Seo-kyung let out a small, surprised sound. Masaru's frown deepened briefly, as if pondering something, creating a slight pause. His promotion speed. He is being talked about extensively within the Korean Hunter Corps community. Compared to the profile you sent, the rumors appear to be true. How did he become so strong so fast? It is quite shocking. Faced with Masaru's probing question, Seo-kyung hesitated, stammering, he. Before he could finish, Masaru's excitement broke through as he shouted in astonishment. I can't wait to see how he performs in this raid. Meanwhile, Minjun casually stood by, idly picking at his ear. Sergeant Kim Minjun, a teammate shouted urgently as a monster lunged toward him. Move, Sergeant Kim. At that moment, a figure appeared from afar, moving at lightning speed. He delivered a steel-hard kick straight to the creature's face. Just then, a young blonde swordsman rushed in to provide support, and together they executed a perfectly synchronized strike, every millimeter precise. The monster, staggered by the attack, stepped back slightly, clutching its face in pain but still radiating furious defiance. The masked man observing the scene frowned, muttering, "This one's tougher than I thought. Even you, Blondie, need to be cautious." Before he could finish, a woman confidently stepped forward from the rear. I will handle this one. She drew the sword at her side, and the monster swung its staff in a frenzied counterattack. The woman's sharp gaze and exceptional observation skills allowed her to land several precise, memorable slashes. This hunter was Suzuki Mio from the Japan Hunter Association. With the skirmish over, a man approached, praising her incredible swordsmanship. Is anyone hurt? The two earlier men, Jen and Ken, both from the Japanese Danjo Guild, watched in admiration. Jen shook his head in awe at Suzuki Mio's performance. Suzuki is a monster, truly. He teased, you really do not want to join Danjo. You would be a core member for sure. Suzuki remained indifferent, passing by without acknowledgement. She walked straight to Minjun and inquired seriously, excuse me, are you unharmed? Lifting her eyes with intense focus, she added, it seems you were completely distracted. We can't allow anyone to get hurt or die, especially when we proposed this cooperative plan. If you are concerned, step back to the rear lines. More importantly, do not participate in the fight. Minjun met her gaze silently, his eyes dark and unreadable. After a moment of thought, he brightened, responding enthusiastically, understood. He also noted with admiration, her Korean is really good. Seeing his excitement, Suzuki's expression darkened with a heavy, somber weight. Meanwhile, Minjun's companion was Jaeon Hundo, lieutenant of the 104th Division Medical Team. After careful observation, he warned, this one's much larger than the red dokubi we encountered in Korea. Japanese dungeons are not easy either. Before anyone could respond, Captain Kim Sang-duk's furious face appeared. "What the hell is this?" he shouted, grabbing Minjun by the collar in anger. "Are you trying to embarrass us?" "No, you're trying to embarrass our entire nation, are not you?" Minjun calmly shook his head. "Absolutely not." Still, Sang-duk berated him further. "I knew this would happen when that damned sergeant was sent here. I do not understand why the division commander favors someone like you." Seeing the tension, Sung Yun intervened. "Captain Kim Sang-duk, please stop. You should not be so harsh. He still lacks experience." But Sang-duk insisted, raising his voice with pointed criticism. "Lieutenant, this is not right. Did not you hear what that Japanese hunter said to him?" Hearing this, Sung Yun sighed in frustration. He had only observed to gauge everyone's skill level, yet he knew misunderstandings were inevitable. Meanwhile, Minjun reflected on the techniques of the 3 Japanese hunters and was impressed. They were far more skilled than he initially thought. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, focusing intently on Suzuki Mio standing alone. Seeing Minjun distracted, Sang-duk nudged him and reminded, "Stick together. I will be observing you closely." He nodded, replying in a tone of mild exasperation, "Yes, sir." Outwardly obedient, yet inwardly a hint of sarcasm stirred. What the hell is he talking about? He has not helped at all so far. Meanwhile, Suzuki Mio leaned back, exuding a mixture of fatigue and exasperation, while Jen and Ken nearby continued their lively chatter about something in high spirits. Suddenly, her eyes snapped upward. Suzuki Mio drew her sword and lunged forward, shouting a warning, "Something's coming." Her face immediately reflected extreme concern. From above, a massive axe plummeted straight toward the trio of Japanese hunters. Agile as ever, Suzuki Mio successfully dodged it. She fixed her gaze on the darkness ahead, trying to identify the force behind the attack. Before them lay a deep, shadowed cavern. From that gloom, a figure emerged, stepping out with a grotesque, devilish grin. Suzuki Mio's voice rang out sharply, "That is the dungeon bot." At her words, Jen and Ken froze, wide-eyed in stunned silence. A flicker of unease crossed Minjun's expression as he quickly surveyed the surroundings. Suzuki Mio glanced at Ken to see what he was preparing, then turned back to issue instructions to Minjun's team. "I have shared positions with the other 5 squads. We need to hold them off until they arrive." At that moment, the monster charged forward. Despite the urgency, Suzuki Mio remained focused, urging, "Defend yourselves if necessary." Before she could finish, her eyes widened in sheer terror. The creature opened its jaw like a black hole of the cosmos, lunging directly at her. Seeing the danger, Jen and Ken rushed to support her. However, the monster effortlessly grabbed both of them by the legs, freezing them in place. With a brutal heave, it flung them aside. In this critical moment, Suzuki Mio swung her sword hard into the creature's flank. Yet to her horror, her sharp blade failed to even scratch its scales. The creature stood arrogantly, letting out a few mocking laughs. Sang-duk's face darkened, his voice low and foreboding, "A mana sword." He stepped forward seriously. "This is a weapon designed to combat monsters, amplifying its power at the expense of the wielder's stamina." He drew his own sword, which immediately glowed with a mysterious blue aura. "The radiance you see is proof of its power. My sword is not like the ordinary equipment issued to soldiers." Minjun, witnessing this firsthand, was momentarily stunned. Without hesitation, Sang-duk charged the monster with a grim expression. His tone sharp and commanding, "I am a mana sword trainer of the undefeated hunter squad of the 104th Division." He unleashed a divine technique, absorbing the creature's devastating strike. Behind him, Suzuki Mio readied her sword for a finishing blow, putting her full strength into the swing. Yet the monster easily evaded her attack. Recognizing the tense situation, she urgently commanded a retreat. Minjun, carrying both Jen and Ken, began moving back as well. Worried, Suzuki Mio implored, "I will hold them off, so please take Jen and Ken with you." She barely finished speaking before Minjun had already hoisted them both, retreating them to safety. Momentarily stunned, she watched in amazement. Minjun picked up a sword from the ground, his voice tinged with curiosity. "Retreat." He grasped the sword firmly, exuding quiet confidence. "We just need to kill that one, the bot." Suzuki Mio, alarmed, tried to intervene. "No, that is too reckless. We should regroup our forces in. Before she could finish, Minjun smiled subtly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Like this, he murmured, and immediately unleashed a surge of unfamiliar, potent energy. Suzuki Mio's face reflected pure astonishment as she witnessed this new power. The monster sensed the danger emanating from it, unease flickering in its posture. Meanwhile, the sword in Minjun's hand continued to radiate an immense, overwhelming force, commanding caution from everything in its vicinity. The monster wasted no time, lunging forward and snatching the axe from the ground. Minjun watched the scene unfold and only smiled quietly to himself. He remained perfectly still, allowing the creature to rush at him with the axe. As the blade came perilously close to his face, the monster's expression twisted into a grotesque, self-satisfied grin. But beyond all expectation, Minjun swung his sword once and sent the creature flying high into the sky. Witnessing this astonishing feat, he could not help but exclaim in exhilaration. The monster ground its teeth in frustration while the sword in Minjun's hand continued to radiate immense energy. Suzuki Mio, observing the scene, widened her eyes in disbelief. Moments later, the sword began emanating an overwhelming mystical force. Unconscious energy surged out, striking at Suzuki Mio, catching her off guard. Even Sung Yun, nearby, was confused, inexplicably affected by this sudden, strange assault. Seeing the chaotic turn of events, Minjun let out a sheepish laugh. "Ah, sorry about that." Then he concentrated fully, summoning the sword's ultimate power. As the weapon's energy surged, he remained silent, waiting and fine-tuning his focus. The monster, sensing the looming threat, narrowed its eyes, wary of the incoming strike. At the perfect moment, Minjun lunged forward with a sinister grin. The creature fought back desperately, but the sword's overwhelming power gradually wore it down. After an intense clash, the energy dissipated and the sword shattered into pieces. The monster's hand was grotesquely deformed from the impact, no longer intact. It let out a scream of unbearable pain. Suzuki Mio froze in shock, eyes wide. Its mana is reduced. It can't withstand his aura. Minjun, staring thoughtfully at the broken sword, pondered silently. "I guess I should not have gone all out." "Do not worry," he murmured softly as the monster trembled, slowly rising to its feet. Minjun discarded the remnants of the sword and casually reassured, "It is fine." He then produced a brand new, strange weapon, a wicked smile playing across his lips. "We will just make up for it with the bot's rewards." Above, the sky was clear and bright, with fluffy clouds drifting lazily. A group of people sat resting in the heat, humming quietly. Jung Tae inhaled deeply, face filled with contentment. "When was the last time we got a break like this?" Taeguk, annoyed, complained incessantly. "It is all because of Sergeant Kim Minjun. He said no rank exempts anyone from work. Now we have to slave away in our final years. We would better rest while we still can." Jung Tae quickly covered his mouth to stop him, cautioning, "Watch your words." His face suddenly went pale, fear flickering across his features. "We have a traitor here." Kwangshik bristled, loudly defending himself. "I am innocent." He recalled past events and explained, "Ever since I was promoted to senior sergeant, he has been living with us instead of reporting to headquarters. What choice did I have? He became a monster, reaching sergeant rank just 1 month after his appointment. I had to follow his orders no matter what." Gritting his teeth, Kwangshik fumed, "Now he has even become deputy commander." Han Young sighed in agreement. "He is right, but thanks to him, the squad's atmosphere has improved. Everyone's skills have gotten better too." Taeguk stretched, yawning in exhaustion. "Whatever. I just hope he stays in Japan for a long time. Even better if he returns after I leave," he muttered. Just then, his eyes caught a familiar figure. Taeguk called out loudly, "Hey, Lee Dongjin!" The young man hurried over, Corporal Lee Dongjin. Upon his arrival, Taeguk and the others quickly bombarded him with questions. "You are just a corporal, why are you working so hard?" Taeguk probed further. "Any news on Sergeant Kim Minjun? He is the #1 traitor. You cried when you got promoted to corporal because of him, did not you?" Dongjin listened and became slightly flustered, stammering as he struggled to explain, It is not like that, but I did hear some news." He recalled a few events from earlier and recounted them carefully. I heard that they completed the dungeon raid yesterday after Sergeant Kim Minjun defeated the bot. I am not sure exactly what happened, but I heard he took down the bot all by himself. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked into silence. What? All by himself? Seriously, is that true? So he is coming back today? Dongjin gave a wry smile and clarified, the raid ended much earlier than expected. They all got some rest. He will spend a day in Japan relaxing and return tomorrow. Han Young's eyes widened in horror. What? Rest, in Japan? Taeguk was equally stunned. Just one day, give him a year off. Jung Tae, however, responded calmly, a faint smile on his face. Must be nice. The weather there is really beautiful. Kwangshik frowned, a serious and straightforward look crossing his face. Really, I wonder what he is doing. Han Young smirked wickedly. Who knows, he is always training his game powers. I can't predict what he will do. Maybe he will clear a dungeon in Japan while he is at it. The group burst into laughter at the absurdity. But their joy was suddenly cut short as the sunlight dimmed, and everyone's expressions turned grim. Meanwhile, Minjun was walking alone under the dark, overcast sky, a subtle, satisfied smile hidden on his face. Lee Bong-ji-yu appeared, eager, calling out, Sir Kim Minjun. Seeing him, Minjun returned a welcoming smile. Here. Without hesitation, Lee Bong-ji-yu replied, Yes, sir. I found the nearest source of demonic energy as you commanded. Minjun's face lit up with a satisfied expression. Good. I can't waste any time after coming all this way. Lee Bong-ji-yu added, By the way, you said I could not do anything. Who is this guy anyway? Minjun, recalling earlier frustrations, muttered, Go find the source of demonic energy, Lee Bong-ji-yu. Lee Bong-ji-yu nodded resolutely. I will teach that bastard a lesson. Minjun, reflecting calmly, reassured him, It is fine. It is something even I could not handle. Lee Bong-ji-yu, however, vehemently protested, What? Even the great Kim Minjun could not do it. I will teach that bastard a lesson. At that moment, Minjun heard a strange sound and whispered an order, Quiet. A motorcycle roared toward him. Minjun stepped back a few paces as the rider maintained their speed. Then the rider braked sharply, the wheels screeching against the ground, and the bike came to a stop right in front of him. When the rider removed their helmet, Minjun was momentarily stunned. It was Suzuki Mio. She stared at him and asked, Han, what are you doing here? Minjun frowned, a look of irritation crossing his face. Huh, is she following me? Suzuki Mio sighed and explained gently, I think you are misunderstanding me. This area is deserted because of a past dungeon collapse. Entry is not restricted. After a brief pause, she added quietly, but this place is monitored 24/7 by the association, pointing to a building just behind Minjun. Lee Bong-ji-yu flew closer to investigate for useful information. At the same time, Minjun noticed a surveillance camera nearby. Curious, Lee Bong-ji-yu approached it, only to freeze for 5 seconds upon meeting its gaze. His eyes then flicked down to where Minjun stood. He could only shake his head, exasperated. That useless guy, Lee Bong-ji-yu muttered frantically. I just sensed the demonic energy in this area. Minjun, annoyed, shouted, We will talk later. Suzuki Mio, seeing his expression, pressed seriously, I will ask one more time, what are you doing here? Minjun hesitated, stammering as he tried to answer. After a long moment of hesitation he frowned and answered nonchalantly, I got lost. I was just taking a walk. Hearing that excuse and seeing his expression, Suzuki Mio grimaced in disgust. Minjun rolled his eyes, acting curiosity. Where am I, anyway? Seeing the odd look on his face, Suzuki Mio hesitated. This guy was different from other awakened she would encountered. There was something strange about him, but she could not put her finger on what it was. That is why I came here, though it was not really necessary, he said. Just then a cutting gust of wind appeared from nowhere. Suzuki Mio's senses, sharp as they were, prickled with the foreboding that something bad was coming. Sure enough, a violent, savage monster materialized out of nowhere. Suzuki Mio reflexively drew her sword, ready to take it down. Standing outside, Minjun recalled what Lee Bong-ji-yu had once told him, Trust me, Master Kim Minjun. He smiled and nodded to himself, thinking Lee Bong-ji-yu had been right. Suzuki Mio stepped forward to fight but shouted over her shoulder to Minjun, "Get out of here, and avoid the underground passages. A part of it is corrupted, your mind might be affected," she warned. He heard that and brightened with enthusiasm. "So that is the spot. Thanks." She added more urgently, "If you lose consciousness for too long, it could kill you. Avoid the sub-levels at all costs." No sooner had she said that than Minjun was already sprinting off in a panicked hurry. She turned back to face the monster, sword raised, staring it down. How did a thing like this show up here? If a gate opened, our surveillance would not have missed it. Unless that gate has been here all along and only now revealed itself. Determined, she launched herself at the creature. Suzuki Mio's boots sank into the ground as she gathered momentum and charged with everything she had. She bit down on her lower lip and fought with every second she could carve out. The beast took the full brunt of her assault. A flicker of fear crossed its eyes. It tried to flee, and she chased it down to finish the job. Then, to her astonishment and horror, the monster did something she could not believe. It bent over and presented its rump to her in a taunting gesture. She froze and blurted, "What the hell?" Meanwhile, Minjun stood before an abandoned house. The nearby surveillance camera started glitching from a strange energy. The other camera soon broke down, too. He lounged there at ease, having already used his dark arrow skill, and dozens of warning placards were plastered around him. He nonchalantly kicked them aside. A strange smile tugged at his mouth as his demonic energy spilled outward. Standing amid the ruins, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. "Holy crap! This place is even better than I thought, thick with demonic energy." The system window flashed a string of important notifications for him. After reading them all, he walked forward, genuinely impressed. Nice. The system displayed information about Kim Minjun as the founder of a cult and listed his strength stats. Absorbing the data, he smirked, "With all this bulk I can finally catch up to Li Bongjiu. I just hope he managed to escape. Maybe he will die if he is caught," he added, almost as an afterthought. Suzuki Mio, meanwhile, had been tracking the fleeing monster and suddenly slowed, then stopped. Her movements became a careful, quiet stalking. At the precise moment she reached her mark, she lunged and drove her sword straight through a nearby rock. Behind the rock, Li Bongjiu was trembling, huddled and covering his mouth, crying softly in fear. Suzuki Mio, relying on her observational instincts, sensed something amiss behind the rock. She quickly drew her sword back from the stone. Hearing the movement, Li Bongjiu peeked through a small gap in the rock. Seeing no immediate threat, he cautiously stood up, still bewildered. At that moment, Suzuki Mio swung her sword, shattering the rock into pieces. When she finally saw who was hiding behind it, she was momentarily stunned. Before her stood a fragile, trembling Li Bongjiu, overtaken by fear. Seeing him so pitiful, Suzuki Mio's guard softened. She sat down and gently reached out to soothe him, but Li Bongjiu, not wanting to be touched, scratched her a few times in frustration before scampering away by flicking his tail. Suzuki Mio stood there, watching his retreating figure with a pang of regret. She then straightened up, gripping her sword, and reported the situation via communication. "This is Suzuki. I am still tracking it. I am focusing on areas without cameras. Even the monitoring team has lost the trail." "Understood. I will join the support team when they arrive." Shortly after, she received another alarming notification. "Corruption level detected underground." The person on the other end explained. "Yes, the color of the monster crystal has changed. You know how the color deepens when corrupted material is present in a dungeon, right? It is faded back to its original color. We are baffled if it is not a device issue. The corrupted material might have been cleared. Anything else unusual?" Suzuki Mio continued scanning and reported back. "No, I do not see anything out of the ordinary." Satisfied, the man nodded. "Then we will report it as a device malfunction. We will send a team to investigate. There is no way all that corrupted material would disappear at once." Suzuki Mio, however, remained deeply skeptical, surveying her surroundings carefully. Her gaze drifted to the light above, and she hesitated. Could it be? The scene shifted to an airport staging area. The team was fully assembled, standing in neat formation. Jaeon Hundo stepped forward, representing everyone, to shake hands and bid farewell to Masaru. In the formation, Sangduk angrily turned to Minjun. Are you planning to compensate me for my sword? Suddenly, Minjun noticed something surprising in the distance. He saw Suzuki Mio slowly approaching and felt a flicker of curiosity. Why was she here? As she reached him, Minjun inwardly groaned. What? Seriously, go play somewhere else. She stood before him, her expression serious as she asked, did you enjoy your little walk? He glanced at her and answered reluctantly, yes, quite nice. Thank you. Hearing that, Suzuki Mio's face twisted in disgust. If so, do you know anything about one of the underground entrances being destroyed? All nearby monitoring devices were damaged, so we had no idea what might have happened down there. Pressing further, she asked, did you notice anything suspicious along the way? Minjun cast a casual glance and stammered, I do not know. I was too focused on my walk. Suzuki Mio could only sigh, powerless to argue. After a moment, she offered a polite smile. Goodbye, then. Glad you returned safely. Goodbye, he replied. She turned and departed. Sangduk, curious about their relationship, watched her go. She had not gone far when she called out, Lieutenant Kim Minjun. After a brief pause, she smiled warmly, until we meet again. The scene then shifted to a dark night over a gloomy forest. High in the trees, a shadowy figure was trapped among the branches. It appeared to be Li Bong-ji-yu, accompanied by the night walker. At that moment, Minjun approached and gently scooped Li Bong-ji-yu into his arms. The scene then shifted to the evening at the barracks, where shouts of frustration and pain echoed constantly from the training room. Soldiers were being defeated effortlessly during the training session. Seeing this, Minjun felt a deep sense of disappointment and began to complain repeatedly. While I was away, you have not improved at all. Have you all lost your minds? I told you to train on your own while I was gone. Yet, despite all of you rushing in, none of you could even last 30 seconds. Can't you improve even a little? How do you plan to contribute to the Legion like this? Exhausted, the soldiers lay sprawled on the floor, their faces showing fatigue mixed with resentment. You have only been gone less than a week. Give us some time to train. Damn it. Minjun furrowed his brow, exuding extreme dissatisfaction and disappointment. I had high expectations for you all, but you have let me down. Jung Tae sat up on the ground, bruised and scratched, looking weary. Seeing everyone's faltering attitude, Minjun's frustration boiled over, and he shouted, do you think I will go easy on you just because you pout and look sad? Get up immediately. He cracked his knuckles, his eyes hard, ready to teach them a lesson they would not forget. You all, I will straighten you out from the beginning. Suddenly, Minjun's expression shifted to one of seriousness, as if he sensed something by his ear. He spun around in surprise, his mind racing. This feeling. Seeing Minjun's sudden, frantic turn, everyone stared in confusion. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the training room, calling over his shoulder, keep training on your own. The soldiers exchanged relieved glances, thinking, are we safe now? Meanwhile, Minjun ran furiously, his face etched with deep concern. Li Bong-ji-yu, where are you? Did you just cause a surge of demonic energy? What happened? Answer me. Moments later, Li Bong-gu's voice came through, Master Kim Minjun. Receiving the signal, Minjun immediately inquired, what is going on? Li Bong-ji-yu recounted the incident. The shock came from a spatial teleportation. As Minjun listened, Li Bong-ji-yu went silent, prompting him to ask repeatedly, huh? Then what? Answer me. After running for a while, Minjun suddenly stopped. He stood alone in the cold, dark forest. Gusts of icy wind cut through the trees. He closed his eyes and centered himself, sensing a few subtle things. Li Bong-gu's demonic energy was weakening. Location. After a brief, silent search, Minjun nodded with understanding. Got it. He immediately moved along the path he had identified. Thoughts stirred in his mind, the shock from spatial teleportation. His expression hardened, eyes tense, as he focused on reaching a predetermined spot in Isgard. Meanwhile, a black-clad figure was surrounded by a group of tall, muscular men. One of them charged forward, drawing his sword to teach the figure a lesson. But she effortlessly dodged, moving with incredible speed. At the critical moment, she pushed off and leapt high into the air. Only then did the men begin to realize something was terribly off. Before they could react further, the mysterious woman delivered a powerful kick to the head of the man in front of her. The others rushed in with swords, but they were no match for her. She struck one after another, touching each man's head with her hands before delivering a crushing kick. In no time, the entire group lay motionless on the ground. At that moment, the leader slowly stepped forward, sword in hand, striding boldly toward the woman. Ahead of her was a sealed door, with no visible way out. Suddenly, cracks began to appear along the wall, spreading wider and wider. The woman was slammed against the door, flying several meters back. She struggled to resist, but was dragged across the ground for a few meters. The man approached her, his voice harsh as he issued a warning: stealing from the goddess's temple is a grave crime. Behind him, a noble figure emerged, approaching with measured steps. It was the high priestess, her voice carrying a chilling authority. "If you surrender," she said, glaring at the woman with a tone of admonishment, "I will not kill you." This left the woman momentarily shocked and incredulous. That is it, she thought. Then, sensing unusual movement around her, a sneer curled her lips. Surrender, no. She drew a dark divine artifact from within herself, holding it confidently, daringly. How about this? The high priestess frowned, puzzled. I am not sure. The woman continued, smirking. But I understand your intentions. I assume you are trying to use the artifact to escape because you lack the power to traverse space. However, the priestess's eyes narrowed, voice firm, you will never know the coordinates. Confronted with such disdain, the woman only laughed. I have already activated a spatial teleportation array, she admitted after a pause. And as for the coordinates, I got them from that useless fool. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the high priestess shouted, stop her, yet the woman stood her ground, artifact in hand. The artifact glowed as though fully activated, and the man who had charged at her was hurled aside. Before leaving, she mockingly extended a finger and smiled in triumph. Suddenly, her eyes widened in inexplicable surprise. The high priestess remained still, observing, a smug smile lingering on her face as she watched the woman. Meanwhile, in the dark forest under the moonlight, Li Bongjiu retrieved a massive demonic energy crystal and handed it to Nightwalker. As he watched, he casually asked, tasty, this was hard to get, you know. You should be grateful I am sharing it with you. Appreciate it. Nightwalker, wearing a slightly annoyed expression, looked at Li Bongjiu, leaving him momentarily stunned. Well, I got this from Master Kim Minjun for doing well, but I am sharing it with you, right? Nightwalker ate quietly, smiling, unsure how to respond. Frustrated, Li Bongjiu snapped, hey, give that back, you are not getting any more. He chased after him, trying to reclaim it. At that moment, a surge of power struck Li Bongjiu out of nowhere. The sudden attack startled both him and Nightwalker, freezing them in place. Then, an even more intense burst of energy erupted, only to dissipate within seconds. Both lay motionless on the ground, right at the epicenter of the energy. Li Bongjiu struggled to rise, trying to make sense of what had just occurred. This is... At that moment, Minjun's voice rang in his ear. Li Bongjiu, where are you? Did you just cause a surge of demonic energy? What happened? Answer me. Li Bongjiu forced himself to speak a few words. Hearing his faint response, Master Kim Minjun pressed anxiously, what is going on? Tell me what is happening. Gradually, Li Bongjiu recounted the event. The shock had come from spatial teleportation. Seeing the woman appear, Li Bongjiu fell silent, while Minjun continued urgently questioning him. Then what happened? Answer me. The woman looked straight at Li Bongjiu, her voice sharp as she said, long time no see, you useless fool. Weakly, Li Bongjiu lifted his gaze, trying to identify her. The three of them lay exhausted and drained on the ground. The woman's eyes scanned the distance, a hint of awe in her expression. Yes. This is... She murmured, then slumped backward, muttering under her breath, Master's homeland. At that moment, Minjun appeared just in time, catching her in his arms. His expression turned icy, utterly serious. The woman's face lit up with joy at his arrival. Master, she whispered, and before finishing, she collapsed completely, exhausted, into Minjun's embrace. Seeing this, his expression darkened, and he muttered, ah. If only you had held on a little longer. His voice dripped with frustration as he scolded sharply. Are you insane? He barked, casting a sharp look at Li Bongjiu before raising his voice to reprimand him as well. And now you two, both of you, will be punished. Minjun's fury surged, and he exclaimed, I have had enough of you idiots. With that, he used his demonic energy manipulation to bolster the strength of all three. Still simmering, Minjun continued loudly, asserting, I will make sure you survive before I punish you, and the rest as well. Gradually empowered, the woman slowly opened her eyes, awakening from her state of utter exhaustion. What met her gaze was Minjun's furious face. Feeling revitalized, a spark of joy touched the corner of her eyes. So Master Min, you are really here, she thought in relief. Really now? She barely began to speak when her entire body was further infused with power. Her face lit up with excitement and delight. Immediately, she knelt and bowed deeply before Minjun. I am Kim Soo-hyun, your loyal servant, sending my greetings. I deeply apologize for wasting your precious demonic energy on me, she said earnestly. One day, I will repay you with my life. Minjun's anger only grew upon hearing this. Enough. You always talk about repaying with your life or some nonsense. Why not try living as long as possible and repay me over that time instead? Soo-hyun continued bowing respectfully, murmuring apologies. After venting some frustration, Minjun sighed, weary but still scolding. What is wrong with you? Unlike Li Bongjiu, Kim Soo-hyun, you're considered the intellect and pride of the sect. I even took the effort to name you. Unlike Li Bongjiu, I spent over 10 minutes thinking about it. So why are you here? For what reason? Soo-hyun kept her head bowed, replying with utmost seriousness. Yes, unlike that freeloader, I am here for a different reason. Minjun's anger erupted again. A different reason, but from the start, that idiot had no reason at all. As he ranted, he suddenly realized something. Wait. Could it be that you have seen something? Soo-hyun's demonic eye flickered, and she nodded slightly. Minjun's mind raced. This was a rare artifact, a powerful demonic eye that Ma Min had sought out for Kim Soo-hyun after she lost an eye in battle. Its abilities. He understood immediately. Minjun gazed into the eye, contemplating. It was an incomplete prophecy. He asked cautiously, so? What did you see? Soo-hyun lifted her head, her expression resolute. What I saw is destruction. She had glimpsed Earth's impending annihilation. Minjun raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt forming. Collapse? He asked. Soo-hyun's face remained impassive as she replied firmly, yes. Though the demon's illusion did not reveal when, I have seen you standing atop what remains of Earth, with that freeloader Li Bongjiu beside you. Minjun could not help but smile wryly, taking measured steps closer to her. So, you came here just to tell me that, using your tracking magic on that troublesome Li Bongjiu just because he and I appear in your prophecy. Minjun's face contorted in disbelief and frustration. Damn it, are you the modern-day Sherlock Holmes? But how did you get here? You can't traverse dimensions. Did you steal a sacred artifact or something? Then his gaze dropped, suddenly drawn to something below. Following Minjun's line of sight revealed a cross-shaped pendant, a peculiar-looking accessory. He sighed in exasperation, uninterested in investigating further. Turning back to the matter at hand, Minjun refocused, determined to dig deeper into the cause of the world's impending destruction. Soo-hyun offered her assessment based on what she could sense. I am not entirely certain, but I think it is war. I can feel the clash of immense hatred, like what is happening in Isgard right now. Minjun froze at her words, letting out a sharp gasp of surprise. Seconds later, his anger erupted. I already ended that wretched war, and yet you all are fighting again this time. Against whom? Soo-hyun maintained her icy expression and resolute tone as she answered without hesitation. The Nova Empire has returned. At that moment, in the northern region of the Nova Empire, it was a day before Kim Minjun's return to Earth. Inside the vast castle, orcs lay scattered, each slain by what appeared to be a single, effortless strike. Blood covered the floor in crimson puddles. A courageous hero strode over the corpses, unflinching, moving deeper into what was essentially a chaotic scene, the bodies of fallen orcs strewn everywhere. Ahead of him stood an enormous monstrous figure. The hero walked to a precise distance and halted, facing the creature directly, showing no sign of hesitation. The monster, 3 times his size, glared with eyes ablaze, not exactly a friendly gaze. The blond man standing nearby seemed to evaluate the newcomer silently, unsure of his intentions. It was no surprise that someone capable of penetrating this place wore the familiar black cloak of a dark sorcerer. The black-robed mage stood amidst the palpable aura of killing intent from the giant monster, remaining silent as the creature spoke first. "Do not be too proud of defeating a few of my minions." He regarded the monster as the pinnacle of his creation. With an arrogant tone, he continued without disguise, "They were merely test subjects to create this one." Unsurprisingly, the brave hero confronting the monster was none other than Minjun. He frowned slightly, puzzled by the Duke's words. "What, you know me?" Minjun asked. The Duke responded matter-of-factly, "I am a Duke of the Nova Empire. Naturally, I have my own intelligence network." His expression was sinister, yet he carried the polished charm of a manipulative schemer, attempting to lure Minjun to his side. "Regardless, it is a pity. Someone as talented as you reduced to a mere hunting dog. How about joining us? I can give you far more remarkable missions." His words were cut off immediately. Minjun waved dismissively, shutting down the Duke's offer. "We are not friends. Stop talking. Let us finish this." The Duke squinted, maintaining his multi-level marketing charm, and said, "One last thing, with our knowledge, we could help you shine even brighter." Naturally, Minjun refused once again, exuding an aura of killing intent, ready for the next confrontation. "I have no time. If you have something to say, take it up with the official Isgard personnel waiting outside," Minjun said firmly. Recognizing his resolve, the Duke gave up trying to persuade him. "You," he shouted, commanding the monster to charge at Minjun. But Minjun stood his ground, confident in his abilities, unmoved. "What a pity," he murmured silently, even as the monster approached. He clenched his fist, preparing to end the meaningless skirmish. Every skill from rank corruption powers to the rank skill of the Tail of Pain converged into a single devastating punch. He repeated the Duke's earlier phrase mockingly. "What a pity." The battle was over almost as quickly as it began. After dealing with these idle troublemakers, Minjun emerged from the chaos carrying a bag over his shoulder. As he walked with ease, someone suddenly blocked his path. He stopped and looked up, a tinge of annoyance in his gaze. Standing before him was an elderly man, his hair and beard fully white with age. Minjun, showing no respect for the other man's age, spoke with a teasing tone, "So impatient that you came in here yourself. I suppose the head of the full-time staff is quite ambitious." The old man remained silent, letting him mock freely. "Or do you have some personal business with me, Grand Mage Isaac?" Suddenly, the corners of the elder's mouth curled into a faint, cold smile. Isaac adopted the demeanor of a calm, experienced elder and inquired about Minjun's well-being after the series of battles with the monstrous soldiers occupying the castle. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Minjun, not in the mood for small talk, responded curtly, "As you can see." The elder continued, asking about the current state of the Duke Minjun had just fought. "Is he still alive?" Minjun answered directly, without beating around the bush, "Of course he is asleep. You may go see him." Isaac's eyes darkened with a hint of sorrow as he voiced a long-held question. How could the Nova Empire create an artificial monster? Minjun thought for a moment, searching for a fitting explanation. "Well," he started, then gave up trying to elaborate and offered a vague response, "It is pretty ridiculous." His pupils sharpened, his tone suddenly serious, a stark contrast to his previous casual demeanor. "This is the Nova Empire's secret laboratory. It is filled with forbidden knowledge the outside world should never know, including experiments on monsters." Isaac elaborated further, "All of this should have remained buried beneath the victories of the war." But Minjun, utterly indifferent, replied dismissively, "Yeah, do not worry. I have no intention of revealing any of it, and anyway, I am planning to leave." Suddenly, Isaac called him back. Before letting Minjun depart entirely, the elder asked, "How much do you trust the Holy Maiden?" Minjun, who had previously appeared bored with life, suddenly bared a sly, almost villainous grin, showing no effort to hide his expression, not at all. Returning to the present, Minjun drummed his fingers on his knees as he recounted the recent events. The Emperor of the Nova Empire had been killed by the hero, leaving Minjun pale with veins bulging across his forehead in irritation. I thought all the artificial monsters were destroyed, but now they have appeared again. Soohyun, Lee Bong-ji-yu, and the small demon Nightwalker knelt obediently before him, taking the full force of his wrath. Minjun clenched his fists once more. Still questions remain. What about our people? He wanted to confirm the status of his subordinates since stepping through the temporal gate. Are they all right? Soohyun lowered her head further, as if it was difficult to speak. Seeing her hesitant demeanor, Minjun decided not to press further. Fine. There is nothing more I can do here. Suddenly, Lee Bong-ji-yu spoke up on her behalf. Do not worry, they are warriors trained by you. We are not weak. Soohyun, sitting nearby, showed visible discomfort but nodded to affirm his words. He is right. Although I do not like hearing it from him, you need not worry too much about them. With confirmation from the two of them, Minjun finally dismissed the matter. All right, I won't think about it anymore. Suddenly, a status window appeared before him, continuously updating his skills. Lee Bong-ji-yu and Kim Soohyun crossed dimensions just to see you. Their loyalty has grown immensely. They have become devoted followers of the Lumi Nuna sect, my favorite characters. When you use your demonic power on a devoted follower, you will receive a portion of it. Minjun read this and was not surprised, though a tinge of disappointment surfaced. What is this? A team effect, pretty useless. Looking down at the two idiots kneeling before him, an indescribable helplessness welled up inside. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the situation. All right, if I am not here to look after these kids, then who will? He stood beneath the bright moonlight and concluded firmly. Even if the prophecy says the world will fall to war, it changes nothing. I just need to regain my peak power and become stronger, then everything will be solved. Those around him, seeing the hero's imposing spirit, immediately rose and cheered in agreement. You are right. Minjun grinned, laying out the plan for the newcomer, Soohyun. So what I need to do now is... A few days later, in his own residence, Minjun stood with his arms crossed before a towering stack of cash, looking every bit the wealthy tycoon. Soohyun and Lee Bong-ji-yu stared at the mountain of money, utterly speechless. Nightwalker even drooled in anticipation, his eyes shining brighter than car headlights. Immediately, Lee Bong-ji-yu received a sharp smack on the head from her, clearly paying the price for staring too long. Soohyun, on the other hand, felt a bit hesitant about the enormous fortune in front of her. Master Min. No, Master Kim Minjun, just providing us with a place like this is more than enough. You do not need to do anything else. Those words made Minjun frown in slight confusion. Enough, but he did not dwell on it, promptly dismissing her line of thought. No, this is necessary. You have to keep supporting me. Unlike Lee Bong-ji-yu, you do not have transformation skills, so just follow my instructions. She remained hesitant, her confidence holding back as she murmured, but it is so much money. Minjun's expression twisted into mild discomfort, or rather, slight irritation. He exhaled, the air practically saturated with the scent of money. I have plenty. Do not worry, I will earn it back quickly. I could not do anything to help you escape that miserable life in Isgard. But in my homeland, I won't allow you to suffer like that. As expected, wealth is the thing that touches the heart most deeply. Both Lee Bong-ji-yu and Soohyun now looked at him with awe-filled eyes. Lee Bong-ji-yu spoke up eagerly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master Kim Minjun. I will definitely get the identification card you mentioned using this money. Minjun, seeing Lee Bong-gu's enthusiasm, could not help but feel satisfied. Yes, it is not entirely legal, so I won't do much more. Do not get tricked, and remember to report back to me regularly. Lee Bong-ji-yu became even more energetic. Yes, sir. Soohyun, sitting next to him, rolled her eyes in frustration. Shut up. She covered Lee Bong-gu's mouth, determined to stop him from making another noise. Calm down. Minjun, seeing the two of them fussing in front of him, could not help but feel slightly bored. Still, he had to admit sincerely, yeah, who would dare try to cheat these two? Soohyun often teased Lee Bong-ji-yu, but she herself was no pushover. Then, she suddenly turned to Minjun, hesitating slightly as she prepared to speak. Master Kim Minjun, after obtaining that identification card. Her eyes shone with determination, her sincerity undeniable as she looked at him. Could I join the Hunter Corps? The bus carrying Minjun wound its way deeper into the mountains. He sat alone at the very back, wrapped in solitude. arms crossed as he gazed out the window, lost in thought about Soo-hyun's words, after obtaining that identification card. Could I join the Hunter Corps? Min-jun pondered idly. It is not impossible. If I help her secure foreign citizenship through the black market and naturalize her, then with her current skills, she could definitely join the Hunter Corps. But why should I do that? Someone like her, who has lived her whole life as a dark mage in Isgard, causing trouble in the Hunter Corps, it will only be more hassle for me. He bit his fingernail, a sign of his unease. She has driven herself crazy before, to the point I could not stop her. In some ways, she is worse than Lee Bong-ji-yu. How do I rein her in? Even getting her naturalized will be a challenge. Or should I just leave it be? Wait. I heard that if someone wants to join the Hunter Corps, they will take care of the naturalization process themselves. After a long moment of thought, he sighed and let his head fall back against the seat. Whatever, let the troublesome kids be. He pictured the gleeful faces of Soo-hyun and Lee Bong-ji-yu. It will probably be fine. The bus soon stopped at a secluded point deep in the mountains. Min-jun strolled forward casually, hands tucked into his pockets, when he suddenly sensed movement following him. Night Walker appeared instantly on his left shoulder. He looked at it calmly and remarked, "Seems like it is around here." Patting its head, he smiled confidently. "All right, I am curious to see who we will run into this time." The sun climbed higher as Min-jun moved forward, surveying the surroundings. A sudden noise caught his attention, prompting him and Night Walker to crouch and hide. Min-jun spotted a group of guards stationed in front of a dungeon gate. Surprise flickered in his eyes. What, they are already here? They do not look like Hunter Corps members at all. Two guards turned to glance curiously at him. Chanbyung's gaze followed, scrutinizing. He approached Min-jun slowly, each step deliberate. Chanbyung towered over him like a giant, eyes staring down as if to inspect him thoroughly. Min-jun, however, merely blinked in mild confusion, unafraid. "Why are you here?" Chanbyung asked politely. Min-jun tilted his head innocently and replied, "I heard there is something unusual in this dungeon, so I came to investigate." Chanbyung narrowed his eyes and said firmly, "I thought the investigation was already completed. We are from Raid, a civilian hunter company. We have proper permits, and the Hunter Corps themselves provided the intel. Do you want to see the permit?" Min-jun waved him off. "No, thanks. I am not looking to make this a big deal." Chanbyung raised a hand, insisting, "Then what exactly are you here for? Really investigating further, alone on a weekend?" Min-jun studied him carefully. The Hunter Corps managed all the dungeons in South Korea, usually handling them personally. It was rare for them to delegate a raid to civilian companies. Chanbyung likely worried that this rare opportunity would be taken away. After all, dungeons meant money. Yet Min-jun needed access as well. Rubbing his chin, Min-jun cleared his throat. "I won't interfere with your raid rights, but I do need to investigate a bit further." So Min-jun held up 5 fingers in front of Chanbyung, leaving him puzzled. "Follow me in 5 minutes," he said. Chanbyung squinted in annoyance, and the atmosphere grew tense for a moment. Min-jun quickly reassured him, "I just need to check on something. I promise I won't touch any loot or rewards inside." Chanbyung fell silent, thinking it over. He turned to his teammates. "Let me discuss this with the team first." Soon, the civilian team gathered for a quick meeting. Chanbyung crossed his arms, irritation on his face. "I do not know what that guy intends to do, but if he does not want any share of the rewards, we are not losing anything, right? He is just an officer from the Hunter Corps tagging along for free, anyway." Sungjin spoke seriously, "But he has not brought any gear. Should we confirm with the Hunter Corps?" Chanbyung looked unsure. "No, did not you remember the condition? Dungeons require at least 10 people. If we do not have enough, everything becomes troublesome. And for a mediocre dungeon like this, bringing 10 people is not beneficial anyway." "That is not the problem. We are at a disadvantage here," Jaeun said, approaching from a distance. "Why not just do what he says? No problem, right?" Chanbyung and the 2 others hesitated, then reluctantly agreed. "I think we should. Let us go." The 3 of them laughed and relaxed. Min-jun, meanwhile, waited, yawning from boredom. Jaeun hurried over to invite him. Thus, Min-jun and Chanbyung walked toward the dungeon entrance. As they moved, Chanbyong explained the dungeon's layout. Jae-eun suddenly leaned forward enthusiastically. Sergeant Kim Minjun, right, he glanced back suspiciously, then smiled and lifted his cap. I am a fan of yours. Minjun responded indifferently and kept walking. I see. Chanbyong, still concerned, asked, you really do not need any gear? Minjun shrugged lightly. I am fine. Chanbyong quickly set the countdown. Alright, we will enter in 5 minutes, just as you said. Minjun closed his eyes briefly and nodded. Fine. Then he stopped and turned back. Oh, right, I will kill anything in my way while investigating, understood. Meanwhile, tension thickened at the Hunter Corps headquarters. Bombi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, sweating nervously and unable to meet anyone's gaze. Ji Hock Chul studied the report files in front of him, lost in thought. After a long moment, he squinted and spoke. He really can't do anything, Bombi stammered, nervously reporting, I will try to contact him again. Ji Hock Chul slammed the report down, looking stern. Is there a problem? Is not he a major general? Bombi kept his head down. Fear evident. Yes, he is very dissatisfied with this plan. Ji Hock Chul interrupted sharply. But the new target is the one opposing most strongly. There is no other choice, go outside. Bombi clenched his hands, determined. No, I will try again. If necessary, I will face Colonel Lee Tunjum myself. Ji Hock Chul rolled his eyes. Major General Bombi, now go outside. He quickly opened the door and left. Exhausted, Bombi buried his face in his hands. His phone rang, and he answered cheerfully. Hello, my dear daughter. What is up? Right, because of him, you got scolded badly. What? Tell me everything. The girl on the other end was Jae-eun, laughing lightly as she began recounting. Yes, I just ran into Kim Minjun. Meanwhile, Minjun stepped into the dungeon. The area was eerily silent. The water pooling on the ground rippled slightly, disturbed by the soft steps of a lizard man moving carefully through the shallow puddles. The lizard man stuck out its tongue, eyes darting suspiciously, when suddenly it perked up at a strange sound. Something was approaching from the darkness. Excited, it readied its jaws to snap at the prey. In an instant, Minjun dashed across, sending it flying high into the air. He moved swiftly over the lizardman, thoughts racing, he must be hiding very carefully. The demonic energy he sensed was faint, likely the reason civilian hunters were allowed in here. Without him, the consequences would be dire. 2 more lizardmen charged at him, but Minjun remained unfazed. He leapt through them with precision, tossing them aside. I do not have time to play with you, he said coldly. The lizardmen froze, staring in bewilderment as his figure disappeared like the wind. His gaze caught something along the path, and Minjun immediately slammed on the brakes, turning toward it. Hands on his hips, he scanned the area. This must be the place. But there is no entrance. Raising his leg high, his eyes blazing with lethal intent, Minjun delivered a devastating kick, shattering the wall before him. He readied himself again, unscathed, and stepped through the newly created hole. Inside, a lizardman lord slept in the shadows. It stirred at the sound of footsteps, eyes snapping open. Minjun's brow lifted in surprise. Standing tall, he faced the creature with unwavering resolve. A scornful smile curved his lips. Looks like you are in my way. The lizardman lord lunged, fists flying, but Minjun's reflexes were lightning fast, effortlessly blocking each strike. A sudden attack from afar attempted an ambush, but he casually stopped it with a single hand. A smirk tugged at his lips. I recently learned a crazy new skill. He raised his hand to the sky. A swirling purple cloud formed above the lizardman lord, the level D corruption rain. Minjun's smile twisted, almost maniacal. Want to try it? The corrupting rain infused demonic energy into a localized area, poisoning all it touched. Minjun brought his finger down, and the purple cloud poured over the lizardman lord. Its eyes widened in shock at the unnatural phenomenon. It tried to leap away, but it was too late. The drops hitting its scales began to poison it rapidly. The lizardman lord screamed in pain and despair. Minjun observed, noting, not the explosion I expected. Probably because it is only a level D skill. Suddenly, the lizardman lord's tail began to detach, the segment breaking away slowly. The detached tail thudded to the ground like a slab of meat. The creature howled in agony and lunged at Minjun, who dodged every strike effortlessly. Minjun taunted with a grin. "Feels much lighter without that tail, does not it? You move a lot faster now." To his surprise, the tail regenerated instantly, and the creature attacked directly. Minjun's eyes widened, arms crossing over his chest to block. The lizardman lord countered by spitting venom, coating him in sticky slime. It stepped closer, seizing the moment to strike. As Minjun struggled to free himself, the creature readied its final move, opening its jaws wide, aiming to devour him whole. Its tongue almost reached him then, in a flash, Minjun seized it tightly. The lizardman lord froze, panic-stricken. Standing firm, Minjun glared at the monster. "A mere dose of venom is not going to hurt a high-level dark mage like me." Using a level D demonic control skill, he ensnared the lizardman lord's tongue with both hands. Pointing a finger, he added with mock concern, "By the way, how strong is your stomach?" The purple corruption rain ignited within its gut, and the lizardman lord's eyes widened in alarm. A rapid internal explosion erupted inside, leaving it writhing in torment. Minjun unleashed his ultimate move straight into the lizardman lord's stomach. Its entire body went limp, collapsing to the ground in complete defeat. Leaning on his hands, he grinned proudly at his victory. Demonic stamina increased by 1. With your demonic energy reaching its peak, you have unlocked Valiant Determination. He glanced at the status window and realized with satisfaction. "Ah, this is level D Valiant Determination. Reduces defense and stamina, but increases speed, and can deal damage on contact." Most dark mages do not use this skill because they are not physically strong. But I am different. Now, let us start cleaning up. Minjun raised his hand to cast the level C corruption skill. A swift, crimson energy enveloped the lizardman lord, and he flexed his arms, surveying his handiwork. "This is the best skill I have. Let us see how it works." Relaxed, he stepped back. Has it been 5 minutes yet? Outside the dungeon, everyone was waiting anxiously at the gate. Sungjin glanced around, frowning. Has not it been more than 5 minutes already? Chanbyong checked his watch before issuing a command. "So, we are not going in, something feels off." Sungjin raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" "I am just saying he is part of the Hunter Corps. But what could he possibly investigate in just 5 minutes? Makes sense to assume he is telling the truth. If that is the case, this dungeon is genuinely dangerous. Then what is the difference if he dies inside?" Sungjin nodded in agreement. A sudden chill ran down his spine. "Are we in trouble?" Chanbyong crossed his arms and explained to the team, "Just tell them we are here to set up camp and wait for the rest of our squad. If anything happens inside, we won't be able to intervene." Seong-min looked confused but eventually concluded, "If he dies or something like that." Jaeun interrupted sharply, "That won't happen." She strode confidently toward the dungeon entrance. Chanbyong, still skeptical, questioned her, "Wait. You know him, right? You said you were a fan of his." Jaeun sighed, rolling her eyes. "Do not you know him? He is the one who cleared a fake dungeon in Daejeon a few months ago." Chanbyong blinked in surprise. "That was him. I thought he was just a regular sergeant of the 104th Division, not a top-tier one." Sungjin quickly chimed in, "Right. The news said the person handling it was not a high-ranking officer, yet he got promoted afterward." Seong-min pressed further, "But how do you know it is him? I thought the Hunter Corps does not reveal identities or faces." Jaeun closed her eyes and calmly explained, "I have my ways. Just go get your gear, we are going in." Chanbyong still looked unconvinced. "But what if something goes wrong in the dungeon? Can this Kim Minjun really handle it?" Jaeun exhaled sharply, glanced upward, and challenged him. Team leader backed Chanbyong, "Do you really trust everything he says?" "I do not. We have waited the 5 minutes as promised. Now I want to check for myself why he went inside. Who knows, maybe we will find something to use to blackmail him." The team instinctively gestured, eyes widening. Sungjin and Seong-min followed their gaze. Minjun stepped 1 foot out of the dungeon gate, brushing his hair irritably while scanning the surroundings. Jaeun and the female soldiers could not hide their fascination. Chanbyong stepped forward, concerned. Sergeant, what happened? Minjun waved dismissively. Ah, it is nothing. Alright, you can go in. But first, could someone lend me a t-shirt? Morning light filled Soohyun's apartment as she sat hunched over her computer, fingers flying across the keyboard in focused concentration. Grammar books for learning Korean lay stacked beside her. Without looking up, she typed like someone studying a language by immersion. Suddenly Lee Bong-ji-yu appeared at the window carrying a package. He quickly shifted form and strolled casually into the room, grinning at the convenience store haul in his hand. Soohyun looked up, annoyed. Where were you off to without a word? She snapped. He beamed, holding up the food. I went to the convenience store in front of the house. We were out of noodles. Soohyun got to her feet, startled Lee Bong-ji-yu, who then cheerfully offered, want some? Immediately, Soohyun jabbed him hard in the chest with a punch. Stop transforming and just walk to the places nearby, she scolded. Lee Bong-ji-yu clutched his belly, half laughing, half hurt. Use words, he protested. Words? You always use your fists, he retorted, offended. You fly around all day just to eat. Do you think Master Kim Minjun gave you demonic energy so you can go sightseeing? Lee Bong-ji-yu sighed dramatically. I found a lot of dungeons, though. Soohyun folded her arms, scolding, if I would known Master Kim Minjun took a penalty from that dimensional shift, I would never have accepted demonic energy from him. Lee Bong-ji-yu waved his hands in reassurance. Do not worry, Master Kim Minjun levels his demonic energy faster than anyone. I will play the central role. Soohyun grabbed his collar to cut him off. How can a dark mage speak so lightly? Increasing stats only raises the total demonic energy you can store. It still drains when you use it. And harvesting demonic energy here is harder than in Isgard. Saying otherwise makes me doubt whether you are really a faithful follower. Lee Bong-ji-yu, startled, offered a thin smile. Master Kim Minjun always has a plan. Giving us demonic energy is part of it. Soohyun swung a fist at him. Lee Bong-ji-yu reflexively grabbed her hand. His face went serious, suddenly not joking. Soohyun held her ground and glared. Lee Bong-ji-yu let go quickly. Alright, I won't do it anymore, he pleaded. Soohyun scowled. I swear, I will. The door opened and Minjun walked in. What now, fighting again? Minjun asked. Soohyun and Lee Bong-ji-yu disentangled themselves and brightened. No, sir, you are back. He turned to ask about preparations. Soohyun closed her eyes and reported, the black market merchant will meet that guy. I mean, Lee Bong-ji-yu. Minjun flipped through a few books on the table. Do not pretend to be some grand identity. And do not push everything onto Bong-ji-yu. Kim Soohyun, you need to keep close watch. Lee Bong-ji-yu munched while replying, do not worry, I will do fine, so do not go alone. Minjun glanced down. Kim Soohyun, are you really planning to join the Hunter Corps? Soohyun clenched her fists, resolute. I can already write basic Korean. I will prepare thoroughly and enlist. Minjun blinked, surprised. There is even an essay section. At that moment something popped up on Soohyun's screen. Irritated, she leaned in and typed furiously. Turns out she was furiously firing off retorts to some idiots online. How dare you trash talk him, you cowards who hide behind comments insulting our master. Minjun took a cautious step back. Alright, you have improved your Korean. Anyway, starting tomorrow you won't be able to contact me for a week, so do not get into any trouble and stay safe. Lee Bong-ji-yu looked up, surprised. Are you leaving? Minjun shook his head tiredly. No, but I will be on 5-minute standby with the strike team for a week, starting tomorrow. The 5-minute rapid response team, the strike unit that stays on call 24 hours a day to react instantly within its jurisdiction, was being roused again. They called it the 5 minutes, and in the Hunter Corps a squad rotates through the duty at the regiment level. Even though real emergencies that demand the Corps' 5-minute deployment were rare, the job had a reputation for being brutal. Minjun opened the door and announced, we have got a situation. Everyone moved to the company training ground. Han Young and Kwangshik sighed in unison. Again, another drill, they grumbled. Beats me. We will find out when we get there. Quit whining and move. Kwangshik and Han Young protested loudly. I am telling you because 9 out of 10 times this call is a fake scenario. It is ridiculous. Yeah, it is absurd that we run these exercises every hour since the day we started 5-minute duty. Sung Yun quietly got up. Let us go, the deputy squad leaders waiting. The endless fake scenario drills were just part of the training, even the 5-minute alert was treated as an exercise. Everyone piled into the vehicles and waited. Minjun heard the radio call. 5-minute operation, this is headquarters, move out at full speed. He glanced in the rearview. Han Young signaled that they were aboard. Minjun replied over the radio, we will march. The truck tore out onto the road and he rested his chin on his hand, thinking, they are more intense than usual. Maybe this one's for real. The truck suddenly came to a halt. The driver said, Sergeant Kim Minjun, look ahead. Minjun's eyes widened. Min-soo had stepped out and was blocking the road, a grin plastered across his face. Minjun's mind flickered back to the memory of their last meeting, the huge figure who had been left wailing in pain after Minjun's strike. He climbed down and walked over. Min-soo spread his arms in a mock warm welcome. Sergeant Kim Minjun, long time no see. Minjun waved, dry. What breeze brought you here? Min-soo gestured back. My truck broke down. Sorry to bother you while you were busy. Minjun checked his watch. All right. Min-soo smirked broadly. Minjun turned and barked an order, Squad 2, dismount, we will run to the objective on foot. The squad poured out of the vehicles and took off in formation, weapons in hand. Min-soo watched them go, smiling, muttering curses under his breath at the impolite gesture. Squad 2 kept running, disciplined. Minjun shouted over his shoulder, we are almost there, pick up the pace, do you want to die? Kwangshik scowled inwardly. Since the first day of 5-minute duty the sun had burned hotter. The team halted beneath a lean-to in the woods to catch their breath. Kwangshik yawned loudly while Bomgi, stopwatch in hand, grinned and announced, 4 minutes, 55 seconds almost late. Minjun wheeled around and called the formation, at ease. His gaze sharpened with seriousness. Bomgi's insignia glinted. Minjun's mouth tilted in a small smile. So this is how the special forces like to play, huh?